fullback. 2 tight ends on the line for Green Bay. 2nd and 1 from the 3. Quick slant left side. Jennings, touchdown. Packers on the board. 1st and goal. The Bear 4-yard line for Green Bay. Left to right out of the eye. Snap to Rodgers. Giving to Ryan Grant. Big push from the front wall. Punches the end zone. Touchdown. Green Bay. They just blew the Bears off the ball. 4 yards and a touchdown for Ryan Grant. 34-3 Green Bay. This one's from 45 yards. Between the hash marks. Crosby's hit from 33 yards today. Snap, spot, flag. Kick is up, and it is good.
Offside, Charles Tillman. I'm sure it should be declined.
And now, live from Real Time Sports Bar and Grill at 584 South Rendell Road in St. Charles, it's time for the best Bears post-game show on the planet, the Jiffy Lube Post-Game Show, with the Score's own legendary Bears from a time when men were men and football players played football, Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich on 670 The Score.
Those highlights were courtesy of WBBM Radio. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube post-game show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Real Time Sports in St. Charles. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears lose to the Packers 34-3. The Chicago Bears, bad offense, bad defense, bad game plans, bad coaching, bad special teams, bad fundamentals, piss-poor performance by the Chicago Bears. Ed, am I being too negative? Am I too negative? It's my fault. It's the fans' fault. You guys are too negative. That's the problem why the Bears are losing. Right here. I never saw such a piss-poor performance in all my life.
Well, I can tell you this, for all you people here, you people in your cars or at home, buckle up. This is going to be an ugly 3 hours, I guarantee you. This is not going to be cute.
Cute? I mean, never. Have you seen something like this? Have you ever seen fundamentals like this? Let's start picking names out.
Doug, you can sit here, quickly here.
Oh, anyone.
Yeah.
Pick any name you want.
You know, you blame the players so much, okay? And you saw efforts that should have been there. We weren't there. We have difference makers, especially 3 or 4 of them on defense, who make $8, $10, $12 million to play 16 games. I'm talking a piece to be a difference maker. They haven't showed up all year. And, you know, and then they want to blame the fans. They want to blame the press. They want to blame radio, TV. They want to blame everybody. Well, what they really have to do is take a long look at themselves. Also, who has to take a look at themselves is this coaching staff. Now, you people were here and you saw and you watched here for, 2.5, 3 hours here? And you saw a team that was coached properly to be ready to go to play the Bears, and you saw the Bears. We weren't ready. What you saw out there today was Green Bay. They have 5 great wideouts. They have 4 or 5 receivers. We know they have a great passing game. They don't run the ball all that well. Grant's been a little bit hurt, but he was well. So what did they do? They came out running at the Bears. Why? Because they know they can pass anytime they want. So they wanted to set the tone. So they came out running at the Bears, and it worked. And then what did they do? They went to the play action, passed over the middle, down deep, short flare-outs, and they ate us alive. That's coaching, folks.
Yeah. I saw better game plans come out of a Cracker Jack's box. I never saw anything like this today. The fact is, when these guys got out there, let's look at something special here. Let's start with the defense. Payne, who's playing the safety, the free safety, couldn't tackle you or me. I don't know what the hell he's doing. He blocked tackles. You're talking about the defensive line. I saw one time that Tommy Harris, somebody wrote him out for 10 yards down the line of scrimmage. I saw the other stuff coming with guys blitzing, not coming near the quarterback. The fact of them covering loose, 3rd down and 10, the guy's playing 15 yards off the guy, not making a play.
3rd down and 10 going in to score, and he's playing 10 to 12 yards off from our cornerbacks. Folks, that's not acceptable in any league, at any game, at any time.
And Nick Roach, the strong side linebacker, where was he? They finally put Hillemeyer in a football game, and Ed and I watched it real close. The kid just throws himself down on the ground. Play comes toward him, he thinks he's piling everything up. You never leave your feet. This team is so fundamentally poor. When Graham was down near the sidelines, and I went through this last week with talking about Basher, you never give the inside to a wide receiver. Never. Especially down on the goal line. Did the same damn thing. They keep doing it. Where's the coaches on this? What are they telling them? The fundamentals of this. This is something you learn in football when you just start out to play. Never give the inside away. All of a sudden now Graham does it. All of a sudden Basher does it. All of a sudden the whole damn team is doing it.
Doug, what you're talking about are basic fundamentals on offense and on defense.
Not there.
They're not there. So who do you blame the players or do you blame the coaches?
I blame the coaches
They've had many
too.
caps, training camp, 4 exhibition games to get ready to play basic fundamental football. And here we are. We're not even playing that, folks.
Not at all.
We're not even playing it. You know, and I'm going to tell you something. And the other thing, too. You know, it took, what was it, about the middle of the third quarter, late in the third quarter, before we finally passed to a wideout? You think the opponents don't know that we don't have a wideout passing game? Our wideouts they're invisible. We don't have one. And then we take our tight ends, who should be hitting over the middle and hitting the seams over the middle. What do? We have them as wideouts. We have Greg Olsen as a wideout, and one time we had Clark as a wideout. We have no talent at wideouts. And like the opponents don't know that, so they adjust how they're going to attack us. Jesus.
The fact about wideouts, and you're absolutely correct. When you got to put 2 tight ends as
Doug,
your
it's
wideouts,
an offensive part.
Our wideouts never caught a pass
field
until the second half. Brandon Lloyd was supposed to be the guy that comes in and all of a sudden he's going to be playing today. He could be found. He had 1 catch. I think he had 1 catch for the whole damn game.
Did you see on that interception?
Yeah,
Did
where
you
was
see that
he?
effort?
Yeah,
trying
exactly.
to tackle that guy?
Not even close to being there.
He was separating distance from him and the runner.
Yeah. And our defensive tackles didn't play. We got blown sideways.
Oh, boy, did he.
You know, Goulier, was he out there today? I don't know. I didn't see him. out there. Alex Brown, was he out there? Was he playing? The fact is, this whole thing is a mess. And yet again, I listened to these guys talk all last week. I'm talking about the Chicago Bears. I listened to every one of them. You know what? The media's too negative. The fans really don't support us. They're booing us.
Fans don't know what they're talking about.
Let me tell you something right now. You deserve everything you get for what the hell's going on out there. That wasn't a football game today. That wasn't a game against the Green Bay Packers. That wasn't Chicago Bears. That was nothing. Exactly what that was. Gunny, you should have forfeited the damn game. I'd have felt better if we would have forfeited and said, we're not coming up, we're not going to play. Because we think you guys are too good and we're not good enough. It was embarrassing what happened out there. In fact, and even on top of that, the way they were tackling. This kid, Payne, where in the hell did he learn to tackle? Where did he learn to tackle? Did you see at the end of the game? He's chicken fighting somebody down near the sidelines, trying to tackle the guy. Instead of going up and tackling, putting your arm around him, and throwing him down to the ground. Where are the fundamentals in this game? Where are all this stuff that the coach should be teaching these guys? And we're in the 10th game of the season. It's not like it's the first game or the second game. We're in the 10th game of the season. And you're trying to tell me this is a good football team? They're trying to tell me that the Chicago Bears, the players themselves, say, well, yeah, you guys misunderstand us. You guys don't support us. You guys are negative. The media, it's their fault. Well, I got to tell you, buddy, take a look at this game. When you come back, when you put it in the film room, when you go in that film room and take a look at it, judge yourself and see what you think about yourself. Think about what the hell you just did out there today, because you did nothing. You did not do a damn thing. And I'm sick of it. And you know why? How could you be up for cheering for the Chicago Bears when you see something like that today? This was a main football game. This game was so important for them to win the division. This also was the Green Bay Packers. And you saw this kind of performance coming from the Chicago Bears. Embarrassing, yes. The fact is that you're trying to tell me that you really want nothing to do with this, the way they played out there today. I mean, they raised the white flag right after the first quarter. It was over then. It was absolutely over.
Well, what they should have done, Doug, was really started out with the running game. And by the way, if there was any question whether Orton couldn't go today, I mean, any kind of a situation, I truly believe they shouldn't have started him, Doug. And, you know, because you got we got about 6 games left to go. And if he was truly not ready to go, and they had to make that special boot for him, and I believe he was a little immobile, and how many reps did he take this week as opposed to how many reps Grossman took? Flawed all the way through, Doug.
No question.
Absolutely.
And what the hell's going on with Hester? You saw Hester, they finally pulled him out and they put Manning in there. I mean, he fell down 3 times before he even got to football. What's going on with this team? What's going on with all these guys? This is the same team we saw a couple of years ago or even last year, the last 3 games. We're not seeing it anywhere. We're not seeing it offensively. We're not seeing special teams. The defense is totally falling apart. There's nothing left of that defense. And what the hell were they doing that one time? They got 3 down linemen. They got number 53 in there in the middle, not rushing the passer. What was that defense?
Doug, I just got a little note here. We're at 5-5. Green Bay's at 5-5. And Tampa Bay just beat Minnesota. Is Minnesota now at 5-5?
Yeah.
So out of the 4 teams, then you have Detroit. All 3 of us are tied going with, 6 games to go.
Mm-hmm. Well, what you saw today, let me ask you something. Well, you saw today how the Bears played. Where would you put them in this division? Where would you put them in this division, Ed?
Well, if they play like we played, if they played like they played today, the effort that the players put,
right,
and the offensive and defensive schemes and how they tried to do it, they're lucky they might win. They may not win a game.
They may not win a game.
They may not win a game
the rest of the year.
If you're saying off this performance.
Off this performance.
Yes.
But here's my point. My point is I keep hearing from these guys, you know what? We're better than that. We can play that. We can do that. We can be that football team out there. Well, show me. Show me what you can do. And today was a perfect day. If the Bears would have battled down to the last second, if the game would have been 20-19, if they would have been running and tackling and smashing and running through people, I'd say, Jesus, we got a shot here. We had no chance today whatsoever. It was a total blowout. It was a total ass-kicking. That's what it was. And that's the part that pisses me off. It was a total ass-kicking. And you can't play the game like that. There's one thing about losing a game. It's also how you lose the game. We weren't even in the game.
Doug, well, I just go back to my opening statement when I look about coaching. And Mike McCarthy, the head coach of Green Bay, and the game plan that he put together offensively, again, because, and I think it's important to say it again, they know they can pass against us. That's not a mystery. They've got a great passing game. But what they wanted to do was establish the run against us, to see if they could establish the run and then really open it up. And that's what they did, folks. That's exactly what the Packers did. They had a great game plan, and it worked. It worked to perfection, and they destroyed us. We didn't answer the challenge. Defensively, we didn't answer the challenge. Our defensive linemen, if you watch them, are 2 eye men. By that, I mean inside people or defensive tackles. Were blown off the ball. Tommy Harris one time got blown off by one man, a one-on-one. He took Tommy Harris back 10 yards. 10 yards, folks. This is National League football? This is Chicago Bear football? I don't think so.
We're going to take a break. He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. We are live. The only good thing about today is that we're at real-time sports. In St. Charles. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chip, Bill, Eddie, Mr. Sharp, Steve, Mike, Dan, Bob will be with you right after this.
Right hash mark, angle left for Robbie Golder, 7 of 7 in Lambeau Field. Out of the hole to Brad Maynard. Snap is back, spot is down. The kick is up, end over end to the uprights, and it is good.
We're back with Doug and OB and the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live from Real Time Sports Bar and Grill at 584 South Rendell Road in St. Charles on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
Those highlights were courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, live at Real Time Sports in St. Charles. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767 is our phone number. And this segment on the Score is brought to you by Greek Islands, America's most popular Greek restaurant. Eddie, the lines are filled. Let's go out to Chip in Glenview. Chip, you're on the Score.
Gentlemen, I am convinced that we have the most ignorant coaching staff in the NFL.
You're convinced now, right?
Why? I don't see how they could look these players in the eye before the game and tell them that our best chance to win this game is with Kyle Orton at quarterback. After the second pass, you could see it. The guy could not push off on his foot.
I agree with you.
Every pass was a short pass because he couldn't step on his foot. I mean, every pass they called was a short pass that was going nowhere. There's no way in hell Orton should have started this game. That is BS that they led that team on all week saying Orton's going to go, Orton's going to go. Another thing, defensively, Tommy Harris, non-factor. How could we give him the kind of money he gets when he has a bum knee and he doesn't do squat? Dusty Dvorak. All we heard all year was, this guy's finally getting a chance. This guy's been injured. He's had a rough go. He's finally getting a chance. Guess what? Non-factor. This is the most embarrassing and listless performance in this series, which goes back on 120-some years. This is the worst performance I've ever seen by a Bears team in a Packers series. Embarrassing, and I don't know what they're going to do from here, but that coaching staff, they are just unbelievable. I don't know what to say. I'll let you guys handle it the rest of the way.
Well, Chip, when you're going to attack the Packers, as we should have done today, when you go up there, they're one of the worst in the league at stopping the run. I believe, I want to say, Doug, they give up about 154, 155 yards a game. And we've proven that we can run the ball. And when you only give Matt Forte 20 attempts, I said for us to win this football game, he should have been in the 30s. 30, 35, 30-something. Doug, for us, they should have ran the ball, and then went to the play action if Orton wasn't that maneuverable. That they didn't do. As opposed to Green Bay, Doug, they ran 38 times against us. 30, and we can stop the run. So and we only run 20 times. 20 attempts Forte had, folks, today, running against a team that gives up 155 yards a game.
You know, Ed, your problem is you're too negative. You and Chip are too negative. I mean, you're looking at the bad side of things. Why don't you be more positive?
No, you know what? It's not negative, Doug.
It's
a fact.
It's a fact.
It's a fact.
All true.
Okay?
Yeah.
It's a fact.
Yeah.
All right, we're not tiptoeing through the tulips here.
No.
It's a fact. When you give up that amount of yardage and you got a quality running back and he only touches the ball 20 times, something's wrong. Then let's go to the passing game, Doug.
What passing game? We got our receivers caught 4 passes all day.
Our receivers today, folks, caught 4 passes.
Wide receivers.
Our wide receivers, 4 passes in 60 minutes of football.
Yeah, think about that. You know, the whole thing is a mess. You know, from the players onto the coaches to everything as you look at it. There's no question about it. And, you know, that game, when Urlacher made that interception, right? We get the interception. We come back out of there offensively. 1, 2, 3, and out. It's 3rd and 1. We can't get it. We can't get the first down. That was a big part of the slide. This whole thing is not right. What's going on out there? For example, when you come out and you're playing these guys, and your defense is out there, you know damn well what they're doing. It don't take a genius to figure it out. Mike Brown comes up into the box, they're going to throw it. Mike Brown stays out of the box, they're going to run it. That's what they did all day long. That's all Aaron Rodgers did. They keyed on Mike Brown. And then what they did was they invited him up in the box and first down after they start running it. And then they hit him with the play action passing. And then the slants. All the same stuff. The Green Bay Packers gained 427 yards against the Chicago Bear defense. 427 yards. You tell me that's good defensive coaching. You tell me that's good defensive playing. That's what I'm looking at. And that's exactly what happened up there. We got our ass whipped so many different ways. Coaching, players, the whole 9 yards. Game plan, nothing was right. And we're all 5-5 now. Where does that put us? Where are we right now as far if you're a Bear fan? You take a look at that performance we saw today and saw what happened to us up there. And like I said before, it's one thing to lose a football game. It's another to be embarrassed.
Doug,
and that's exactly what happened today.
Again, how do you not attack the Packers' weakness? Offensively against the Packers' weakness on defense. How do you not attack it and try to tear it apart and then give your offensive passing game a chance? Why do we not see our tight ends over the middle or splitting the seams over the middle? We see them at wideouts. And we're supposed to win a game. We're supposed to win a game, folks. My Lord.
It's got the Bill on our side. Bill, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How are you? Thanks for the call.
All right,
you know, it's three quick things, guys. It's funny to think that 10 days ago, Lance Briggs and Kevin Payne were saying that the Bears were the best team in football. Second of all, Peanut Tillman is completely non-existent. He's either hurt or he just flat cannot play. And third of all, I cannot remember the last time I've ever seen a team go into halftime with all three of their timeouts like the Bears did this game. You either take a timeout to give your defense a breather, you either take a timeout to give your defense a change in a scheme or something. But he went into halftime with all three timeouts I've never seen before.
You know, Bill, they butchered that. They butchered the clock right at halftime. The Bears did offensively. Either two things you're going to do. One, you're going to try to get a first down, or two, kill the damn clock so the Green Bay Packers don't get the football back. They did neither. But the fact was they go out there, and all of a sudden now it's third down. You decide to run it instead of going for the first down. They went for it for the second down. It was an incomplete pass. Then if you did that, you might as well go for it in the third down. Because the fact is they gave more time for Green Bay, and the guy kicks a, what, a
52-yard field goal.
52-yard field goal. I am telling you, there are mistakes all across the board here. And this is the 10th game of the season. That's why I am so aggravated. Because a lot of this stuff has been put to bed a long time ago. There's no question you have problems here or problems there. Someone's injured, this is going on. But we don't change.
Doug,
we don't do anything any different.
They don't know who they are. Neither does the coaching staff. That's
I don't know who the hell they are.
They don't know who they are, folks.
You know,
if you just sit here and you look at what you saw today, and try to take it from a whole 360 angle, and just take a look at the coaching staff and see how they prepared them for the play today. See the effort in the players.
They weren't ready.
And then, who are the Bears?
Yeah.
What do they want to do offensively? I don't think they show it because, quite frankly, folks, I don't think the coaches know, nor do the players know. And I think it's resonated very well today that nobody knew what the hell they were doing.
Well, the proof is in the game. I mean, the final score was 34-3. Did you ever figure it could be that bad, where they could show up so badly and
Doug, I thought
play like that?
The team that could give up that many yards, I thought we'd run the ball, we'd convert on third down and eat the clock up, eat the time. We'd have time of possession. And then if you got to go to the passing game, you go to the play action, you can do it. But why in the hell we never attacked? Their total weakness, they're one of the worst in the league against the run, and we get Forte running 20 times, pal.
There's no question about that. But really, what it sets into me, though, is the fact of the defense. It's starting to really set into me, and listen to the guys talk, how they would talk, how Tommy Harris would talk, even Lance. Lance is having a hell of a year, but even Lance said, we're a good football team and we're going to show you. Nobody's showing us anything. The defense is not showing us one damn thing. Nick Roach is playing strong side linebacker. They finally had to take him out of there.
I'll tell you what, Doug.
They finally had to get him out of there.
Was that kid pathetic today?
Pathetic.
Oh, my God.
And there's this kid Payne, he couldn't tackle anybody. So what I'm saying is the individual players are playing badly. The scheme is bad. Everything is bad. And that's why I'm saying that's why the Packers won 34-3. He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show.
This is going to be a long show, Doug.
We're live at the Real Time Sports in St. Charles. 312-644-6767 is our phone number. Chicago Bears lose 34-3 to the Green Bay Packers.
All three phases, we didn't play well, obviously. Score indicates that, but too many mistakes, not enough plays made, and just got to rebound. Play a good football team, and then you don't play well. Come up here, they're a good football team. Defensively, they're very good. They're aggressive, and they really took it to us. We didn't do anything on offense, and tough to win games when we do that.
We're back with Doug and OB and the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live from Real Time Sports Bar and Grill at 584 South Randall Road in St. Charles on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
That was Kyle Orton talking about the great Green Bay Packers and good football team, and the fact that the Bears could not play them very well, which was obvious, the loss of 34-3. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real Time Sports in St. Charles. Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-67672. Eddie, to look at the stats, you look at the time of possession. Green Bay held the ball almost over 37 minutes to the Bears 22 minutes.
Right.
So right then and there, you knew you were dead in the water. But the one thing that still is bothering me, still eating at me, is the defense and how they played and how everybody thought that maybe the team thought, the defensive players thought they were going to come out here and all of a sudden shut down the Packers. and they did not do that. They gave up 200 yards rushing, 200 yards on the ground.
And 38 carries.
Right. And Aaron Rodgers could have thrown anytime he wanted to. The score could have been a lot worse than it was. So when you take a look at it now, we're all looking at 5-5 for the Bears, 5-5 for the Packers, 5-5 for the Vikings, and right now I'd say the Vikings and Packers are way better than the Chicago Bears, unless a miracle happens in the next couple of weeks. Let's go to Mike in Olympia Field. Mike, you're on the score.
Hi, guys. Doug and OB, you guys are the greatest. Once again, you tell us the brutal truth, what we all know. But here's a couple comments I've got. Number one, I'm 62 years old, and I've been a Bear fan for almost all of those years that I can remember. I have never been exposed to a more humiliating defeat than our guys treated us to today. And to hear 65,000 or whatever it is fans in Lambeau Field shouting in unison, "The Bears still suck," is a stab in my heart. But here's my point. I was listening to Jerry, a.k.a. Einstein Angelo, this morning on the pregame, and he says, finger pointing is for losers. Well, hell, since we're playing like losers, maybe it's time to start pointing the fingers. And you know what? The last I heard, there's no salary cap on the coaching staff. So maybe it's time to start pointing some fingers. So thanks, guys, for your brutal and great honesty, and I'll hang up and listen to your response.
You know, Mike, you talk about finger pointing. How could you not point the finger today, after today? How could you not look at this game and say, and pick out certain players, pick out coaching decisions, pick out what the hell went on out there, what happened to you at 34-3? You'd have to be a moron not to do it, and especially if you're a fan. Does that make you an idiot because you're a fan finger pointing and saying to something that you're seeing certain guys are not playing good football, that you're not getting it from your linebackers or your defensive line or your cornerbacks or your quarterback or your wide receivers? That's what the game is all about. And if you don't finger point and find out who is screwing up, you're never going to get better. You can't hide it. You can't sweep it under the rug. It was right there in front of you today. All you had to do was look out there today, and if you know anything about football, you could have picked out the flaws of the Chicago Bears.
You know, one of the things, Mike, and we're, you know, what they did offensively and defensively, the last two games, we've converted. We converted again 3 times on third down, 3 out of 12. I think it was pretty much, about 3 out of 14 last week, Doug, and only 1 time in the second half did we convert. Well, again, folks, when you don't do that, that means you're not moving the chains, you're not eating up the clock, and you're not putting points on the board. Conversely, go back and look at the games we won with Kyle Orton. We were converting on third down. Eating up the clock, moving the chains down the field, Doug. And it's just, there's so many things that you could point out, Doug, in this game.
Ed, how could you convert when your wide receivers only catch 4 passes?
Well, that was about the same as last week, Doug. Everybody in this league, the other 31 teams know we do not have a wideout passing game. Exactly. I mean, there's only so many people that can touch a football and put points on the board offensively.
Right.
Okay? We have 3 wideouts that are non-existent. We do not have a wideout passing game. We can't even camouflage with it. You think that's not a problem? You think our opponents don't know that?
It's a huge problem. Let's go to Dan and Lincoln. Dan, you're on the score.
Yeah, hi. I appreciate you guys telling it like it is. You were talking about quarterbacks earlier with the quarterback situation. Just how little trust do they have in Grossman if they send out a one-legged quarterback? And secondly, this Hester thing. They've taken one of the most explosive weapons in the NFL, and they've turned him into a mediocre receiver and a mediocre kick returner.
Hey, Danny. Dan, hold on 1 second, Dan. Did you see when Grossman came in, and it was about a short, I want to say it was about a 6-7 yard, kind of looked like a hook pattern, and Grossman threw it, and of course it was no good. Did you see the body language on Hester and the look on his face? It looked like, Doug, you remember when he saw that? Yeah. It looked like he wanted to quit and walk off the field and discuss over his ability or what they're trying to do with him, or maybe the poor pass. But that was really glaring right there.
Hey, you guys, is he getting the reps like he used to on the special teams? You would know, or is he just like, putting his time in at wide receiver? We let Berrien go, so I guess the thing was Hester was supposed to come in and take over. What a waste. And that's coaching, that decision to put him where he is. And we were getting the ball every last year on the 45-yard line all the time.
There you go.
Well, not so this year. I thought it was a mistake when they let Berrien go, and they thought they could let Berrien go. They didn't want to pay the money to him, because then they would give it to Hester, and Hester then would step up and be your wide receiver. It's not happening, and it's not there. There's no question about that. Just the whole thing right now is so out of sync, it's unbelievable. And I guess what really bothers me, it's been bothering me the last week or week and a half. Just like what Jerry Angelo said, finger pointing is for losers, and all of a sudden the fans are negative, and all of a sudden it's the media's fault, and all of a sudden the players come out and say the fact that, we're not getting any support. When I saw today's football game, how in the hell can you say something like that and will you play like you played today? And that's the part that bothers me, because you know why? You're not accepting the fact that you're not any damn good, or you're not putting forth the effort, or whatever the reason is.
Doug, to Jerry Angelo and the rest of the Bears and coaching staff that don't know it, they're playing in the greatest city on this planet. I tell you what, the Chicago Bears were the footing and foundation of the National Football League. A gentleman by the name of George Hallis and his grandkids, etc., are in there now, in the McCaskies. And I want to tell you something right now. Everybody can say what they want to say, do what they want to do, but there is pride, there is tradition here. And did you see it out there today? No. All I heard all this past week, Doug, every player being interviewed, bitching about the press, the radio, the fans, all the negativity. When it comes down to one thing, and this is to the players, let your actions on that field do your speaking for you.
Right.
Shut your mouth, go out there and take care of business. Obviously, they have a problem with that.
I want to see this week whose fault it was.
Oh, yeah. You know what?
I want to see whose fault it was. What do we have left? Let's see. We blame the media. We blame the fans. Who can we blame now? I mean, who could the players blame now? The reason they lost was not kind of us, because, we're pretty damn good. We're just not getting...
The Audubon Society.
Audubon?
The Audubon Society.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Oh, thank you, Doug.
Or the Lincoln Park Zoo. Somebody. I don't know. Let's go out to Eddie on the west side. Eddie on the score.
Doug, OB, thank you for taking the call.
Yes.
Listen, these cornerbacks, I don't know if Bob Babbage has ever heard.
Did you see this, Eddie? Did you see their play today? Go ahead. Go ahead, Ed.
I don't think they know what bump and run is, first of all.
No. They have no clue where the first down is. They're playing off. Eddie and I watched. It was toward the end of the game. I forgot which corner it was. It was 3rd and 10. The guy's playing 14 yards back. You let them catch
the football. It was either Basher or Graham. Yeah. Either one.
Let them catch the football right in front of them. I'm tired of that crap, too.
Second of all, this defensive line, it all goes back to the Wendy's, Doug and OB. Where's the beef? Where's the beef, Doug and OB?
No beef.
I'm up and listen to you guys.
No. That was Claire Peller, wasn't it? Claire Peller. Where's the beef?
Where's the beef?
Where's the beef?
Yeah, I'll tell you where the beef is. It's not out there. And the fact is they're not exploding like they're supposed to be exploding.
Oh, they exploded, Doug.
Yeah, backwards.
Yes.
Backwards.
Yes.
They were on roller skates.
And you know what? And the funny thing about it, you say what happens there, but that's what happened.
Exactly what happened.
That's what happened out there.
Right.
That's what happened. How does a guy, your opponent, one-on-one, and you got a defensive tackle making, what, $8, $10, $12 million, and have your opponent not only take you back 10 yards one-on-one? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Fall to the ground, grab grass, do some damn thing.
200 yards they ran against the Chicago Bears. You're trying to tell me, I want to hear the excuses now. I want to figure out, I want to hear what they have to say about it.
It'd be interesting
Really?
All of them.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
What happened? What did it? If finally one of them would step up and say, look, we got our ass kicked, they blew us out sideways, and they were better than us, and we're not that damn good, and we got to get better.
There you go.
And I would respect them more for that. And saying, well, you know what, the fans are too negative. They're booing, they boo all the time, this and that. I'm sick of it.
The callers last week, Doug, I think a couple of them talking about, they're, looking at the two coaches, from Fisher and Lovie Smith, and who out-coached who.
Well,
What today? I mean, you talk about glaring, folks.
Out-coached, out-game plan, out everything. There wasn't anything that was close out there today. Let's go to Mr. Sharp on Oak Lawn. Mr. Sharp, you're on the score. Sharp.
Hey, you know what? Nobody came out and played today. Nobody showed up.
Why?
Nobody. There's a problem. And you know, Tommy Harris, you know, he can talk all he wants. So he puts a lick on a quarterback, put a sock in it. And, you know, you can point the finger at anybody you want. But until you play collectively as a unit and as a football team, you're not going to win football games.
Amen.
Well, see, that's the point I'm looking at. And I'm asking them, why? Why didn't they play? I mean, their tackling was so bad. It was piss poor. It wasn't, the fundamentals were all wrong. Why is that happening? Was this game not important? You know, we've heard before, well, you know, they played so-and-so and it wasn't that important. This was the Green Bay Packers. This was for the division. This was all right there. Not only did we didn't even show. We didn't even show. We didn't even show up for this football game. Ask me why. I mean, I'm trying to give you an answer. Are they geared up during the week? Are the coaches on top of them? Do they want to win this? What's the reason? Or are they that bad? That's the point.
Doug, it's very simple. When cornerbacks are supposed to be up on them and take the inside away, 2 weeks in a row they don't do it. They really haven't done it all year. When you're down in a tight situation, when you blitz, when you come with another corner blitz or a safety blitz, what you have to do, your other defensive backs or cornerbacks have to come up and play tight so you don't give the quarterback the hot read. We got them playing 10, 12 yards back, folks.
We're doing that all year,
We're blitzing, and our backs are up. The quarterback just, boom, pops, throws it out to the flat. There's nobody there. When you come with a blitz, you have to play tight. You have to play up on their wideouts and take the inside away when you're blitzing.
And the truth be said, then, it's about time this is brought up. Babbage has got to be taken a look at. You can only go around this and skirt around this for so long. Babbage has got to be taken a look at as what's going on with that defense. And he's got to take some of the responsibility of what is happening.
Doug, these are common sense things that you play on defense. These rules have never changed. They were before me, after me, and they're certainly here today. When you got to know where you're lining up. What's the blitz? Where am I lining up? Am I head up? Am I shading the inside? Or am I step to the inside? Am I in the outside? Do I have to play 4 yards off, 6, or do I go back 10? And there's an adjustment every call. It's not happening.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. We are live in St. Charles. Real-time sports. Our phone number 312-644-6767.
You know, big rivalry game, fighting for first place in our division. So I thought we would come out and play a lot better than we did today. You have to give the Packers a lot of credit. They came out from the start with a purpose and dominated us throughout the game.
We're back with Doug and OB and the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live from Real Time Sports Bar and Grill at 584 South Randall Road in St. Charles on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
That was Lovie Smith talking about the Green Bay Packers with a purpose. Where in the hell was our purpose? Why do we have the same purpose?
You want to know, Doug?
Why did they dominate?
That's what he should have been talking about. Not their purpose.
Not their purpose. What was our purpose?
Mike McCarthy, he knew what the hell his purpose was. Why wasn't Lovie Smith talking about our purpose, our goal, what we wanted to do offensively, what did we want to accomplish defensively, and we didn't get it done.
And they
talking about their goals?
Yeah, exactly.
Lovie, talk about your own.
It almost sounds like the fact, well, geez, you know what? They had a bigger purpose than we had. Stop yourself, for God's sakes. The Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670.
Lose to the Packers is bad enough. And
the way they lost,
and to get manhandled like that, Doug?
Slapped silly. It was embarrassing. I wouldn't even look at the film.
That's what burns you up.
Well, Bradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767. We're at Real Time Sports in St. Charles. Let's go out to Steve in his car. Steve, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I just want to say that Babbage needs to go. How can you have every week it seems like the same thing. The defense goes out there and they do the same thing. They throw that slant every time. Jeez. How can you not fix that in 4 or 5 weeks? That's just out of the realm for me. And he's supposed to be an NFL head coach. And the players, they didn't seem like they wanted to be out there after the first quarter. They didn't want to step into their gaps. They didn't want to take on anybody. They just wanted to sit back on their heels and let everything happen.
You know why? Because Green Bay had a purpose. They had a purpose. You heard Lovie Smith. They had a purpose. See, we didn't have a purpose.
Can you believe
and without a purpose, you can't win, right, Ed?
That is unbelievable.
Otherwise, that's stupid. When you take a look at the game, how could you not have a purpose going up to Green Bay, playing a football team, to be the first in the division and playing the Packers? Why wouldn't you have a purpose? Why would they have a purpose bigger than your purpose? You know, this is so stupid, this rhetoric that I'm hearing every day and every week.
Well, get next to it for 3.5 years, Mike. Get used to it for the next 3.5 years, pal.
Let's go out to Timmy O and beat you. Timmy O, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB, thanks for taking my call. I agree with the last caller. Babbage needs to go. You know, we can only blame the defensive players for so much. You know, I mean, at my job, if I'm not doing what I'm told, I'm going to get fired. They're just doing what they're told to do. You know, they're just following the playbook.
Well, Timmy, I would agree with you with that. The fact that I don't agree with half the things that are called out there defensively and what's going on and the philosophy. But there's another thing here that bothers me, and that's called physical. That's called going out there and tackling somebody. We didn't tackle anybody today. Not only this game, I've seen it all year. We just don't tackle. Who in the hell's fault is that? The coaches for not teaching them that? Or is that the players? The fact is you got to tackle. The game was called blocking and tackling. And Timmy O, we didn't tackle. I saw this Payne kid. I don't know what the hell he's doing. He gets out there and he's a safety. He's supposed to come up and tackle. The only guy I ever saw giving anybody any kind of licks was Mike Brown. And he's 97 years old. So the fact is you got all these young kids out there. What are they supposed to be doing? And whose fault? You want to leave it to the coaches? Okay, that's fine. Maybe they should be getting on these players. But Ed, how much do you need guys stand over top of you to tell you how to tackle? I mean, that's what you do as a defensive player. You tackle. I don't get it. I don't understand it.
You hit and drive through them.
Exactly. What's it similar? You wrap up, you hit, you drive through.
That's all you do.
You know, I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure it out.
No, it doesn't.
Jeez. It's got the Manny in Orland, Florida. Manny on the score.
Doug, OB, thanks for taking my call, guys.
All right, man.
Hey, listen, I listen to you guys streaming from Orlando, Florida, and I have to call Chicago on this one, guys. Just 2 quick points I want to make. Special teams let us down again. The position on the field is just horrible. The punting is horrible. And I know next week we got the Rams, but I'm real concerned about Jacksonville coming the week after. And I'm heading up there for that game, so I just want to know from you guys what you think needs to happen in order for these guys to turn around. And I'll hang up and listen to your answer. Thanks, guys.
What I saw today, a miracle. I mean, you know, what I saw, what's going on today, you can't play football games like you played today. I don't care what your schedule's like at the end of the year. You can't play like they did today. Maybe they got to find the purpose, wherever that purpose is. I mean, they got to find the purpose. Maybe they can borrow it from Green Bay, and Green Bay can tell the Bears what their purpose was. And if we had that purpose, then we could win the football game.
I think you ought to call McCarthy and say, how did you work that purpose into doing that?
Yeah, right.
Do you believe that guy made
Can
that
you believe that statement?
No. You be honest with me? No.
How could you say that? I mean, that's claiming yourself as a coach did not tell your players this is what we need to do. This is our purpose. And say they came out with a purpose and we didn't.
That's what he's saying.
You know, I mean,
that's how else? How the hell else would you interpret that?
That's how I interpret it.
That's how I interpret it.
You know, they wanted it more than we did. That's exactly what he was saying. Let's go out to Oliver in Midway. Oliver, you're on the score.
Doug OB, thanks for taking my call.
All right, kiddo.
Babbage, he's terrible. He needs to go. What I saw today, our defense looked totally unprepared to play the Packers. And the first touchdown they got, we have our guy, Corey Graham, like 10 yards off the receiver for that inside slant. What the hell was that all about? And our offense, I don't think Kyle Orton should even have started the game. He looked like he wasn't even prepared to go. We should have probably thrown Grossman in there. He's undefeated at Lambeau. And just terrible, unprepared from both sides of the ball.
You know, Oliver, the fact is, you know, that slant, it's a thorn in my side. And I saw it happen last week with Vasher doing the same damn thing. I saw it happen this week with a kid named Graham, who's supposed to be a pretty good defensive player.
2 different players.
And it's the same thing. Now, let me ask you something. Would not a coach tell a guy or get on top of a guy and say, look, I don't care what happens. Do not give him the inside. Bingo, inside. Bingo, inside.
See how easy the 6 points come?
Yeah, just like that.
Simple pass.
You know, it's just unbelievable. This segment of The Score is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards and by the newly remodeled St. Charles Toyota. To find out more about 0% financing, visit them today at toyota.net. Obradovich and Buffon on The Score. Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. We are live at Real Time Sports in St. Charles. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
We could put a football team together here. And the cheerleaders. A lot of good-looking women here.
I guarantee you that. Better than what we saw today. Trust me, my friend. Obradovich and Buffon will be right back.
I mean, loss is a loss. You know, the good part about it is, you know, we get a chance to play them again, you know, at our home field. When you look at the big picture, though, I think the Vikings lost today, right? So just look at the position we're in as far as our division is concerned. You have to move on and just say this is one loss, learn from it, fix some things, and try to go from there.
We're back with Doug and OB and the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live from Real Time Sports Bar and Grill at 584 South Randall Road in St. Charles on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
Hey, Doug, you think some of those guys are tuning them out?
Let me tell you something. That was Lovie Smith talking, right?
If I had a coach talking like that,
you know what? I'd go put a pencil in my neck.
Forget about letting it go in one ear and going out the other. Never get in the ear, period.
You know, a loss is a loss, and, you know, we're going to play them again, and, you know, we're 5-5. This crap's been going on all year. Someone has got to grab somebody by the throat real soon. If not, we're not going to win a game the rest of the year. And that's a fact. You take a look at what's going on out there. What happened today, and Lovie should have said it, is not acceptable. I know a loss is a loss, but it's the way we lost.
That's right.
I would have never accepted that by anybody, by any player, any coach, none of it. And I would have made my stand right then and there.
Doug, you couldn't have said it better. And they tell you what and then follow up with, we're all going to take a long look at ourselves in the mirrors, including me, our coaching staff, and players. Because this was an embarrassment today. And we hope this will never happen again. Or something along those lines. Not this. What did he say?
Yeah, same thing about giving the Packers a purpose.
Yeah.
And this,
what their purpose was.
We're going to be 5-5, and we're all 5-5, and it's one loss. It's just one game.
Our head coach talking about Green Bay's purpose.
Yeah, please.
Jesus Christ.
Let's talk to David Schuster up in Green Bay. David, how you doing, buddy?
Doug and Eddie, first of all, I couldn't agree with you more. You know, I was listening to that pulp.
Doesn't that sound stupid?
Yeah, I was listening to the pulp that Lovie Smith was spewing at the podium, and I got so nauseous listening to it because I know he's not going to say anything of consequence. I just walked out, and instead I went into the locker room, went around to a lot of the players, and I was looking for something juicy because, come on, after a game like this, I'm sitting up here in the press box. I'm embarrassed for them how bad they played. So finally, I caught up with somebody, and we're going to hear from Mike Brown, who honestly is probably one of the few guys on this team who ever speaks the truth. Here's the truth from Mike Brown. Here we go, guys.
Well, all I can tell you is that obviously our defense isn't what it used to be. Everyone wants it to be what it used to be, and it's not that. It's all about performance. And we haven't been performing well. Wherever we're ranked, that's where we deserve to be ranked. You know what I'm saying? So that's just it is what it is. I think once we come to grips that our defense isn't what it's supposed to be, we'll all be better off. But
do you mean from the outside, or do you mean people inside? That's just maybe what you see. Do you mean the outside perception?
I think it's perception and reality. Our perception is that we have a good defense. The reality is we don't.
Criticism is deserved?
Well, of course. I mean, it's about performance. That's the bottom line in this league. It's about performance. It's not how you talk, how people view you. It's about how you perform on Sundays. And we haven't been performing at all on Sundays.
Can you fix it this season?
We have to. I mean, if we want to go to the playoffs, you know what I'm saying? I mean, we have to.
Now, if you get the highlights out of that, guys, He said the defense is not what it's used to be. Everybody who's a fan certainly knows that. It's not what it's supposed to be. Again, the fans and the media know that, although the coaching staff never says it. And the reality is that this defense is not any good. Those are the words right out of Mike Brown's mouth.
Sure, and he's absolute truth. That's
Absolutely.
the fact. That's the fact all the way around. That's from the players and for the defensive coordinators, all of them. Because it comes down to one thing, and he's absolutely correct. It's not what you say. It's not what was in the past. It's not what you believe. And what Lance Briggs said, the fact a couple weeks ago, well, we can be good when we want to be good.
That's why you have coaches to see this. To see this in front of you.
Right in front of
so
your
they
face.
can see it, and they can make the changes, David.
I know
this isn't
that,
a
Eddie.
mystery. I'm telling you it's not.
But you know what? Again, you walk around that locker room. You hear it initially from Lovie Smith, who's just
a bunch of crap.
It's so placid. You're just. It's like a bad movie. You walk out on it. So then you go into the locker room, and some of the guys say the same thing. Oh, we have to look at the game film. What do you have to look at the game film for? It's a joke.
It was 34-3.
Look at the game. You better burn it.
Burn it. I wouldn't show it to anybody if I were them. If I was Lovie, when I got in front of that podium, let me tell you something. They've been hell-bent for leather. He's talking like the fact that this game was lost by 1 point, and looking at the fact that the Packers had more. They wanted it more than the Chicago Bears did. But don't worry about it. We're all 5-5. We got some more games coming up. If I was up there, not only when I walked out, I'd have walked into the bathroom and threw up. Listen to that.
I was pretty close. Again, some of the guys, and we'll have a lot more of the tape later on, some of the guys are honest and say that they're just underachieving, to say the least, or they're not good anymore. But there's a bunch of guys who keep saying they got to look at the game film. Then there's other guys like Tommy Harris, who had a lot to say against the media this week, who didn't have the guts after the game to talk about his performance.
Where the hell was he? Where was he?
Or Brian Urlacher, who reverted back to form from last year with the 1- and 2-word answers. That's useless also. So, again, it's guys like Mike Brown, who I thought played pretty decent overall from anybody in that defense.
At least he was hitting somebody.
He was hitting people all over the field. Now, unfortunately, I'm not a savant like you guys are. I still don't understand why the DBs are 8 to 10 yards behind the receivers. I just don't get it.
Dave, I can give you the answer. It's coaching. It's coaching.
Okay.
They have to put them in a lineup position. Whether if it's a blitz, where are they shading the inside? Are they step inside? Are they playing 3 yards back, 7, 10 yards back? It's coaching. Each defensive call is a different set position for all 11 guys, and you got to know that. And the damn thing is called coaching. Let's not dance around this.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Okay, Eddie, I agree with you. And you know what? They've neutered guys. Like, remember when Nathan Vasher first came into the league? His first year, he had, 6, 7, 8 interceptions? Right. He was the interceptor. Now this guy's playing 6, 7, 8 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. He's just letting everybody catch the ball in front of him. There's no pass rush to boot. It's a defense that will not succeed. And today they were exposed on the other end with being able to run the ball right up the gut all day long against them. Look at this, 200 yards rushing, 227 in the air. If that's not offense down your throat in both ways, I don't know what is.
But Dave, you know what the amazing thing is? It's not just today. This has been going on all year.
Right.
It's not like it just happened today or maybe happened last week. This is 10 games into the season. And every game we hear, don't worry about it. We're 5-5, and we're going to play so-and-so next week, and we got the Packers coming up. But we got to look at the big picture. The big picture is gone. The big picture should have been looked at 5 games ago.
Yeah.
It's just brutal. It's absolutely brutal.
The big picture to me, guys, is they're in a 3-way tie for 3rd place. Never mind for 1st place. 3rd place.
Exactly.
Right.
And you know what? And this is the kind of game, and, the last couple of weeks, actually, where I just think the whole ship potentially could start sinking, because I don't think the players are really enamored at all with the coaching staff and their decisions. And, with the losses being the way they have the last 2 weeks, I could see this whole thing going south real quick.
Absolutely. And the other thing, too, I'm glad that Mike Brown spoke up and talked about what really is going on, how bad they are, and they think they're better than who they are. That's a fact. And as soon as you recognize the fact that you're not playing well, that you're not good, then your only chance to get good is to work at it. But when I heard what happened last week with Tommy Harris, with all these guys, the way they were talking, you act like they were in the Super Bowl the last 5 years.
Well, I guess if you go, according to Tommy Harris this past week, I guess today's loss you can blame on the media too.
Well, no question, because you know why? Because the fans are negative. If the fans are negative and the media is negative, that's why they lost. There's no question. Then on top of that, the head coach says that the Green Bay Packers had a purpose, a better purpose maybe than the Chicago Bears had in this football game, and they come out and humiliated us.
Listen, you could have put any other team in the Green Bay uniforms today. It would have been the same result.
Same thing. I mean, it's the same story. The last 10 games have been the same story. Even in some of the games we won. The fact it's there. Now, what the hell are they going to do about it?
David, for Lovie Smith to talk about McCarthy and the Packers and what their purposes were in this game.
I can't
even begin to fathom that or even try to understand that.
What planet
is this guy on?
I would imagine, Eddie, as a former player, that's pretty insulting for you to hear.
Oh, absolutely. Are you kidding me?
You know what?
Talking about their purpose?
I would expect.
What the hell is he getting paid $5 million to be the head coach of this team for? Find out his own damn purposes and win the football game.
Ed, you got to look at the big picture. That's your problem.
That's what you do when you're making $5 million. You get your purposes and your points and what you want to do. You get them defined. Don't let somebody define them for you.
You know what, Dave? You know what this is coming down to? This thing's turning so wishy-washy, it's ridiculous.
I agree.
I'm telling you, it sounds like, we're one of these coffee clutches somewhere. This is a professional football game. Football is a tough thing to do, and you got to get in somebody's face once in a while. I understand everybody can't be like Mike Ditka. I realize that. I realize the fact that coaches stay calm on the sidelines. But there comes a time when you got to have to say to yourself, I've had enough, and I'm not going to take any more.
I think I've heard that line before.
It was a movie, wasn't it?
I think so.
But I'm serious, though, about that whole thing.
No, and you're absolutely right. I got to tell you what, guys, it's pretty embarrassing when you're up in the press box and most of the media is laughing at the performance of the team, number one, and then when you hear the dribble out of some of the people's mouths after the game, you're laughing again at what you're listening to.
I can't imagine what it was like in that locker room after that little speech.
Well, I think the whole embarrassing thing for just speaking of the players, the guys that mouthed off this past week, talking about David, the press, and the fans and everybody in general, and you just can't do that when you play football in this league. Respect how you got there, respect that you're there, respect why you're there, respect the league, respect the team you play for, and more important, respect the fans that you play for, because you're making a great salary, you're making a great living, and give it everything you got every week. Don't let your mouth do your talking. Let your actions on that field do when we talk.
Absolutely.
And have respect for what I just said.
Absolutely, Eddie. And adding on to that, just one last tidbit, and you're right about everything you said. Don't mouth off if you're not playing well. And some of the guys who have mouthed off, especially this past week, have not played one iota of how they should be playing.
You won't hear from them, David. They'll go hide somewhere.
Well, they did after this game, I'll tell you.
They didn't talk to anybody, did they? They're
no.
big mouths and talk about how great they are. And the fact is, how could you point to the fans and say the fans, it's your fault because you're too damn negative? And the fact was, when he did say this, really pissed me off, was the fact when he said, I didn't want to be here. I was drafted here. I just came here.
That was one of the most idiotic things I think I might have ever heard
in my life. When all these people are out there and you see them going to the stands, screaming and yelling and cheering for the Chicago Bears, and there a guy has to say, well, I wasn't supposed to come here. It wasn't my choice to come here. I don't know what the hell's going on anymore.
If I'm the Bears management and I heard that, which obviously they did, I'd go right up to them and say, you know what, give us our money back to get out of here.
Sure. Give me the dough, go back and do something else. Shoot, anybody get hurt for the early
No, just McGlover got hurt on the very opening play hamstring injury. But, for the second week in a row, they got embarrassed both weeks. But for the second week in a row, no injuries really to speak of.
All right, Shoes, thanks a lot, buddy.
Thanks,
right,
David.
Okay.
You know what? I got to read this here. Be the 67th person to text the word hammer to 67011. That's 67011. And win an S-Wing hammer. Post-game show gift pack. Stop yourself and use the hammer the pros use. Use S-Wing, made in the USA and forged out of U.S. steel since 1923. Go to swing.com for more information. Prize pack brought to you by 670 The Score and S-Wing Hammers.
Well done. Douglas, me boy.
I didn't say S-Wing. He's O'Bradovich on the phone on The Score Sports Radio 670. The Jiffy Lube postgame show live live at Real Time Sports in St. Charles. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears lose to the Green Bay Packers 34-3. Tough game. We'll be right back.
6 games left, tied for first. Here, you can say that we're starting over again, if you look at it that way. And that's what we're going to do. We have veterans in the locker room. We've been down before, and now, it's a critical stage. We'll step up, get some things corrected, and go from there.
We're back with Doug and OB and the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live from Real Time Sports Bar and Grill at 584 South Randall Road in St. Charles on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone live at Real Time Sports in St. Charles, 312-644-6767. You heard
wonderful
Lovey.
crowd here, Dougie.
Yeah, beautiful place. This place is outstanding. The food is great. The people are real nice, and just too bad that the Bears could not bring home a winner. And Lovey said it, though. They got a lot of veterans in the locker room, and they'll certainly look at this and try to put it all together. Okay, let's go out to Black Physicist. Black Physicist in Alvin Park. What's up, buddy?
Hey, gentlemen. Thank you for having me on your show.
You're welcome.
I would just like to first start out by saying, no, I never played professional football, and no, I don't know the nuance like you gentlemen. However, I would like these observations to be known. First of all, I noticed that there was bad tackle throughout the game. Saw that in the first quarter. We're looking at them letting Green Bay establish the run. I didn't see any tackling at the waist or both legs. I'm looking at shoulder tackling, like trying to strip the ball. Second of all, the secondary of our defense was exposed. Once again, you saw Manning getting burned. You saw Baxter getting burned. And it kind of reminded me, Doug, of your 3 keys to winning football, which I did not see, which is run the ball, stop the run, and stop the man with the skin of the ball. Now, I may be kind of misquoting you there, but you see what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay? Yeah. I didn't see any of that. Third of all, I saw a failure of the Bears to take advantage once they did get turnovers, in the case of Brian Urlacher getting the interception. What happened? Nothing. It basically just went 3 and out, gave the ball back to the Green Bay Packers.
That is so true, Black Physicist, because the fact is the tackling was shoddy. The fact that after Urlacher did intercept the football, usually what happens, and Obi and I talked about this many times, you go for the throw right away. You do something about it. But they get it down. It was 3rd and 1. They can't get the first down. There were so many things that happened out there today that were all wrong. And I wish somebody would tell me something that was right out there. I want somebody tell me what they saw that they liked to happen out there. Forte may be the only thing that happened out there that looked like resembled a football player. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that it could be that poorly prepared for a football game. And Lovie Smith and all those coaches also got to take the responsibility for that.
Doug, we spoke about that earlier. That is, if you were to say one thing, what would be the bottom line? What you just said again, Doug. Not prepared.
They're not prepared.
They were not prepared to play this football game mentally and physically. They were not prepared.
You can't get whipped that badly and be prepared. It's impossible. Let's go out to Jason and Bartlett. Jason, you're on The Score.
What's up, guys?
Hey,
It's
Jason.
a privilege to speak with you. Thank you so much.
Right back at you.
Listen, guys, I just want to say that at the beginning of the season, most of my friends and most of the experts, so-called experts, all had the Bears as like a 7-9 team. And as it turns out, they are who we thought they were. I mean, it's ridiculous. Since 2006 season, since like week 11 on, they haven't really been able to stop the run. It's been an ongoing problem. And fingers do need to start being pointed from the top on down. And see, we're still trying to win with that Baltimore philosophy from the early 2000s, that when they had Trent Dilfer and won it all. But you have to have a really good running game and a really good defense. We have neither. You know what I'm saying, guys?
Jason, unfortunately, we played against one of the worst teams in the league stopping the run, and we only ran the ball 20 times. That's all we did, pal. That's only 20 attempts trying to rush the football and establish the run against a team that gives up about 155 yards a game. Okay?
You know,
anything else need to be said?
Yeah. At the beginning of the year, I had picked the Bears to win seven games and lose 9. But I didn't realize that the division would be as weak as it is. And so what happened was I jumped on like everybody else jumped on, saw something and said, hey, hold it. This division's not that strong. You can take this division. You can go out there and do something about it. And I thought they would do that. I thought they would absolutely take it over. It didn't happen. And not only did it not happen, but the fact is, we'll keep saying it, they were not prepared to play today.
No, they weren't.
And the fact is,
bottom line,
and Lovey has got to take responsibility for that. You know, he's talking about the big picture. Well, part of the big picture was today's football games. That was part of the big picture. When this team wasn't ready to play, then you got to say, whose fault was it? You're afraid to point fingers? Well, start pointing at yourself, too. Because you got to take responsibility for it. Let's go out to Frank in Tinley Park. Frank, you're on the score.
Doug O.B.,
Frank.
I am fired up. I am fired up. I am so tired of hearing him say, a loss is a loss. You know, we'll move on. It's okay. No big deal. We're at 5-5. You know what? So is the rest of the division now.
Exactly.
Detroit, who's got awful. You know what I mean? This was a chance to take care of this. To put them at 4-6, and they had a tough out of them and put them out of the division. And what do? Nothing. We laid over and got pounded. Got pounded into the ground, 34-3. Got murdered. No defense. I mean, it's terrible. I mean, and there's nothing. I'm tired of his lame excuses. It's all he does. I'm really, really sick of it. You know what? Step up and be a man. And say, hey, we didn't come prepared. And they whooped us. They whooped us all over the field today.
Well,
you know what I'm saying, guys?
Oh, no. Frank, stop yourself. I mean, we've been saying this all day. I mean, that's how we feel about it. The fact is, we just can't understand it. And we can't understand how Lovey can even say, well, they had a purpose. What the hell did we have? What were we doing up there then if we didn't have a purpose? And the fact was, obviously our purpose wasn't strong enough because we just not just lose this football game, we got beat to death.
Hey, Doug, wait a minute.
This game would have went to 8 quarters, would have been 90-0 or whatever it is.
Doug, you don't get it.
Why don't?
We got out-purposed today.
Is that what it was?
That's what we got. We got out-purposed today. I never thought I'd hear that.
You know, Ed, to me that makes sense.
Guess what? We got out-purposed.
If their purpose was stronger than our purpose, then you're right, Ed. I mean, there's no question about it. This segment on the score is brought to you by Plass Appliance. Terrific place. Plass Appliance, celebrating 70 years of serving Chicagoland. He's Obradovich on the phone on the score. Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. We are live at Real Time Sports in St. Charles. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Greg, Jeff, Gordon, Brian, Tom, Chuck, Bob will be with you right after this.
Trent Green's been picked up by the Bears.
It's time for the best post-game show on the planet. The only show featuring the football wisdom of 2 legendary Bears. Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich with the Jiffy Lube post-game show on 670 The Score.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube post-game show on the score. Sports Radio 670, Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone. We're talking about the Chicago Bears win 27-3 over St. Louis. And Eddie, this game, getting in this football game, I think we start with the defense. And all the things we've been talking about and most people have been talking about is the fact, can the defense get sacks, which they did do. We talked about line tricks. They did the line tricks today. We talked about blitzing. They blitzed today. We talked about getting interceptions. They got 2 interceptions by their linebackers, which I want to see the linebackers get more involved. So basically, they put the pressure on the quarterback. They stopped the run. They did a hell of a game. And I'll tell you, I know the Rams are bad. They are terrible. But the fact is, the Chicago Bears had to do what they did to get out of there with the win and get ready for next week against Minnesota. They went down there. You saw what they wanted to do. They accomplished that. And unfortunately for the Chicago Bears, too, offensively, they went back to their running game. They ran the football. So they played defense. They ran the football, did what they do normally very well, and came out of this football game winning the game 27-3.
Well, what I like, Doug, what you saw, first of all, were the St. Louis Rams, were they what the Bears really needed at this particular time? Absolutely. It is unbelievable. But, Doug, what they did offensively, naturally they come from under center, but they came with the shotgun in the first half. They came with the Wildcat formation. And in passing, I saw some fly patterns today. And in the running game, we saw pulling guards. We saw our center, Olin Kreutz, pulling, Doug, to the strong and to the weak side with traps on the 4 and the 6 and the 5 gaps. And that was a good thing to see. And, again, this is another team that you could run on. Like last week, they could run on the Packers, Doug. And they ran, I think 32 times, Doug, and rushed for 201 yards. Matt Forte, 20 carries, 132 yards. Adrian Peterson, 5 carries, 35. Devin Hester, 2 carries, 32. Garrett Wolf, 3 carries, 5 yards. That's nice to see that they did not abandon the running game. And did it help the passing game? Yes, it did. But what I like, they ran from different formations offensively, Doug. Defensively, they were 7 guys on the line, 8 guys, 9 guys on the line. What was nice to see, not when they're up in that 7-man on the line, Doug, they were switching the gaps a little bit. Instead of being in a 0 gap, they might have been in the 4 gap or the 2 gap or the 5 gap or the 3 gap. The linebackers I'm talking about, they switched around. And they came with blitzes, and they backed out. It was kind of an aggressive game plan, and that's what you like to see. Finally, some aggressive-ness. And, by the way, listen to Lovie Smith before the game. He said what our defense is, Doug, is dedicated to speed and aggressiveness. Well, that's the first time I've heard him say something like that in an awful long time. But they were. It was speed, and they were aggressive today.
Well, the fact is, that's a game. They needed this football game, obviously, 27-3, and they won it the right way. They went out and they actually took, the Rams apart. Again, the Rams are a bad football team. I would like to see them and Detroit play each other. But the fact is this, though, when the opportunity arises, you have to take advantage of it. And so they did not let the Rams get in this football game. They start out 14-0, like most teams do against the Rams. They jump all over them right away. The Rams did beat Dallas, if you remember correctly. They also did beat Washington. They knocked Balger out of the football game early, which was a big help. And Trent Green had to come in to play quarterback for St. Louis. But the one thing I liked, Ed, I really liked, is the fact that I understand about that defensive line, about going after the quarterback. But what I saw, especially the one time when Ogunleye came in, they blitzed Urlacher to the left. They sent the defensive tackle to the left. They looped Ogunleye around, going up the middle, makes the sack. You need to do those things. It's very difficult anymore to stand up, straight up, 4 down linemen go straight ahead and make
exactly what they did on that play, Doug. It was 3rd and 16, and it's the first time the Rams had the ball. It was 3rd and 16, and we blitzed, and what they did, the tackle went out and took a Ogunleye spot at left end. Urlacher up on the line. He takes the inside gap next to the defensive tackle who's looping out, who has containment, and who came around. Ogunleye came up through the 0 gap, bang, sack.
That's right.
That's what happened on that play.
He's Obradovich. I'm Buffon. 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 27-3 over St. Louis. And the other thing that was impressive, too, where you talked about it, was the fact they sent their linebackers. We get Urlacher going in there. He blitzes. He tips the ball up in the air. And, of course, Lance Brigg makes the interception. One other time, Lance Brigg does a blitz. He goes inside, tips the ball, and Urlacher makes the interception. So, the takeaways they got today, they did some better tackling. The defense looked a hell of a lot better. The offense ran the football. Kyle Orton maintained the football game, threw when he had to throw. Didn't throw for a lot of yardage, but stayed away from the interception. Forte looked outstanding, had a 47-yard run, and in that run I saw Garza make, 2 blocks.
Doug, I'll tell you what, this was really a good field game, and I'm glad They did make some changes offensively and defensively. That's quite obvious, okay? I know they played against a poor team, but I'll tell you what. We have Minnesota at home next Sunday, Doug. And
That's away, isn't it?
Is it away? I thought it was. Oh, excuse me, it is away. You are. But our next 3 games, Doug,
are home.
Our next after that are home.
Right.
And I'll tell you what, they have a great chance if they go up to Minnesota, Doug, and if they perform and keep tricking and stunting and offensively firing from different offensive sets, Doug, they're going to be a load. They're going to be somebody that really has to contend with for 60 minutes. And if we can get by Minnesota next week, we got the next 3 games at home, we will have control of our division.
And there's a few other things, too, I saw in this football game that will matter down the road. We take Hester off to kickoff returns. Manning comes in, runs the first one for 50-yarders, sets us up for a touchdown. That's impressive. Maybe Hester needs that rest on it because I saw him make some plays today.
Doug, did you
wide receiver?
Did you see the difference with Manning? And remember, you asked me about 3 weeks ago. You said, Ed, what's the difference with Hester? And I said speed. He's just not coming with it. I mean, before he'd come straight up whatever sideline it was on, but he was going. You see Manning, what is he doing? He drops it right into 5th gear, and he's flying straight up. There's no hesitating, no second guessing. He's going right up into the pack and then making his cuts and his moves.
Right.
That's what Hester used to do.
Mm-hmm. And then we saw the fact that when you start doing that, when you start dancing, that's when you get
You're done.
Yeah, exactly.
Lucky you don't fumble the damn ball.
Well, the coverage team, yeah, exactly. You become, a sitting duck and they take a shot at you. So Manning did not do that, so that's a big plus. And I thought Kyle Orton, you thought maybe he should have been taken out of the football game?
I definitely would have taken him out, Doug. Mm-hmm. If I'd have had him in there in the third quarter, right at the end of the 3rd quarter, the 4th quarter, I would have taken him out, give Grossman some work. I believe we had the game in hand. I don't think we were worried about them coming back and tying us or catching us. But I think I would have taken him out because he was starting to hobble again. And the longer he played, the more he hobbled, Doug. At least that's what I saw.
He's Obradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767. Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Mr. Sharp in Oak Lawn. Mr. Sharp, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up, Sharp?
Hey, I've been hammering about the Bears getting to the quarterback and putting some pressure on them all year. And, finally they did it. They started doing some stunts.
Yes.
And their linebackers were getting some interceptions. And that's the way they were getting it. And I like to also say Forte is a Class A draft pick because not only is he articulate in his manners, but he's also an articulate football player. And it just shows what a class act that guy is. And I like to hear your comments on that, guys. Thanks a lot.
Sharp, I truly, and thank you, Sharp. I truly believe that game, I hate to go back to last week, but I have to. With the Packers and how many yards they gave up per game coming into the game last week, and we do have a ground attack, and we take Jones, and we don't activate him. We've got one running back in Forte. And why we did not go after the Packers and try to ram that ball down their throats, I have no idea. He carried the ball 15 times in the first half and touched it only 4 times the second half. We totally abandoned that. And I think if we'd have kept up with that running game, we would have had that Green Bay game, Doug, a little bit more in control. But I think we abandoned it too soon. Thank God today. Here's another team you could run on, and we dedicated to the run today, Doug. 32 attempts as opposed to 16, and the game plan worked.
The other impressive thing, which we've been staying away from, not saying too much about it, but the fact there was a big thought process about our offensive line at the beginning of the year. And you take a look at this offensive line. For example, today we saw where Forte had 20 carries. This kid averaged 6.6 yards per carry for 132 yards. But Adrian Peterson comes in. He runs 5 times. He averages 7 yards a carry. So what that tells you is the fact that you're getting blocking up front from that offensive line. And like I said, on that touchdown run, I saw Garza make a couple blocks. The Beekman is really doing an outstanding job. Sinclair. We're talking about an offensive line that supposedly at the beginning of the year, remember, Ed?
Yeah, absolutely.
They said they were going to be brutal, they're going to be terrible, we're going to get killed. And the fact is, they're very solid. Well, playing very solid football.
There was definitely, I'm a firmer believer in trap blocking from the offensive set. And they did a lot today, folks. They pulled Olin Kreutz. They pulled Olin Kreutz on the onside guard, whether it was going to the weak side or if it was going to the strong side. And when you got some defensive ends like Long and little, and you get guys that maybe they like to come from the outside, and you can pull that Doug, that 6 trap or that 5 trap and kick him out. And if those guys run out of the play, then he turns around. I'm talking about the guard. He turns around, looks inside, and you got a chance to break a play.
Well, there's no question. I think that the line is really coming up. We still need that running game, and you're absolutely correct. I don't know if they took stupid pills when we played the Packers. We should have ran their football.
Yeah.
But that's part of who we are. And so that's what you have to establish. And then the passing game comes after that. Because Kyle Orton, you give him that play action, too, he does an outstanding job.
Doug, no matter who we play, I think we can run the football. They just have to have patience with it. If it doesn't work the first or second quarter, don't abandon the running game. We have a quality back, and we have some linemen that can pull and get out and around and make some strategical blocks, Doug, and let's utilize it. What do we got? 5 more games? Mm-hmm. Let's not abandon this running game. Let's set the tone. And as you saw today, folks, does it make the passing game easy? And why it's so important to us, because we really don't go deep with the football in the passing game. We don't have the quality wideouts. But, boy, if they shut our run down or we abandon the run game, then all hell breaks loose. We can't convert on third down. We can't move the ball. We can't score points. So we've got to have that running game so you can go to play action, so that you can go to a shotgun, that you can go to bootlegs, that you can go to a hurry-up offense and confuse them a little there. But if you don't stick to the running game and you think that a long passing game is going to be your salvation, not going to happen. Not in this league.
Well, the fact is, too, what helps is the fact if your defense starts out strong. They did not start out strong against Green Bay. Talk about the Bear defense. They were just giving and giving and giving.
They weren't ready to play, Doug.
No. They
were not ready to play.
They claimed they were, but they were not.
Yeah, right.
Today's game, they were ready to play, and they come out defensively. When you can get in there 1, 2, 3, and out, you give your offense the ball. We know last week against the Packers. The Packers held the ball 38 minutes. How in the hell are you going to run the football when that other team is over 38 minutes?
Oh, they totally abandoned it, Doug, period.
Yeah, but we couldn't stop anybody. I mean, the Packers ran 200-some yards against us. So the reverse happened today, and it goes hand in hand. And the Bear defense has to do what it did today for them to be successful, then come back with the running game, then come back with the touchdown throws.
Partner, you couldn't call it more right. And they have to play this way. They can't send 7 men back and let 4 guys think they're going to get it up front. They can't do it. So what do they have? They have to do what they did today, and just like they did when we played the Eagles, and just like they did when we played the Colts, that same defense you saw today, that's got to be for the next 5 games. That's who they are. It's not the 3 linebackers dropping back and waiting for somebody to catch them underneath them, or 4 defensive backs dropping back. You can't have 7 guys in retreat. Those 7 guys got to be attacking with the 4 guys up front, and if you saw it today, and it happened. And I understand it's St. Louis, but the fact of the matter, it did happen.
See,
it happened against the Colts, and it happened against the Eagles, Doug.
When you just said, though, you said the magic words. I understand it was against St. Louis, and that's what we're going to hear all week. The fact is St. Louis is not a very good football team.
But the fact of the matter, they did it, though.
Right. But the philosophy was there. See, to me, the philosophy is the most important thing.
Doug,
now, if
they'd have come out, I didn't mean to interrupt your partner. That's just frustration.
No.
If they'd have come out with that knucklehead offensive scheme and knucklehead defensive scheme, again, if they'd have come out with that laid back,
bend don't break. Yeah.
Oh my God.
And that's the difference. I mean, that philosophy was there. Now, can they do that against better teams? Well, we'll find out. But at least the right game plans would be put in position for the Chicago Bears to win a football game. Let's go out to Calvin in the South Side. Calvin, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, great. Listen, you guys, I want to play devil's advocate here. I want to see them do this against the Vikings. I want to see it.
We know that, Calvin.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, then let me go to a couple of plays here. Why did Lovey challenge that fumble Matt Forte? I don't see how that could have been reversed. You should have saved that challenge for the Greg Olden catch. What I thought he was should have been ruled inbound. It should have been a catch. And then can somebody tell me what does Hester see when he's catching the ball? Why is he running so east to west instead of north to south? I want to hear what you guys got to say.
Doug, let me just take that first one, Calvin. They had, of all the camera angles, they didn't have
They did not have
Calvin, believe me. They didn't have it. It was such a pile-up They did not have a clear shot, and for that to be overturned, you've got to refute what happened. I mean, and they couldn't see it. It was total camouflage. You couldn't even find them in the pile, and the ball came flying out, and they called it a fumble, and that's what they have to go with.
Was he talking about Hester running east and west on the punt returns, or just?
Yeah, punt returns, because he wasn't on the kickoff returns.
No, well, I understand. I mean, there was a great play, though, on offense, where they had the fade, and the blitz was coming, and Orton hit him, and he ran underneath the ball, made a nice catch. But, he still hasn't found his way yet, what's going on with him. And I think you and I hit it right on the head with him. The fact is that he's thinking too much.
Too much on his plate.
Yeah.
Too much on his plate.
When he's doing those returns, and you do what you saw what Manning did, every returner that we've known, that we've seen, that we played with or played against, the first thing they do is they get up into the fray. They get up into the mix, and then they make their moves one way or another. But as they're doing that, they're going full speed ahead.
They're flying up. They're flying up into the action, and then they make their break. That's what he's not doing.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, talking about the Chicago Bears win 27-3 over St. Louis. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670.
They call it the 7 on first and goal. Play fake by Orton, throwing it left, caught at the 3, and walking into the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown, Jason McKay. Touchdown, Bears.
Go into every game saying start fast and finish strong, and I thought for the most part we did that. Obviously we got up on them right away, had a couple of big drives to start off the game, and kind of went from there.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show featuring Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich on 670 The Score.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call, and you also heard Kyle Orton talking about getting us a quick start, in which they did do after a good return by Manning and set him up, and the Bears did score right away. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone talking about the Chicago Bears. That's right, the Chicago Bears win 27-3. And they take care of St. Louis. They did what they needed to do. Now, I got to tell you, there was sometimes during that game I was dozing off a little bit. I understand that. I mean, I understand what we're all going to say, what everybody's going to say. The fact that it was St. Louis. But let me tell you this, you have to beat teams like that. And a lot of times you run into snags with teams like that. Like I thought we ran into a snag in the second quarter against Detroit. We came out of it and beat Detroit up. But the fact was, I like the philosophy of the football game, and so does Ed. The fact that we went after him. We did the line tricks. I am telling you, you've got to do these certain things for them to be successful. Now, next week against Minnesota, you'll be doing it against a better team. There's no question about it. But I do believe this. You still have to do blitzes. You still have to come with the tricks. You got to send your guys, your defensive linemen, in every different direction. And here's another little tidbit. I thought our corners, especially when it was third and short, played extremely stronger than they did before. In other words, they didn't give any kind of a cushion. One time I remember it was 3rd and 2. They jumped all over the wide receivers, also played the routes, also jumped the routes. These are things that need to be done. And hopefully this will continue next week. Then the key is going to be we find out if the Bears are good enough against better players. Well, obviously they were a better team, but they still did what they had to do.
Well, Doug, they gave up in rushings. The Bears gave up 14 yards today. Mm-hmm. And I forget what the number was against the Titans. But Doug,
26, I think.
It was a 26, yeah. And then they got pummeled last week by Green Bay. Well, we're going up into Minnesota, up into the Roller Dome or whatever the hell they call it, and you've got Adrian Peterson to contend with. And so our defensive line is going to be
it's a test.
It's going to be a hell of a challenge for him,
Absolutely.
Doug. And when you play the game and you're in there, that's what you're looking for. And if they can get up into the gaps, especially our two inside men, we're going to have some success. But if they come out pounding at us right away, Doug, and if we sit there and we don't camouflage, move our blitzing people around, show them all kinds of different fronts, so hopefully you can screw up their blocking scheme or make them guess every play. If we go back to that basically passive defense, we're not going to win that football game, my friend.
No, that's when, remember
we are
when
not going to win that football
Adrian
game.
Peterson came here a couple years ago, and he ran for 200 and some yards against us. That's exactly what we did. Remember, you and I covered a game, looked at it, and said, what the hell are they doing? They were doing nothing. They were standing there, 4 down linemen, 3 linebackers like statues, and then it's taking a damn beating. That's exactly what they did. They can't do that in this
You can't give
game.
Peterson, when he gets that ball 2 or 3 yards deep and back, and he's through the line 2 or 3 yards. He's a big boy with a lot of speeds, high knee movement, and he'll plow right through you, pal.
You got to go after him. You can't sit back and wait. And the other thing, which makes this team different, and you watch today, and I'm telling you, makes a big difference in this football team defensively, is Tommy Harris. When Tommy Harris is getting off the football, when Tommy Harris is penetrating, when Tommy Harris is hustling, and his knee seems to be fine, because I saw him on his screenplay, came in, fired in, got down to one knee, got knocked down, the screen came up, chased the play down, and caught it from behind.
So, Doug, the quarterback has nowhere to go. If you get the push from the 2 eye men up front,
he has nowhere to go.
He has nowhere to go. And your defensive ends rush from the outside. He can't wheel around.
Right.
He can't step into the pocket, and that's when the sacks come. But when your 2 eye men, when they can't get off the ball, and they're stymied at the line of scrimmage, that's when you get 8 alive in this defense.
See, what I liked about today, too, was the fact that if that did happen a couple times, what they did was to compensate for that, they send the linebackers up the middle. And so that in itself takes the place of the 2 defensive tackles. So now you got the pressure up the middle. Look why we got those tip balls.
Doug,
that's what we exactly got to do.
Absolutely. On that blitz that Aguilera came around from left defensive end, and he came around Urlacher's butt. Urlacher was lined up right over on the center. Tackle went out in the defensive end's position. He went into the gap where the defensive tackle was and looped. And Aguilera, with his speed, came flying right around and sacked. And that's what you have to do. That's what we've been talking about.
You would think, you would think you take a look at this. I mean, to me, this is the fact in football, what's going to happen today is that you have to show all of these. You have to do some of these things. You can't sit there and let those offensive linemen know that I'm on you man for man, and I'm going to block you man for man. You saw the mistake that was made there because the guard went down on Urlacher. That left an opening for Aguilera to come back and loop inside, right on next to the center, and go straight up the middle. And see, we have defensive ends that can run. That's the key. Alex Brown can run, so can Aguilera. So use them. Find a way to get them going.
Absolutely, Doug, because coming into this game, what was it, after 10, 11 games, you had Alex Brown had 3 sacks for the year, and Aguilera had 2.5 sacks. Well, today they got healthy. They got well. Why? Because you saw some change on the defensive line, and that's what they have to do, folks. Because I'm going to tell you what, if they sit down with those 4 down linemen and keep them basically in those same technique, 3, 2, whatever the hell they call it, and they keep them in those positions, those 4 down linemen, you're not going to get the pass rush.
No.
It's not going to happen. They're 4 sitting ducks. They will never get there.
And I also got to say this. This morning I went on air and I was talking about Nick Roach, a strong side linebacker. I thought against Green Bay he was horrendous. I didn't think he played well at all today.
He gave himself up on every play. Every play.
But today was different. He played different today. You can tell the difference. But the fact that they can't run the football, a strong side linebacker is very important. But like we talked about, you and I saw it. I mean, you can't, as the linebacker, you can't give yourself up. You give yourself up unless you clog a hole, which normally it doesn't happen, but you got to be on your feet to help make that play.
You're not doing anything when you lay on the ground. And I would assume that was due to coaching, Doug.
Because you played better today, taking on the lead blocks and getting after their running.
I think that's what they did. The mistakes that they made last week, I think they made some corrections, obviously, in the way we line up on both sides of the ball. And just speaking about what we're talking about with Roach right now, Doug, what you're talking about, and I think that whoever the linebacker coach is now, I don't know, but Baby Babbage grabbed his kid and said, hey, play it.
Do it.
Take a look at yourself.
Yep.
You're diving to the ground. We don't pay you to dive on the ground. What are you looking for, worms? I mean, you got to stand up and take people on and get off the block and make the play. You got to get up into the hole. Difference today, and I would assume that is from the coaches grabbing him and going over his technique.
I would think so, because other changes, too, we saw. We saw where I thought the corners played better and played tighter. You saw
they weren't back 12 yards, Doug.
No, they weren't cushioning all the time.
And our safeties weren't 25, 27 yards back.
And I think, too, I think you should not be afraid sometimes you think the Bears get a little afraid of whoever they're playing. Maybe today they felt confident they could handle it. I still think you got to have the same attitude against good quarterbacks or good teams because you can't still give that cushion. You still got to be aggressive defensively no matter who you're playing.
But I'll tell you what, Doug, though, they still had a passing attack, St. Louis, that, they could hurt you deep. Are they going to score a whole bunch of points on you? But they haven't Holt and another guy, that young rookie, I believe. Doug, they can fly. They've got speed, and they can get the ball down the field. But I'll tell you what, a tighter defense, a smarter defense was played today. And let's hope it continues next Sunday.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Mister, give us a call. Chicago Bears win 27-3. We'll be right back.
Shotgun snap to Green. Pressure coming in. He avoids. Arches back deep down the right side. It's intercepted by Charles Tillman inside the 10-yard line of the Bears. Interception number 2. They're going to call him out of the 6-yard line. Well defended was Donnie Avery, the rookie out of Houston.
Putting that type of pressure on the quarterback from the start. I think we had about 5 sacks or something like that. And all of them were from the defensive line. They are the engine of our defense, too, so it was good to see that. We talk a lot about takeaways. It's important getting the takeaways today from our guys. Just a good team effort all the way around with what our team was able to do.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show featuring Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich on 670 The Score.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. And you also heard Lovie Smith talk about the defense and the sacks, which they had 5 today, and also the turnovers they got. So it was a great defensive effort today. You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone. 312-644-6767 is our phone number, Eddie. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Chris in Champaign. Chris, you're on the Score.
Hey, how you doing? Doug and OB, how you doing?
What's up, Chris?
Hey, I tell you what, good game by the Bears. After watching 2 weeks, the Titans was a tough one. Last week was just absolutely miserable.
Right.
But I'll tell you what, I'm not quite sold on these guys yet. It was a great game. It was against St. Louis and all that, but they didn't have a run. They didn't have a really good passing game. You face the second quarterback, pretty much most game. So I'm just kind of keeping, fingers crossed and stuff. And I don't know what to expect. Next week's big. If the Williams brothers play, there's some speculation that they might not for some kind of banned substance thing. If those guys play, they got their hands full next week, and I think they pretty much got to run the table at home. New Orleans, and I'm not sure who else they've got at home, but those are going to be tough games. And I just don't get too optimistic yet because, like I say, today was a gimme. I don't think there's anyone out there who expected them to lose this game. And the fact that they did, clap their hands for them, and all that. But, they really only outscored them 3-0 in the second half. So I'll just hang up and let you guys listen to what you got to say. Thanks.
Chris, and I understand what you're saying, and I think all our listeners know, and we have some pretty damn good listeners that know what this game of football is all about. But the thing to feel good about, Chris, is we have, I believe, a coaching staff that you could kind of maybe call kind of stubborn, maybe. And what they had to do after, 10 games here, Doug? Mm-hmm. What they had to do, Chris, believe me, was they had to make a change on both sides of the ball. They had to make a commitment to doing something different. They could not continue playing the way they played defense and offense. They had to make some changes. They had to make some commitments. So what you saw today, what I saw and what Doug saw, we did see a commitment. We did see a different lineup defensively in different gaps. Linebackers, where they usually line up in blitzes, he had them in all different gaps. They came with line tricks, safety blitzes. They put a lot of pressure, a little more defense, a little more pressure. That's what we wanted to see, and that is a change for them. Then offensively, to see him run now from different sets, and I know Orton's been hurt with a bad ankle, but the fact of the matter is there are certain things that they can do, and they've made the adjustments. Now, here's the question, Chris.
Can they do it against a better team?
Can they do it against a better team?
Right.
And if they have a tough going from the outset, don't abandon what you saw today. You saw an aggressive defense, Doug.
Yeah. I agree 100%. It's
and then
so
the
much
running game,
who
Doug.
it's against is the fact that they did it, and that is what's going to be needed to do against a better team. You're going to have to go and do the same process you did today to win a football game against a better team.
You know what we saw? What we saw today? You saw the run, the switch blocking up the middle, and then you saw Forte run off the tackles, which we haven't seen too much of them. And between, you're talking about the 7 and the 6 gap, and what you saw was Croots being pulled and the guards being pulled. So we had a couple of blockers that can get out and around and hit the point of attack and spring it open for Forte to go. Let's not abandon that. When we go up to Minnesota, I know it's a different line, a whole different thing, but just because that is, what all of a sudden we're supposed to surrender? We're not supposed to block these guys? We're supposed to give up on the scheme that we had today? No. Get better at it. You're going to play a better football team, you get better at it. But I'm going to tell you something. You're going to make Minnesota's defensive coaches, Doug, what they're going to be doing, they're going to be at the gaming now for the Wildcat, the rollouts, the hurry up, the no huddle, the shotgun, and now we're starting to move out. We're starting to trap their ends, switches up the middle. Nice.
You know what? Quick question for you. And I don't understand this, but it seems like it works. You know, this Wildcat thing. I mean, one time Hester got the snap, he ran. One time Forte got it, Peterson got it. But I'm talking about defensively. I watch it very closely. I mean, the keys will still tell you where the ball is going.
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't know what the hell you're looking at. The guard pulls.
You know what?
You pretend like I don't care who has the football, but here's the key. This tells you where you're going. I don't get it, but it surprisingly works, and I don't know why.
Yeah, you know what? Mike North last year, he said, come on, Ed, you got to think outside the box. When I used to do the morning show with Mike North, and Mike's saying, let's go from put Hester back there in kind of a single wing or just a lone back and direct snap it to him, and you go from there. And if you look at it, and what I tried explaining is that there's containment, force, and fill. Well, you know who's got the ball. And you're not going to give him, snap the ball back there and have him hand off to somebody else. He's basically going to get the ball 98% of the time, whether he's going to run strong or run weak. So you have containment, you have force, you have fill, and that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
So what's changed? I don't know. People do.
It works.
I don't understand.
I mean, it looks like the defense is like in total shock.
Yeah, if you watch the way Miami does it, they've got people running clear, and it's the one guy that's got the ball. It's a single wing. And
the guard pulls, you go with the guard. The guy comes up. You take your same.
Wherever the guards are going, that's where the ball's going. So, and don't ever forget this, folks. If you want to watch where the football's going, watch the guards. Wherever they go, that's where that football's going.
I imagine maybe the defense all of a sudden gets,
But I got to tell you,
shocked.
Kudos to Mike North. I mean, he came up with that last year, and that was before the Dolphins and anybody else. And I tried shooting it down because of the containment, force, and fill.
You can't do it all the time, but it's great.
And like who's going to call the plays?
Right.
Who's going to do this? Who's going to send in the plays? There's only one or two plays you can do with it, okay? But I tell you what, kudos to Mike. He was the one he came up with the idea. Maybe he should be the coach.
Well, I'll tell you, they're using throughout the league. I mean, everybody's popping it in now.
You know what, Doug? You've got a defense against it.
Yeah.
It's just another thing.
It's just... You set it up. You have to work on it during the course of the week.
And you've got a defense against the no huddle. You got a defense against the shotgun, don't you?
Sure.
And when you don't run those things and you come from under the center for 4 quarters, that's why they come up and they smother you to death. That's why you can't run and you can't pass.
I guess I just can't figure the mystery out of it, and I just don't understand it. But the fact is that
I understand how you shut it down. But then again,
I mean, to me, it would be easy to shut down, but I'm telling you, it seems it works.
I know it works. It works, yeah.
Let's go out to Randy in Iowa. Randy on the score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, hey, guys. I really appreciate talking to you guys.
Hey, Randy.
Hey, just talking about the offense and stuff, I agree. I just saw something completely different, different wrinkles that they didn't use last week against the Packers. I think when they run the I formation with the back in there, seems like Forte can gain 4 or 5 yards, but when he's a single back, doesn't seem like he gains many yards. As far as the Wildcat, I'd like to take a step even further than that. It's been a long time, but I used to watch old NFL football films, and they used to have a split backfield where each back would be even with each other, just like they do in the shotgun, the pass block, but the quarterback's up on center, and they would cross block the 2 running backs.
Randy, that's...
one, give it to the other, and vice versa.
Randy?
So it might be first and second man through, first, second man through. Yes, sir?
Randy, that was what that was called, was the H formation. That's called an H formation. When you have the quarterback that's under center and you have 2 backs, both lined up behind the offensive guards on the strong and weak side, that's called an H formation, and that's when you can do a lot of cross-buck, a lot of faking, and be a little bit more effective in your bootlegs and rollout because you got the 2 backs back there, and you can do a lot of things with them, put them in motion, et cetera, et cetera. But you don't see too much of that. They had that 250-pound fullback that sits there, and he's always the lead blocker. Especially with the other running back, Jones. I'd love to see him to go to that H-back situation.
Well, you see, you talk about Jones. And Jones, they have not put in, they have not activated him.
Deactivated again today.
But Peterson comes in. And like I said, Peterson is a hell of a runner. Now, he's a good guy to come in for a change of pace.
Jones is a better runner.
Yeah, but they must not think so. Because they had Peterson running today. The kid had 7 yards, average.
I understand, Doug.
Unless Jones is hurt, because originally they went out to get Jones to be the backup guy. But the last 2 games now, and especially, we go into the Green Bay Packers, and Jones is not activated.
Not activated. And a team you can run against. And
you would think
activated.
That would have been the mindset for that game.
Could it be, Doug? Could it just be that Jones cannot pick up the blitzing? He doesn't have the system down yet. So they're going to come with Adrian Peterson, keep him activated, because if they do have to audible and he has to stay in and block, Adrian Peterson can block, or maybe Jones can't block.
That could be part
just a thought.
Or the other thing could be maybe the kid is hurt because he had a bad knee coming in this deal. I don't know. But
Doug, then he should be on that injured list, and he's not.
But I saw today at Peterson, once again, we can go back a couple of years when they were just bringing him. He's not going to be your starting back. He can't be your starting back. But the fact is, just to augment your offense and your running game, hell, if you can get a guy come in at 7 yards, 6 yards a crack, I mean, that's pretty damn good.
Absolutely.
Real good. He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. That's right. Obradovich in the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talk about the Chicago Bears win 27-3 over St. Louis. Ed and I will be right back.
It's been something. It's not a huge part, but we've been working on it every now and then in practice, and got some good stuff out of it, so it worked for us today.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show featuring Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich on 670 The Score.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. Eddie, let's go back out to the phones. Let's go out to Bear fan Brad in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Bear fan, you're on the Score.
Good afternoon, Doug and OB. You guys are the absolute best. One quick comment. You had a caller about 10 minutes ago. His name was Chris, and he said, I wholeheartily want to disagree with a perspective that he made. He said that this game was a gimme. You know what, Chris? In professional sports, in the NFL and Major League Baseball, there is no such thing as a gimme. People who think they're gimmies, that's they end up being losers in the end for blowing it off. There is no such thing as a gimme in pro sports. But my original call was, OB and Doug, if you could give a letter grade to these 2 Bears today and how they played, A, B, C, D, or F, I want your opinion. The first one is Dvorak, and the second one is Nathan Vasher. You guys are the absolute best. OB, you are a total badass, man. Have a great day.
What would you want to go first, partner?
No, go ahead.
No, why don't you go first?
Basher got beat on a deep one about 40-some yards. He ended up getting hurt.
He turned his back, Doug.
He turned his back.
Lost.
Not the same as, before. I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, something happened to this kid, Doug.
Yeah. But Graham came in, obviously, and played very well. I would say, he's probably between a C and a B. I mean, he didn't do anything bad, except for that one time they got beat. If you want to tell me about Tillman probably would jump up to the
Dvorak.
Dvorak, he made a couple plays, but still, he's not the player that I thought he was going to be. And I think Dvorak needs to really work. And we will not get that pass rush out of this kid, though, Ed. That's what we need inside like that. And I would give the kid maybe probably C+ or something like that.
And basically the defense that we play, sliding along the defensive line ain't getting it done. What you got to do is get up into the gap and then make your move. You don't slide, because when you're sliding, you're not penetrating, and the blocker is controlling you when you're sliding along the line. Remember what I just said. If you're not penetrating and you're sliding along the line, the offensive lineman is controlling you, and all he has to do is just give you a quick turn, and if the back cuts back, he's gone. So what you got to do is make penetration. He didn't do it. He did a lot of sliding. Give them both a grade. I'd give them both C's.
He's Obradovich. I'm Buffon on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767. I think C is because when you went 27-3, you didn't play poorly, but you're not maybe outstanding. So I think C is average.
But the thing with Basher, Doug, which I didn't understand, on the one play he got beat for 40-some yards, I mean, he had the inside. He's dropping back. He makes the cut to the outside. And what does he do? He turns the other way and puts his back to him. And when you do that, Doug, play is over with.
Yeah.
You never do that.
No, and he ended up getting hurt. I don't know what.
They said it was a thumb.
Thumb, is that what
it
was?
Yeah.
Well, Obradovich and Buffon on the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. John, Jim, Bill, Ross, Derek, Rob will be with you right after this.
Oh, you know what? Oh, nothing.
What was that?
I was just going to say we should ask Brad what he thought their grade should have been.
Yeah. I think he was right around the C+.
I think somebody might have gotten a D.
Yeah. Okay.
Second and 6 of the Ram 47-yard line. Davis to the left. They park Olsen in the slot. Orton takes, giving it Forte, blasting up the middle of the 40 of the Rams. Breaks a tackle with the 30. He's on his horse. 10, 5, touchdown, Matt Forte. Touchdown Bears.
Matt's played well every game he's played for us. Some game, he's had more yards than others, but you get the same player each week, a steady player that can beat an opponent, whether he's catching the ball out of the backfield or running the ball.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show featuring Doug Buffon and Ed Obradovich on 670 The Score.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call, and also Lovie Smith talk about how good Matt Forte is, and he is absolutely correct.
What did he have a brain lock last week against Green Bay?
They didn't run him.
Did they forget how good he was?
Forgot about him.
Well, guys, once they get a brain lock. Hey, Doug, by the way, I want to ask you one question. Your buddy, Big Doug?
Yeah, Big Doug.
All right, when you're on with Mully and Henley on Fridays, all right, now I understand he's a horse handicapper. Is that correct?
He's a horse guy.
Okay, what was the name of that horse, Doug? Last week that you...
Did he won?
Your hot tip was,
Yeah, the hot tip was Gambler on the Lake.
Gambler on the Lake? No,
right.
The one last week.
Green Cha-Ching.
Green Cha-Ching? Well, looking out my window, Doug, I just saw Green Cha-Ching. Nobody could find him. The horse just ran by right now, going north on Columbus, Doug, which is a one-way going the wrong way. So here's Green Cha-Ching. Just went by the studio.
He last guy, then someone said, he came in so late that he tiptoed into the barn, so he didn't want to wake up the other horses after the race.
Guess what?
He's down here.
Well,
you know what? He's been known to drink a few. I think he's right on Rush Street.
I think maybe Big Doug tipping a few too. Yes.
Yeah, Big Doug. Talking about racing next Friday.
Hawthorne.
Yeah, that's right. The day after Thanksgiving, it's Hawthorne's 3rd annual Guys' Day Out. Leave the turkey leftovers alone, and please leave your mother-in-law at home too. Grab the guys and head out to Hawthorne for a post-holiday party in the historic Turf Club. It's a 3-hour buffet and a house bar featuring Mike Ditka's very own wine and Absolute Bloody Mike's Plus sampling of fine spirits and fine cigars. All for just
$35.
That's unbelievable.
Oh, it is great.
I'll tell you, that Carey family,
They're
what,
great.
100 years they've been here supporting the city with all the taxes they've paid. And
They are
they're a wonderful family.
Class outfit.
You bet they are. You bet.
Tickets are nearly sold out, so call today, 708-780-3770. That's 708-780-3770. Visit HawthorneRacecourse.com. And Big Doug said next week he's got another tip that's going to put you in the poorhouse. Listen Friday on the Mulligan Show, Hanley, at 9 o'clock.
Doug, you think you could get a hold of Big Doug and maybe we could go there Friday?
I think
the three of us?
3 of us will be there. And
then should I bring a big bag to carry all the cash or garbage can or what?
Here's what you do.
Yes, Doug.
You rent.
Yes.
You rent one of those trucks. You know those big trucks?
Yes. Like a Brinks truck?
Brinks trucks?
Yes.
Probably 2 of them.
2 of them?
I've got a hot number this week that may break. I may break the bank. But the Big Dog gave me this number.
I know he
gave me
did.
The horse.
Yeah.
So he's real good at it.
Well, Big Doug's got to get a little.
He's got to get a life is what he's got to get. He's got to get a life.
His football picks. Wait. Big Doug's football picks. They've been going south, too.
South. Last thing I know, he was living in a tent under Michigan Avenue. Down to Russ in Naperville.
Wait a minute. We got guys looking for Big Doug. Oh, it's hot tips.
Well, he's well known throughout the country. You know that, don't you?
Yes. Oh, Big Doug is known throughout the country.
He owes money.
Oh.
Guy's a bust out.
Oh.
There's no question about it.
Excuse us.
Yeah.
Mitch is probably having another heart attack.
Mitch is flipped.
Yeah.
We'll go to Hawthorne, though, this Friday after Thanksgiving. Go out there for $35. Let me tell you something. It's unbelievable. They did.
Is Big Doug going to be wandering the halls out there, maybe?
He might be out there.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what?
Right.
He's probably going to hit the carries for money. For a few bucks to bet on some of his horses.
Hello,
you know?
Tim Carey. This
please.
is Doug
yeah.
the phone.
Yeah.
He's out. We don't know when he'll be back. Have a good time, Big Doug.
Leave a message.
Left for Europe. Out of your cruise.
All right, Ed.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
All right, we got to get
back to our regular, regular scheduled show here.
All right.
Russ in Naperville. Russ on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. How you doing there?
What's up,
Russ?
Sorry, Russ.
Having a grand time. I love listening to you guys break down every game every Sunday.
Thanks, Russ.
Yeah, hey, speaking about Matt Forte, I'm trying to call in here to see if we can get his official yardage total corrected.
Why is that?
Well, I believe he should have 139 yards versus 132. There was a play in the middle of the third quarter when they were 3rd and 7 at their 9-yard line. Orton went back near the goal line, wound up flipping the ball out to Forte.
Yeah, was it a pass or a lateral? What'd you call it?
Well, they got to go back and look at the film. I think it's going to be called a lateral. From what I saw, I think Forte was about a half a yard behind where Orton really fell. So I think when they go back and look at it, they got to change it to a rushing play.
Russ, hold on one second. I saw that play.
Yeah.
No, he was in front of him.
It looked like a pass to me, Russ.
Russ, he was in front of him. He wasn't behind him.
I don't know. You got to take a look at where he released the ball from because he had the ball in front of him when he released it.
Well, that's a good call, Russ. I don't know how they would do that. I guess they would just look at it and check it because the fact was he was 7 yards.
I'm sure when they go over the films, they'll do that, especially because you see that a lot, Russ, with the guys, especially the defensive players. You know, somebody may have 8 tackles, and by the time tomorrow morning comes around, they've had 28 tackles, and I don't know how the hell they do that. But
I kind of agree with you, Ed. I thought that was a pass. I thought he flipped it.
He just flipped it in front of him.
Yeah,
someone was positive.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Yeah. No. I mean, he was real tight, but what a hell of a play by Orton too, by the way.
Quick thinking.
Getting rid of that football is unbelievable.
That's what you got to have.
Let's go out to Jim in LaPorte. Jim, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, I want to say, hey, I love you guys' show.
Thank you.
Jim,
you guys are both great players.
Jimmy, let me ask you, are you in LaPorte, Indiana?
Yeah.
How much snow you got, pal?
9 inches.
Wow.
You know, and that's over 3 times, and, you know, I had to fire up the snowblower 3 times this week.
I hear you.
and it hasn't been a fun week for me. But I love your guys' show. I totally agree with you guys about, today's defense reminded me more of the Indy game,
right,
where they came out and they totally confused one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And the offense, I don't know why they don't go to the hurry up all the time, because it seems like they play better. But the real question I got is, I grew up watching Walter Payton my whole life, and it seems like this Matt Forte guy, he just reminds me of Walter Payton, where, boy, he'd find the hole, he finds the holes, and he gets through things, and he gets past people, and when he gets hit, he still gets 2-3 yards out of it most of the time. And I just wanted your comment on that.
Well, there's no question that Forte is a hell of a back, and I think part of that reason is his work ethic. But I got to tell you, I play with Peyton, and very few guys are going to come up to Peyton, as far as a running back. Walter was extraordinary. I mean, extraordinary.
Yeah, he was a freak of nature.
Yeah,
to play as long as he played, Doug, and not run out of bounds. And he delivered the blow.
Exactly. I mean, that was unbelievable. This is not taking nothing away from Forte, because Forte is going to be in a Bear uniform for a long, long time.
Jim, that's why you cannot give up on a running game when we have a kid that can break it any play. Even though the first quarter or your second quarter, things don't look good, don't abandon the run. This kid has the capability. He's got great peripheral vision. This kid has the ability to cut back, and he's got the speed to go. So that's why you cannot abandon the running game, not when you have the kid this quality that we have in the backfield.
He's O'Bradovich. I'm Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Ed and I will be right back.
There's the kickoff. We're underway, and it sails to the 1. Straight ahead to the 10, 15, left of the 20, opening at the 25, breaks the tackle to the 30, to the 40. Manning dragged down from behind at midfield.
Danielle's a good player. When you start fast, of course, kickoff returns the first thing up. Last week, Danielle hit it in there hard, so we were hoping we could get a little boost with his play on the kickoff, and we were able to do that.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show featuring Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich on 670 The Score.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call, and Lovie Smith talking about Manning, about the way he returns, and the key words there where he hits the hole. In other words, he comes flying 100 miles an hour, and then once you get up in there, then you make
then he makes his move.
Exactly.
That's what Hester used to do.
He used to do that, and he's not doing that anymore.
No, he's not.
You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767.
You know what, Doug, before we quickly move out to the phone callers right here, if you looked at what happened today, you looked at St. Louis, not obviously won 2 games so far, but I'll tell you what, Doug, they had 11 penalties for 85 yards. 11 penalties. You have 11 penalties, I don't care what it is, you're going to lose a football game. Wow, they just shot themselves. Huh?
You're right. I mean, they're not
11
they're
penalties.
not a good football team. And many times, first of all, they couldn't take advantage of that 75-yard return. They missed the field goal. They had a couple other penalties.
Every time they had good returns, there was a penalty. Constantly. Holding.
But that's what bad teams do, Ed.
Right, I know.
And I know,
I hear you.
and I understand that, and I look at it, and I know what people are thinking. And even myself, I say to myself, I know it was the Rams. But, guys, you have to beat these teams that are supposed to beat. And that's exactly what we did.
I'll tell you, Doug, you know what was really important about this game? It looked like the players, through hearing them talk to reporters, some were talking, some weren't, it looked like it was almost ready to bust at the seams. And if you talk 5-5, we're tied going into this game. Did we need a victory and a good, solid victory? We really needed it big time, because if we'd lost this game, Doug, because there looks like there were starting to get some cracks in the armor, Doug. The past couple of weeks, if this would have gone south on us, this would have been a real ugly show.
Heads, Ed.
Oh,
Big
for
time.
players and
coaches.
This would have got real ugly, folks.
And coaches. There's no question about it.
Yes.
Especially coming after that Green Bay loss. And now this game, they go down there, they get the win. Let's see what happens now. But like I said, the important thing was to win this football game, and the other important thing was how you won the football game. And Ed and I talked about this.
Doing something different.
Exactly. The philosophy of it. Now, we take that same philosophy in the last 5 games. You're going to need it to try to have a chance to win one of these football games. Let's go out to John and Elgin. John, you're on the score.
Hey, John.
John.
Hey, I just want to, first of all, thank the NCAA for allowing the University of Michigan to play the Bears today. That was very special of them.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
Did you catch that game on television yesterday?
Oh, my God.
And what was it, 9? Michigan State had the ball with 9 seconds to go. And obviously, Penn State was passing in the fourth quarter. And they called 2 timeouts in a row, Michigan State. Woo!
I think John was talking about Michigan.
Yeah, Michigan. University of Michigan were allowed to play the Bears.
Yeah,
exactly. Michigan. Okay.
They're just
I thought you
bad.
said Michigan State. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Not a problem. Hey, but you know what? Let me ask you this. In tomorrow's meetings, are the assistant coaches going to grade this game on a curve because of the competition, or are they going to look at it and say, this is just like playing the New York Giants. You guys did really great. Do they curve it?
No.
No way. No, they don't. No.
It's what you do, no matter who you're playing against, and what the outcome is, and what you're supposed to do.
Right.
And that's how they look at it.
Yes.
There's no question about it. And I understand what you're talking about, and I understand the fact in the back of most people's minds, and this is going to happen all week. The fact that people are going to talk about it. Say, oh, yeah, I understand that, but don't forget it was the Rams.
No, officially they won't, John.
They won't do it.
No, they won't.
They
won't.
No.
Another game.
Plus or minus, that's how they look at it. Let's go to Rob in Bloomington. Rob, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
All right, Rob.
Yeah, it was a great win for us today. You got to give them credit they deserve, but I will be realistic that I'm actually scared a little bit because ever since the first week of the season, I don't think we've had a real good quality win against a really good team. Isn't that a little cause of concern there?
Well, the concern, no question, is the fact that, especially last week when I really got concerned. In fact, after the game was over, OB and I, basically tore up into the Chicago Bears. This is the way they lost that football game. And once we saw that they basically looked like to us, they couldn't compete against the better teams.
You couldn't color that game last week. You couldn't color it any other way.
It was
terrible. What, are you going to sit here and talk to our listeners and, oh, no, well, this was okay. No, it wasn't.
Not even close to being okay. But once again, like I said, we'll all be saying this. You will see all the accolades during the course of this week, but you're going to hear, but it was the St. Louis Rams. That's what they're going to have to live with. They did the right thing they were supposed to do, and that was beat this football club.
Change was the key.
Right.
That's number one. They had to change the philosophy. It was not working, Rob, and that's the key. They had to change it. Now, we played against St. Louis. 3 of our 6 victories are against 2 against Detroit, 1 against St. Louis. Mm-hmm. And so some pundits would say, well, really how good we are. Well, we're going up into Minnesota. Minnesota won today.
Right.
And they got
We'll find out.
They got a pretty good defensive line. We'll find out how good they are and how long they stick to their game plan.
It's certainly better going up to Minnesota with a win against St. Louis than a loss against St. Louis, like Ed and I talked about. The fact is, if that did happen, they would have been calling for everybody's head, including Lovey's, by the way. People would have been, press would have been, I would have been, Ed would have been. There was no excuse to lose this football game. And we know that. I even just picked the Rams just to piss everybody off about it. Because you know what? You knew what you should have done.
Excuse me. Did you pick it or did Big Doug pick it?
Big Doug told me. He sent me a memo.
Okay.
I'm going to blame it on him.
Okay. Yes. Why not? What the hell?
Let's go out to Derek in Lincoln. Derek on the score.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up, Derek?
Hey, I have a couple points here. One back to the other caller that called earlier about comparing Forte to Walter Payton. I think that's a little too much of a stretch.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
It's too much of a stretch. I think you can compare Forte to the success of Rashaan Salam. I think he fits his style a little bit better in his rookie season. But the comment on the last caller about the quality of wins, it really concerns me when we lost close games being unconditioned maybe in the fourth quarter to teams like Carolina, Tampa Bay, and obviously the Atlanta loss was heartbreaking. But what's going to happen if we play a team like Dallas or New York if we happen to play them in the playoffs? I think they pose too much of a threat for this kind of team defensively that we call ourselves a great defense, and we pride ourselves on that. I mean, what's your guys' thought on that? I'm a little scared for that.
You know what, Derek? I'm scared we're not even going to get to the playoffs.
Yeah, we got to get there first, Derek.
We have to get there. I mean, I don't know how good we will be if once we do get there. I'm saying to myself, what kind of chance do we have to win the division? And then go from there. You know, I'm not looking too far ahead because still, though we got to win today, I'm still not convinced that this team is in order. I'm talking about the Chicago Bears. I'm not convinced yet. But I saw what happened today, and I'm saying, okay, fine. We'll take one day at a time or one game at a time. Let's see what happens. Because if I want to compare them right now, the way I see the Bears are playing, I mean, you can't compare them to the Giants. To me, the Giants are one of the best team out there. And we saw what happened in Tennessee today. They lost to the Jets. So you're seeing a lot of football clubs out there, and I don't put us in that mix.
Yeah, hey, Derek.
At this point in time.
Yeah, what you look at here is off, on the offensive side of the ball. Okay, can we run the football? Yeah, we've proven we can run the football, okay? When you go for the Super Bowl, my friend, or you talk about playing the Giants down the road, you know, we can't look past Minnesota, obviously. But let's let's forward fast and let's go there. We're going to have a hell of a time winning the Super Bowl to get in there because I'm going to tell you why. We don't have a full-fledged passing game. And you're not going to walk into the playoffs or to the Super Bowl with a wounded offense. We don't have the quality. It's fact. We just don't.
And if the defense is not up to snuff, if they do not play maybe like they played today, well, then you still got another major problem because they can't compensate.
Doug, you got to be hitting on all cylinders. And we just do not have a full-fledged passing game. That's why that running game is so important to us, and we cannot abandon it. That's the key.
He's Obradovich. I'm Buffon on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Ed and I are talking football. Bears win today, 27-3.
You know, Doug, our listeners out there, real quickly before we go to break, our listeners out there, you see some of the questions that they ask, and they listen to who the other callers were, and they have their questions and want to dissect what somebody else does. And so many times you hear a lot of coaches, well, the fans, they don't know what they're talking about or they don't know what they're doing or whatever.
Let me tell you something. There's so much out there right now about pro football especially that the fans are getting so educated in what's going on. Not only do they now talk about how you run the football, but where you run the football, how you negate on defense, what do you do, 8 in the box, one guy out of the box, cover 2. These are things that talked about.
That's what I love about our callers.
Yeah, they know what the hell's going on.
Yeah, they do. Except
that's why I enjoy this show.
Yeah, we
no.
Don't go with Big Doug's picks though.
No, you can't. You know what? You never met Big Doug, have you?
No, I have not met Big Doug.
Yeah. And he told me he wanted to meet you.
Did he?
Yeah, he said. When he meets you, he's going to have S-wing hammer in his hand.
No.
He's going to take it and part your head. No. That's what he said.
Tell him that I'm like Tim Carey. Tell him I'm out of town for a year.
I'll call you.
Oh.
Well, Bradovich on the phone. We'll be right back.
8:06 to play, third quarter. Again, the throw by Green. This time it's tipped and intercepted by Urlacher at the 40 of the Rams. Pass intercepted and down to the 33-yard line is Brian Urlacher, but there's a penalty mark. Green from center. The Bears fill the box. Thrown by Green. Tipped and intercepted, it appears. It appears it was intercepted over the middle on Brian Urlacher's tip, but now they're saying incomplete. Well, Briggs tipped one to Urlacher. Now Urlacher returns the favor.
An interception. First down, Chicago.
It's always about execution. As far as if we change our defense, throw it out and start over. No, played our defense and played it a lot better than we've been playing.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show featuring Doug Buffon and Ed Obradovich on 670 The Score.
Those highlights courtesy of WVBM Radio. Excuse me, Jeff Joniak on the call. Obradovich and Buffon. Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. 6-7-6-7. Lovie Smith talking about not changing the defense as well. I think, you always have the same defenses. The defenses are going to change. I mean, you got a basic package you use, but what you do is you tweak.
How aggressive do you get to it?
Right, exactly. How many blitzes do you use? What do you use as far as line tricks are concerned? How are you bringing the backs up? Do you do your backs, your defensive backs
Doug,
cover closer?
You're not going to get this guy to admit to anything about this cover 2 defense. I don't care. He's going to stick to his guns, come hell or high water. And you tell me that they didn't change? Yeah, the basic defense is there. But they became more aggressive with it. They changed what gaps the linebacker was in. They changed the blitzes. You don't call that a change. You don't call that a change? No. When they come with where the defensive tackle goes out to the end, Erlach feels into the 2-gap, and the Goliath comes around like they run that every week. Yeah. That's not a change?
No, see what I think was they took the same basic package. The fact is that what they did was they actually tweaked it. They actually looked at it and say how we can get to the quarterback, and they did the line tricks. They did the blitzes coming up the middle.
They camouflaged it for 4 quarters, Doug.
Right. And the fact that you got to see where Urlacher tips a pass, Briggs intercepts. Briggs tips a pass.
Where did they tip the passes? Where exactly were they? On the line of scrimmage or blitzing going in? Not 7-10 yards back.
They were blitzing.
They
were going after
patrolling nobody.
So that's the difference in the game. I mean, the Bears got that. They did that defensively, turned the football game around because if you take a look at it, Ed,
Doug, how long have we been screaming about, they dropped the 3 linebackers into no man's land.
The Minnesota game.
And they're out of it.
The Minnesota game, too, when Adrian Peterson went wild, we start screaming about it, about not standing there, taking the punch, being the punching bag.
Exactly.
You punch. You go after the guy.
They were up
you be
front.
The hunter, not the hunted.
They were forcing things, and they made things happen.
That's exactly right. That is why.
But that's not a change, though, Doug.
No. Well, we'll call that something else.
Okay, yeah.
But that's why that offense of the Rams today, no matter how bad you think they are, and they are bad, they only had 207 total yards. They got 14 yards rushing, the Rams did. The Bears had 5 sacks, had 4 takeaways, and per rush average for the Rams, 0.7. Now think about that. That was outstanding. And like I said, bad team, but still, you did what you had to do. Let's go out to Tom in Atkinson. Tom, you're on the score.
Hey, you guys are the best. OB, you guys remember when I called you after the Eagles game and I said, where has this attacking defense been the last year, and now with our offense being comparable and being able to move the ball, why would we ever go away from that attack-style defense? It makes Urlacher and Briggs so much better. It forces the offensive line on the other side to hold and get penalties against them. If we go back to that crap we've watched after last week, I don't know what I'm going to do.
That's the $64 million question, my friend. Why did they not stay with it? Right.
If we go back to that stuff, I got to go to Big Doug to replace my TV set because I can't watch it no more.
Big Doug will send you one through the mail. It's the old black and white one, though.
Hey, OB, you remember you thought I was from Fort Atkinson?
Yes.
No, I'm out here in Atkinson. You remember Daryl Bumpy Decker?
You betcha.
I'm from his hometown. I'm a good friend of his. I played high school football with his boys.
Is that right? I tell you, I just saw Daryl a couple of months ago down at the University of Illinois. And
yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, I tell you what, the good Lord never made a finer man. He's a Marine. He came to Illinois after he served in the Marines. You couldn't meet a finer gentleman. And by the way, you couldn't meet a better college defensive tackle in your life. He's a super guy.
He played at Illinois with you?
Yes, he did.
So Ed, what do we got to do to get this defensive staff to look at this game and say, hey, this is the style of defense we got to play, not that passive stuff we played against? Because the good teams we've played against, we've played this style of defense. We've been in every game. We've won a couple. We played a couple close. But this is the kind of defense we got to play every week.
Well, Tom, like Doug just said, and Doug called it, they're in the fray. I mean, how do you think these tip balls and all this happened, and who was doing it? The linebackers were. Mm-hmm. And if they play the way they've been playing, the linebackers would never be there, guys. They'd never make these plays. Why? They're back 12 yards.
You see, the thing is, they'll see this. I mean, here's the whole idea. A lot of times it's easy to come up with this scheme, what we talked about today, when you play a lesser team. When you play a good team, you have a tendency to give them too much damn respect. And what happens in those football games, you start to play that bend, don't break, don't get big deep, don't let that guy get behind you. When you do that, you're asking to get your ass whipped. You have to go after him the same damn way and challenge him.
Absolutely, Doug. And let me tell you another thing, Tommy. I'm going to tell you something. You played on a defensive line for 11 years. Doug played linebacker for 14 years. And I'm going to tell you something. When you come up against a running attack, you know where you defeat them? You feed them. The last place would be the line of scrimmage, but you defeat them before they get to the line of scrimmage. That's how you beat a great running attack. You don't beat them by linebackers dropping back and everybody dropping back and thinking 4-down linemen are going to get this job done. You make that challenge, and you challenge those people, and you challenge them right at the line of scrimmage. That's where you challenge those people, not down the damn field. When it's down the field, it's over with, guys. It's over with.
See, what happens with a defense, most guys who are on defense are very aggressive. They're very aggressive individuals. I mean, mentally, that's where some guys, go toward that defense, and that's where they want to play. If you take a defensive guy that's aggressive, and you put him in a passive mode, you got yourself a problem. So if you really want to get yourself in order and really set a guy free and make him go after people, you become a whole different defense. You become really different. You cannot sit back. You cannot be pacifist. You got to go after people defensively.
Doug,
if you get beat, you get beat.
Exactly, especially against, and what team? You're going up to Minnesota?
Go get him.
Up in that dome, you got Adrian Peterson.
Right, challenge him.
Arguably the best back in the National Football League, and they got a hell of a running attack. You want to challenge them. You don't want to challenge them 6 yards down the field, folks. 10 yards down the field. You want to challenge them latest at the line of scrimmage or behind. Trust me on this one. Trust me on this one.
You do not want to be the punching bag in this football game.
No, you don't.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score. Sports Radio 670 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Give us a call.
Second down and 6, and here's Forte. Gets a hole off the right side. Matt Forte, and he's going to go all the way and score. Matt Forte turning it on as defenders falling off of him. Corey Chavis missed the tackle, and a 47-yard run. Second touchdown of the game for Forte.
Obviously we kind of struggled the last couple of weeks as a unit, and just really wanted to get back. And we're a good offense. We played good offensive football for really minus the 2 weeks the entire season. So we just wanted to get back and dictate the flow to the defense and try to make some big plays.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show featuring Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich on 670 The Score.
That highlight courtesy of Fox TV. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. And I got to tell you, though, Stockton, John Stockton, they screwed up so many times. They screw up Ferry. Just visited him many times in his football game when he called the field goal good and it wasn't good. There was a miss. And other times during the course of the game, I wasn't that impressed of what was going on out there as far as him calling the game. Although I'll tell you, a lot of times, I don't pay attention too much to it. But there is a lot of screw-ups today, I think, in this football
isn't
game.
that their D team?
I don't know what team it is, but it certainly is not their A team. I can tell you that right now. Let's go to Joe in Mayville, Wisconsin. Joe, you're on the Score.
Hey, what's up, guys? I just want to tell you, man, I'm smiling like there's a banana stuffed in my mouth sideways about our defense today. That was awesome, man. I wish we had done that 10 games ago, but I'm a little concerned about the offense there. That Brandon Lloyd, he just seems to be like he's not the player he's supposed to be. Man, I don't know what's up with him. He seems like he's dragging his feet.
I agree with you. I don't understand it. Because you remember he had a stretch there. He was averaging 16 yards a catch, and then something happened. Either went to the doghouse or something with Lovey, and the fact is he said, well, I can't play because I'm not 100%, and then on and on and on, and finally when they thought he was ready, then Lovey just put him on, inactive. They said, okay, no, you're not dressing for this game. They brought him back. Now, in the last 2 games in Green Bay, I think he might have caught one pass. I don't think he caught anything today, or maybe one pass today.
One pass.
One pass. Is that what it was?
One.
For how much yards, Ed?
3 yards.
3 yards. So whatever they did, because this kid had problems when he was in San Francisco, had problems when he was in Washington. Although he played for Turner at University of Illinois, I don't see it. I never saw it today. I was expecting more out of him by him being back.
You got 5 games left, and you're not going to see it in our wideouts. If you see it in our wideouts, there's something really went haywire. Because I tell you what, you got Rasheed Davis. He had 1 catch for 10 yards. Lloyd had 1 catch for 3 yards. And if you call Hester the other wideout, he had 5 receptions, Doug, for 57 yards. And outside of that, you had Des Clark with 5, Jason McKee with 3, and Forte with 2. Usually you're going to see Clark, Olsen, and Forte are usually going to be our leaders from week in to week out in receiving. Why? We just don't have the wideouts, nor do we have a wideout passing game. End of story.
That'd be the 67th person to text WIN to 67011 and win an S-Wing hammer. That's right, little Eddie. S-Wing hammer. The guys from Rockford, Bob and Mark. Post-game show gift packs. Stop yourself and use the S-Wing hammers the pros use. Use S-Wing. Made in USA and forged out of U.S. steel since 1923. Go to swing.com for more information. Prize pack. Brought to you by S-Wing Hammers and 670 The Score.
And Douglas, I think from behalf of you and I and everybody here to everybody out there, have wonderful Thanksgiving. May it be healthy. And I tell you what, for this great country that we live in, healthy, and start a prosperous holiday season. Prosperous.
I got to tell you, this is my favorite time of the year.
It's the best.
Right into Thanksgiving, right into Christmas. Now, the cold weather sometimes throws things off, but there's nothing more beautiful, I think, than fall than going into winter. Now, after about January, February, I'm ready to commit suicide in February because it gets so cold. But right now, with Thanksgiving coming up and then Christmas, please stop yourself.
I'm going by my daughter Amy and my son-in-law James to their house Thanksgiving with the rest of my kids and looking to spending a wonderful Thanksgiving. And again, to all of you out there, God's love, Godspeed, and have a wonderful, wonderful Thanksgiving.
You don't wear like a pilgrim outfit, do you, when you go to Thanksgiving? Can you see yourself in a pilgrim outfit?
No, not really. A turkey, maybe.
Turkey? Oh, my God. Let's go to Joe at T. Joe, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
All right, Joe.
Hey, I'm trying to put my finger on why from game to game or even quarter to quarter these guys are so inconsistent. And I just wanted to ask you guys whether you think the coaches truly know how to get the most out of the group that they have, because you're talking especially about the wideouts right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why they kept guys like Booker and Lloyd, and you got a guy like Mark Bradley who's just going off every week with Kansas City now. I mean, he would seem to be a younger guy that they drafted high. You'd think they'd want to give him more of a shot than a bunch of old retread guys who they picked up the waiver wire.
Joe, let me tell you something. We could do a whole show on just about what you're talking about. We can do a whole show on the players that you're talking about that were let go. Kid at Harris that went down to Carolina when defensive backs are huge, are a great commodity, hard to find, and we had one here and he's gone. There could be a whole show done about that. And who makes the calls, who are the scouts, who's doing this, who's doing that. And what we have now, guys, Joe, we got 5 games left. And who's making a call or who's doing what, you just got to bear down now, pal. I'll tell you what. But that's a whole nother deal. You agree, partner?
Oh, yeah. It's a surprise about the wide receivers. I mean, Hub Arkish, and this is going last year, even 2 years ago. Hub was all over this thing about the wide receivers, and he was absolutely correct.
Hub knows what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah. And the fact was we saw it. We saw what was going on here. And see, me, Ed, I want to let Berrien go. I understand the fact that they paid, too much money for him. But Berrien was the best receiver we had. And this kid could stretch it. He could go south. I mean, he could really take off. But we let him go.
They gave the money to defense.
That's right. And they gave the money, the rest of that money going to Hester. So you had defense and Hester getting that money. So now we take a look at it. See, you certainly want to...
They thought Hester would
in.
Step into those shoes immediately.
And
with his
happened.
Speed, nobody could keep up with him. Well, guess what? Didn't happen.
No. If you take a look at even his receptions today, he had 5 receptions, right?
Yes.
What was the average catch?
Well, he had one, I think, that he...
Yeah, but what was his average catch, though?
His average catch, he was 11.4 yards.
11.4.
The longest was 27 yards.
If you want somebody to stretch, he's got to be right around 16 or 17. That's why I thought that, after I saw Lloyd come here, Brandon Lloyd, I said, well, maybe he's going to fit in. Maybe he'll change his ways or whatever. Never did. I mean, has not been there, has not done it. So consequently, if you want to help Kyle Orton out, and I will tell you this, I don't want to get too much into next year, but this Antoine Bowden from Arizona, if he is available, and Arizona doesn't sign him because they got Fitzgerald and they need signing a lot of people, let me tell you something. I'd be on the phone right as soon as the season was over with and get this kid in here. You better give Kyle Orton some help. Give him somebody that can really stretch the field. Let's go out to Big Jerry in Tri-State. Big Jerry on the score.
Guys, how you doing?
All right, Jerry.
Hey, just driving back from the game, just a couple thoughts. Orton looks really solid. He's throwing a very nice ball. He's been right on the number with the wide receivers. It makes Orton, makes us appreciate him even more right now because he just doesn't have a guy who can go up and catch a bad pass for him and a big playmaker. But the St. Louis Rams, that being said, that's a fool's gold game. That's a bad football team.
No question about it. It is.
Bad team, and the true test will be at Minnesota. Final thought: Tommy Harris looked healthier. He was blowing up the middle today. It was good to see that.
Yeah, he was running, Jerry. I mean, he was actually running, and I saw him make a couple good pass rushes. There's no question he was coming off the football. But when I saw him chase down a screen, then you know that knee must be better, his attitude must be better, and you really need him in the middle to really work that middle over so that helps everybody else out.
Yeah, Jerry, be safe driving back too, pal. But I'll tell you what you saw today, our defensive line getting up the field and attacking right there at the line of scrimmage, making things happen. We can't back down from that, Jerry. We cannot back down from that. You can't run scared because of Adrian Peterson and try to flood an area. What you got to do, you got to cut off the gaps. You got to get up into the gaps, and you got to attack this team at the line of scrimmage. And that's where you got to shut them down. Because if you don't shut them down at the line of scrimmage and you give Adrian Peterson, you're playing soft, and you let him get across that line of scrimmage with his ability to cut back and make you look like a fool, that's bad planning if they do that, my friend.
You have no chance in this football
bad planning
game.
If they do that, Doug.
If they go into it afraid, and they go into it and not to challenge, and they go into it not to be aggressive,
they got to challenge them up front, Doug.
We'll get our ass whipped.
Yep.
There's no question about it. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767. Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. OB and I will be right back.
Rams football trailing 27-3. Football to 20 for Trent Green. Goes back to throw. Mark Anderson coming quickly. They throw a screen over the middle, and it's picked up by the Chicago Bears again. Lance Briggs.
Threw it right to him.
Oh, my goodness. His second interception of the game, and I believe that's 4 straight drives. Trent Green's been picked off by the Bears.
That comment is for everybody each week. Not only us, everybody out there watching, you decide, did we look like we wanted it today? And I think for one, we definitely wanted it today. The energy was there, everybody, we played together, and that's what we have to continue to do.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show featuring Doug Buffon and Ed Obradovich on 670 The Score.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. You heard Lance Briggs talk about the fact they really wanted it today. I guess, the question comes to mind, and it really comes to my mind anyway. And, yeah, they wanted it. Why didn't they want it last week against the Green Bay Packers? Consequently, they're saying basically they really didn't go out there and try to get that game, Ed? Or was it a fact that, the purpose wasn't there? I have a hard time grasping this. Right. I battle with this because I look at it and say, why wouldn't any game or every game, especially when you're playing the Green Bay Packers, why wouldn't that be a game that you really wanted or there was a purpose for?
Well, Doug, there's no question to say that there's sense of urgency each week because it's such a short season. And is there a purpose? Yeah, it's called victory, okay? That's your purpose every week. You don't deviate from it. And when Lovie Smith used talking about Green Bay, Green Bay came in with a purpose. That was really hard to swallow on that one. I couldn't believe he made that statement, but he did. And then Lance saying, well, they felt they had a purpose today, or they had to show something, or whatever the hell it was he was talking about. Folks, that's got to be there every week. Yeah, because Lance said, and I love Lance. I mean, I love the way he plays, and he was outstanding again today. But Lance said, basically, if we want to be, we can be good. And I say to myself, then, what? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, there's something wrong with that statement. Yeah, and he said that. I mean, he said, when we want to be, we can be very good. Well, I don't understand why you wouldn't want to be. I mean, if you have the potential and you're good enough to be a team that's defense is going to be outstanding to win a football game, then why wouldn't you want to be? Doug, Lance Briggs, Brian Urlacher are not going to make All-Pro or go to the Pro Bowl playing in the passive two-deep defense. Okay? It's not going to happen. Those are very quick and very active football players that have a nose for the ball and two more intelligent football players. And where should they be? Active, going after people. You saw it today, and that's the way it should be the rest of the next 5 games. Yeah, there's nothing more to talk about. There really isn't. Briggs came up with 2 interceptions, and they were both off of tips, blitzes, and tips. 2 things. And then Urlacher got one because of a blitz by Lance. And it's right in front of you. If they don't do it, Doug, and they're playing that passive defense. I know, Ed. All right. We've been saying this, and we've been talking about this for so damn long. We saw it today. We saw the fact that it can be done. And really, if your chance of winning, the Bears' chance of winning, it has to be that way. And like I said, do not go into Minnesota with afraid be on your back. You if cannot they don't go after them, afraid. You got to go after them. We're going to get killed. I'll guarantee you. We'll get run out of stadium. Yes, we will. Go after them. You be the one. You be the hunter. Don't be the hunted. Let's go out to Jack in Plainfield. Jack, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug and Ed, how you doing?
What's up, Jack?
Hey, question for you is, when was the last time we were always talking about the defense? We used to always talk about how terrible the offense was. But my thing to you is, the thing I thought about today was, when was the last time you seen a defensive end of the Bears get a sack from coming up the middle on a stunt? Yeah. When did you ever see that?
Today. Today. And that's something that, here, hold it. This guy next to me, he played this position for 12, 13 years.
You know what? I seen that game. You know what? I seen the first game I ever seen was a 63 championship game. And that was years ago, but I haven't seen, many sacks coming up the middle by anybody, no defensive ends.
Well, what they do, and they have to trick more, Jack, they really do. I mean, if it's between the tackles and the middle linebacker, or the tackle and the end, or the tackle and the end in a switch play, or with the Mac or the weak side linebacker. And if you're not happening, these are not difficult calls. These are not difficult calls. And we don't see it happening enough. And what I've talked about till I'm blue in the face here is you put 4 down linemen sitting there like ducks and they don't move. They don't overshift them to the strong or to the weak side. They put them in a basic 4-man set, so to speak. Maybe they shade a shoulder inside or out. And that's what they do, Jack. And they just zone block them. And there's no pass rush. They can't cave the middle in. You got 3 guys blocking 2, and they run the 2 inside our ends. They run them, tackles run them out wide. And that's what they've been doing all year. So what do? You got to trick it up. You got to get unique. You got to be clever. You got to incorporate switches with your tackles, with your ends, coupled with linebackers. And you saw it today with the tackle and Urlacher going wide. Aguilnier comes right up the middle, sack. Especially if you got a defense line that's predicated on speed, not size.
speed. So that means your two defensive ends are very quick and very fast.
They can wheel around there. Absolutely.
You can bring them in. Now, you certainly wouldn't do it with a guy that's a lumbering jack and he's out there and he's just a power guy. You can't do it. But you can do what we have. We have guys that have speed. So use the damn thing. Use it to your advantage.
How long have we been talking about
I
this?
know. I know.
All right.
Let's go out to Bob in Helenville, Wisconsin. Bob, you're on the score with Obie and Doug.
Gentlemen, it's an honor and a privilege.
What's up, Bobby?
Yes. Hey, Bears. Defense. I don't know how to tell you up here. It's really tough. I was listening to the Bears game 2 weeks ago in a kitchen of a bar.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Packers game was on the same. Then they cut off and put the New York Bretts on so we could see them because Favre's playing, of course, up here. And they cut off the feed for Chicago. And we luckily were able to get regular antenna. But I tell you one thing. I agree with you guys 100%. How long? How many years? I'm 52. I've been a fan since I was born. And I'm up here now, unfortunately, amongst these guys. We put Hester back in special teams. Grossman will never be our quarterback. Let's get this guy out of the picture. Take that money. Get some hired guns out of arena football. Give our quarterback some targets. Get those 10, 15, 20, 10, 15, 20, 10, 15, 20 score, 10, 15, 20 score. Let's start doing that. Let's play Bears football. Let's take it to them.
Well, there's no question this offense, you can't do it this year. So you have what you have. You can't change that. You know, so you take
know where
advantage.
to go with this one, Bob.
Sure, you take advantage and do what you have to do. But I'm going to tell you something. You'd be really insane. After this kid Orton, you keep watching this kid play, and he is very accurate. He's got a good arm, and he moves around a little bit. You'd be really crazy not to surround him with somebody or give him somebody that's going to help this kid out.
In the upcoming draft, you got 7 drafts. You got to draft 7 offensive people. You got to go. You need some help, Doug, in free agency. Offense should be the primary. Now, if there's somebody defensively out there that falls in the draft or whatever, free agency, then you got to take them. But I'll tell you what, we can still live with this defense. But I'll tell you what, the offense, we have to be hitting on all cylinders, folks. Bob, I can tell you what, if you think we're going to run to the Super Bowl, that ain't going to happen, my friend. We do not have a bona fide passing game in the National Football League the way it's understood today. We just do not have it, folks.
He's Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. OB and I will be right back.
Honestly, I mean, if you tackling the running back 4-yard loss and tackling the quarterback 4-yard loss, I mean, what's really the difference? You know, that one's a quarterback and one's a running back, still 4-yard loss. So, but you guys like sacks, so I'm glad we got something.
Well, I hope it carries over a lot. I hope it means a lot and give us some momentum. You know, we got a big one next week, like I said, at Minnesota, so they're tough at home, but you know, we won the day. I would play well on both sides of the ball. Just hopefully we can keep it going.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show featuring Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich on 670 The Score.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. You heard Alex Brown, also heard Urlacher, all excited about today's football game, which they should be. The defense, which has been having problems lately, came up front today. Only gave up, I think, over 200-some yards total offense, only 14 yards rushing. So they got the turnovers. They got 4 turnovers. Outstanding job. So, again, we're going to hear this, and you're going to keep hearing this. After I said all those great things, you're going to hear, well, it was the Rams. They're a bad football team. I know they're a bad football team. There's no question about it. But what if the Bears would have played bad, too? But they didn't. They won this football game. They won it running away with 27-3. Get themselves ready. Now we'll find out more about the Chicago Bears when they go up to Minnesota.
Well, Doug, also what you're going to hear, I would assume, this week, too, would be of the 6 victories, 3 of them, 2 against Detroit.
Right.
1 against, St. Louis, obviously. And then what about the 2 games we had double-digit leads in the fourth quarter and we gave up?
Lost them.
So some people might say we're lucky to be where we are, period.
Well, we'll find out. You know what? Lucky or not lucky, the fact is we got a shot at something to get to the playoffs.
They got a challenge next week.
Right.
Meet it. That's all.
Go for it.
There you
Go for the whole damn thing.
Damn right.
Don't be afraid of this. Do not be afraid of the Vikings. Go after them. Go after them. Go after them.
Are you speaking to the players or the coaches?
Everybody.
Okay.
I mean, because you know what? The players can't go after them unless the coaches give them the ability to go after them.
Why I asked you that question.
Oh, I know.
Yes.
Let's go to Johnny in Oak Valley. Johnny on the score.
Hey, Doug. Hey, OB.
What's up, John?
Hey, one quick comment and a question. The comment about today's game, it was actually nice to see linebackers making interceptions.
Yeah.
At least 5 yards by the line of scrimmage instead of 20 yards down the field. I mean, with the 2 that Lance Briggs got, it was kind of nice seeing the linebackers stay at home. And my question is, what I always wanted to ask you guys, when I was growing up, you always heard about the tough guys of Atkins and Butkus.
Mm-hmm.
But I always had one uncle would always stop the conversation and say about Rick Caceres.
Yeah.
How tough was this guy?
It was, my opinion, I mean, you want to talk about, in my opinion, not only on the field but off the field, that's one guy you did not want to mess with. And if I had to put anybody, I don't know, I'd pick Rick Caceres as being the toughest one of all of them.
If I was to say, if you were to pick a guy back then or now, because Rick was like 6'3", 6'3 and a half, he weighed 245, and he had the heart of a lion, and he was a Golden Glove champ. He could box, and he had the attitude to go along with it. And I would say I don't think there was a tougher guy. If you were to have somebody, John, in the back alley with you, it'd be Rick Caceres.
No question.
Believe me.
Yeah.
And you could ask Mike Ditka, you could ask anybody you want to back in the day, and I'm pretty sure that's the story you'll hear.
There's no question about it. I mean, that's one guy.
There's one guy that should be in the Hall of Fame, and he's not.
Mm-hmm.
He gained 1,000 yards when there was 12 games. 12 games they played in the National Football League. He gained 1,000 yards running from the fullback slot. Nobody was more respected in the league than Rick Caceres, believe me.
And nobody tougher either, by the way. Let's go out to Derek in Belvedere. Derek, you on the score.
Hey, guys, great show.
Hey, Derek.
You kind of stole my thunder a little while ago, Doug. I was going to say they should have beat this team easily like they did.
Sure.
I mean, St. Louis is a really sad team. Yeah, exactly. How much of a prayer do you give them the rest of the season?
See, I don't know. It's up to them. I mean, it's up to them what they need to do. They feel that they're a good team. They feel they can do it. But Ed and I talked about this, and the more we look at it, the more we come to the same conclusion. You're not going to beat them being afraid. You're going to have to go after this team. I'm talking about the Vikings and every other team they face for the rest of the year.
What you saw today is what they should be doing.
All the time. And this is where we are. This is who we are.
Up in their face,
it's our identity.
Making things happen.
Make your move. Beat me if you can. Not certainly sit back and say, hey, look, punch the hell out of me as much as you want, then we'll give it up and maybe we'll stop you from getting a big one. No, I've got to make things happen. I've got something to happen defensively. I'm coming after you. I'm going to get in your face. I'm not going to let you breathe. I'm not going to let you get a running start, Peterson. I'm going to be in the backfield where I'm going to stop you. You better be ready to go. If you get that kind of attitude and you tell these guys we're going to be aggressive, all of a sudden they just feed off of that. That's one way you're going to win this football game. If you don't look at it that way, the Bears cannot win.
That's exactly correct, Doug. They have to meet them. The challenge is right up front. That's where it has to take place.
Let's go out to Troy in Bloomington. Troy, you're on the score.
Hey, guys.
Hey,
What's up, Troy?
Hey, first of all, I love your show. I think you guys give a great perspective on the total game, just not on the Bears. I'll tell you, it's up front, I'm a Packer fan, but I've got a big slice of pie with the Bears because I drafted them in my fantasy team. I know that they were supposed to beat this, St. Louis and all that, but you know what? You got to start somewhere. You got to start a winning streak at some point, and you know what? If this is the way you got to start, that's a great way to start it. So you saw today that it looks like Philadelphia might be starting the Kevin Cobb era.
Yeah.
What do you think about? There was talk even last year about maybe Donovan McNabb coming to the Bears. Are they that sold on Orton that you think they wouldn't make a run for McNabb?
I'll tell you, if it was me, I wouldn't do it. I would not make him run for McNabb. Not what I'm seeing out of Kyle Orton. We got 5 games left, but I got to tell you, every time I see this kid, every time I see him throw the football, every time I see him moving around, he impresses the hell out of me. And so, yeah, why would you do that? And first of all, what's going on with McNabb in Philadelphia? I mean, I saw him, he threw 3 interceptions in the first half today. You know what? He got benched. Can you imagine that? You benched Donovan McNabb, and they're going with the kids you're talking about, Cobb? To me, that tells me something. There's something going on there.
Troy, no, McNabb will never be here. No, that's not going to happen. You're looking at the quarterback of the future here, and we haven't had a quarterback around here in quite some time. This kid has the height. He's got the arm strength. He's got the intelligence. Now we see he has the ability to move up into the pocket, and if he has to break out to the weaker, strong side, he's shown that he can do that. He can extend the play. He has shown that. And the biggest thing that he has shown, Troy, and why I like Kyle Orton is because ever since he's been here, he was the third quarterback, the second quarterback, or starter, the more you see him, the more you like. Why? Because he learns and he gets better. He progresses. He gets better from week to week. You see it. That's the difference between him and some of the other quarterbacks around here. The kid has improved. That's the key.
And the other thing, next thing to happen, and this is up to Jerry Angelo, go get the kid some help. If the kid is improving like Ed is talking about, which he is
he capable? Jerry Angelo capable of doing that?
Well, he better be. He better be capable because he better look at a wide receiver or something that's going to say that I'm going to help these guys out. Not only does a wide receiver, that's why Barry went to Minnesota. That's why they paid all that money for him. It helps out the running back
The reason why I believe they did that because they thought Devin Hester was going to be into the fold, making low money. They'll give him a little bit more money. They don't have to pay Barry and that kind of thing. And we're going to have this barn burner called Hester, and he's going to open up all avenues for us. Did not happen. And in fact, if that was the case, how dumb was that?
Well, that's the case. The case is the fact that if you want to help Kyle Orton, and if you want to help Forte, you will come up somehow, somewhere. And I'm telling you,
I agree with you 100%.
This Anton Bolden, Ed, yes. They got to get somebody that's going to come in here that is a legitimate number 1 wide receiver. That's how you help Kyle Orton out. Then from that point on, if that kid keeps improving, he's got help around him. Not only that, then you're taking the pressure off of Forte. They want to take away the running game or the passing game, you run the damn ball.
Doug, I think that's what we did. I think you're talking about reading in between the lines and what Jerry Angelo
because they thought Hester was going to be that guy.
Well, we won't give the money to Barron because here's a kid. What do you think? Well, yeah, he can do. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
well,
let's go.
Let's go ahead and do that. Well, guess what, folks?
Didn't work out.
No.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Chicago Bears 27, St. Louis 3. We'll be right back.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show featuring Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich on 670 The Score.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone. 312-644-6767 is our phone number. Ed, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Philip in Plainfield. Philip, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right,
Good.
Philip.
All right, love listening to your show, first of all, and I just want to say hi to my girls, Kayla and Abby. But you know what I don't understand? I don't understand how the Bears, in the Titans game, can shut down the run, and in the Green Bay game, allow them to run all over them, and then shut it down again in the St. Louis game. Now, I know the St. Louis Rams, without pace, aren't the best as far as the run defenses, or their running defense is concerned. But or the running game. But how does that happen? I mean, tell me, how can they look so bad against Green Bay when the week before they shut down their two-back set in Tennessee, and this game they basically shut them down again?
Well, first of all, it's what defense is called. Man in the box. Remember this all the time. They were putting Brown in the box. When they put the guy in the box, they stopped the run. I mean, there's no question about it. Once he got out of the box, then they threw the football on him. When they played Tennessee, they sold out to stop the run. But what happened to him? Kerry Collins ripped him up. And the same thing when you go in Green Bay. So Green Bay said, listen, you want to come in here? You know, the Bears started out saying, look, we don't have to stop the run. We need to stop their passing game. Because Green Bay was known for passing, not running. So consequently, they tried to stop the pass. Green Bay got smart to it and said, hey, hold it. We'll run the football then.
That was their game plan.
That was their game plan.
That was their game plan.
We're going to run it.
We know we can pass on them.
Right. Let's run it.
Right.
So now we come up into the box with Brown trying to stop the run. Then they hit us with play action. They killed us on first down with play action, coming out of the I formation. So that's how they do it. It's a game back and forth. And so consequently, what you need to do is to be balanced as a team. That a lot of times you have to stop the run without a guy in the box. And a lot of times you have to stop the pass without the guy out there, the strong safety, coming back to run a double coverage. So it's really a game back and forth. And today, the fact was that when you really look at the Rams, they're not good enough either way. Because the Bulger went down, their quarterback went down. And so consequently, they bring in, Trent Green, who is not as good. So they couldn't run the damn ball because Steven Jackson wasn't there. And so the Bears had a better chance of shutting them down, both the run and also the pass. It's a crazy game. I mean, it really is. And sometimes it's like a chess game. It's back and forth. But the fact is, though, there are times you have to decide a lot of times what you want to do. Sometimes you want to take away the run, and sometimes that makes it, a problem with the pass. But if you have enough players and a balanced defense, you can handle both of them.
Absolutely. And, Doug, we got one of the great holidays coming up in Thanksgiving. And, again, to you and yours and to all our listeners, happy Thanksgiving. And hopefully next week we're here with celebrating a victory when they come back from, the Roller Dome?
What is that? The Hump Dome, or what do they call it?
Roller Dome, I don't know what the hell they call it.
It's a dome team. The Bears play well inside. I mean, they play well on the turf, so maybe that's another big advantage they'll have.
Just stay aggressive. That's the only shot.
Go after them.
That's exactly. What else?
Hell you got
Why
to
not?
lose?
What do you got to lose? Absolutely.
Exactly.
Go after them.
Don't be a punching bag.
Right.
Obradovich and Buffon, thank you very much, and thank you to our producers, Chris Tannehill and Matt Peoples and Herb Lawrence, and especially to all of you people out there who call Ed and I after every game. We really, really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Happy Thanksgiving to all of you. And thanks also to our updates from Matt Rodewald. Up next, Hav Arkish. We'll take you right there, buddy. I will tell you what should be done with the Chicago Bears. We'll have a good Thanksgiving, and good night, everybody.
Fourth, inside the one. Inverted wishbone. Snap to Kyle. Forte running right. He's not going to get in. He's stonewalled by the Vikings.
Felt like we needed a touchdown in that situation. You got to be able to get it in from there. If you don't get it in from there, you probably don't deserve to win.
Karat with his feet in his own end zone. Takes the snap. Looking to throw. Long down the left side. Open man over the shoulder. 50, 40. Berrien to the 30. Tillman giving chase. Bernard Berrien. 99-yard touchdown.
Zone coverage, I was covering both, and they had two bursts. I choose to take number two, and like I said, just a good play on their part. No excuses, just good play, good game plan. It was a good call. Great offensive execution.
Disappointing loss for our football team. We have 4 games left to go. We control our destiny before tonight. Now we need a little bit of help. But for us, we have Jacksonville coming up. And no time to feel sorry for ourselves. We got to get ready for them.
And now, live from the South Side at 115 Bourbon Street, it's time for the Jiffy Lube postgame show with Doug Buffon and Ed O'Bradovich. Presented by Miller Lite, great taste, less filling. And brought to you by Court Furniture, your Chicagoland Chevy dealers. And powered by Comcast, America's leading fiber optic network for TV, internet, and phone. And here they are, Doug Buffon and Ed O'Bradovich on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
Those highlights you heard were courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. You also heard Charles Tillman and Lovie Smith. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670, also sponsored by Miller Lite today. We are live at Bourbon Street. That's 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Obviously talking about the Chicago Bears, what happened yesterday, and 34-14. Ed, I thought at the beginning of the game, you know what, this could be it. The Bears look good. I mean, they're getting sacks. They're going after the quarterback. It was 7-0. And then what happened, obviously, what everybody knows, the fact that they couldn't score on the fourth down play. The next play, turn around. Tillman gets beat by Bering for 99 yards. But, you know, this whole thing really in this football game, and really I saw some effort out there. I really did. But, I want to start from the beginning here with the calls. I'm really mystified that you can make those kind of calls against the Vikings. And why would you run at the strength of a team? The two biggest guys on the team that kill people on the inside. See, this is not the first time this has happened. This has happened before. And then one time you take a crack at a guy that's a backup fullback. That's the part that bothers me a lot.
Well, Doug, what it comes down to, there's a couple of things here. After, what do we have, 4 games left, Doug?
Mm-hmm.
You took looking at the first 12 games, and the problem to me is just very simple, and it's right in front of all of us. First part of the problem is coaching, Doug. Coaching. They're paid not to make mistakes. Let me repeat that again. They're paid not to make mistakes. You have a head coach making $5 million. You have an offensive coordinator probably making $1 million or so. And I'm talking about game planning here, Doug. And they're not making a difference, Doug. They're just not. They're not what they're paid to do. They're making huge mistakes. Players, Doug, players are getting paid huge money. And the difference makers are getting paid gigantic money. And you know what the problem is, Doug? The difference makers aren't making the plays. You have 4 quarters of football, and they're not coming through. Going back to what I started out with, coaching. They're coaching. They're there not to make mistakes. By game planning, putting your personnel in the proper position. They have quality control people that goes back either 3 or 4 games, and they give them your opponent's stats on offense and stats on defense. Where do you attack them weak? Where is their strengths? And you're supposed to have the ability as a coaching staff to put this in the music. I mean, to get a good game plan to attack Minnesota. Where's their strength in their defensive line, their front 7? And then when you define that a little more, where is the true strength between the 2 Williams boys, the 2 cement trucks up middle? Now, what do you do when you have somebody like that, Doug, that they're a viable force? How do you get around them? How do you win against those guys? You know what you do, Doug? You go with a no-huddle offense. You keep coming at them, one play after another. Don't let them get a chance to catch their wind. What you do, you move the pocket to the strong side, to the weak side. You make them run. Do you have to do it every play? No, but do it once a series, maybe twice a series. Don't let those guys, don't play into their hands. We went from underneath to a shotgun. We never ran a bootleg. We never ran a rollout. We never moved the pocket. We never made them play football, Doug. We never made them play football. They played their own game, and we played right into their own hands. And you got to be blind not to see what I'm talking about. And then when it comes down what you mentioned about the 4 plays on the goal line, Jason Davis, Doug, those were 4 downs with a yard to go. And this is the first game of what? No, it's the second game, what, of Lovey's 6-game season? Second game of his 6-game season. And you got one of the most potential. You got a great back in Forte. And you don't get it in his hands, and you give it to a kid, I believe, who's never even touched the football before. Could be wrong on that. Doesn't make any difference. They had no right call on that play. That's game planning, Doug. And that's the best we can get from Ron Turner and our offensive coaches. That's the best we can get?
Well, there's no
the 12th game of the season?
Mm-hmm. There's no
Come on here.
Ed. They've done this before, by the way. And we're not talking about the fullback bit and running up the middle. They've done this before. And I looked at this game real seriously, and I'm saying to myself, and you mentioned something really important. Difference makers.
Are not making a difference, Doug.
And you know what, Ed? Maybe we just start seeing what was really out there. We don't have them. You know, I beat this thing 6 ways from Sunday.
Well, Doug, then if the difference makers aren't making the difference, Doug, then can't the coaches see that? And then can't they devise a different game plan to attack?
Let me say this right now, and I don't agree with the game plan, obviously. I mean, I thought down near the goal line there was a question, there was a big problem with that. But I watched the Chicago Bears, and Kyle Orton had a bad game, and there's no question about it. I think he was like, 11 for 29 for 3 interceptions and 2 touchdowns. But here's the point. The point in this football game, everybody says that, Hester is a wide receiver. He is not a number 1 wide receiver.
No, he's not.
He catches a touchdown pass, which was great. You know how many drop balls this game?
Yes.
That meant the difference in first down. Rasheed Davis was one of them. Hester did it.
But, Doug,
Peterson did it.
Is that a revelation to you? We probably have the worst wideouts of the 32 teams in the league.
We're pointing.
But this was the head coach, and this was the general manager, and these were the coaches that said, we're going with these guys. These guys are going to take us to the Super Bowl.
My point is
what are you talking about, a misfire?
My point is that you can point it to coaches, at the players, but you better start pointing up exactly what's going on with Jerry Angelo and up there in that crew where they start getting some players.
You got it.
Wide receivers, guys that can make a difference. Now, on the game plan, I mean, those 4 plays we ran down there. First of all, I was at a deal in Algonquin, a nice place called Double Jacks. I was with these 2 kids that won a prize to watch the game with me, Joey and Mike, right? And they said, when they got up there, the kid said, Mike said, take the points. Take the points. And you know what I said? No. I'd rather go after it. Now, looking back, they probably should have taken the 3, but I'm saying to myself, okay, fine, we're down there. You mean to tell me that you can't score down there? You needed a half a yard or something like that?
Doug, you run the off-tackle play. Off-tackle. Notice I said off-tackle?
Mm-hmm.
Which means you're running at the ends and the wideouts, okay, and the linebackers, all right? That doesn't work. 3rd down, and you give it to Forte. He doesn't get in. 3rd down, you come with the play action. We have 2 tight ends. Now, the last time I checked, okay, those guys are 6 feet 5 inches tall. Is that not correct?
Close.
And you're on a 1-yard line, and go with a play action fake to Forte, maybe a bootlegger roll up, but just go with the play action, Doug, and hit one of those guys that are 6'5" on the play action. Now, if I can think about that sitting at home, and that brings up another point, Doug. Let's go through the 4 quarters here real quickly. When we moved the ball, when we converted on 3rd down, when we ate the clock up, and when we were putting points on the board, who the hell were we throwing the ball to? Predominantly?
They were throwing last game or most of the year?
Most of the year.
Tight ends.
The tight ends. Des Clark, 1 reception.
Olsen,
1 reception. And the other guy that was catching the ball was basically Forte. You got Lloyd with 1, Davis with 1. That's the standard operating procedure with our wideouts. We forgot about our tight ends the last few games, Doug, and that's who we need to go to. But again, jumping back, because I know I'm jumping around a little bit, but Doug, going back to that 4-down situation, not to run Forte those first 2 times, and then come with a play action, Doug, when you've got 2 quality tight ends that are in the game, and you don't even attempt to go to them. I mean, last time I checked, Minnesota's defensive backs aren't 6'6".
Yeah, there's a lot of questions in this football game. By the way, give us a call, 312-644-6767. Would you have gone for the touchdown, or, you're playing away, or would you kick the field goal at that point in time? You'd have been 10-3, you'd have been up. I mean, that's a question to be, answered. I wanted to be aggressive.
Doug,
I wanted to go
after it. Not in the 12th game of the season. You're going to kick a field goal and play scared? No.
Well,
you got a quality back.
It's not like we have a dynamite offense at this point in time, but the fact is, though, I think they did the right thing going after it, but I just think they didn't call the right plays, to make it. So there's no question about that. And the other thing, too, is we take a look at, we talked about Jared Allen, defensive end. I think he had 3 sacks.
Yes.
Ed, St. Clair, they were turning him 6 ways sideways.
Yep.
Now, why couldn't you help the kid out somehow? I mean, put a tight end over there, chip block somebody, or do something.
Again,
but they didn't even try to do the damn thing.
Here's a kid. He had a bad day, okay? But you could see it. It wasn't that he had a bad day in the 4th quarter or the 3rd quarter. He had a bad day all day. And when you run from your tight end situations, Doug, all you have to do, and this is so simple and so easy, is to get a tight end, keep him in, and just give the defensive end, Jared, a little chug like a double team, then go into your delayed run pattern or your delayed pass pattern. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure that stuff out, Doug. And we didn't do it, Doug.
I know we didn't.
We did not do it.
I know. Let's take some phone calls, Eddie. Let's go out to Chuck in Carroll Stream. Chuck, you're on the score.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
What's up, Chuck?
I had a couple of thoughts on the Bears. I wanted your comments on them. The first thing you guys talking about the wide receivers. The Bears have a lot of number threes. On a good team, Devin Hester is a part-time wide receiver. You got to blow up the whole receiving core. Not only do you have to go out and you can go get Antoine Bowden. He's not enough. You're going to have to hit the draft, and you have to come back with two extra receivers because you can keep Rasheed Davis or whatever, but you have to blow it totally up. And on the defense, there's just a lot of guys on this defense, Jerry Angelo, overvalued, and they're 30. They're not going to get better. This division, the Packers are going to continue to get better. If the Vikings go out and get McNabb and you add him to that running game with Peterson, they're going to be tough. The Bears are at the point of no return. And if they go out and they address the defense and they don't touch this offense, Cal Orton is going to regress, and he's going to get killed. I'll hang up.
Chuck?
Yeah.
Hang on for 1 second. I want to ask you one question. One question, Chuck. Jerry Angelo, the general manager, the Bears ever let him go? Do you think he'd get another job in the National Football League as a general manager?
I don't think so. I think when you just look at a lot of these guys, Urlacher, I can't see. Urlacher, the Tommy Harris contract, there's some guys on this defense, they're going to have to, they got some deadwood they're going to have to cut loose. And I know some of these guys he's drafted, but the defense is not going to get better. I'll hang up and listen to you guys.
Well, here, Chuck, again, the problem, and to me, it's very, very clear to me, and I could be wrong, possibly am, but I'm going to tell you something. When you look at the players and what they're doing is, and what I just said, the difference makers are not making the difference when it counts. They're not stepping up to the plate. They're not doing it.
Well, that's a major problem then.
You're damn right it is.
You got the wrong guy out there, you got the wrong coaches, or you got the wrong guys getting the draft.
Or how about all the above?
Could be.
Doug,
if they go out and get Bennett as a wide receiver, forget about it. If Bennett's a wide receiver, they bring him in, they don't even use him. They're not picking the right damn guys,
right.
Ed.
If you take a look at it, it would never be more glaring to you if you're a real football fan and you saw that game playing on offense and defense and you saw the mistakes. With the guys that are supposed to be making the plays, they're not making the plays in critical situations where there should be. That's why they're paid.
Well, sure. There's no question about it.
And we're not paid to go up there by a coaching staff and get blown out. And by the way, let me just really jump to something here, Doug. We started out the National Football League as a 16-game schedule. Is that not correct? All right. Then Lovely dropped it to a 10-game schedule. Okay, then he dropped it to, it was 6 games. So now it's 4 games.
We'll be down to 1.
And it could be down to 1. So the last time, that's a 37-game schedule.
Hey, we may need every one of those games, for the 37.
Lovey, it's 16 games, the first game, the 4th game. They all count, Coach. They all count.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Ed and I will be right back.
With more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, starring Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, presented by Miller Lite, great taste, less filling, and brought to you by Court Furniture, your Chicagoland Chevy dealers, and powered by Comcast, America's leading fiber optic network for TV, internet, and phone on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
Welcome back to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, also sponsored by Miller Lite. We are live. We are live right now so far. Ed and I at Marionette Park at Bourbon Street, 115 Bourbon Street. Obradovich and Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767.
And, Doug, this hour is being brought to you by Menards. And, by the way, they're building a Menards out in Deer Park in an area where I live, right off of Lake Cook Road. I tell you what, Doug, I don't think I've ever seen a bigger store being built. My God.
You're a tool guy, aren't you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially S-Wing.
S-Wing?
No, F-Wing. That's right. No. F-Wing.
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 There was a play I wanted to talk about, this whole game. And this touchdown was too easy. Chester Taylor gets the football, runs to the left side or to the right side of Chicago.
For 21 yards?
21 yards for a touchdown.
Right.
Too damn easy.
Okay.
Force and fill. I mean, I don't know if they use these words anymore, and I know maybe it's dating you and I, but there's always somebody to the outside. There should be always somebody going to the inside in the field. But both guys were inside. Defensive end, linebacker, the corner wasn't nowhere to be found. These are simple rules that if you follow, you play the game that way. Somebody's got to force it. Somebody's got to fill it.
On every defensive call, Doug. Right. I don't care if it's a blitz, strong or weak side, if it's a strong or weak safety or a corner blitz, whatever. It doesn't matter. Somebody has containment. Somebody has to force it, and somebody's got to fill it. A lot of times it's from the backside the fill would come from, and on that particular play it did not come. Off he went 21 yards.
You know, maybe this is because we're getting older. I've never heard anybody use those words, force and fill. I'm talking about players.
Well, I'll tell you what they did. On the television they did.
Oh, they did?
Yes, they did.
I didn't hear it.
On the game yesterday, nobody forced. They're talking nobody forced the play.
It's just part of football. It's something that never changes. I have to have somebody on the outside. Somebody's got to be feeling. No one was around. That's too damn easy. You can't give up a 21-yard touchdown
Doug,
like that.
which goes back to what I said. On offense, the coaches are not putting on both sides, offense and defense. They're not getting it done coaching. And on our players, the difference makers on both sides of the ball, they're not making the plays, Doug. And if you look at it all day long, watch that game 10 times, and that's the only conclusion you can come up with. They're not making the difference when they're supposed to stand up and make a difference. And by the way, that's what the hell you're getting paid for.
Well, sure it is.
You know, you get paid $12 million to play 16 games, $8 million, $5 million to play 16 games. I don't want to hear excuses, okay? That's what it's not about. This game is not about excuses.
But I see things that bother me, though. I'm talking about little things. For example, remember right before the half, the Bears go into a timeout mode because they want the football back. All right, fine. It's 3rd and 7. Chester Taylor comes out of the backfield. Urlacher picks him up. Not good enough. First down. But the point that I'm making is they come out, and Minnesota goes to their tight end, this kid named Shinnico. I believe that's his name. Now, they got Hillenmeyer covering man for man.
Right.
He's got him man for man. He has no help inside. I watched him. He basically backed off on the guy, let him come off the line of scrimmage, and let him run straight down the damn field, and that makes the catch. The guy goes to the 1-inch line.
Especially if that's your guy.
That's his guy.
You got to pop him right there and then run with him.
You stop right on top of him, you bang him, you push him to the outside, take him off his pattern, then you run with him. You don't let him come off the damn line of scrimmage and fire out of there and chase him down on the outside. He's wide open on the inside. This is the part that I just can't understand. And maybe the whole game is going by me. Maybe the whole game is different now. But to me, simple, we look at that. That's a little thing. But that little thing, if you had jammed that guy in the line of scrimmage, then ran with him, took away the inside, that throw couldn't have been made. You let that guy off, that tight end, to run down at 100 miles an hour, then you try to cover that guy. These are things that I'm talking about. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on this deal, but all I know is
no, you're not wrong, Doug.
I could play that position and tell you exactly what the hell to do with that thing, and that was all wrong. All wrong in my mind. Now, you just like the force and field rule with Chester Taylor going for a touchdown. Those are simple fundamentals of the game.
Everybody's got a job to do it. And when the defense is called, I told you, no matter what it is. But, when you still, Doug, there are so many things in that game. I mean, the kids that they play hard out, I didn't see anybody quitting out.
No, they played hard. They went out and played. But they gave an effort.
But what showed in this game is the glaring differences, okay?
Right.
In coaching and in the difference makers. And the thing that just boggles my mind is that we have used our tight ends pretty good all year long, Doug. They're catching 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 passes, between them. We're moving a chains, and we haven't the last few games. They're like they're two forgotten men. We haven't gone to them. And then when we go down on the goal line for 4 downs, Doug, for 4 downs, and they find a way not to go to our tight ends with a play-action pass, with a bootleg or a rollout, and not to give the ball to Forte, but game plan for Jason Davis to run against a wall that's you can't move that wall. And these are the coaches that made that game decision. Let me say that again one more time. These are the coaches that made that decision. Not to go with play action, not to run Forte 4 downs, but to go with Jason Taylor and never go with a play action pass to our tight ends, who are both, last time I checked again, 6'5".
You know, Ed, what's sad about that? They've done this before with the fullback up the middle. And you remember correctly, they've done this before in the past, and it's been unsuccessful. So, consequently, what happens, they get down there and they don't score. Here's Obradovich. I'm the phone. 312-644-6767. We are live. That's right. We are live at 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park.
with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, starring Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, presented by Miller Lite, great taste, less filling, and brought to you by Court Furniture, your Chicagoland Chevy dealers, and powered by Comcast, America's leading fiber optic network for TV, internet, and phone on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
That highlight courtesy of NBC TV. Obradovich and Buffone on The Score, Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Also, our sponsor, Miller Lite. We are live at 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Doug, we'd like to thank Celebration Limo for providing the transportation today. Visit them online at celebrationlimoltd.com or give them a call at 708-599-2112.
And let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Bob in Westmont. Bob, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug, OB, pleasure to talk to you guys.
All right, Bobby.
Hey, 2 points I want to make. First off, have you ever seen anyone have a worse game than John St. Clair yesterday?
No, that was terrible. What was it, 3 sacks on him? Jared Allen got on the kid, 3 sacks. I mean,
Bob, you know what was worse than that? That the coaches obviously, looked at it. They saw it. All you have to do, you can give a kid help, okay? You can put a tight end over there or a back over there, especially a tight end. All he has to do is give him a chug and then release and get into a delayed pattern. He can still get in the passing route, your tight end, okay? It doesn't take a genius to figure that out, Bob.
And the second point I want to make, and I haven't heard anybody really criticize him for this, but I was throwing stuff at the TV before they scored. At the end of the first half, they're down on the Vikings are down 10, 15-yard line. We call a timeout after first and second down. I'm like, why? If you would have let them play out, you could have called a timeout after third down. You would have had 1:20 left, still had a timeout, and you'd know you were getting the ball back.
Yeah, they did it prematurely. I mean, the fact is they looked at it and they thought they were going to stop him on third down. I believe it was like 3rd and 8 or 3rd and 9. That was when Chester Taylor came out of the backfield and Erlocker covered him man for man, but then made the tackle, but the first down was gotten. And after that, they moved the football down, and that's when they had Hillemeyer on top of the tight end, man for man, and Farad hit him down to the 6-inch line. So, yeah, that itself backfired in the Chicago Bears' face. I mean, a lot of things just didn't go right. I mean, a lot of it was decisions that were made out there as far as what the coaches were making, the players. I still don't believe, and I saw what Tillman did. What was Tillman looking at? Now, he said, he's playing that zone, but he bit on something he didn't have to bite on.
Right, but Barry didn't make a feint inside move. He did a straight fly pattern.
He looked at the tight end coming inside, so the fact is his job is to keep to the outside and say, deep as the deepest man on the outside in the corner.
That's his man.
That was his man.
No, there's no
and now he looked inside, and he took 2 steps inside. That's all it took. And all of a sudden, there he goes down the sidelines for 99 yards. These little things like this, I mean, you just can't make those type of mistakes. Let's go to Don in his car. Don, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Ed. Hey, Doug. How you guys?
Donnie.
What's up, Donnie?
All right, Don.
Man, I almost took my 42-inch TV off the wall and slammed it to the ground last night. It was unbelievable when I sat there and I saw that play on the goal line. I could not believe that you're going to say, well, you need 7 points. Okay, well, you don't get 7 points in 3 down. Wouldn't 3 points have helped? I mean, that just changed the whole mood of the team when you saw it on TV.
Well, it did, Don. I agree with you 100%. I went with the decision. I would have done the same thing.
I would have too, Don, because you know what? If you make the touchdown, we're on the 1 yard, the half-yard line. Okay, then you make a statement and you get it going. But boy, I'll tell you something. After that, what I saw, Don and Doug, was they just like the air went out of the balloon.
Oh, no question. And see, the other thing in the back of your mind is if you don't get it, you got them stuck on the 1-inch line or 2-inch line. And so what do you say to yourself? Whoa, how are they going to get out of that?
That's
well,
right.
Yeah,
well,
they showed you how they got out of it. But if you could have taken the 3, but I think you needed points in this football game. I think you really had the Vikings on the run. That was the time to put the foot on their throat, finish them off. I was all for it. Those damn plays they called, I just don't understand where they came from. Let's go out to Chad in Uptown. Chad, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right, Chad.
You guys are talking about these difference makers, and I just find it shocking. No one's pointing the finger at number 54. I mean, I have never seen a linebacker get so manhandled every single play. And he looks like he isn't even trying anymore.
Chad, you know what I saw in that game and what you saw of for lack of better term or terminology, a younger Urlacher, he would shoot up through the 2 and the 3 gaps, the 5 and the 6 gaps, the 7 and 8. He would shoot up. And remember, Chad, he'd make the tackles behind the line of scrimmage. I mean, he had a great nose for the ball. He could read the plays. And, boy, when he saw it, bam, he'd fire right up through those gaps. You remember them, Doug? Mm-hmm. I don't see that anymore. What I see him doing is sliding along the line. And when you're sliding along the line and somebody, either one of those guards, the center or tackle, or a tight end that comes when you're going along the line of scrimmage, they don't have to take you back. They'll just keep you riding, ride you right out, and just turn you if they have to so you're not a factor. He used to come up. He's not doing it. Why? Is it a physical thing? I don't know. Is it a coaching philosophy? I don't know. But that's what I see.
The other thing that what's going on with the Chicago Bears, and you saw this on the 59-yard run by Peterson. You know, when you get a back that's that good, forget about trying to strip the football. How about trying to tackling him?
How about roadblock?
You know what? Go
tackling?
get him. Yeah, they got Graham comes in with a shoulder block. Tillman comes over trying to rip the ball out. Meanwhile, this kid's still prancing and dancing, and next thing you know, he grips out of there. You don't do that. You want to bring this guy down. This kid is too damn good to be messing with. Think you're going to grab the football out of his hands. Meanwhile, he's breaking loose, and he's making you look like a moron. So that's part of the problem, too. Everybody thinks about strip the football. The hell with stripping the football with this kid. Put him down on the ground.
The key with that stripping, Doug, is the first guy, make sure that you got him. But they all were doing it. You got him.
Yeah. If you got a guy tangled up and you got him trapped and he's down, well, then maybe you go for the strip. But not when a guy's running full steam ahead there. He comes out of that pocket 59 yards. Now, I understand they only turned into a 3-yard, for 3 points. But he had another run of 10 yards that I'm telling you that everybody was hanging on him, trying to rip the ball out, and he couldn't do it. Let's go out to Dan in his car. Dan, you're on the score.
Yeah, I was wondering if you guys noticed that Turner's making the same calls as he was last time he was here. I remember one game against Minnesota, at Minnesota, late in the game, 4th and 20, we call a draw play when we have to get a first down.
Mm-hmm.
Not making any damn sense what he's play calling.
Well, I got to tell you, there were some calls that you said prior to this game. You said, geez, the offense is really starting to come around. Things are starting looking better. I understand they don't have wide receivers. They do have tight ends. But I got to tell you, I don't those 4 calls down near the goal line, you're just baffling me. Absolutely baffling me. And especially the run with the fullback up the middle. I just don't get it.
Doug, what baffles you, we know we don't have a wide-out passing game.
We know
But
that.
we've got tight ends that can catch the football. They caught 2 passes yesterday, and last week? It was the same damn
also
thing,
caught 1 pass against the Rams.
I mean, come on. These guys were vital. They're a vital part of our passing game. They're quality people. And we're not using them in our passing game. We're not using them in our offensive game planning.
Let's go out to Chris in Madison, Wisconsin. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, you guys are the greatest. I have to tell you something. I'm a psychologist, and I don't know a lot about football. But I've got 2 comments to make. Number one is, if you look at the scope of this year, our Bears should have won at least 5 more games. And I take this down to very, very poor coaching and management. Our boys, our players are by and large excellent, but when you're managed and coached, these guys should all be out on their ear. I'd like to see somebody like a Ditka in there. He would kick butt, and that would be it. That's my comment, guys.
Chris, let me say, there's a lot of money involved in this game, and I'm going to tell you something. I look back at what's happening here. And these are they're glaring mistakes that are made. Glaring mistakes. And for Lovey, you start out with a 16-game schedule, then it's a 10-game schedule, then it's a 6-game schedule. Now we're on a 4-game schedule. There's a 16 games and 16 games only. The first game counts as much as the last game. There's only 16. And you got to have people ready to play football. And so far, and especially this game, playing for first place. We win this game, we come back home. There's 4 games left. The next 3 are at home. We've got our control. They should have I'm going to tell you something. There should have been nothing left in the tank, Chris. Mentally or physically, on that football field last night. There should have been nothing left in the tank.
Ed, I think part of the problem is the Bears can't play in the clutch. And I think that's part of the problem. The more you look at it, the more you saw the games that were lost, the more times you saw offensively, even defensively, when you needed that play, when you needed that big stand, it didn't happen. And I think that's part of the problem with the Chicago Bears. And somehow they got to take a look at it. Coaching, players, whatever the reason, you've got to make those plays at certain times of that football game to make that game where you can win it.
You know, Chris and Doug, to our listeners out there, the Bears, they pay a lot of money to a lot of these players and a lot of these coaches.
Maybe they're paying the wrong guy.
The McCaskey family pays, you've got Ted Phillips and you've got Jerry Angelos in front handling that situation. But the McCaskeys have stood up to the plate and they have paid the coaches. They're paying the players, the difference makers. They're paying everybody. And look at what they're getting for their money.
Well,
okay?
Let me ask, when we come back, I'm going to ask you this question. At the beginning of the year, where did you have the Chicago Bears? What record did you have them? I want to know that, Ed. What was in your mind when the Bears started in training camp? When we went down there, what did you think the Bears would do for this season?
37-0.
37-0.
Yes.
You were off by 1.
Okay.
He told Bradovich on the phone. Wants to score. Just by one game.
Wait a minute.
You're amazing.
So you got the other questions?
37-0?
Well, that's the only two guys think. Lovey and myself. It's a 37-game schedule.
Got a new season.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, Bradovich on the phone on Score Sports Radio 670.
Tulsa. Did he get in? There's no signal yet. Looked like he had enough. He looked like he got at least 9 inches, and he did.
I think we played hard, but we just didn't make those big plays, and they did. They were able to get turnovers when they needed them. We got one, but we needed more. Their defense played well, and the offense capitalized on some of their stuff, so we got to play better.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, starring Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, presented by Miller Lite, great taste, less filling, and brought to you by Court Furniture, your Chicagoland Chevy dealers, and powered by Comcast, America's leading fiber optic network for TV, internet, and phone on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
And I like courtesy of NBC TV. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Also, Miller Lite, one of our sponsors. We are live at Bourbon Street, 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park. O'Bradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767.
This hour is being brought to you by Menards.
You are an amazing human being.
Well, what do you mean by is?
That was it. Break it down.
Yeah, what does this mean?
What does it mean to you?
What do you mean by is?
And right now, the 87th texter to 67011 of the word hammer wins an S-Wing. S-Wing.
Yes.
Post-game show gift pack.
Yes.
Eddie, let's go back out to the phone lines. Oh, no, I asked you about it at the beginning of the season. What number did you put on the Chicago Bears? In training camp, you looked at the Bears and said, you know what? This is what the Bears are going to do.
I figured 9-7, maybe best 10-6.
10-6?
Best 10-6.
I had them at 7-9. So then I say to myself, and then why are you complaining, Doug? I mean, what's the problem here? You had them at 7-9. You knew they weren't a great team. You thought they were a good team, maybe enough to be out there 8-8, 7-9. Then I take a look at this. Well, because things changed. The whole NFL is down. If you look at the NFL, who the hell out there is that good? You may have 5 or 6 teams if you're lucky. So the thing is wide open for somebody to make a move. And that's what I thought as the year progressed. Then I thought, wait a minute here. I expected our offense to be a lot worse than it was. I expected our offensive linemen to be terrible. Well, it all came to fruition in this last football game that we thought what could happen would happen with, Sinclair on the outside. But all in all, my expectations got higher as the offense got better. Then all of a sudden now I look at it and I say to myself, you know what, Doug? Maybe if you look at reality, and maybe the reality is they're just not good enough. We all have, this passion for them. We all have this want for the Chicago Bears to win. We all have this desire. But just maybe, they're
Doug,
just not good enough.
The way this year is going, I think they are good enough to win in this climate. What's happened in the National Football League. And there's only maybe 1 or 2 barn burner teams out there. But I'll tell you what, Doug, And it's a year by year. You don't wait for next year in this league. And if you do, you got the wrong coaches. You got the wrong general manager. It's got to happen now, my friend.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670.
Fourth, inside the one. Inverted wishbone. Snap to Kyle. Forte running right. He's not going to get in. He's stonewalled by the Vikings.
Felt like we needed a touchdown in that situation. You got to be able to get it in from there. If you don't get it in from there, you probably don't deserve to win.
Barat with his feet in his own end zone. Takes the snap, looking to throw. Long down the left side. Open man over the shoulder. 50, 40, Berrien to the 30. Tillman giving chase. Bernard Berrien, 99-yard touchdown.
Zone coverage, I was covering both, and they had two verts. Choose take number 2. And like I said, just a good play on their part. No excuses. Just a good play, good game plan. It was a good call. Great offensive execution. Disappointing loss for our football team. We have 4 games left to go. We control our destiny before tonight. Now we need a little bit of help. But for us, we have Jacksonville coming up. And no time to feel sorry for yourself. We got to get ready for them.
And now, live from the South Side at 115 Bourbon Street, it's time for the Jiffy Lube postgame show with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich. Presented by Miller Lite, great taste, less filling. And brought to you by Court Furniture, your Chicagoland Chevy dealers. And powered by Comcast, America's leading fiber optic network for TV, internet, and phone. And here they are, Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
Those highlights courtesy of WPDM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. We are live back at Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Also sponsored by Miller Lite today. We are live at 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park. Obradovich and Buffone. 312-644-6767. What are you chuckling about? What is wrong with you?
That verifies it.
What?
Lovey, I just heard Lovey. Now it's a 4-game season.
Is it 4? Right.
So far, we're into a 36-game season. Now, we got one more shot for the last game to make it a 1-game season. That would be 37. But so far now, we're at 36 games.
What if you went into the playoffs? Then you add another...
Oh, we'd have to add another, 3, 4, 5 games?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you had a 40-game season.
Well, we could be looking at that, Doug. We could be looking at that. But now we're at 36.
Hey, I wanted to ask you real quickly. I was watching the game, and I see Ogoulier come by and give Gus Ferraro a little shot to the back. Now, I myself personally didn't think it was a real hard hit. I didn't think it was that hard enough to knock him flat out cold. But maybe he caught him in a special part of the back of the neck. I don't know. But I never saw a guy lay out, just flat laid out, and it didn't look like Ogoulier did much to the guy as far as the hit was concerned. What do you think?
I beg to differ with you. That was in the second quarter. I think it was like third and goal.
So you thought it was a vicious hit?
I don't think it was a vicious hit, but the play was well over with. And let me tell you something. I broke my neck. I played my whole life with a broken neck, Doug.
Now, that was diving into a swimming pool.
Right. No, that was in the lake. But I'm going to tell you something. But him standing back there, Doug, and a guy comes behind you, totally unexpected to you, and gives you a forearm shiver into the back part. It doesn't take much. Believe me, you talk to any neurosurgeon, doesn't take much to snap those vertebrae or that spinal cord. Believe me, it doesn't. The fact of the matter was, Ogoulier had no business.
I know, Ed, but it didn't look like he buried him that much.
So what? So the guy went down. He acted a little bit.
Well,
the fact of the matter...
You got the Academy Award. What are you talking about?
The fact of the matter is, well, what happened if the referee would have saw it instead of falling asleep?
Well, no, he should have called.
And there was a penalty thrown on.
I understand. He should have called.
All right.
But I got to tell you, that shot wasn't in back. It was down lower in the middle of the back.
No, it wasn't.
There's a forearm, and this kid goes out. His lights goes out. Stop.
Get on. Go to the callers.
I'm telling you, you're getting soft.
I'm getting soft. Well, how about this? I'm getting soft.
Wisconsin Dean in Reedsburg, Wisconsin. Ding on the score was soft man Ed and Doug.
Yeah, good show. I'm glad Carolina helped us out yesterday because I'm a Packer fan when they lose.
Yeah.
And I was wondering why the Bears didn't do the quarterback sneak in the second quarter.
In the goal line?
Yeah.
Well, I got to tell you, it would be the same thing to me. I mean,
Dean, you don't want to do that.
There's 600 pounds of meat in front of you. I mean, these two guys, they have, you got to understand.
Close to 700.
700. What,
Close to 700.
They're 330 apiece?
Something like that. Yeah, no. And they're good football players.
Yeah.
Okay? And you're not going to go up that middle. You are just not going to do it. You know, maybe fake a play action or something and go to somebody out wide, somebody in the flat, or go for a corner route in the end zone. If you're going to run, you got to run wide. Maybe do a cross buck with the first back going up the middle, and then make a pitch to Forte going wide. But you know that was just suicide running in the middle or trying to do a quarterback sneak team. You just not against that team. You can't.
Let's go out to Nate downtown. Nate's on the score at OB and Doug.
A couple things, guys. You guys just talked about exactly what I was holding to talk about. I wanted to get your opinion if you think the commissioner is going to impose a fine on Agoulier. And also, I called you guys after the first Minnesota Bears game when they went 4 out in first and goal. Mm-hmm. And the only reason they scored that game was they got some bogus pass interference call, and they got a first set of downs. You think they would have learned their lesson from that game? And also, one more thing before I hang up. What do you think about the two cement trucks in the middle? If the Bears want some help for the rest of the season, they should call the commissioner and make sure he imposes that 4-game suspension on them, and that's the way the Bears can get their help. And I'll hang up and listen to your response.
You know, the second part of your question is I think they're going to get those 4 games.
That decision has already been made.
Yeah.
Nate. That's for sure.
They're nailed. I honestly believe that. Yeah. And once again, too, they're 2 good football players. But without those 2 good ball players in that defensive line, I'm going to tell you something, Minnesota's going to struggle. They're going to struggle defensively because these 2 guys just manhandle everybody. If you saw that last play, what they did to Kreutz and the rest of the linemen, Ed, they shoved them all the way into the backfield. They couldn't even get a shot to even get started. So, I mean, those 2 guys, I mean, they really control that defensive line.
And, Nate, quickly to think that would he get fined by the league, there's a possibility, and the reason was because it was so late. It was so late that it happened. That would be the reason. I mean, was it a violent hit? No, but it was enough to catch him off guard, knock him down, and then he, went to acting school after that. But the fact of the matter, that never should have happened. That shouldn't have been a part of number 83's play, ever. You don't ever do that. Hit somebody from behind, you never do that.
No, because they may get up, and then cause problems. Let's go to, let's see, where are we? Let's go out to Paul in Jackson, Wisconsin. Paul, you're on the score.
Hey, good morning. It's great to talk to you guys. I am a Packer fan from Wisconsin, and I'm calling because I think maybe we could comfort each other a little bit. I'm feeling kind of down myself today. What I'm wondering is, whatever happened to the NFC North, where the games would be 10-3, 17-10? What is this 35, 40, 50 points? Whatever happened to defense in our division? I mean, we can't stop anybody, the Packers nor the Bears. I can't take it anymore.
Here's what happened. It happened in the NFL. Exactly. It's not just our division. We've scored more points in the National Football League, they claimed, in these first, I think,
the rules.
12 games. It changed, yeah.
The rules, Paul, what it is.
They want to see scoring, guys.
The TV, they dictate what goes on. They don't want a 10-3 game, a 14-10, a 7-3 game. They don't want that. What they want is a track meet, and TV tells them that. And what happens? You change the rules. That's why to try to go down deep, which we never really try to do, you can't even touch that white out or that flag comes out.
Not close.
The reason, Paul, the reason why you see these scoring points, rules change. That's why.
And the NFL wants to see you score, so that's exactly what's going to happen. The other thing you can't do is just come up with the interception, come up with the turnover, the takeaway. That is something the Bears, are trying to do. They've done pretty good at it, basically. But when it's all said and done with, the NFL wants you to score. Let's go out to Scott in his car. Scott, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. Hey, before I get to my point, do you think while they're raising all that money to get rid of Charlie Weiss, Notre Dame, maybe they could get like a second stipend to get rid of the coaches in Chicago?
Well, it's a hell of a lot more money, though, to get rid of the coaches in Chicago than Charlie Weiss.
Hey, tell me if I'm wrong, but when the Bears defense was getting run over all over yesterday, wasn't one of those touchdowns they had too many people on the field and they still couldn't stop them?
Yeah, they had 12 on the field, and Peterson still scored. So 12 didn't help. Put it that way.
We're going to try to go to 13.
Yeah. We're making that move for next week.
Yeah, next week. That's the start of our new season, a 4-game season. We're going to go to 13 players.
Lovey's petitioned the commission already.
Because there's only a 4-game season.
Guys, right?
Yes, I see that.
4-game season.
Thank you, Doug.
Okay, let's go out to Dave in Yorkville. Dave, you on the score with Opie and Doug.
Hey, guys, how's it going? Hey, before I make my comment, Doug, did you get a deer this year?
No, I haven't gone yet. I'm going to go after the season. I'm going to go crossbow because Mitch Rosen won't let me out.
Oh, okay. Good luck. Good luck with that. But anyways, so as I watch each game, I try to focus on kind of one guy at a time so I can kind of break down a little bit more. After a few games, for a while I was watching Tillman, and I kind of gave up on that with frustration. But the last few games I've been on Payne, the free safety. Been watching him a lot. Have you guys noticed? I mean, I appreciate how he flies to the ball, kind of a la plank type thing. Flies to the ball, helmet down, hits the guy really hard. But instead of rapping, he just keeps bouncing off the guy with a hard hit, and then either the running back or the receiver makes it for another 5, 6, 7 yards.
Good observation, Dave.
And, you are correct, sir.
You are correct, Mundo.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting very frustrating, and I'm thinking, how, if I'm watching this on TV, they've got to be watching it in the film room. How come the coaches aren't saying, hey, man, you're getting there and you're getting there fast, but rap. Hit them hard and rap. I mean, I know they teach you that back in high school, I seem to remember. Rap, drag them down. So that was my comment, and I'm hoping it gets on to him because he's one hell of a ball player. He just needs to, and maybe that would help the other guys, instead they're getting there when the guy's bouncing off and, last night like the running back did.
You read it right, my friend.
Yeah, he's not the only guy either, by the way.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay,
that was my comment.
You've seen it throughout the whole league.
I saw Graham do that.
Graham did it
with the road block.
59-yard run.
Yeah, they tried the old road blocking instead of grabbing.
You can't do it.
Around him. No.
You got to tackle him and bring him down. So you're seeing it everywhere. Let's go out to Andy in Charleston. Andy on the score with OB and Doug.
How you doing, guys?
All right,
What's up,
Andy.
Well, here's the thing, man. I mean, my main qualm with Lovie Smith is, I know Lovie is what he is. He's never going to be openly critical about the team, especially with the press. He's never going to be jumping around on the sideline, showing the passion and all that stuff that everyone's looking for. But the main issue I have with him, and I feel like other fans do, is that I don't think they really believe in adjustments, especially in-game adjustment. I think basically, at halftime, if it's clearly not working, I think basically, I'm pretty sure he would just tell them just to, preach. He's preaching better execution, I mean, do you guys see, adjustments when you're watching these games? I mean, it seems like they come out in the second half just as flat and, just as, uncoordinated as they did in the first half. And I'll hang up and listen to your guys' answer.
Well, I'll tell you, for the most part, I don't see any changes. For the most part. Sometimes, a couple times they have on defense I've seen. But and it just goes to this game. I mean, it's right in front of you. You've got our left offensive tackle getting beat all day long, and they don't come and offer him or don't come and give him help, which is a simple adjustment. Let me repeat that again. It's a simple adjustment, and we didn't do it. But my opening thing, Andy, was my opening remarks on the show this morning was, two things there on coaching, okay. And my second thing was the difference makers, the players, not making a difference. But my number thing was coaching. They're not paid. To me, they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, period.
He's O'Bradovich on the phone on the Score Sports Radio 670 312-644-6767. We are live, the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. The Miller Lite also sponsor 115 Bourbon Street. Eddie, what do you want?
Hold it. Who was it that called? Paul or Ed or Dave or something? Mm-hmm. Wait a minute.
What?
Are you after the see you're going to go stalk Bambi again?
I'm going.
Oh, Doug, how can you do that?
I'm going with a crossbow this time.
With a crossbow? Jesus Christ. You with a crossbow? God almighty. Are there human beings going with you?
See, I'm loud.
I mean, are there other guys going with you?
Nobody's going near me. They're putting me on the woods by myself with a crossbow.
Doug Buffon and Critter couldn't get this shit. Spear through abdomen.
But they're only giving me one arrow. So
that's all it takes, buddy.
I got a shot. We'll be in before. We'll be right back.
Oh, you got to film that.
We're back with more of of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, starring Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, presented by Miller Lite, great taste, less filling, and brought to you by Court Furniture, your Chicagoland Chevy dealers, and powered by Comcast, America's leading fiber optic network for TV, internet, and phone on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Bourbon Street, 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park. Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. And up next will be Lawrence Holmes and Dan Hampton. Now, Lawrence Holmes is out there in the audience, and I call him B.A. for Benedict Arnold, because last week he picked the Minnesota Vikings. I hate this kid's guts. He was right. But we go arguing. I do the pregame show with him, Ed, and he tried to talk me out of it. I tried to talk him out of going with the Vikings, and he come back and said, "What, Adrian Peterson is in the Bears' mind and whatever." Well, I got to hand it to him. I mean, he was right. I mean, there's no way in hell the Bears could have beat the Vikings the way the Vikings played. So, B.A., Benedict Arnold, I apologize to you. And okay. And then as soon as I'm done there, I'm going to come down and kick your ass.
No, I was just, hey, Lawrence, I was just ready to say, don't believe it. Don't buy into that. Trust me. Do not buy into that. By the way, you got enough room?
You know me well.
Have you got enough room?
What do you want from me?
I got one more, and I'm going to be off the damn stage here.
Now, you all right?
Yeah, it's not so
let's
better.
Let's take a phone call. Let's go out to Bob on the south side. Bob, you're on The Score.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up, Bobby?
Hey, I got a question. As a fan of the game, I don't know a whole lot about it. All too often in the NFL, and again last night, right before halftime with 40 seconds to go, and they're on their own 40-yard line and it's first down, why don't they take a couple shots downfield instead of just walking off the field? It seems like it's a free opportunity to score some points.
You wonder why, because was it last week or what week was it? The Bears tried that routine and they got burnt. And the guy intercepted it or something happened and somebody scored on them. I think they get afraid to do it, and they don't want to turn the football over. And the fact is that, they want to go in with something happening. For example, the same thing would happen like they took a chance when they called timeout, when they had the ball against the Chicago Bears right before halftime. Remember that?
Yeah.
50 was 3rd and 7, and there was so much time left, so the Bears called timeout. I think they're getting the football back, and they didn't. And it backfired. Next thing you know, Minnesota Vikings go down and score. Me, I'm with you. I'm taking a shot all the time. That's why I'm not coaching. They wouldn't let me in to do this because I want to take a shot. I can't stand it going down on one knee. I mean, you never could do that before back in the day. You had to do something, run the football or do something with it. But the one knee.
Back in the day, there are other teams when you see them, Doug, when there's 9 seconds left, 12 seconds left to go.
No. I'm talking about taking a knee. You weren't allowed to take a knee back in the day. I mean, you had to run the football out.
Now, I think they did take the knee, Doug.
No. Not when you were playing. Not when I was playing. No, they didn't do that. They handed it off. You had to hand it off, Ed.
You sure about that?
I'm positive. I am positive. Well, not real positive, but I'm pretty close. Let's go on to Mark. It's Hadley. Mark on The Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug. Hey, OB. How you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, listen, I was wondering, what's your guys' take on the front office of this organization? I mean, look at how we got Turner making, I don't know what kind of calls this guy makes, and I don't understand some of the calls that this guy makes, and Babbage never making any in-game adjustments or after halftime adjustments. I just don't understand the whole scenario of where this team is going with this coaching staff.
Well, what happens there, Mark? It's simple. They hire the coach. And he's at he has his wherewithal to bring in who he believes offensively and defensively to fit his philosophy of how he wants to attack somebody and how he wants to defend somebody. And he brings the people in. Ownership doesn't come in, and I don't think that you find anybody else truly coming in. They hire him for those reasons. When you get hired, he sits down and tells Jerry Angelo, and if the owner steps into the meeting, whoever it is, they will sit there, and he will tell them, they will ask questions. How do you plan to attack? How do you plan to defend? What do you want to do? What's your philosophy about this, that, and everything? And then it's up to him to bring his people in. He has the wherewithal, because if you don't, then that's dissension to begin with, okay? He doesn't have his offensive coordinator. He doesn't have his guy he wants as his defensive coordinator. So who do you blame? Lovie Smith. He's the guy.
Well, he's the guy, in fact, defensive-wise. You're talking about Babbage being a defensive coordinator.
On both sides of the ball, Doug.
But
he's the guy.
You're looking at something, though, Eddie, when this defense, for example, and everybody talks about Babbage, but really your head coach is a defensive coordinator. Was one of the best defensive coordinators out there at the time. So when you take a look at it, you're trying to tell me that this defense, the way they're looking at it, that Lovie Smith is not looking at this defense and telling Babbage, you know what, we got to do this, we got to do that. Don't you think he's going to be in there talking about that defense, what's going on? Sure he is. There's no question about it. So that maybe comes down to players. Maybe we keep beating this thing to death and beating to death. Maybe we just don't have the guys to play the damn thing.
What does it come down to what I said when we opened up the show? About the coaches and about the players, especially the ones that are being paid to be a difference maker. They're not getting the job done.
And maybe we got to look at management. We got to take a look at the guys up there in the office and say, who are you bringing in? What are you giving me? Where's my wide receiver?
But, Doug,
where's my defensive guy?
If the offensive system is not working, and if your defensive system is not working what you thought it would be after 2 games, after 7 games, whatever it is, you've got to have the ability to understand, see, and adjust. You can't keep running into a wall.
There's no question. You adjust.
That's why they're paid to be a head coach and a coordinator
Ed,
on both sides.
Always remember this, Ed.
Jesus.
You can't ask a mule to win the Kentucky Derby. And I'm telling you right now.
Who brought the mule in?
Huh? They brought the mule in because they think it's a horse. That's why. And they're taking a look at all these guys out there, and they think they're better than they really are.
That was good.
I think it was.
That was good. A mule, and then you went to the horse?
Yeah.
That was good, Doug. You pressed the hell out of me with that.
It's the same theory, though. We've seen it before. You and I played long enough to know guys.
I understand, but the point of it is, it's Lovie's show. It's his
show.
With the coaches, it's his show,
Absolutely.
folks. Trust me.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park.
The Jiffy Lube postgame show, starring Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, presented by Miller Lite, great taste, less filling, and brought to you by Court Furniture, your Chicagoland Chevy dealers, and powered by Comcast, America's leading fiber optic network for TV, internet, and phone on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Also today with us is Miller Lite. We're live at Bourbon Street, 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park, Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. Eddie, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Jeff in his car. Jeff, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Good morning, gentlemen. Enjoy your show.
Thank you.
I want to go along the same lines as we've beaten to death, more or less. It's just the inability to adjust. And I think it's not only, you can take a look at it from the small picture, which I think was exemplified in that stand that Minnesota made in the second quarter, where we went 4 plays, we couldn't get a yard. Instead of, after the third play, when our line was not only stopped, but was caved in 3 times in a row, Lovey's got to look at it and say, hey, you know what? We aren't going to make it. We have to change. We got to take the points. We got to win the little battle. Instead of sitting there thinking that he can dictate everything that's happening on the field with this team, because this team does not have the mental fortitude to overcome adversity. And you got to, and then take that to the big picture, and you look at the whole organization, and they recognize, hey, we have to.
You know, Jeff, you broke up at the end. We got the gist, though. Basically, he's talking about the fact that, you make these calls down there. Why, when you see your line getting their brains beat in other words, they pushed that line, our offensive line, back into the backfield. And Krutz even said it. They got whipped. They got their ass whipped down on those plays. Try something different. Do something else. I mean, there's the fact that you were talking about rolling a guy out maybe, or coming out of a shotgun, or do something if you're going to go for 4th down. This guy wanted to take the points. He wanted to take the 3 points. And I think you agree with me, figured go for the damn thing.
Absolutely.
Go for the win.
No question.
Finish these guys off.
I agree with Lovie Smith in his field that way. Yes, I do.
But the play calling, I don't agree, and I know you don't either.
No, absolutely.
Let's go with Fred in his car. Fred, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys, I was curious about why isn't there a system where the teams can fine people for being ridiculously stupid, if you're jumping off sides, if you're not paying attention? I mean, how do they handle that? Like Hester's out there on that one wideout jump off in the first quarter. I know it's loud, but, you got to go on the ball or whatever, and he jumps off sides. Why ain't that $10,000 right there?
Well, that's pretty stiff, but
you'd have to. I can tell you why, Fred.
Yeah, the union.
It's called the union. Union would step in.
You'd have a tough time doing that.
Step in a heartbeat, and how do you correct it? Just like they do when they look at the films. I know it's ridiculous or as boring as this is going to sound.
If they want to do it that way,
they got to correct them during the week, and they come up and they show them, here's what you did, here's what you have to do. That's what they do.
Well, Ed, don't you think what's fair is fair? If they want to do that to the players, then shouldn't the players do that to the coaches? Should they fine the coaches for calling a stupid play up the middle against two guys that weigh 700 pounds between them? I think the coaches could be fined.
You know what, Doug? If I was in that, I'm not so sure they tell owners to stay out of it and everything. I think sometimes it would be very difficult in certain situations when you're paying this kind of money and you see basic flaws, that aren't being corrected. And the sad thing about it is the guys are supposed to be doing the correcting can't figure it out.
That's the problem.
That's the problem. Exactly.
Let's go to Don in his car. Don, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you doing, guys? You guys are the best.
Thanks, Donnie.
I got a couple things for you. Ron Turner, it's time for Jerry to step in and fire this guy. I got better goal line plays on my video game. It's ridiculous. And then I think next year at the free agent, you give Anquan Bolden the house and pick up Charlie Weiss as your offensive coordinator. And then you could deal with Bob Babbage later.
Don, let me say something right here now. Now, just listen to this. And Doug and I were talking about this.
All right.
All right. Devin Hester, are they going to give him one more year to be the number one, the premier go-to guy? Are they going to halt our wideout receiver core to develop Devin Hester to be the game breaker, the number one guy? And if they do, that means Anquan Bolden will not be here or anybody else of his capability. That's a question. Is that what they're going to do? Go another year with Devin Hester to try to make him the number one threat. And if they do, you will not see quality receivers here. Mark my word.
In that case, if they did something like that, it's in for another long year. Because the fact is, and I think it's proven right now, Hester has to go back to being what he does do best, and that's return punts. We see that's even fallen on him. He can be a third receiver. He can be a guy you put in that football game to change things around.
Not face it,
He
Doug.
can't be your number one guy. And you saw it yesterday. He got the 65-yard touchdown. But what about those other plays that he had shots at and he dropped that football? Big plays to make first downs. That's when you need a go-to guy. That's when the Bears need a wide receiver. And I am telling you, that sooner or later, they're going to go out there and figure this thing out.
Well, what's the deal? Then the deal is, Doug, that here's the decision they have to make. Are they going to continue on this path to make him the number one guy? And I think it's a legitimate question. Is that what you're going to do next year? Then if it is, no Anquan Bolden or anybody that resembles him.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the score. Sports Radio 670, 312-644. 6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. We are live at 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park. Ed and I will be right back.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, starring Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, presented by Miller Lite, great taste, less filling, and brought to you by Court Furniture, your Chicagoland Chevy dealers, and powered by Comcast, America's leading fiber optic network for TV, internet, and phone on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the score, Sports Radio 670. Also our sponsor today, Miller Lite. We're live at 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767 is our phone number. Eddie, let's go back out to the phone line. Let's head up to Canada, Vancouver. Let's go to talk to Jason. Jason, you're on the score.
Boys, as usual, it's getting repetitive of me saying this. You guys are doing a hell of a job.
Well, thanks Jason.
Hey, guys, both. I want you to answer this both, okay? I'm watching this team all season long, okay? And the bottom line is I'm asking myself, okay, do they have the players? And last night was clearly one of those nights. But, guys, can I get your honest opinion on something? Who quit on who? I mean, have these players quit on Lovey? Because at the end of the day, I'm sorry. You've lost 3 games against Atlanta, Tampa Bay, and Carolina of a combined 8 points. Guys, is that a lack of preparation by the coaching? Is that a lack of discipline in terms of disciplining your players? Because there was players that needed to be disciplined through those 3 games. Thanks, guys.
Well, let me put it this way. I mean, there's no question in my mind that they could be coached better. There's no question in my mind that you're exactly right that the defense could have come up with some wins. But let's take, for example, let's just take one play. We'll take one play out of the mix. We'll take the 99-yard touchdown. Whose fault was that? Can we say it was the coach's fault? Or can we say that it was really Tillman's fault? Because I know the defense. I know what Tillman said about the fact that he saw the underneath guy and it was a well-executed offensive play. That's not the defense supposed to be out there. That's not what's called. He's got the deep outside, the deepest guy. That was his guy. Berrien was his guy. Nothing should influence him underneath. He made the mistake. So who can we blame on that? I mean, that's simple football. That's who I'm supposed to cover. That's who I'm supposed to be on. And he didn't do it. That cost you 7 points. That gave up, the also field position. So, I mean, there's not enough room to go around for everybody to take blame for a lot of these things.
Absolutely.
There's tons of room for that. And we'll start with those middle plays that were called. We'll talk about the defense. We'll talk about the tackling. We'll talk about everything. But the fact is, though, these are 2 games now. They had a shot at it. Green Bay, I think they didn't even show up in Green Bay. I will say this. I thought the effort was there for the Viking game. We'll see what happens now at the end of the season. 4 games. Is that right, Ed?
That's right. Now we're into the 4-game season. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We're into the 4-game season.
Those are great. If you can get them, those 4-game seasons are pretty good.
Yes. Are we?
Yeah, we're done, Ed. We're out of here.
We're going to take the last call.
He's Obradovich. I'm Buffone. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody here.
Yeah, thank everybody here at Bourbon Street. And
great crowd.
Have a wonderful holidays to all you people. God bless.
Special thanks to 115 Bourbon Street, Jiffy Lube, Miller Lite, Celebrity Limo, who brought Ed down today. Thanks to our producer, Jay Zawoski, Herb Lawrence, Steve Goffman, our engineer, Paul Zarang, and our promotional coordinator, Pat Andrews. Coming up next on The Score, stay tuned for Hamp and B.A., or known as Benedict Arnold Holmes, who will be here.
By the way, Doug, was that you we passed up hitchhiking and we splashed him with the snow?
That was me.
That was you? Oh, I'm
sorry. But you ran over my foot.
I apologize.
I saw you in the limbo sticking your tongue out as you went by me.
By waving?
Right, exactly.
As in bye-bye?
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I asked for a ride. He said, no, thank you. Anyway, the guys are up next. Hampton and Holmes, terrific guys. I'll talk to you more about this. And be sure to tune in tonight from 6 o'clock to 7:15, Chicago NFL Live with myself and Matt Abatacola. Everybody have a great day, and thank you for coming tonight. Bye-bye.
Shotgun for Garage from 35. It's 3rd down at 7. Bears go nickel, and the Jags go to a 3-receiver package. 3 on the play clock. Shotgun snap to Garage. Blitz is on. It's picked up. Garage in time. Throwing over the middle. Throw right to Mike at the 35-yard line. He's to the 30 right. It's Danielle Manning running right sideline to the 10. Inside the 5-yard line. Threw it right to him. A pickoff and a return of 44 yards. Forte but on back. Clark in tight left at tight end. Snap to Kyle. High 2nd and 3. He throws left side of the end zone. Touchdown. Desmond Clark with the spike of the ball. Bears around the board, and Clark with his first touchdown catch this season. Booker jogs to the left side numbers. They're going to park Rasheed Davis in the left slot. Olsen and Hester to the right. 3rd down and 8. Shotgun. Play fake to Forte. Orton winds up throwing. Caught. Goal line. How about a call for touchdown? Touchdown Bears. Oh, yeah. That was a beauty. Greg Olsen. Heck of a throw. Kyle Orton. And the Bears extend their lead. 22-yard touchdown. Gold's field goal from 35 yards. Shaded towards the right hash. Snap the side. The kick is up by Robbie Gold, and the kick is good.
And now, broadcasting live from Real Time Sports Bar and Grill, 1120 West Devon in Elk Grove Village. It's time for the Jiffy Lube post-game show with our 2 legendary Bears, Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 23, Jacksonville 10. That's right, the Chicago Bears win this football game. Like everybody thought it would go, that's how it went. The Chicago Bears came out early, and that's first half, especially Manning with the first interception early. They go on top 7-0. They score 20 points in the first half. Second half, they fall asleep. They scored 3, scored nothing in the third quarter. But all in all, they did what they had to do to win this football game. Now we'll see what happens next week. I thought Kyle Orton made some nice pass plays today.
Yes, he did.
That one to Olsen near the goal line right before the half was outstanding. I thought the one he threw to Hester down the sideline was outstanding. I thought at the beginning in the first half, obviously, Forte, the way he ran the football was good. The one thing about the defense, there was one point, I think, in the third quarter or the fourth quarter, the Bears had 5 1, 2, 3 and outs.
Right.
And I also thought that Brad Maynard was a big part of this in his punting. Twice he put him down on the 6-yard line. Jacksonville had to come out on their own 6. Then the second time on their 8-yard line, they had to come out on their 8. So all in all, I mean, it was a good victory. There's no question about it. Now we'll see what happens down the road. I thought they would score 24 points against Jacksonville, but you know, there were some flaws in this football game also. But the main thing is they did play their defense. They played their offense, and Kyle Orton had that one interception. Other than that, it was a Chicago Bear day.
Yeah, well, the one nice thing, Houston took care of business up in Green Bay and knocked them off. And Detroit playing at home against the Vikings, Doug, they had them all day long. All day long. They knocked Farad out, their number 1 quarterback, and they bring in Tavares Jackson, who couldn't hit a
bull in the ass with a banjo.
From 2 feet.
Yeah, exactly.
Very good, Doug. Thank you. I like the way you put it. Okay. And don't you know he leads them down for a touchdown and a field goal, and they win get a victory over Detroit, who was sad. I mean, we were really looking for a victory, period.
Right.
But so this really would have been double sweet. But we'll take the victory we can. I know we're now into a 4-game season with Lovey with his 4, 6, 8, 10, 12-game seasons, or whatever the hell he calls it. And so we've got 3 to go here, Doug. We've got this coming Thursday night, and then Green Bay, about 10 days later on a Monday night.
Right.
And then we go to Houston, and none of them are going to be easy. That's for darn sure. And because we played a team today that just can't score points. Doug, I think they had the lowest point total in the National Football League, I believe. I mean, they maybe put up 10 points, 9 points, 12 points, 14 points. So what the Bears needed today, we got. We got Jacksonville. They came in, and these kids took care of business today.
He's Obradovich on the phone. 312-644-6767 is our phone number. And we're talking about the Chicago Bears win 23-10 over Jacksonville. And once again, the one thing that bothers me a tad, and I'll go back to it, I know we pulled in our horns that second half. We scored 20 points in the first half and only 3 in the second half.
We did nothing in the third quarter.
No, well, they died in the third quarter and probably, you know, trying to be conservative and trying to just kill the clock.
That's the problem.
You know,
that's the problem.
I don't know. I wanted to see more out of that. But you know what, Ed, when it comes down to it, you go in with a game plan. You say, this is what we're going to do. We want to win this football game. That was the most important thing, and they did do that. I thought defensively, I thought Adonijah had a hell of a football game. I had him saw him with 2 tips, also a sack. And you and I both watched that, you know, that sack that Ogunleye had. And once again, it came from
a line trick.
A line trick.
Which
you know,
we scream
between him
every
and Adonijah.
week. And it's probably the only one they ran or the second one they ran all day.
It was sack. And then we also saw Mark Anderson do an inside move.
He spun to the inside.
To get a sack.
It's a simple spin move.
So when we take a look at this football game, the one thing that still I wanted to get more out of was Hester. Hester had 1 good return, stepped out of bounds, but then fumbled twice. I mean, with the punts. I mean, he recovered both of them, you know, on the muff punts.
Our wideouts are problems on this team, okay?
Yeah.
They're just a problem.
Always been.
When Orton hits them, they drop the football, okay? Do they make the occasional catch? Yes, they do. But we know it. Our opponents and everybody in the stands and everybody here knows it. We don't have any wideouts. And therefore, I'm glad that we went back to the tight ends today because they've been missing in action about the last 2 or 3 weeks. So now they finally went back to them, and it was a little productivity out of it.
Well, you know, Ed, they have no choice but to go to the tight ends. I mean, that's exactly
Doug,
where they have to go.
Last week, they didn't go the week before, and they didn't go the week before.
Well, I think they took
now, where the hell they went through in game planning, I don't know.
I don't either. I mean, I know this. I mean, their best bet is their tight end. And I'll tell you one thing. That play before halftime, but Orton fired that football to Olsen. That catch, you know, they made for a touchdown, which they had to review it. They thought maybe it was 6 inches short, which he wasn't. That was a hell of a throw. I mean, that was right on the money, so there's no question about that.
I think we have ourselves a quarterback, Doug.
I do, too.
I really do.
And the other thing, too, Ed, once again, there's no sense beating a dead horse, but he's going to need help, Ed. He's going to need help on the outside. And without that help, it's very difficult to be a quarterback in the National Football League when you don't have the guys that can catch the football. Did you see what Schwab did to the Green Bay Packers?
I believe he almost passed. Last time I looked, he had 397 yards.
But he has that Andre Johnson. You got to have that guy, that main guy that throws fear into the hearts of everybody, which is that wide receiver.
Which begs to differ. Why? All the receivers that we had are still playing around the league. And the Bears, Lovie Smith and his staff now, those are the people that are making the decision, along with Jerry Angelo, Doug, that they think that they couldn't fit into whatever the hell system it is that Lovie and our offensive people run. So we got rid of them, either by trade, cut, whatever the deal is, okay? Bernard Berry, Justin Gage, you go on and on and on. And they bring these people in, Marty Booker back, Brandon Lloyd, they bring these people in. And at the beginning of the year, every team thinks that's who they have, that they can win with and go to the Super Bowl. The sure as hell isn't to get an 8-8 record. That's for damn sure, okay? And we do not have wideouts. And that is not a mystery, Doug. And you're not going to win. You're not going to get in the playoffs. You're not going to win a Super Bowl. You got to have running backs. You got to have an offensive line. You got to have a quarterback. And you got to have wideouts. There's only so many people offensively that can handle the ball, that can move it down the field, convert on third down, and put points on the board. We have one whole facet, our wideouts, totally missing in action.
Today we passed for 219 yards. We had total yards of 305 yards. The one thing I did see here, the yards per pass went up a little bit at 6.4. That's the one stat I do look at, because of the fact that prior to this game, the Bears, I think, had like 13 passes. They had only 10 yards or more. So consequently, we were doing a lot of checkdowns and stuff that wasn't down the field. Today we did a little bit better than that. But the average yards per pass was 6.4. I was a little surprised with our rushing with only 86 yards. I thought we'd have done better. But most of that came in the first half. We didn't get that in the second half. In fact, rushing the football, we averaged 3.3 yards per carry, which is not tearing up the league. There's no question about it.
They got a couple of cement trucks also in the middle of the defensive line, Doug.
They no question. They have a football team. I was surprised about the Jacksonville Jaguars. From last year, they were 11-5. I thought they would come back this year and do a hell of a lot better. But they have major problems within themselves.
Injuries, a lot of injuries, Doug.
Not only that, Ed, Del Rio, there's some problems down there with the coaching staff and the players, and so they're going to have to correct that. But that's not our problem. I don't care about it. The fact is the Chicago Bears won this football game, and that's what I'm looking at. And once again, the great thing that I saw in the first half was the Chicago Bears got down into the red zone 4 times. They scored all 4 times. They had 2 touchdowns and 2 field goals. So consequently, the offense is starting to move a little bit better. They're starting to make some more moves. Of course, Forte, to me, always looks good what he does. The defense, again, came back up to their effort of where, they brought the linebackers in, brought them out. They did the blitzes. They did their tricks. But Garrard couldn't, let's face it, he's not a great quarterback now.
I saw our safeties a couple times. I looked, and they were only like 10 yards deep, Doug. Only. Yeah. I'm talking about our safeties. Instead of 25 and 22 yards deep, everybody was up a little more.
Play a little tighter.
Let's play a little bit tighter. That's right.
And that gives a chance for the defensive lineman to get on top of that quarterback when they do play tighter. It also, challenges the wide receiver. They take away the inside. They take away the slant. They do a lot of things.
It takes away their timing, Doug.
Yeah.
It takes away their timing from the quarterback to the wide out, whether it's a 6-yard out, a 12-yard out, a short post, a fly pattern, whatever it is. When you put pressure on them, take the inside away, it takes away their timing.
Let's go out to Butch in Freeport. Butch on the score with OB and Doug.
What's up, OB and Doug? How you gentlemen doing?
What's up, Butch?
Good. I just wanted to say about what's up with Hester in the hands. What's going on there? Boy, he's really tanking a couple. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye. Great show.
The thing is, Butch, he had those 2 muffs on the punts. And then he dropped it down. Obviously, he dropped also a pass from Orton. But I don't know. I think maybe he's trying to concentrate on the ball and really not taking off maybe before he catches it. He had that one nice return, stepped out of bounds. But, Eddie, he just doesn't look the same as a ball player on the returns as he has in the past. And the other thing, too, is if you're not going to make the returns on the punts, be careful on it, because you certainly don't want to give that ball up to somebody like Jacksonville. And he did drop 2 of them, but he was smart enough to jump and right on top of the ball, off those 2 fumbles.
All right, here's which brings up, and what we've talked about the last couple of weeks, Doug, is our wideouts, okay? And Devin Hester, is he the man that we're going to count on for the next 3 games and going into the 09 season? Is he going to be, are they still going to try to develop him as the number 1 receiver, Doug? Or are they going to go out in the open market and get somebody or draft somebody? Or are they going to think that Devin Hester is going to be the wherewithal and take him off punt returns, get him away from the special teams games, and make him concentrate on running from that single wing formation and being our number 1 wideout? You believe that that's what they're going to do? That's what they're going to do, Ed, for the last 3 games. Next year, if they do that, then they are taking stupid pills. Because the fact is right there, right in front of you. He's not going to be the number 1 wide receiver. They've got to go out and get themselves a veteran receiver, and they got to go into the draft and find themselves a hell of a receiver. They can't do that in 09. Doug, at this level, you can't have wideouts that drop the football.
No. But they have no choice.
Period. Not in this league, not at this time.
Not the last 3 games now. That's where they are right now. They have no choice in the last 3 games. This new season we call it this year. Next year, 2009, like I said, if they continued on this same path, then they are stupid. They are taking stupid pills, because that's not the way to go. But they have no choice right now. They got 3 games left. They're in it. Hester's got to be the guy. Brandon Lloyd, send him home. Just send the guy home. What the hell is he doing here? He's doing nothing here. Did he catch anything today?
Chicago receiving.
Give me the number.
See his name? 0.
Tell me else who caught passes.
Davis, our other wideout, caught 2. And Hester, our other wideout, caught 5. Booker caught 3 today. But usually he doesn't catch any.
Right. But see, those are the guys that depended on was Lloyd. They thought he'd be the game breaker. He'd be the guy to be going down the field. He's not doing anything like that, not even close. So in answering your questions, yeah. At the end of this year, the next 3 games, they have no choice but to put it on Hester to be their number 1 guy.
To see what he can do.
Right. But next year, I don't give a damn what happens in the next 3 with Hester. They better go out and find themselves a wide receiver somewhere.
Doug, they got to find 3 of them.
Well, there you go, Ed. Now we'll go.
3 of them.
3 of them.
Okay?
Get a number 1 anyway.
Yes.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Thanks, David.
What was that?
I don't know. I forgot. Jiffy Lube post-game show. I had a senior moment there, Eddie. Don't push me.
There you go.
312-644-6767. We are at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Give us a call.
There's smart people there inside.
312-644-6767.
From center, Garrard going to take. Lines up with 1 leg back as he play fakes to Jones. Drew, here comes pressure up the middle, and down he goes. And looky here, Mark Anderson with a sack. He is on his knees, throws his hands in the air, and finally, a long time coming for Mark Anderson.
And now back to Doug and OB with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live at Real Time Sports Bar and Grill in Elk Grove Village on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
And a highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Ed, take a look at some of these stats in the football game where the Bears won 23-10 over Jacksonville. We take a look at tackles, the total tackles. And Brian Urlacher with 8. And Mike Brown with 8. Charles Tillman with 8. And Anthony Adams with 8, which is pretty damn good.
That's today.
For a defensive tackle, right.
Tomorrow, it'll be
tomorrow, who knows?
Yes.
And Ngoulier with 5, and Lance Briggs with 5. And here's a kid I thought played a hell of a game with Donajay with 4, had 2 tips and also a sack. Now, the Bears had 3 sacks. 1 went to Ngoulier, 1 went to Donajay, 1 to Mark Anderson. So we saw improved play by the defensive line of the Chicago Bears, but once again, we're talking about Jacksonville. Their whole offensive line has been decimated.
No question about it.
But the fact is they still have to play, and our line did what they had to do today.
That's correct.
And the other thing, too, that you have to take a look at is Kyle Orton. I thought a lot of questions are, will Kyle Orton be the quarterback of the future? What's going to happen down the road? Well, I got to tell you, there was a couple plays today he made, a couple pass plays I just thought were outstanding. I thought the one to Olsen right before the half on the goal line was just outstanding. And I thought the flip he made to Hester down the sideline was also outstanding.
Doug, the things that he can do, that he has shown this year through improvement through last couple of years to this year, and he keeps on improving. Of course, he got hurt, and that ankle kept him back here for about 2 or 3 games. Looks like he's a little better, more mobile today.
Because he even did a rollout, remember?
Yeah,
under the goal line.
Exactly. So, but what you see about him, Doug, he's got the height, number one. And can he throw the ball down the field? Does he have a shotgun for an arm? Yeah, he does. Can he put it on the rope? Yes, he can. Can he float it overhead? Yes, he can. He's got a great ability to read his different receivers. And most of all, Doug, he's got the wherewithal. He sees the pressure peripherally, and he steps up into the pocket. And he does have escapability. And he can play the rollouts and the bootlegs. And he can run from a no-huddle offense. The kid's got it all. And all he can do, and I believe he is our quarterback of the future, all he can do, Doug, barring some serious injury, is get better from week to week. I mean, that's the way I see it. And I see all those things in him. And I see him improving. As opposed to some other quarterbacks, Doug, week after week, month after month, year after year, you never see the same. You don't see improvements. You see him making the same mistakes week after week, year after year. This kid, what does he do? He has the ability to wherewithal, Doug, through his athletic ability and his intelligence, to make the next step, and he has. I think he's a bona fide NFL starting quarterback.
You know, Ed, the next step, when we talk about the next step, as I look at the Chicago Bears right now, there's no way they can contend for the V or go to the Super Bowl. Now, we talk about the next step.
The way they are now?
Yeah.
No.
But the next step is that you got to add more people around this kid to make a shot at it, or give yourself a shot at the Super Bowl. I mean, there's no question the Bears need a lot of help offensively, that they need wide receivers, and then they need that. I think where Forte is right now, they got the running game under control. They probably need a couple more, maybe offensive linemen to help out. Their tight end situation is extremely good. They need some difference makers on offense, and that's going to help Kyle Orton. And that's going to push the Bears closer to where you want to be, and that's closer to the Super Bowl.
Doug, which brings the question right here again. Right here again. We had receivers here. We had that maybe you could possibly have called a difference maker in Barry, and whether you wanted them to pay the money or not.
He
has the barn-burning speed to get it done on a fly and on a deep post pattern.
Right.
Okay? But you know this coaching staff as good as anybody, Doug. They're very stubborn people, very stubborn. They don't admit to mistakes. But I'm going to tell you what. If they think they're going to go into next year with this same wideout crew here,
they lose.
It'll be a disaster.
Right.
It'll be a disaster.
They won't get any closer to the Super Bowl. In fact, they'll take another step backwards. Let's go to Jack in the north side. Jack, you on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug, how you doing?
What's up, buddy?
Good. You know what the mistake is? It's all from the top. It's from the coach. Lovie Smith is not a coach.
You're not a lot of static there, buddy. Now, the last thing I heard, you said Lovie Smith is not a coach. Well, he's going to have to prove it again coming up, what's happening. And we've gone through these stages, you know, the last 9 games, the last 6 games, the last 4 games, the last 3 games.
He's got to stop this.
Right. So the fact is, though, Ed, you know, when it comes down to it, we talk about Lovie Smith, we talk about the coaches, we talk about the players. We're going to have to start talking about Jerry Angelo. We're going to have to start talking about what the hell comes through this club and the draft choices they make forward.
That would be an ugly show.
Yeah.
That would be an ugly 2 hours or 3 hours doing on Jerry Angelo with his draft choices.
It's not there yet.
I mean, if that's what you want to do is put it on his head alone, that would be ugly, my friend.
He's got to take part of this deal. Now the pressure's going to be on him and the management to go out there and find some more players to bring into the Chicago Bears that's going to help them to move them forward, Ed. And I don't know. I mean, like I said, the draft choices offensively, we're really not that good drafting offense. Defense will come up with some of those players. There's no question about it. But do we even have to help our defense out? Do we have to look at the defensive line? There's certain things that need to be done. I mean, all the way around. I'm not talking about just winning the division, Ed. I'm talking about the whole works going for the Super Bowl.
I think we need one big tackle that can move. A defensive tackle, defensively that can move. What I'd like to see him do, Doug, is on that defensive line, move that line. Move it to the strong, to the weak, to the nose. Constantly move it. You got Urlacher calling. He can call the audibles. And all you do, Doug, is you screw up the offensive linemen. They're blocking the center. When you get set, they make a call. They know where they're blocking. Then all of a sudden, after he hears that center make the call, Urlacher calls an audible. And the line shifts to the strong or to the weak side. Or they go nose up on the center. They don't know which gap they're going back into. They don't know which blitz they're coming with. But when you sit there, and listeners, you sit there and you watch the game like Doug and I do, and it's right in front of you. You know, once in a while they'll do a line trick. Well, is it going to work every time? No. But it will help. It will work. But when you don't try to do anything with that defensive line, you're going to get stymied all the time.
What happens, too...
It doesn't take a damn genius to figure that out.
No, and it's the offensive linemen aren't stupid either, by the way. I mean, they understand it, where you're going to go, where you're going to line up, and where you're going to charge.
They'd love to see that for 4 quarters, Doug.
You know, how would you like to play offense and know exactly where a guy's going to go every time?
You got it.
You know what I mean? Just by that one move. Here, let me give you an example.
When they play...
Just by that one move that Mark Anderson made about going inside, because 99.9% of the time, he's always charged to the outside, and the offensive tackle always took him out of the way and just drove him away. He makes one inside move, and he makes a sack. So that's what we're talking about. You know, you have to change it up. Guys are getting too good anymore to be just lined up and think you're going to beat somebody's ass.
I think the personnel we have in that defensive line, I mean, do we really need a big Barney defensive tackle? Yeah, I really think that we do. But if we don't, that's not the worst thing that's going to happen. We have to get people in the free agency and the draft on offense, Doug. And I think we can come back with this defense. But I'm to sit here. But they've got to tweak the defense, Doug. And you know, you sit there and you constantly do the same thing, you're going to get ate alive. It doesn't matter.
And you see, a lot of times, mostly when they're effective, when they're moving those guys around, when they're doing line tricks.
Absolutely.
When they're changing up like that last one was perfect. Adonijay and Ogunleye making that move. You take the 3 steps off the field, you draw in it, then you do the twist to the outside with the defensive end comes outside. And,
if the offensive linemen have man-on-man blocking, Doug, and you shoot inside the offensive on the left defensive end, the right offensive tackle has to go with them. Hopefully you get up into the gap, knock off the right guard, and then comes around to your left defensive tackle and you get the sack. And if it's zone blocking, you're the defensive end, what do? You take the inside gap, you grab a hold of them, pull them along with you, and let the tackle come around. Or vice versa, whoever goes first.
You could do the same concept with the linebacker. The linebacker will make the change, and he could be the first guy through, drag everybody with him. Then you take the tackle around outside him. There's a million different ways to do this. And I think you have to learn to do it, but it takes practice. It takes training camp work. It takes to really get it done. You know, I don't want to, I talk about how we used to work on it. I mean, we were like the Rockette dancer. We used to practice 56 to 54, back and forth, guys in and out. I mean, we had it down to it was so perfect. It was so smooth that, you were proud of that. It looked like a dance. It looked like, river dancing.
You know what, Doug, to think that you're gonna line up there and you're going to run from that certain set defense and not deviate from it. And like Lovey says, no, we didn't make any adjustments. We still run the same defense. Well, you did make adjustments, okay? Mm-hmm. You want what? Number one, what did you do different? Instead of your safety being from 22 to 25 yards back, today I saw them. They were 10 and 12 yards back, okay? Are you running the same defense? Yeah. But they're 10, 15 yards closer to the line, which is where the hell they should have been to begin with.
Yeah, that was a problem this year. And you saw other teams that use the cover, too. I'm talking about the Colts. I'm talking about Tampa. They all tweaked it. They all have to do something different with it.
Monty Kiffin, one of the founding fathers of the Deep Two, says it's had its day. You've got to tweak it. It's still viable, but you got to come with other defenses, and you got to tweak the Deep Two. Here's the guy that's almost the founder of that defense.
Let's go out to Joel in Rockford. Joel, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
What's up, Joel?
Hey, I had a question about the Bears' playoff hopes. Is there any scenario where the Vikings can go 2-1 and the Bears win out and Bears make the playoffs? I don't think they can. I don't think they have the tiebreaker. I was just curious about that.
Well, the Bears don't have the tiebreaker. The Vikings have the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
There's no question about that. And that's why I thought maybe there was a slight chance as I looked up to where I saw where Detroit was winning today. That would have been the big difference. You got to come up with a division that had been a tiebreaker. But I think the Bears got to win out. They have to win out because the Vikings are on a roll right now. I mean, Tavares Jackson came in that football game.
Of all people.
He couldn't get out of his own way of the whole year, and all of a sudden he makes those plays he made.
He comes back after all these games.
Exactly.
They knock Forte out in the second half, and who the hell comes in, and he takes him down twice.
Yeah. Perrott goes down, and that's it.
There you
he
go.
He comes in, and, they start playing. But once again,
you know what, Doug,
the Williams boys played today, too.
Right. You know what, Doug, this brings it back to that short window. Because of free agency, et cetera, in the National Football League and parity in the league. And you got like this year, there was no great really runaways, and especially in the North Division, and we had a chance. We had our own destiny. Starting out with 16 games, then Lovey changed it to 10 games. Then Lovey changed it to 6 games. Then Lovey changed it to 4 games. Well, I got news for you. Those first 4 games, 8 games, 12 games, they mean just as much, Coach.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffon on the Score. Sports Radio 670, 312-644. 6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. We are live at Real Time Sports. Jack, Comish, Mickey, Ben will be right with you right after this.
Forte the on back. Clark in tight left at tight end. Snap to Kyle. On 2nd and 3. He throws left side of the end zone. Touchdown. Desmond Clark with the spike of the ball. Bears around the board, and Clark with his first touchdown catch this season.
I thought we came out and played really well in the first half. Established the run, which when you get into December at Soldier Field, you got to do. And we made enough plays in the passing game. So I thought we came out and started fast and did what we had to do to get the win.
And now back to Doug and OB with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live at Real Time Sports Bar and Grill in Elk Grove Village on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call, and also you heard Kyle Orton on WBBM Radio talking about the touchdown. Welcome back to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767. Eddie, let's go back out to the phone lines. Yeah.
Before I just went, thinking today, it was a pretty bitterly cold day out there.
So
I don't know what with the chill factor.
13 degrees or 14 degrees.
Yeah, whatever it was with the chill factor.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, you look at some of the losses, especially the ones when we were leading in the fourth quarter by double digits, and we blow them and we lose. And now this was a pretty tough game here to play in weather like this. It always is when it's that damn cold. But the one thing that we've talked about from week to week, that they haven't quit, Doug. The players haven't, jumped behind the bench or dug in foxholes. They stood up to the plate, and they played pretty hard and tough.
I honestly believe last week against Minnesota Vikings, they played tough. They really did. The only team I got, remember I was at the other Real Time Sports, and you and I did it, and I got pissed because the way they played the Packers. It wasn't that they lost. It was how they lost then. I was so aggravated the way they played. But last week against Minnesota, I knew they threw everything they had at those guys. And today they did the same thing. Now, it may not be good enough. You know what? I can't fault them for that. I can fault them for not giving me the damn effort. That effort the last 2 football games, including today, was good. And I expected them to do what they did today, and they did do that.
Yeah, and you just wish they'd had a little bit more of whatever it was. But I tell you what, though, for the most part, Doug, they played hard. They've hustled for the most part all year long. And kudos to the coaches for that, because I'll tell you what, when you see those players start not playing for you, guess who that falls on? That falls right on the coaches.
That's exactly what happened to Jacksonville, Ed.
So far, exactly, Doug. So what you see now is still these coaches, these kids are still playing hard and playing their hearts out. And let's see what the hell happens in the next 3 games.
You can lose a football club, buddy. When you do, you can put a fork in it.
That's right.
It's over. Let's go to Sean in San Antonio, Texas. Sean, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Doug, OB, how you guys doing?
All right.
What's up, Sean?
All right, man. Hey, for the life of me, Doug, man, I cannot figure out why Rasheed Davis is still getting playing time. This guy, man, is terrible. He had 3 drops today. He had 4 drops last week that killed drives. He had 2 drops in the Tampa Bay game. He had a drop in Carolina that killed the drive. I mean, this guy is a converted cornerback. He's not a real wide receiver. Why in the world? He's the Rex Grossman of the wide receiver position because he got 9 lives. Lovie Smith is just in love with this dude. I don't understand it. He consistently is terrible, but yet he will not get pulled. Is Earl Bennett and Brandon Rideau worse than this guy? I mean, come on, man.
You know, Sean,
better wide receiver.
I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I mean, I saw Rideau play, and to me, I liked Rideau. I saw him play an exhibition season. I thought he was outstanding. They're playing Rasheed Davis because maybe they don't have anybody else. But you're right. Crucial times. I'll go back to last week. Crucial times, Rasheed Davis dropped 2 of them. Even Hester dropped 2 of them at crucial times. Adrian Peterson dropped them. Even though Kyle Orton didn't have a good football game, the fact that some of these receivers, and these are not extremely tough catches, Ed.
No.
These are catches that are right to you. It's like a shortstop making a routine play.
These guys have no excuses.
None.
You do not defend dropping passes at this level. You just don't.
And you said that you spent the special words. At this level. You get paid to do this. This is not down on Grant Park. This is not a kids playing, Little League base football. This is this level. You make those damn catches. He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Jack, Kamish, Mikey, Ben, Jim will be with you right after this.
Shotgun for Garage from 35. It's 3rd down at 7. Bears go nickel, and the Jags go to a 3-receiver Panthers 3 on the play clock. Shotgun snap to Garage. Blitz inside. It's picked up. Garage with time. Throwing over the middle. Throw right to Mike at the 35-yard line. He's to the 30 right. It's Danielle Manning running right sideline to the 10. Inside the 5-yard line. Threw it right to him. A pickoff and a return of 44 yards.
Talk a lot about starting fast. Our team did that. And the interception by Danielle Manning was big. He played well throughout. Did a great job with the kickoff returns.
And now back to Doug and OB with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Live at Real Time Sports Bar and Grill in Elk Grove Village on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
That highlight courtesy of WBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call, and also Coach Lovie Smith talking about Manning, and he did have a tremendous interception, although Garrard threw it right to him, but also the return on the kickoff, which was outstanding. You're listening to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Radovich on the phone, 312-644-6767.
Yeah, you got to have guys like that on both sides of the ball to come up to beat it, make a difference.
Now, wait a minute. Since we started the show, I mean, in your hand is something, and I know you want to get this off your chest, okay? So why don't you just do it now?
Okay, hold it.
All right, hold it. Get it off your chest. Do it now.
Now, hold it. Okay, all right. All right. My good friend John Pollock, who, by the way, just had some surgery, and he came through with flying colors, and I was up to see him the other day. But anyways, he's a big follower of Big Doug. Yeah. You know, you're one of the 3 experts in the Sun-Times.
No. I am not.
Oh, that's right. Excuse me. You're not.
I'm not.
You're the other guy, Big Doug.
Big Doug.
Big Doug. Yeah, you're Doug. The other guy, Big Doug.
But now that I know you want to pound.
Well, no.
I know you want to pound
John Pollock.
Go ahead.
John Pollock so far has sold his car, and his condo has been repossessed. So he just, and that was after your old
can't pay his hospital bill.
Yeah, yes, and that's after your best bet. You went over 4. No, excuse me.
No.
Big Doug went.
Exactly.
Big Doug.
Let's try to clarify who we're talking about, all right?
Okay, it's Big Doug.
Big Doug.
That
Not
Big
me.
John Pollock is mad at, okay?
Big John, who is now living under a cardboard box under a bridge.
He's now living in Lower Wacker.
Right, Lower Wacker.
Yes.
So Big Doug went over 4 last week.
Wait a minute. So Big John, just hang in there. I'm talking. Doug will start taking over now. Big Doug had seen better days.
Well, you know what? And this is to John, and I hope everything gets well, and I hope you get.
He'll be fine.
Good hospitalization,
He's a tough
guy.
Plumber, good old guy.
But I wanted to make sure though that he has a few shekels in his pocket after last week. You know how that goes.
Yes,
doesnn't go well. 0 for 4. Big Doug was 0 for 4?
Big Doug last week was 0 for 4, and that
was his best pick.
That's what had him sell the car, and They're looking to repossess the condo.
Took all his jewelry.
Yes.
All right, let's get back to the game. Let's go back to... you can hear Big Doug, by the way, with Mully and Hanley every Friday at 9 o'clock.
I never miss it. I never miss listening to Big Doug. Never.
Have you taken, any of his advice and taken a few shekels and put it on games?
Not one word have I taken. Not one.
Well,
I just listen.
You kind of know him.
To mistake after mistake after mistake.
What a bust out. All right, here we go. Let's go out to Ben. Let's go to Ben talking about upgrading receivers. Ben, you're on the score.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, Ben?
All right, just one observation I want to make is that the Bears seem to have, if nothing else, a pretty good locker room culture with strong veterans and humble rookies and a coaching staff that seems to mete out some pretty fair punishments, especially this year. So my question to you guys is, do you think the Bears could absorb a talented playmaker and royal pain in the ass like, say, Chad Johnson, take care of the receiver problem that way? What do you think?
I got to tell you, myself personally, I wouldn't want them. I'm not. I'm tired of babysitting and talking about somebody coming here and have to worry about what they say, what they do. And now Chad Johnson could be a great receiver. There's no question about it. But my point is, go out and find your own. Go into the draft and find some guy. Or if you want to do something like that, Hushmanzada. That's the guy I would look at. I would look at Antoine Bolden. I'm looking for class guys that are going to go out there, guys you won't have no trouble with.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ben, I think that not only you, but a lot of the people are getting sick and tired of what's going on.
Yeah, it's aggravating. I don't want to be aggravated anymore.
And then everybody gets welcomed back in open arms and whatever have you. And I think people are getting tired of it. The majority of the people that are out there playing their hearts out, the coaches are coaching their hearts out. I think some of these malcontents, some of, if they don't want to be here, they don't want to adhere to the rules like everybody else in this great country ours has to. You know what? Then get the hell out.
Yeah, go to Canada. Play in the Canadian League or something. Let's go out to David Schuster. Schuster, the Bear Beat reporter. Schuster, what's going on?
Guys, do you know what's going to happen 99 hours from now?
No, tell me.
Well, the Bears are going to play another game.
That's right, which I think is stupid, by the way, by the National Football League, how they would do something on a Thursday game after a Sunday game. But that's another story, David. Tell me what's going on up there as far as down there in Soldier Field with the Bears.
Well, I will tell you this, and maybe this is because they have another game in 99 hours, but there was almost no celebrating in the locker room after the game, realizing that they have to go home and instead of having a victory Monday, which they normally have after a game like today, they have to have a full practice and go into game film study for a game coming up already on Thursday night. So really, it was very little talk about today and really a look ahead. But I think there was a couple of things that stood out as far as I'm concerned. First of all, Jacksonville is yet another team that really is not very good that we've seen so far this year in the NFL. But it was good to see Mark Anderson get that first sack in God knows how long. I thought Daniel Manning had a very good game, both in kickoff returns and also in the secondary. The one interception to him, of course, he looked like the intended receiver. And I really like the Bears tight ends. For years and years, we were all griping and bitching about when are we going to throw the ball to a tight end. Well, now they not only have one, of course, but they have two. And I think Greg Olsen and Des Clark are probably the best tandem on a tight end combination on any team in the NFL. So there were some positives. You have to factor in that they played against a team that's pretty bad today in Jacksonville. But all in all, you know what, guys, and you know this better than I do, you just got to win in the NFL.
Yeah, there's no question. And Jacksonville is not as bad as the Rams. They're not as bad as Detroit. But the fact is that I think Jacksonville lost all of their heart. Whatever's going on down there, Shoes, I think it's affected their team. There's no question about it. But you have to do what you have to do, and the Bears did that today.
Absolutely.
They come out on top 23-10, did exactly what they needed to do. Hey, hold it. David Gerard comes out. He goes, 4 for 12 for 33 yards and a 2.8 average. Kyle Orton was 13 for 21 for 155 yards, 7.4 average. So when you take a look at this and take a look at what the Bears did offensively, they scored the way they had to do. I would say this, though, Shoes. I think they fell asleep in the second half, but probably because the fact was they wanted to get the game over with and call it a day.
Yeah, well, that third quarter I thought was never going to end. I mean, the first half was very quick, and then the third quarter I think was as long as the entire first half was. But, again, the bottom line is in the NFL, you just got to win games. And, the Bears have winnable games, obviously, today, now being in the victory column. They have winnable games the rest of the way. They have New Orleans. Green Bay probably will start folding its tent after they lost today, and then it comes down to the final game of the season. The Williams brothers or guys eventually will get suspended, so the Bears will have an advantage once these guys are on the sidelines. You know what? It's real possible the Bears could win out, and at 10-6, they're going to be a playoff team, no question in my mind.
Well, there's no question the fact you take a look at the teams they're going to play now. I will tell you, if all those teams are coming up, I'll be worried about Houston because Schwab is back. And this guy can play, and he's a heck of a quarterback. But I would say next week, when New Orleans comes in, although New Orleans is hot as far as Breeze is concerned, and they can throw the football, let me tell you something. When you go from a Sunday to a Thursday game and be on the road to play that game, the home team has the big advantage. And the Bears should have a big advantage against New Orleans next week.
It's so funny because we were talking to Alex Brown. He goes, it's just too bad that New Orleans wasn't playing a Monday night game before playing the Thursday night game. Yeah. And, it's ridiculous enough as is. I don't think they'd go that far. It was also interesting last week, Lance Briggs, when he talked to us, almost bypassing this game, he was already looking ahead towards the New Orleans game, and he was saying, every time New Orleans has come into Chicago, the weather has been terrible, and we have just cleaned up on them because they don't know how to play in the cold weather. And he specifically pointed out Drew Brees is not playing well in cold weather, even though he played college at Purdue. So, right now the Bears in their own minds have a psychological edge, and I think this game coming up on Thursday night really is their season. If they win that game, they'll have 10 days between their next game, which is Green Bay. At that point, like I said, I think Green Bay will almost be out of it. The Bears can put a nail in their coffin, especially having some revenge coming in off that loss up in Green Bay. And then it comes down to the final game of the season. So I think this game upcoming on Thursday night, guys, is for all the marbles as far as I'm concerned for the rest of the season.
David, the one thing that Lance Briggs or any other player on the team shouldn't do, you assume nothing. You assume nothing.
Eddie, I'm not going to disagree with you. I don't think as a player you should say it, but as a reporter, I'm glad they do say it because it makes my job easier because they give you great sound bites. But I do understand what you're saying.
I agree with you, Shoes. Anybody get hurt?
No, the only injury they talked about after the game was the special team player. I'm spacing out right now. Garrett Wolf, that's right, who had the hamstring injury very early in the contest. Other than that, they said they came out of the game fine, so that's a good thing because, again, there's almost no turnaround before the game on Thursday night.
David, thanks a lot, buddy.
Okay,
thanks,
guys.
David.
Sure.
You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We are live in real-time sports in Elk Grove Village. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Jack, Bear Fan Brad, Kamish, Mr. Sharp, Big Jim, Ed and I will be right back.
That's where we are. I mean, we're in Chicago in December. It's always cold here. We realize that. We want everyone else coming in to know that. It helps the more you guys talk about it for New Orleans, too. Should be a little bit colder, hopefully, Thursday night. But, we play our best football when it's like this.
And now back to Doug and OB with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live at Real-Time Sports Bar and Grill in Elk Grove Village on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
That was Lovie Smith talking about the cold weather, talk about New Orleans coming up here. But Lovie, Houston beat the Green Bay Packers, I think was in Green Bay, wasn't it? And
yes, it was.
Chilly there, so don't count on that too much. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live in real-time sports in Elk Grove Village. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. Eddie, be the 67th person to text victory to 67011 and win an S-Wing hammer.
Yes.
Post-game show gift bag. Stop yourself and use the hammers the pros use. Use S-Wing, made in the USA and forged out of U.S. steel since 1923. Go to swing.com for more information. Prize pack brought to you by S-Wing Hammers and 670 to score.
Doug, you ought to think about using an S-wing hammer on Big Doug.
Big Doug.
Yes.
What? Yes. I need 2 hammers for Big Doug.
Big Doug, okay.
Big Doug has put more people in the poorhouse than anybody that I know.
All right.
Is your friend okay?
Yeah, he's as a matter of fact, he just called me.
Did he?
Yeah, he got a chance to buy his car back, and he's okay with the condo.
But here.
Yes, Doug.
Give your friend this message.
Yes.
Big Doug just called in.
Yes.
And he feels bad about this.
He does?
He said, tell your friend.
Yes.
And he'll lend him some money at 35% interest.
Okay, I'll tell Big John Pollock.
Tell Big John Pollock.
I'll tell him 35. You'll be happy to hear that.
Okay. Let's go out to Jack in Wrigleyville. Jack on the score with OB and Doug.
How you doing?
What's up, Jack?
All right. Hey, I'm out here right now in the driveway. Sunny, 73 degrees out in Arizona. Hey, listen.
Well, Jack, you're in Arizona, buddy. Come on, stop yourself.
Hey, I may be going to Cardinals game next Sunday to watch Minnesota Vikings lose.
I hope so.
Anyway, I hope so, too. I got 2 questions for you.
Yeah.
First of all, how about that receiver we had, this guy, the first round, that one guy, and what's that one, Earl Bennett. What's with him? What's with him?
No one knows.
And then another thing, well, they have stupid pills, like you said. And then another thing, what is the Minnesota Vikings record? I mean, not record. Games left. Who are they going to play? They got to play the Cardinals. Who do they play after that?
I can't hear. What'd you say again?
I don't. What are their 3 remaining games?
Right,
he knows they play the Cardinals, but I don't know the Vikings' last 3 games. And Jack, to answer your questions about Bennett, why is he on the field? Well, we know he's not hurt. Okay, he doesn't have a mystery injury. I don't believe. Why he's not there, the coaches believe he's not good enough to be on the football field. So they think Rashid Davis, etc., Brandon Lloyd are better than him. So that's why he's not on the football field. That's a very simple and basic answer.
I know the Vikings got to go.
May not like it, but that's what it is.
Against the Giants, the last game they have Arizona. Of course, they had Detroit. So I mean, the question is, let's say it does come down to the last game. Will the Giants play him sincerely?
Hey, listen, that game Thursday night's not going to be a cakewalk. And when you got the Packers coming in here on Monday night.
I'm talking about the Vikings.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking about us. We don't have a cakewalk either. And then the final game playing at Houston, and that kid fired almost 400 yards against the Green Bay Packers today. Huh.
But see, the fact is, the Vikings could run the table. The Bears could run the table. The Bears lose.
Right.
I mean, they're out. So you got to figure out how the Vikings can lose one football game. And could it be the Giants at the last game of the year? Will the Giants come out and play? No. But see, the Giants got beat today by Philadelphia. So maybe that'll help out. Let's go to Jim and Elgin. Jim, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Jim.
Hey, fellas, I think this is kind of a hollow victory, and I really respect your opinions as great players. But you know what? You cannot draft passes like these guys drop. And they cannot throw that ball downfield, and they do not have a consistent pass rush. So this postseason play is all hogwash because they're going to get dumped on.
Well, Jim, first of all, there's 2 things to look at. And, you look at this football game, and the Bears won 23-10. And you also know they have to really run the table to win. And you also know probably they're not good enough to go anywhere. They're not good enough to go to the Super Bowl.
Nobody thought the Giants would do that last year.
No.
They had the worst record going into the playoffs. They got into the playoffs, snuck into the playoffs, and then they took care of business.
But I think the Giants are a better football team than we are, Ed. I mean,
yes.
That's the one problem we got to look at. So really, when you look at it, Jimmy, the fact is you could say about this team and say all the things that bad about it and about the drop passes and the fact they're not going down the field.
But they're in a position.
Yeah, you want to put yourself always put yourself in a position to make something happen. And that's all I'm saying, and that's all Ed is saying. That's what we're all saying. You know that.
I understand.
We're not stupid enough to stay here, the Bears are good enough. After I saw them today, buddy, it's Super Bowl. I'm not that stupid. But the fact is, though, I want to be put in a position to see what we can do. In my own personal opinion, they can't go to the Super Bowl. They're not good enough. But the fact is, you want to come out smoking. And as a former player, the thing about it is when you do play this game, you look at it maybe a little differently as a fan. A fan will say, you can't go nowhere. And my job is to say, look, I'm going to go as far as I can go.
Well, I know. We won the game. You take a win any way you can get it. But I can understand Jim's theory, too, Doug.
Well, sure.
A team like this that is not very good at all. They just can't score points, period, in any kind of weather. And I think what Jim feels we should have, if we're that good a football team, supposedly supposed to be that good, with everybody, we should have dismantled them. And we really didn't.
They dismantled them the first half. The second half, they went back to sleep. I mean, there's no question about it.
They go into that. Yeah, there you go.
And they do that all the time. Mm-hmm. You know, maybe, I don't know. Ed, you know what? We always have hope. We're always trying to find something that'll go on and say, okay, fine, maybe we'll get better next week. You know, but we need a lot more time than 4 weeks to get better. to the point where you're going to be competing to go to the Super Bowl.
But you know what, though, Doug, and to our listeners out there and here at Real Time Sports Bar, it's in front of you. You can see that. There's things that you can do defensively and offensively that can be done that are not being done. Mm-hmm. Sometimes they try them and it works, but they really don't go back. And especially defensively. Our defensive line has struggled all year, and I'm telling you, there's things that they can do to make it a little bit more interesting, to make them a little bit more competitive, and get a better pass rush, and they're just flat out not doing it. Either somebody can't see it, or if they do see it, it's getting nullified by somebody over there.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. That's right. We are live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Robert, Bear friend, Bear fan Brad, Mr. Sharp, Big Jer, Big Jim. Ed and I will be right back.
Pass protection, catching the football, obviously running the football. So he does it all, and he's getting a lot better, you know, when we split him out and throw the ball to him out there as well.
It seems like we've talked about him the same way every game. Since the Indy game, you know what to expect from him. You know, he's a good runner. He can make do all the things you ask a great running back to do. And there's no rookie wall. All those things you look for. He was excited about playing today. This is a guy that's been down south most of his life, too. No sleeves, just a tough guy that we, the Chicago Bears, want a tailback like that, you know, for sure.
And now back to Doug and OB with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live at Real Time Sports Bar and Grill in Elk Grove Village on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
That was Lovie Smith talking about Forte. How tough the kid is and how well he is doing for the Chicago Bears. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. That's right, we're live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Forte comes out today. Has 21 carries for 69 yards, 3.3 average, and his long was 26. I thought he would have more yardage in the first half. Basically, I think he had like 52 yards, but the second half didn't run the football as much. But Matt Forte is really doing the job as far as running the football, blocking, and catching the football out of the backfield.
5 for 37 yards, Doug.
Right, which is, I'm telling you, the kid does it all. There's no question about it. And you take a look at Kyle Orton. Kyle Orton was 20 for 34, 219 yards, a 6.4 average, which I like, and 2 touchdowns and 1 interception. And David Garrard for Jacksonville was 19 out of 38, had 178 yards, but only an average of 4.7, 1 touchdown and 1 interception.
Which you also like.
Which I also like.
Yes.
There's 2 likes.
Yes.
Let's go out to Big Jim in LaPorte. Big Jim, you're on the Score.
Hello?
Hello, Big Jim. You're up, buddy.
Hey, great show as always, guys. I got a question about, when you guys all played, receivers never wore gloves. And now all these receivers wear gloves. And I know when I wear gloves, when they get wet, they get slippery. And it's harder to hold on to things. And just want to know your comment on the feeling about all these receivers wearing gloves and that. But other than that, a great show, guys. And I love listening to you every week. And keep it up.
Well, Big Jim, thank you so much for the compliments. The gloves, at the end of these gloves, there's like, they got something on them, Ed.
Yeah, it's like almost like a grip.
Yeah.
Grip glove. It's that back in the day they didn't use anything, and then back in the day also they started using a stickum.
Stickum, right.
They would get the stuff gook and put it. These receivers would put it, and running backs on the inside of their thighs. And a lot of times, every time they run out, if it was a receiver or a running back, he'd touch down into his thighs and make sure to get a fresh patch of that stickum stuff. And that's why back in those days, in the 60s and 70s, you saw a lot of spectacular catches, especially by Biletnikoff and from the Raiders. But that was a stickum that they used, and that was outlawed. And I think they've gone to the gloves because that has some kind of a residue or something on it, Doug, where
where they can catch
it where it won't slip off.
Well, basically what it comes down to, either use stickum, because I used a hell of a lot of stickum. I used to put them on my socks, and I did it, and there's no question. But that thing too, stickum, was bad. You played on the ground, on the grass. The grass would get in your hands. If it got wet, it got bad. But there's all kind of problems. But what it really comes down to is focus and concentration on the football. I mean, that's exactly what it is. The fact is, I got good hands. Well, he might have good hands, but the fact is you concentrate on the nose of the football, and you look that football right into your hands, you make the catch. Now, we saw, very rarely you see Forte drop a football. But we saw why he dropped the football on today's pass. Because now he's looking, he's running, exactly, before he's catching the football.
Right.
Catch it first, then run. And that's exactly what you do. And a lot of times, they'll say, well, yeah, my hands were slippery, this would happen. And you also know, too, on a cold day, on a wet day, a snowy day, the fact is you even have to concentrate more to get that football in your hands and then start running. And then there's other guys that worry about getting hit. And those type of guys can't go over the middle. And those guys, no matter what they have on their hands, stick them, it really doesn't matter. Well, they're not concentrating on the ball.
Those are the guys that take scared to death pills.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's no question about it. Let's go out to Bear fan Brad in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Bear fan Brad.
Good afternoon, Doug and OB. You guys are the absolute best.
Thank you, Brad.
Hey, Bear fan Milwaukee, not too happy today, huh? Green Bay Packers went down.
You know something? I was going to say that I had to go, since Houston and Green Bay were on CBS at the same time the Bears were playing Jacksonville, I had to go to the bar with the package and watch it. And I was in the bar. I was one of the only Bear fans there dressed up. And when Green Bay loses here and the Bears win, it is it is a great feeling to be here. And all these Packer fans are whining and moaning about this and that, and it's a truly great feeling. By the way, I want to answer you guys' question earlier. You asked about Minnesota's schedule. Minnesota is at Arizona, and then they're versus Atlanta and versus the Giants, and there's a pretty good chance that either the Atlanta game or the Giants game will probably end up being flexed to Sunday night because of the playoff indications, because they both still have openings for the national prime time, just to let you guys know. But the reason for my call, Doug and OB, is Rashid Davis. I'm not sure if Davis actually knows this. I'm not trying to be too critical or anything, but does he actually know that he is actually supposed to catch the ball, being a wide receiver? How many drop passes does this guy have? I mean, why throw out Bennett there, see what he has? This Rashid Davis, he might be a decent guy, but he can't catch the ball. You're a wide receiver. You have to catch the ball in order to score points. Doug and OB, you're the absolute best. I would love to shake your hand. And by the way, that video of you guys after the Jerry Springer, I see it on YouTube with Mullen and Hanley. It's so funny. OB, you're a total badass, man.
Brad, OB said it. I mean, you couldn't put it any better than OB said. What was the exact line you said, Ed? When you're in this, when you're basically in the professional ranks,
right?
You catch the football. I mean, that is what you're supposed to do.
There are no excuses.
Right.
There are no excuses.
That's your job.
If there's one person that's really just paid to really to do one damn thing out there, it is a wideout. It is a wideout. It's all they don't expect them to block. They don't, a lot of things, okay? To stay healthy and catch the damn football. And you're getting paid a lot of money, and this is week after week. It just never ends here. And nothing gets done about it, Doug.
And it's so
nothing gets done about it.
It's so crucial. A drop football, we can overcome it. Maybe you can't. If it's a third down situation or a situation that moves the football or even a possible maybe a touchdown or whatever, it is so crucial because you work everything up to get to that point. The offensive line blocks. The quarterback drops back, reads the right defense. You've called the right play. You're open, and now you try to make the pass.
and the guy drops the football. You know how disheartening that is?
Well,
all those steps to get to that one point.
Not only some of them, Doug, what's really disheartening is when the ball flies right through their hands.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't even slow the damn thing down. And it's a perfect throw. That's a little embarrassing.
Not only embarrassing, you're right, but the fact is, though, it really puts your team, in the hole. I mean, those plays are designed, drawn up. You may never get another shot at it. So, consequently, you have to make those catches. I agree 100%. And really, it's like a shortstop, and I've said this many times before.
But when does it end, though, Doug?
Well, what it is when you get a new player in there. I mean, somebody else is going to catch the football. It's just like if you had a shortstop. These are routines, Ed. This is not like acrobatic catches where they jump up in the air and twist around and come down with the football.
Do they ever have a time where reporters, whether it's the press or radio team, can sit down and ask Lovie Smith, their defensive coordinator and our offensive coordinator, and ask them these point-blank questions?
Oh, they do. I mean, they ask them. They remember.
Did they really ask them this?
They asked him last year. I remember many times. Why don't you play Haas, the wide receiver? They go, well, we think that we got our guys. It's the same thing I saw with this kid Rudeau, who played the exhibition real well.
Dropping the balls week after week, and it's just it never ends.
Yeah. Well, you know what? It'll have to end sooner or later, because the fact is that you can't consistently do that and try to win and try to go further into the playoffs. Definitely it'll catch up to you. He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 23-10 over Jacksonville. The Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. Robert, Jason, Mr. Sharp, Big Jared, and now I'll be right back.
Gold's field goal from 35 yards. Headed towards the right hash, snap the side. The kick is up by Robbie Gold, and the kick is good.
We have an excellent kicker. Once we get the ball within striking range, we feel confident that he'll make the kicks. And Brad Maynard has kicked the ball inside the 20 more than any punt in the league. We expect him to keep them pinned down there and give our defense a chance to really keep them down there. It was about field position today, and both guys did a great job with that.
And now back to Doug and OB with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live at Real Time Sports Bar and Grill in Elk Grove Village on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
That highlight was courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call, and also Lovie Smith talking about the punter, Brad Maynard, and what he did, and also talking about Gold, about the fact of the field goals. You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real Time Sports on Elk Grove Village. O'Bradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767 is our phone number.
Yeah, and you want to know what, Doug? And I think I can say this for you and I and all the Bear fans all over the world, to the Chicago Bears, congratulations on the 700th victory.
Absolutely. Can you believe that?
I hope
700 of them.
700, and I hope the 700th victory leads us to the North Division Championship and take it from there. But again, to the McCaskey family, to Papa Bear, God rest his soul, and all the guys that have played for the Bears and over the decades, and the World Championship teams, et cetera, et cetera. Again, congratulations to the Bears, because they are the institution of the National Football League. They were the footing and the foundation, my friend. So
700 wins.
700 wins today.
Ed, you were a big part of it. You had a 1963 championship. We had the 85 Bears obviously winning the Super Bowl, and then prior to that, the Monsters of the Midway. God only knows how many they won. And out of those 700 wins, my era that I was, 1966 to 1979, probably brought the Bears down to their knees.
Well, the situation, Doug, that falls under, I've always been an advocate of coaches. I was very fortunate to play under two Hall of Fame coaches in George Allison, so was you, and George Allen. And, guys are real students of the game, and that's quite a thing. 700 victories.
That's remarkable.
And, again, kudos to the McCaskies, and hopefully we can bring this through. The players and coaches can bring this through this year, because quit waiting for next year. It's about now.
Let's go out to Mr. Sharp in Oak Lawn. Mr. Sharp, you're on the Score with Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone.
Hey, Doug. Hey, OB. I'll be real quick. I got to give a shout-out to my father. He's got a birthday tomorrow.
Give it to him.
And to brother Jeff and Charlie 1 and Charlie 2.
There you go.
Okay, Merry Christmas, and here we go, guys. The defense, they got to get their stuff together still, no doubt about it. But it was nice to see the tight ends get involved today. They've got to keep utilizing them all the way through the season, the rest of the season, if they're going to get anywhere. And to the other caller who said, should we bring in a guy like Chad Johnson? No. We don't need any people with egos. We need working-class people that are not about themselves, and they're all about the team. And I'd like to hear your comments, and you guys have a nice holiday, and I'll talk to you Friday.
Yeah, there's no question. I get tired of talking about guys that, perform, but also there's a major problem off the field. And
imagine the time that
you don't want to go through all that aggravation.
The people spend talking about that on writing about it, TV and sports, ESPN and all that, go on and on and on, instead of talking about the people that are out there putting it on the line every week, not being selfish and trying to get a victory from week to week.
Just like Forte.
Enough is enough.
Forte's your typical guy that you want to play. You want him to be out there. He does his job. He works hard. That's what you're looking for. I'm not looking for somebody that...
He gets up from the tackle and walks back to the huddle, gets in the huddle and goes to the next play.
He does his job.
Shucking and jiving and flipping and flopping and whatever the hell it is that they do.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on The Score, Sports Radio 670. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767. We are live in Elk Grove Village. And I'll be right back.
Booker jogs to the left side, numbers. They're going to park Rasheed Davis in the left slot. Olsen and Hester to the right. 3rd down and 8. Shotgun. Play fake to Forte. Orton winds up throwing. Caught. Goal line. How about a call for the touchdown? Touchdown Bears. Oh, yeah. That was a beauty. Greg Olsen. Heck of a throw. Kyle Orton. And the Bears extend their lead. 22-yard touchdown.
We had run a few corner routes, and those safeties were playing pretty wide, so coach made a good call. We just felt we can go up and kind of just go right down the middle on them, and Kyle made a great throw, and we were able to score real quick before the half, so that was a big drive for us.
And now back to Doug and OB with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live at Real Time Sports Bar and Grill in Elk Grove Village on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win, 23-10 over Jacksonville. And also in this football game, Ed, the one thing I looked at, and the one thing that helps out defense, and there's no question you know it and I know it, because we had Bobby Joe Green as our punter. The fact is you got to have somebody that can put that ball inside the 20-yard line, and it was twice I saw the back-to-back that Brad Maynard did do that. And on top of that, once a punter does that, then the defense has got to come in and take advantage of that, and our defense did. They went 1, 2, 3 and out, 1, 2, 3 and out. So that's real important.
They were the
field
dictator.
Position.
They didn't let the offense dictate to them. They dictated it.
And then the field position. There's no question that was a big part of the game. There's no question that will be a big part of the game coming up against New Orleans. Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Big Jer in South Bend, Indiana. Big Jer, you're on The Score.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, you guys. There's a question and a comment, mainly about the Vikings. Do you think those guys are going to be suspended? Because that would really help us a lot. But my son and I have been lifelong Bear fans. He's down in Indianapolis, and I was recovering from heart surgery last year at this time. And we watched the Vikings, and I wanted to ask Doug if he thought, I watched Adrian Peterson, and I said, this is the second coming of Gale Sayers. I mean, I never saw anybody like it, and I just wondered how you thought that he compared with him.
Well, I got to tell you, Jared, there's no question Adrian Peterson is outstanding. But I'm going to tell you this also. I'm not so sure he can keep taking those beatings and what's going on with him 40 years that a lot of backs, hang in there. Although Gale Sayers went down after 5 or 6 years and kind of a knee injury, I thought Gale was a runner. I thought was a better runner.
Well, here.
The other kid is a more powerful runner. There's no question about it. And Walter Payton was in that category also. But I'm telling you, Adrian Peterson's, they're beating on him. They're beating on him a lot. And I'm not so sure that you can continue that way for 5 or 6 years.
Yeah. Gale had the great speed and the great cuts and moves.
The move.
I tell you, with Adrian Peterson up in Minnesota, he is a big kid. He's a big kid. Gale wasn't the biggest back in the world, but he was. I think Gale weighed about 195, Doug, maybe 205. But I tell you what, Gale Sayers knew the blocking. Anybody tried blitzing, Gale would take him down. He wasn't afraid of anybody. And I, to this day, I've never seen anybody quite run like him. But this kid, Adrian Peterson, being for a big boy, weighs about 220 or 30-some pounds. This guy can flat-out move, and he has that innate quality, the ability to make sure when he cuts back, it's at the right time, and he's gone.
Yeah, he's a power back. There's no question about it. But like I said,
running backs, it's just a matter of time. Walter Payton was a freak of nature. To play 12 years in the National Football League, but you know what I loved about Payton? He would take the punishment to the tackler.
He would
not accept it.
He would
not
give
accept
the blows.
It. Yes, he would.
And Gale avoided a lot of that. Gale was so quick.
Christ, you could never catch him. You never see him.
You couldn't hit him.
Never
half
saw him.
The time, you know. Let's go out to Robert and Gilman. Robert, you're on the scoreboard. OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. I'm a little surprised at what you guys were saying, that Kyle wouldn't be a contender in the playoffs. If you remember right.
Who said that?
You guys. You guys were saying that he wouldn't be a contender, or the whole team wouldn't be a contender in the playoffs.
Oh, no, Robert, what I think what I said, no, I'm a Kyle Orton fan. I think he's done one hell of a job in his improvement. And, Robert, what I was saying about is, if we get to the playoffs, to win the Super Bowl, you've got to have a full complement offense. You got to be hitting on all 8 cylinders. You got to have running backs, you got to have tight ends, you got to have wideouts, and a quarterback to have the wherewithal and the ability to get it done. The fact of the matter is, Robert, what we were saying is that, yeah, we could probably get to the playoffs, but I don't see us getting to the Super Bowl. We have our basic 3 wideouts. We don't have, Robert. We don't have a downfield passing game. We just don't have it, and that's a big problem.
Yeah, and that's not saying we're saying that Kyle Orton's bad.
No, God, no. That's just the opposite.
But the fact is, this team is not good enough to win the Super Bowl. I mean, that's a fact. When you take a look at it, I mean, that's the truth of the matter.
Yeah, Robert, you don't have the full complement going for you. There's only so many people, Bob, on offense that can handle the ball, move it down the field, and put points for you. And on our wideouts, it's a sad situation. When we do throw to them, they drop the football. I mean, it's right in front of you. Come on.
Let's go out to Jason in Green Bay. Jason, you on the score.
How you doing, fellas?
What's up, Jason?
Stuck on the freeway in Green Bay. I just moved back from Florida, and I'll tell you one thing. I'm now listening to AM 620. I always remember 70 The Score was the station to listen to, even though you guys are Bears fans down there. Anyway, I got to give one shout-out to my buddy Matt Gunn, who's waiting for us to get to his house in Blaze. And also, I will give out shots. Congratulations on your 700 win. Part of a rivalry, in my estimation, is a begrudging respect for the other team. And I'll be damned if I don't think I can say that, but if the Vikings are going to win this division, because I hate them with a passion. It's going to be anybody. It's not even going to be us. Based on what I saw today, I'd love it to be the Bears. I root for you guys in the Super Bowl. And that's one point I need to make. It's just congratulations on 700. I love to see the Adam and Eve of the National Football League, which is the Bears and the Packers. Adam and Eve still doing well after all these years.
Thanks, Jason. We appreciate it. And we hope you're right. We want you to root against the Minnesota Vikings, and we want you to root for the Bears. And I would imagine you're a Green Bay Packer fan. But when we take a look at this, the Bears are going to have to go some just to work out for them. And Vikings, who knows what they're going to do. But the Bears can take their part.
I mean, yeah. Can it happen? Sure, it can happen.
Sure
Anything can happen.
You want to be in position for it to happen.
Absolutely.
But once again, though, and Opie and I talked about this during the break, you cracks me up when people call in and say, oh, geez, it's early in the season. Don't worry about it. It's early in the season. It's a marathon. Don't worry about it. It's early in the season. Now look where you're at. Look at the urgency you're in now, that you have to win the last 4 games. Why don't you put the urgency on yourself at the beginning of the year or the middle of the year? When you say, well, it don't count, we always got next week. You cannot do that.
No.
Always worried about next week. Worry about what the hell's going on today. And the fact is, now we're down to the crunch.
You can't buy into the future. You
No.
got the 16 games, and it's right in front of you. You got to take each one at a time. And the coaches and everybody's got to give you that 110%, so to speak, Doug, and nothing less. And
No.
nothing less.
You can't keep breaking it down. 4 left, 2 left,
There's
6
left. There's
10
4 left, 10. Now
5
it's only
left.
this season.
You know,
well,
it's
let's
a
forget
16-game season.
Right. Let's forget about what happened the last 10, the last
Right.
16. No. It's
Start
in front of
doing
you.
it at the beginning.
Learn from the mistakes and get better from week to week. Not forget about it and come in a 4-game or 6-game season. It's very irritating to hear that, Doug.
There's no question, Eddie. Let's go out to Jared in Naperville. Jared's on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, how are you?
All right, Jared.
Hey, guys, one clarification I want to make here. I want to be clear that you guys understand. The Bears, assuming the Bears run the table, Minnesota has to lose 2 games. If the Bears and Minnesota end up tied, the Bears lose the tiebreaker because Minnesota beat Atlanta. This is where that Atlanta game will come in and kill the Bears. Keep that in mind. If the Bears and Minnesota tie, okay, the Bears lose the tiebreaker. So Minnesota has to lose 2 out of their remaining 3 games for the Bears to have a shot at the division.
Well, the Bears, too, though, the fact that if Minnesota sweeps and the Bears sweep, they've got it because they got the best record in the division as far as against opponents. You know, that's the deal. That's why I thought if Detroit won today, that would change it. And I think that's the first tiebreaker. And that's what you have to look at. Then you look at the NFC. So you're right. I mean, there's no question. You got to have Minnesota lose a game, and I think the Bears go 4-0. Or else if they both end up with the same deal, the Bears are going to lose the tiebreaker to the Minnesota Vikings. And again, that's why I thought maybe Detroit would help us out a little bit here, but they basically folded at the end. We're going to take a break. He's Obradovich. I'm Buffone on the score. Sports Radio 670. 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show on Sports Radio 670. We are live at Real Time Sports.
From center, Garrard going to take. Lines up with one leg back as he play fakes to Jones. Drew, here comes pressure up the middle, and down he goes. And looky here, Mark Anderson with a sack. He is on his knees, throws his hands in the air, and finally, a long time coming for Mark Anderson.
And now back to Doug and OB with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live at Real Time Sports Bar and Grill in Elk Grove Village on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the score. Sports Radio 670. We are live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
You know what, Doug? We sit here and I've been doing this for quite some time, and we've seen coaches, head coaches, assistant coaches, coordinators come and go, not only here but throughout the league. But you know one thing, Doug, I think that really rings true, and I think I've always believed in coaching. I always, especially the position coaches, you got to have quality people there to help these kids bring their talent along, whether it's in a defensive line, offensive line, wherever it might be. And you know, and you look at some coaches, and especially in today's, Doug, you take a guy like Tony Dungy, when he became a head coach. He's been head coach at 2 different places. Bill Belichick has been head coach at 3 different places? Mm-hmm. And they've been head coaches for a long, long time. And you got Bill Cowher, who finally retired. And I think Bill was with Pittsburgh for about 14 years. And no matter how many players they lost through free agency, obviously there were a lot of them. On both sides of the ball, they would lose the good top players. They always had somebody to fill them in. And if they're not winning their division, Doug, they're fighting for the wild card. You're in, you're out, year after year after year after year.
And so when it comes down to it, and I, again, just want to make just a little point here. I've always believed in coaches, and especially, just because it says, there's doctors and doctors, there's lawyers and there's lawyers, well, there's coaches and there's coaches. And the reason why I mention these three people, because they're still around today, and Bill Cowher probably will come back into the game. He used to be the Pittsburgh coach. But I'll tell you what, they know how to plug it in, Doug. They understand the system on both sides of the ball. They understand the importance of coordinators, and more important, they understand the position of the position coaches, the quality of coaches on their staff.
That is a fact, Ed.
And I think it should, and it's to be pointed out, Doug, that when you look at these three guys, especially a guy like Tony Dungy, and these guys overcome injuries, Doug. They overcome injuries. They overcome free agency. They overcome everything. And year in, year out, they're always there. Is it because of luck? No, it's because they're damn good football coaches, and they understand the situation.
Ed, I'm going to go one step further. The teams you just mentioned, Pittsburgh, New England, and Indy. A lot has to do, obviously, with the coaches, but a lot has to do with the organization that is set up. I want you to look at
Doug,
Pittsburgh.
hold it. I'm going to disagree with you here a little bit.
No,
I'm not
can't.
going to say, yes, I can. Because these
you?
are dominant coaches. These are coaches that the GM would listen to and that the owners would listen to. These people are proven people that they can win with people that are hurt, people that have lost in free agency. And if I'm the general manager, if I'm the owner, I'm going to damn well listen to these people as opposed to whoever else.
Tomlin goes to Pittsburgh. Tomlin didn't win crap. He was a new coach in Pittsburgh. Okay, Belichick came from Cleveland, who got his ass wiped out because then he goes to New England.
But Doug,
I'm telling you, got to get the players, Ed.
Yes, okay, but they're the ones that brought the players in. I don't think it's all the GM. The GM is not going to tell the head coach because the head coach is one that's going to take the heat. You can always blame the head coach, and then you go to the GM. Okay,
but the fact
it's the head coach that goes to the GM, and he's the one that tells him he needs this guy. He needs this offensive line to do this thing.
But let me tell you something.
The GM doesn't tell the head coach.
Let me tell you this right now, though. That may not be the case because the Colts organization set up what the hell is happening in these draft choices.
The Colts couldn't do a damn thing until Dungy got in there.
Well, let me tell you something.
All right?
Dungy couldn't do something unless they did the right drafts, unless they did the right stuff. They have the right scouting system.
That's the point I'm trying to tell you.
What are you trying to tell me?
I'm trying to tell you it's the head coach. These guys are dominant head coaches
they are
that
good
understand
head coaches,
the damn
but
game.
you got to have an organization in it. Without the organization, that head coach
the organization brought him in to do these changes, and he had the wherewithal to step aside and let a Belichick, let a Dungy, and let a Cowher run the ship.
I understand that, but you can't run a ship when you don't have sailors, and that's a fact.
These are the guys that bring the sailors in. Right. That's my point. Will you quit
arguing?
I'm
not going to argue with you anymore.
Because you're wrong.
I am wrong.
Just go to the caller, will you?
No, you know what it is, Ed? You know why I get so aggravated? I understand about the coaches. There's no question about it. But the fact is that
Doug, if you let people go,
I've watched Pittsburgh for years do what they do. They brought in Tomlin. He didn't do anything before. He was at Minnesota. He's now the head coach of Pittsburgh. They haven't changed their philosophy, their thoughts, who they bring in. And you're right. They lose players every year.
Doug, I'm not talking about a 1-year or 2-year coach. I'm talking about guys that have been around. And what is their moniker? What is their mark? And their mark is that they bring in the quality people. And I'm going to tell you something. And you go back to offensive and defensive coordinators, but as damn as important as those people are your position coaches.
There's no question.
Is there an offensive line coach that knows what the hell he's doing?
Point with you.
Is there a linebacker coach that can teach these kids?
That, in fact, is one of the most important things that I think the Bears are lacking. The fact is, when you go look at the Bears, look at fundamentals, you look at assistant coaches that are come there and can do the job. I think the Bears' offensive line coach is pretty damn good.
Yes, I agree with that.
I think he's very good. But other than that, there's a lot of things out there. I look and I watch this team. I say, who's fundamentally teaching these guys a lot of things that's going on out there?
Absolutely.
I agree with you 100% on that part. Okay. Are we good taking a break?
What? I lost track of what we were doing.
We were arguing. That's what we were doing.
Get to the caller there, will you?
No, we're taking a break. Oh, no, let's go out to Bobby on the south side. Bobby on the score.
Here we go. Yeah, hey, Doug, Ed.
Hi, Bob.
All right, hi. Now listen, here's what I wanted to ask you because you hit on just what I was gonna ask you about is the general manager. This is the guy that picks your talent. Now here's my question: when they brought in Angelo, Now, the scouting crew he has for the draft, does he bring his own men in, or does he keep what the organization has?
You know, Bobby, I think they kept the organization. I'm not quite sure, and I can't answer that. But I got to tell you, Bob, the fact is that's so important in an organization to have that scouting crew out there to bring in the right players. I mean, it is important. Ed brings up a great point about the coaches. That's, in fact, management brings those coaches in, too, by the way.
Right.
They set them up. They also bring in players. They also set up scouting system. They also set up a lot of things that says, this is who we are. Why is it the same teams keep winning? You know, a lot of times they change coaches. They still win. I mean, that's a fact. So that's one thing the Bears got to look at. They got to look at how they're scouting. They got to look at how they're teaching. They got to look at some of their coaches. And Ed is absolutely right on this one. You know, your assistant coaches, your guys that are in the trenches is big. It's big time because they're with these guys day in and day out.
That's right.
And that's a big part of it. I mean, you got to look at this. I mean, that's why Pittsburgh is so successful for years. Even when Cowher was the coach, Cowher's gone, Tomlin's there. And look at this. Their defensive coach is still there. You're talking about the defensive coach for the Pittsburgh Steelers still there. Tomlin was the defensive coach. He comes into Pittsburgh. Do you think he changed the defense to the cover 2? No way in hell. They stayed with the 3 down linemen and the 4 linebackers and had that defense.
And come after you.
And so that's what I'm talking about. It's a whole deal. It's not just one person. Let's go out to Nick in Des Plaines. Nick, you're on the score.
Hey, Ed and OB, how you guys doing?
All right, Nick.
I got a problem with, we had an unproven running back coming into this year, and they put this set of receivers around him. What did they expect to happen this year? Just imagine if Forte didn't work out. What were we going to be left with this year?
It would have been sad.
Yeah. And then I'm going to tell you something. Next week, against Drew Brees and that passing, we're in trouble.
Well, the best chance next week is not what they did today, because the fact that Jacksonville still held the football, more possession, time of possession was more for Jacksonville. We've got to take over the game. You don't want Drew Brees throwing the football that much.
No.
We still have problems covering the pass. There's no question about it.
And the best way to beat the Saints is because they have a very prolific passing game. Obviously, they convert on 3rd down and then lead up the clock pretty good.
Right.
The best thing is what's got to happen is our offense has to convert on 3rd down, get back again to the tight ends more and more the next 3 games. And if we do that, I think we'll have a good chance of winning.
Well, just like we did the first half, Eddie. I think we had 12 first downs, didn't we, the first half?
Absolutely. And then we started getting back to our tight ends. The last 3 games, I think we only threw to them a couple times the last 3 games, like each one of the games. Mm-hmm. So now we went back a little bit more to them, incorporate them more because we have nowhere else to go.
And control the clock.
That's exactly correct.
They do not have the football. He's Obradovich on the phone on the score. Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village.
Really, they had the drive at the end of the half and in the first half, and that was really about all they did sustained offensively, but defensively fought hard and tried to give us opportunities to get back in it. We just didn't generate anything offensively to give ourselves a chance in this football game.
And now back to Doug and OB with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show live at Real Time Sports Bar and Grill in Elk Grove Village on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
That was Jack Del Rio talking about his team, and he said the only drive the Bears had was right before the half. But I think, Jack, hey, stop yourself. Your team is bad.
Yeah.
You guys lost, and consider changing some things for next year. Welcome back to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We are live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767.
All right, Doug, we got the Youth of America right in front of us here.
That's right. And Eddie and I were sitting here, and all of a sudden, we get mobbed. You got attacked by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 young men who played basketball. And by the way, they should be very happy. They are the Winter Tournament first place champ, 2008. I think they call themselves the Illinois Magic. Is that correct, guys? That is. And their head coach is here, Jim Santos. Is it Santos? Sotos. Jim Sotos.
Jim, stand up, take a bow.
Jim, there's Jimmy. The guys went 5-0 in the Chicago Bulls Training Academy. And congratulations to all of you from Ed and I. Terrific job, 5-0. And tell Jim now to buy you guys all dinner, okay?
There you go.
Congratulations, guys.
Yeah, congratulations, guys. Congratulations, Coach.
Hey, don't forget your medal. Here's your medal. Who's the
yeah. Well,
they all got beautiful medals. There you go.
What position did you play? Point guard. Are you any good?
He's in fourth grade. He said don't push him. Don't push him. He's in fourth grade.
Congratulations, guys.
Way to go, guys. Let's go back to the phone lines. Let's go out to Mark in Bloomington. Mark, you have the score with OB and Doug.
How you doing, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
All right, Mark.
Hey, I have two comments, and then I'll hang up and listen. First of all is with Brian Urlacher. He just, to me today, I got the greatest respect for him. I have a great respect for what he's done for our team. But I think that we may need to start looking into replacing him for next year, or start looking into his replacement, because it just doesn't seem like he's got what he used to have.
Does he seem, Mark? Does he seem tentative to you?
I'm sorry?
Does he seem like he's not busting up in there? Does he seem he's playing a little tentative to you?
And he does, and he just today he was trying to do one-arm snags and just not getting the guys wrapped up.
Well, there's no question he's not what he was before. You know what's amazing to me, and I understand about getting older, and that's a factor. I got to tell you, I've been watching Ray Lewis playing middle linebacker. He hasn't changed. And I thought last year was kind of a down year for him. I saw him this year, and Baltimore Ravens have a hell of a defense. He's unbelievable. Urlacher is not the same guy he was. There's no question about it. 2 years ago, 3 years ago. He still can run. He still goes sideline to sideline. You could still see him back and drop passes. They got him blitzing more than he ever did before.
He's a viable force.
He is as a force that, belongs in his football club. But if you're looking for what you saw 2 or 3 years ago,
it's gone by.
It's gone by. Now, maybe it's kind of the neck, maybe it's kind of the back. I don't know whatever it is. But the fact is, though, he still can take that position. Yeah. He's not the problem.
He's not, Mark. He's not the problem by any means.
Not at all.
No.
Let's go out to Todd in Lake Geneva. Todd, you're on the score.
Yeah, Doug, OB, you guys are great. Just wanted to, I love your passion. I want to talk about coaching a little bit. And I think something, if you look back, playing a lot of football myself all the way through college, for the Division III national champions in Whitewater, I learned a lot about discipline. And you know what? Coach Bresowitz used to talk about, you can have all the skill sets in the world, but if you don't have discipline, you're going to lose in the key moments. And if you look back at the Atlanta Falcons game, discipline, keeping the guy in the inside of the field, then the game, Peanut Tillman's penalty in the end zone to turn around that game, it all comes down to coaching and discipline, in my opinion. I've been to every game this year, a couple road games, and in the end of the day, it comes down to coaching, because you can draft guys with talent, but if you don't coach discipline, get their heads in the game, just the pure discipline of the game, you have these breakdowns, and it ends up putting you in the position the Bears are in today, where they got to win out. If they had discipline, they'd probably be winning the division right now.
Good point.
Well, there's no question about it.
Very good point,
Because,
Todd.
see, what they call discipline, it's called execution. When it comes down to it, it's called discipline. It's doing what you're supposed to do. When you play a defense, when a defense is called, and we'll work on the defensive end, how many times you've heard OB talk about force and fill? If Ed and I, which we did, we played on the same side, all right? Ed's playing left defensive end, I'm playing left linebacker. We have force and fill rules. I know Ed's got inside of me. Ed knows and has to be comfortable knowing that I will be forcing the outside. So in other words, I'm forcing everything into him. And I got to feel good that he is filling inside. It's called force and fill. And this is what happens in everything you do in football. And if you don't have that coordination, if two guys think they're going to go on their own, just like you saw Peanut Tillman do last week, you're going to get burned. And that's called discipline. Nowadays, they call it execution. And I'll tell you what, if you don't have that, your defense or your offense is going to totally fall apart. What do you think a quarterback will do if you run the wrong route or you shorten the route, or you're not where you're supposed to be. The guy makes the throw. All of a sudden, the guy standing there intercepts the football, and he says, where the hell were you supposed to be? Well, it's not doing it right. That's something I saw with the Bears in the fact that they really are undisciplined. I mean, they're really not disciplined a lot of times.
And what Todd's saying, he believes that comes from the coaches, in which it's...
Well, sure it does.
Absolutely, because, and especially the sad thing about it is, Todd, is that when you have proven veterans, and after years of playing here, and then again, who makes the stupid mistakes at the most unbelievably critical times, all of a sudden it pops up Tillman. Guys are making dumb, stupid things, costing us 15-yard penalties, basically costing us games. Now, where the hell that comes from, I don't know. But I probably, maybe like you hit on it, Todd, right from the coaches themselves.
Well, then they have to correct it. I mean, they have to understand it. I mean, they have to look at it. They have to practice it. They have to teach it. And the player has to believe in it.
Doug, how do you tell a kid that makes a tackle and runs and jumps up because he knows the TV's there and he's flipping and flopping around like an idiot because he made a tackle, and probably on the play before, the offensive guard or tackle took the guy and put him on his back. Mm-hmm. Why doesn't he jump up and down and hoot and holler because he got put on his back? You know, and you get sick and tired of seeing this stuff, but that's how the game is played today.
And for some people, and I guess, if you take a look, and I'll go back to this many times. I watched last year, with Coughlin, when he started out the season, the head coach for the Giants.
He was too disciplined.
Everybody was all over him.
That was the main. They wanted him out of there?
Out of there. Gone.
Because he was like a
he's a dictator.
Drill sergeant, dictator, too tough. You had to come to the meetings. The meetings were at 9 o'clock. If you were there, came in 4 minutes. If you came in
bad guy.
4 minutes before 9, you were still fine.
Right. Then, and Shockey, the tight end, was another one. Thought he ran that damn team. They got rid of him.
That's right.
Tiki Barber was another one. No, he ran well. He was another one that was trying to undermine Kaufman. They got rid of him. And so what happens is exactly right, Ed. Discipline.
Buy into the system.
Buy into it and do the right thing. Let's go to Brad and Kenosha. Brad, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Always love listening to you guys talk sports. Hey, I got two questions. My first question is James Harrison is an incredible defensive player. Is he good enough to win the NFL MVP this year? And my other question is I don't know if you guys ever played on Thursday nights, except for maybe after Thanksgiving. And since football is so violent to your bodies, how tough is it to recover, after a game on a Sunday and then playing, 3 days later?
I think personally, and I hate the game, and I don't like the game on Thursday night, and especially the deeper you get into the season, it's even tougher. Because you got something going on with you, and to be hurt, to be banged up, you need that whole week to get back ready to play. I think it stinks playing on Thursdays. What do you think, Ed?
Well, I think what they have to do, obviously, your quality control people, Brad, what they have done, obviously, for the game this week and for the next week, your quality control people work double time. In other words, getting all the tendencies and all the numbers ready for the offensive and defensive coordinators to put their game plans together. And I'm sure the game plan is put together by now for Thursday night. Now, it all depends on what do you do with the guys that are injured, and how aggressive are you for our next 3 days or 4 days of coaching before you play. I think you take it soft. I think you take it easy. I think you do a lot of homework so you don't make the mental mistakes, because physically you should be ready to go. You really don't need to beat your bodies up for 3 or 4 days, but mentally be sharp. More class work in this time, not physical work.
He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the score. Sports Radio 670, 312-644, 6767, the Jiffy Lube post-game show. We are live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village.
We've known that we had a Sunday game and a Thursday game coming up, so we've made preparations for that. It's a shorter week for them, having to travel. So, again, we're looking forward to having another chance to play the Saints. Seemed like we've played them under these conditions, I guess, the last 3 years now. So it should be a heck of a game.
And now back to Doug and OB with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live at Real Time Sports Bar and Grill in Elk Grove Village on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
That was Lovie Smith talking about the game coming up on Thursday with the New Orleans Saints here in Chicago. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone. And Eddie, the game coming up Thursday, no question, huge game. But the one thing Lovie did say is the fact that New Orleans has to travel, and they have to travel to Chicago, short week. So the advantage should go to the Chicago Bears being at home.
Well, hopefully that's a fact, but don't count on it. You know, you still got to go out there and play the 4 quarters and get it done. And Doug, if we can get this next game under our belt, and I think the Vikings have a tougher schedule than we have. And if these kids can see it and understand it and get it done, maybe we will win the North Division.
You know, it's amazing. You and I were talking basically off air, and we were so happy that the Bears won. We knew they did what they were supposed to do. We knew the Bears 23 points against Jacksonville 10, but yet we still look at it and we say to ourselves,
too many shortcomings.
Yeah, I mean, where are we going? I mean,
right.
The fact is, I know we want to take the last 4, but, you know, if you're really honest with yourself and you looked at today's game, they did what they had to do to win. Yet again, it still wasn't didn't push you over the wall saying, you know, we're that good.
No, because you expect them to come out in the third quarter, you know, and go over what they were doing right in the first and second quarters, and then you come back third quarter fresh, ready to go with a net, and put them down. Take the game away. Mm-hmm. Put it away. And the third quarter, we were missing in action. Lucky we won the football. Lucky we played a team like Jacksonville, Doug.
Well, that's
Be honest
it.
About it.
You know, the fact is, and that you take a look at the teams we've beaten, Ed.
Yeah.
The fact is, you know, we'll beat Detroit, the Rams. We'll beat Jacksonville.
Detroit
you know,
twice.
Every time we come head-to-head with a team that's a must football game and it's a good team, we always run into a problem.
Yes, we do.
So that's
and
why the New Orleans game...
Thursday night.
Exactly, Thursday night. And what they're going to do. And so consequently what happens here, he's got a short period, he's got a short week. Once again, if you had to take a look at this football game, though, to beat New Orleans, what would you say it had to be the biggest improvement? If you can improve in 3 days, Ed, this is why I get real confused with this. You know, can you improve that much in 3 days?
I don't know if you can improve, not unless there's great weaknesses, Doug, in what the quality control guys went through and all the stats that they're going to give our guys to put the offensive game plan together. But we really don't have too much. We don't have a lot of bullets in the gun, Doug. Okay, and I think what we got to do is just try to keep getting better with our running game and trap more. Run more traps. Run more trap plays, more sucker plays, and the play action, and get the tight ends involved. And I think that's what we really have to rely on. Because if we get our offensive, if we can't run the football Thursday night, Doug, we do not win the football game. If we don't run the ball successfully, our offense fails and we lose the football game.
I agree. He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. We thank all of you for calling in. We thank Real Time Sports for letting Ed and I here to talk about the football game, and also thanks to Dave White, Chris Tannehill, Matt Peoples, our producer, John Carey, our engineer, Brittany Hinger, in charge of promotions, and also Herb Lawrence with the highlights. Herb does a hell of a job for us.
Yes, he does.
David Schuster, our Bear beat reporter. And also thank all of you once again here at Real Time Sports, and also all the people that called.
And again, congratulations, Bears, on a 700.
Absolutely. Up next, Hub Arkish. That's right. More football. Hub Arkish, Pro Football Weekly editor, score expert. And if you got more questions, I guarantee you, Hub's got the answer. Thank you all very much. Good night, everybody.
Kyle from center, stepping up, now going to leave the pocket, ejecting, fakes the throw left, diving for the end zone, touchdown! Orton to give, Matt Forte off the right side, standing up, touchdown Bears! Snaps to Breeze. Pitching right. Pierre Thomas. He's all bottled up. And down he goes. Placement made. And Robbie's cut. Is up. And it is good for the tie. Quiet at Soldier Field as Manley sends it back. Placement made. Brad Maynard. Pick to the uprights. Robbie goal. It is good. Bears win it in OT. Playoff hopes are still alive at Soldier Field.
And now live from Durbin's 5406 West 79th Street in Burbank, it's the Jiffy Lube post-game show with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich. Presented by Miller Lite, great taste, less filling. And brought to you by Court Furniture, your Chicagoland Chevy dealers. And powered by Comcast, America's leading fiber optic network for TV, internet, and phone. And here they are, our own two legendary Bears, Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
Those highlights were courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are at Durbin's, 5406 79th Street in Burbank. That's right. Beautiful place, great food, great people. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. And our broadcast is also sponsored by Miller Lite. Eddie, the Bears did it.
Yes, they did.
They did it, and we all thought they would do it. We all thought they could do it. Got a little hairy at the end of the game. But certain things I did like, what I saw in that football game, Ed. And I'll start with the defense. Right away, I thought the defense in itself really came forward. I said, especially the defensive line. They were really getting after some people. And, of course, the sack, Drew Brees is very difficult. But we got Alex Brown, I thought, played extremely well. And that play Donajay made. Now, I've seen you make that play, when you're playing left defensive end. And, that's a hell of an athlete to do something like that.
Doug, we'll get into this a little bit more, but I want to get into to Mark Anderson and what he's doing on the field.
Mm-hmm.
And we're taking Gunley out and our other defensive end, Brown, taking him out of the game. And this kid had a lot of playing time. And as a matter of fact, I think the second play I saw him, that offensive tackle hit him so hard, Doug, lifted him off the air, and he fell on his back.
Oh, yeah, he's not what you call a guy that's going to take a lot of punishment. I mean, he'll take the punishment, but basically he's a pass rusher from the outside. That's exactly what he does. He comes from the outside, but he's not going to be in when in grunt time, when it's time to come to make those plays.
Well, he's certainly got an awful lot of playing time, Doug, and I think that we have two quality defensive ends, and you got 32 teams in the league, and I think our guys can start pretty much almost any team in that defensive line, Doug. I'm talking about our defensive ends.
Mm-hmm.
And I like to see him, and especially in those critical situations, I like to see Brown and Gunley in there, and certainly not Mark Anderson at this particular point, Doug, because when he played the other, about a week ago or whatever, that kid got pushed from one end of the field to the other.
When you take a look at the game, and I always believe this, a lot of times you can look at stats and look what happened during the course of the game, but you have to really pick out certain things, and I call it crunch time. I call it when you really have to play or do you have to come up big time. I saw twice, really, the times that I thought where someone came up big. When I talk about big, I'm talking about, let's start with the offense. When Kyle Orton took it at the end of the game there, and we needed obviously needed a drive, which he started to 30. He had 5 consecutive passes. We kicked the field goal, and there's 2 seconds left, and obviously, we tied the game. I thought that was crunch time. That's exactly what a pro does do. Now, the other time was we tried that fake punt, and it didn't work. The defense came in, and it was 3rd and inches, and they stopped them. They stopped the fullback coming up the middle. Now, 3rd and inches, please. It's the most difficult thing in the world to stop anybody on 3rd and inches. We stop them. So now New Orleans figures, let's go for it on 4th down. So they go out wide with Pierre Thomas, and once again, it was a wave of blue. I saw guys come up there, and the force, see, this is the rules we're talking about. The force was right there.
What do you think I got?
That's what I'm saying. The game is simple.
Force and fill. That's the classic example.
And Nick Roach comes up, and I thought the strong side linebackers for the Chicago Bears have to start playing better, and I thought Nick Roach played better. And you saw that. You saw him filling. You saw, Tillman forcing. And then you saw the wave of blue coming up. Consequently, it was a loss of 5 yards. That's football, mister. That's what it's all about.
The key with that rule is, and that's on every play, somebody has containment, somebody has force, somebody has fill. That's designated every play, every defensive play. And that was a classic example, 4th and 1. What a way to fulfill it. Now, I'll tell you what. So you got containment, so the back has to cut back in. Then you have the force man making the play, and then you got the fill finishing it up. That's every play, folks. That's got to be done that way.
And what I saw was more of that kind of fundamental playing in this football game, and I think you can see the results, how it turned out. Now, the Chicago Bears obviously, got the 7-point lead, which was outstanding. But they came in there, and I saw more activity coming from the defensive line. Now, I understand that Alex Brown was going against the reserve, and the fact that Jamal Brown was out, the left tackle. But he made one play on Pierre Thomas, which I just love it. I mean, he jumps through the air and just crushes him before he can even take a yard. That kind of stuff, really inspires a defense when you start seeing plays like that. Then on the other thing, too, was really encouraging. I thought Brian Urlacher played a hell of a lot better. I thought Brian was coming up and coming inside. In other words, remember we talked about him sliding along all the way along? This time he was coming up into that. Right, exactly.
Coming up into the gaps.
Into the gaps. And, taking somebody on and challenging people. I thought he played very, very well and was encouraging. The whole game was encouraging. And I just said to myself, you know what, fact, the New Orleans Saints, obviously not good on the road. They're 1-6. They get in Chicago. But the Bears seemed like they had confidence back. They had a little bit of swagger to themselves. Came down real close. But the fact is, New Orleans can put a lot of points up. I was kind of impressed by the way the Bear defense played.
Well, let me tell you what, Doug. I think, the first half, we were 21-7 at half.
Right.
In the second half, somehow our offense goes into a cocoon. I don't know for what reason.
They always go into coma in the second half.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anyways, but what happened in that fourth quarter, Doug, when, Wharton went, what, he go about 8 for 11 and took him down the field?
Yeah.
He did it when he had to do it to get that field goal. Doug, I'll tell you something, and that's what big-time quarterbacks do. Now, where he was for a quarter and a half for the most time, the second half, I don't know. I don't know if it's play calling or what happens.
A little stupor.
Yeah, right. But I tell you what, that was a hell of a thing by Orner, dude, at that particular time. The urgency of the game, sense of urgency, and going from the no-huddle offense, the rhythm they had, the 8 for 11 in passing, and I love to see more of that no-huddle offense. I think Orton runs it very well. He can run it from under the center with a no-huddle, or he can go back with a shotgun, Doug, from no-huddle offense, and that's an important weapon to have in your arsenal, especially when you don't have 3 qualified wideouts that are actually quality people in the National Football League. So really what do you have? You've got a running back, one running back in this system here, and we've got 2 tight ends to try to move the ball down the field and try to get a field goal or try to score touchdowns. It's pretty damn tough to do when you don't have a full arsenal going for you. So the players that were out there, they did a hell of a job. They played hard, Doug. Again, on both sides of the ball, and kudos to the coaches for that. These kids, I've yet to see them totally give up in any game. And we've got, 2 more games to go?
2 more.
2 more, and we just got to hope that when Minnesota goes out to the desert, they swallow a cup of sand or something. And hopefully we can get into the playoffs, Doug.
This hour is being brought to you by Menards. The other thing, too, that was impressive, and I know you and I have been talking about this for 3 years. Take the football, take a guy that can run, and throw it down the damn field. Because the interference call is there.
Yes.
I mean, it's there. Why would you not do that and take your shots? And you saw it twice. This won the football game, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that, Hester gets down there for a 38-yarder, and I think another one was a 39-yard interference play, then take that shot. Put that guy down there. So that'll force the defense, obviously, and sooner or later to come doubling up on this guy. But they're going to call it, except they didn't call the one they should have called when Olsen was in the end zone. I thought he got mugged on that play, but they did not call it. But they did call 2
different plays, though. Yeah. But the thing is, Doug, now I believe this is the 3rd year. I think that they're constantly making rule changes, and it's always for the offense because TV doesn't want a 10-7 game. Okay, they like a track meet, up and down the field. So they'll change the rules, and it's always for the offense. And I believe, again, Doug, they changed the rule. I don't know if somebody, maybe one of our listeners know, or maybe you know a little better. I believe it was about 3 years ago or 3.5 years ago. Again, for the wideouts, defensive backs. I mean, if they look cross-eyed at a wideout, they're going to throw the flag. And I remember, Doug, in the training camp, they went around to each and every one of the teams explaining to them explicitly that they're going to be watching them. Do not touch the wideouts. They went there and warned everybody, and everybody knew about it. You remember us last year, the year before, Doug, screaming about it? Mm-hmm. Throw the damn ball down the field. Why? How about he might catch it, whoever the receiver is? How about the ball might get tipped and he might catch it? Or it might get intercepted. Could well be just as good as a punt. Or they could throw the flag. And that's what they've been doing all over the league. And that's why everybody was going down the field. And we had a hell of a time. Even when Bernard Berrien was there, Doug, we did not stretch the field.
See, the point is real simple.
And that's a fact.
That's a fact. And there's no question. If you have a guy that can run, I'm not talking about putting a Clydesdale out there. You know, you got one of these horses that can run. You know, the fact is you have to really have somebody that can run. Somebody can scare you. And that's Hester. Hester can run. Now, I wouldn't, get him across the middle sometimes or, not making those catches in traffic, maybe not. But if you send a guy down the field, a guy that can really run, that puts so much pressure on the defense. And then let the ball fly. And then, of course, the guy ends up, interfering with the guy.
Absolutely,
doing certain
Doug.
thing. Because, Hester... You remember the first...
That's there every play, every game, Doug.
First quarter, though, Hester was wide open. Orton overthrew him. He was there. He had another one. He was beating the hell out of those corners. So it was there. And I thought by the Bears, by doing that, was, finally, I think, you're becoming more aggressive. Now, we'll talk a little bit more when we come back about at the end of the game, when there's 5 minutes left to go, and then all of a sudden we're still in the passing mode, and we throw the first down, we throw the second down, then obviously if Fajita intercepts the football, I'm not so sure at that part of the game that I would more or less running the football and kill the clock because New Orleans had only one timeout left.
Yeah, Doug, well, we won. Did we win ugly? Yeah, we won ugly, but the fact of the matter is we won. We still got our foot in the door, and hopefully we'll take advantage of it.
He's O'Bradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, Jiffy Lube postgame show. We are live at Durbin's, 5406 79th Street in Burbank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Ed and I will be right back.
We play this game to get into the playoffs. That's what our plan is. We got to have the energy to get there. So we'll prepare for one game. We'll prepare for Green Bay and hopefully win down.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show live at Durbin's, 5406 West 79th Street in Burbank, starring Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich. Presented in part by Miller Lite. Tastes great, less filling. And brought to you by Court Furniture, your Chicagoland Chevy dealers. And powered by Comcast, America's leading fiber optic network for TV, internet, and phone on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
That was Olin Cruz talking about the game and getting ready for it. And Ed and I will talk a little bit about that snap, though. It happened on the 1 yard line and, of course, turned a touchdown for New Orleans a couple plays thereafter. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Durbin's, 5406 79th Street in Burbank. Also our sponsor, Miller Lite. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Eddie, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Mark in Oswego. Mark, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you doing? Listen, I don't want to be a downer after a win because, hey, it's a win and I'm happy about it. But I do want to point out, and I know everybody's aware of the Bears' struggles in the second half offensively, but I ran the numbers on it, and they have not scored or put up points more than one time since Week 9 versus the Lions. That's 6 consecutive weeks of scoring only once in the second half. In the first 8 games of the season, they scored 2 or more times in the second half, 6 out of those 8 games. And I don't know if it's related or not, and I want to hear your reaction after I hang up, but Kyle Orton got hurt in Week 9 and only played the first half. First of all, do you think there's any relationship between those two stats? And second, in general, what do you think the implications here are? I'll hang up and listen. Thanks.
Mark, those are great stats. And OB and I are very aware of this. We call it the coma. We call it the stupor, the second half. We call it a lot of things. I think what happens is the Bears go into a shell. I mean, a lot of those games they were winning, first of all, and now comes out, and we call it adjustments at halftime, and, I don't know about adjustments. Sometimes it's overrated. Sometimes, everybody wants to say, well, we have not adjusted. I just think a lot of times we're just not aggressive enough in the second half offensively, and still try to keep their foot on somebody's throat. We get on top of somebody, and we have a tendency to start getting a little lackadaisical and saying, okay, fine, let's just float along here. The defense will handle everything. Well, see, the defense is not as strong as it used to be. We can't do that anymore. You're going to need points. You got to put points up. I'll say this about the Bears, though. There are a lot of times, or a couple times, that they did come through in crunch time. And that's what I look at, what happens in crunch time. But you're absolutely correct, Mark. The fact is they have to learn, they have to get better at putting points up in the second half. You can't call it a day after the first half. Take a look at it. I mean, you're absolutely right. Let's take the last game. Last night. 21-7. The Bears are up. Now, 7 of those points obviously came from return from Manning. But when it's all said and done with, the Bears were moving the football. Kyle Orton had a great, quarterback rating. Everything looked good. But we come out the second half. It wasn't until the end of the game that we scored. What did we score? 6 points, counting 3 in overtime and 3 in regular. So that's not acceptable. Really, it's not acceptable. Fortunately, the defense came through, and the defense held on. If this was been the same defense, let's say maybe 3 or 4 games ago, would have got blown sideways. Would have got blown out of the box. There's no question in my mind. So, yeah, if we want to progress, if you want to go forward, and we want to win these next 2 games, we definitely got to get our offense cooking in that second half. And, Mark, that's a good point.
Yeah, Doug, let's not forget, the Saints, too, in the league, they're 20th against the rush and 27th against the pass.
Mm-hmm.
And so, they were there to be had, guys. I know their offense is prolific, et cetera, but also, there's one guy you get to Drew Brees, and that stops real quick. Okay, it stops real quick, and I just thought maybe because we had what we have. I know the kid got hurt in the beginning of the game. Forte, he had 11 rushes, 34 yards, right. And then Peterson only had 5 rushes for 15 yards. And it looks like, Doug, I hope this doesn't happen, that Forte goes out. There goes our offense.
Well,
we don't have plan B. We don't have plan C. We don't have plan D. We don't have another plan. It's this kid, or we better really luck out.
Where is Kevin Jones? We brought Kevin Jones in. Where is Kevin Jones? This
Doug,
kid
from
can
what
run.
I saw of him, he looked like, he ran with heart.
The kid
he's got the moves. And
I don't know.
I don't know. This is, again, it goes back to this coaching staff, Doug. The stubbornness of this coaching staff is unbelievable.
Well, you know what? If you even take a look at it,
the standard answer: we're trying to win the game.
Right.
No matter what question you ask.
We understand that. We know that. But, Forte, I think he's handled the football, 280 times running the football. That you may be just wearing this kid down. You need somebody. I think the next guy to him is Kevin Jones. He has 34 attempts. This kid, Forte, has 280. I think you need more of a balance there.
Doug, the reason why they're going to this kid all of the time, just look at our passing attack. Yeah, right. They go the run and the pass with them. But they have to. Where the hell are you going to go with our wideouts?
Well,
they are not here,
I'm glad
Doug,
you brought
and
that
I
up.
keep saying that week after week, and it's a fact. And everybody's screaming about Ron Turner. Well, who the hell does Ron Turner have to work with? They start out with a makeshift offensive line, hope to God that it works, and so far it has. Okay? We've got a rookie running back. He came through giant, big time for us. Nothing behind him. Orton, has he improved from week to week? Yes, he has. I think, is he a quarterback of the future? Yes, he has. We have 2 tight ends, Doug. That's where it ends.
That's where it ends.
We do not have a passing game, period. And if they shut down our run, then where are we going to go?
Well, see,
what do we have to do? We have to put Olsen out wide, Clark out wide at a wide out. We have nobody here, which we should talk about a little bit more, Doug, as we get down. The players that were here that are gone and the ones they brought in, supposedly to take us to the promised land. Who the hell brought them in here?
Well, the point is, though, and I understand about the passing, but let me ask you something, Ed. I'm not asking for a miracle worker. All I'm asking for is somebody to catch the damn ball. Now, Rasheed Davis goes out there, and don't give me the thing, we threw him behind him. What the hell do you expect?
That's what he's paid to do.
A receiver's supposed to catch the damn ball. Guys can make better catches than that. You let it bounce off you. It goes up in the air. A guy gets it. That could have been the turning point of the football game. That could have been the whole turning point of the game. Catch the damn ball. It happened 2 weeks ago. The same thing. You dropping the ball in certain situations. Somebody says, well, Kyle Orton had a bad day. Let me tell you something. Every pass counts. That pass to Rasheed Davis, there's no way in hell, Eddie, he should have dropped that pass.
Absolutely,
no way.
Doug.
And then I saw Lloyd do the same damn thing with a pass. So these guys, I mean, what are we asking for? A linebacker tackles, a defensive end pass rushes, and a wide receiver is supposed to catch the damn ball.
Doug, that's why we're so limited. That's why our special teams have to really perform every week, Doug. They can't take a quarter off, a play off, or nothing, and that's why our defense, they played a hell of a game yesterday. Again, you got the Packers, and we got to go down to Texas and play in Houston, and I'm going to tell you something. They have to really perform and play at a tremendous level, Doug, because our offense is not well equipped to work it for 4 quarters, Doug. We don't have all the ammunition. We don't have all the people going down the field making things happen. We just don't, my friend.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug with phone on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767. We are live. That's right, live at Durbin's, 5406 79th Street. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Also, Miller Lite sponsoring our broadcast. Ed and I will be right back.
We are underway. Garrett Hartley to kick off left to right on the short side for the number 3 kick return man of the NFL. Danielle Manning at the 17 running right. 25-30. Hits a crease. He's going. He's going. He's at the 30. He's at the 20. He's at the 10. Danielle Manning. Opening kickoff. Touchdown.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live at Durbin's, 5406 West 79th Street in Burbank, starring Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, presented in part by Miller Lite. Tastes great, less filling, and brought to you by Court Furniture, your Chicagoland Chevy dealers, and powered by Comcast, America's leading fiber optic network for TV, internet, and phone on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. What a beautiful thing. 83 yards. Manning just takes it back. I just was so excited with that. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Durbin's, 5406 79th Street in Burbank. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
That burst of speed immediately up the field.
Did you see the way he hit it?
Up the field. Yeah. That's what he does. So did Hester when he started.
Yeah.
Yep.
I saw Hester in the punt last night, and I said, what the hell is he doing? I mean, he even went backpedal 7 yards, 8 yards. Come on, you have that speed, that quickness. Get up there. You know, Hester was outstanding. I thought did a terrific job as wide receiver last night. But these punt returns, I don't know what the heck he's thinking about. You can't give ground like that because the fact that speed has got to be up in there, and then you make your cuts and go where you have to go.
Thinking too much.
But, you know, I think you're right, Ed. I think that's exactly what it is. Let's go out to Stacy in Kenosha. Stacy on the Score with O.B. and Doug.
Hey, how you guys doing? How you guys doing today?
All right, Stace.
I just want to talk about the quarterback situation a little bit last night. I thought Orton played he had an okay game. Do you guys really see him as being our quarterback, of the future and really taking this team by the horns in the next couple of years? Do you see the Bears locking him up, or do you think they're going to wait and see? I mean, I'm just really not sure about it. He showed me signs, but I still think he needs to work on the deep ball. I'm happy with the Bears' victory, but I still got a lot of question marks with the offense.
I got to tell you, with Kyle Orton, I think the Bears are in no hurry, and they shouldn't be in any hurry. You got to take a look at them, keep going. But all the indications say this could be it. But I'll go again on record, and I've been talking about this a lot, and so's OB. He's going to need help. You're going to need help on that team, and obviously we all know what that help is. You need somebody out there, a wide receiver, somebody that can do something. And I know Hester is out there. Hester showed well, but Hester still I don't think is your number one guy. You should go out into the marketplace, either in free agency or in the draft, and surround this kid with some more help as far as catching the football. I think it's a great opportunity, Ed, for him to take it over. I mean, he showed sign of it, but what I like about him is, like I said at the beginning of this show, show me what you can do when in crunch time. Show me when the pressure is on. Show me that you have to make a play, and I'm telling you, there are quite a few times this kid will come through for you, and I will go back to when he got the football on the 30-yard line and drove it, went 5 for 5, got him down in the field goal to tie that game so the Chicago Bears could go into overtime and win it in overtime.
Well, Doug, just quickly here. You just wonder here sometimes. You take a look at our wideouts, okay? And Doug, we had other people here, and they're gone, whatever their names were, okay? And they're all gone. And they had time this offseason. They brought all these other people in, and they have not panned out. Why? Do they have speed? No. Do they drop the football? Yes. Can they separate from a defender? No. Now, wait a minute. We have scouts out there. The Bears are paying scouts to come to these Jerry Angelo and our coaches with these people and analyze them. And then Lovie Smith and his staff, they got to analyze these people. And my point is this. They felt that the people we had here the last 2 or 3 years were not the answer. And they felt, because they had all off season to do this, and they took their time and brought all these people in at the wideouts, okay? And they felt, Doug, that they were better than the ones that we had. They can't refute that, Doug.
No.
And they're not. It's in front of you week after week. What the problem is, no separation, dropping the football, and no speed out there at wideouts, except for Hester, who we're trying to convert from a special teams player into our number one receiver. So who the hell do you look at?
Well, exactly, and that goes to show.
I don't know if I'm making sense here or not. I think I am.
Well,
but I mean, Doug, and so what you got to look at is who are the coaches? What are they? How do they determine what a wideout is? That they can win with them? I understand when you get football players. I know one thing. I've had under some great coaches I've been under, and they always determine, can I win with this player? No matter what position is, can I win with him? Okay? And, Doug, you think we can win with these wideouts we have?
No, I mean, not win. You can win, but you're not going to win. You're not going to the Super Bowl.
My point
you're
is
not going to knock anybody off in the championship
game.
The
change was made to go to these people, Doug. Now, who did it?
Well,
who did it? Who made the changes?
Well, obviously, Jerry Angelo had a lot to do with that. They brought in Brandon Lloyd. Brandon Lloyd had problems in San Francisco. He had problems in Washington. He comes here. Last night we see him make a nice catch, one catch. Then we see him one that
he's going to rewrite how wideouts play?
Right. And the other kid they drafted, Bennett, you can't even see him. You can't find him. I don't know if he's alive or not. I'm not quite sure. But he was a third-round pick. What's his problem? Why isn't he out there? Why isn't he doing something? So, I mean, surely you got somebody that can at least catch the football. And Rasheed Davis is probably a great guy, a nice kid, works hard, does all those things.
I'm sure they are, Doug.
But you can't do that. You can't drop the damn football in situations, not in this professional ranks. If you're playing down in Grant Park with a pickup game, fine, drop the damn ball. But not when you're playing pro. Not when you're there, because that's what they pay you to do, and that's what you're supposed to be, is a professional. Catch the football. What's the problem? And so when you look at this, Eddie, you're absolutely correct. And then that goes back on the quarterback. Now the quarterback had thought he'd have a situation where there'd be a first down, they're moving the football. Now they're punting it. So, consequently, they're really going to have to really take a good, tight look at what's going on with their wide receiving positions. Now, they'll hit their tight ends. Olsen had 8 catches yesterday. 8 catches. And Des Clark had 3. But you can't live on that all the time. You have to have somebody. But once again, Hester, I thought, did exactly what you and I talked about. And they did exactly what we thought they should do. Send the kid deep. Send the kid deep, and that's his biggest asset, is running down the sidelines. Let's go out to Frankie and Elgin. Frankie on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug, OB, how's it going, guys?
What's up, Frankie?
Hey, happy holidays to you guys,
Same
too.
You.
All right, cool. First of all, I'm going to go and say this kid, Pierre Thomas, he really amazed me. I mean, this kid is I really enjoyed watching, and I'm a huge Bears fan. This kid, Pierre Thomas, I mean, this kid looks like he could just run and all day. It almost looks like Reggie Bush is, okay, you're out of the picture. Anyways, my thing is that I don't understand how Matt Forte has 5 catches for, 26, 56, whatever yards, and Brandon Lloyd had 2 catches for 21 yards, and he's our wide receiver. It makes no sense, Doug and OB. It makes no sense. I cringe when I watch the TV to hope that Earl Bennett comes out or Rideau. I mean, how are you going to know if when you have these guys, how are you going to know if these guys are any good if they never get any play time? I mean, I don't mind the passing to Greg Olsen. I don't mind it. As far as Greg Olsen, I'm waiting for the big hit. I'm waiting for him to just catch the ball and just get that big hit and plow those guys. He had this talent, and it looks like maybe he needs to gain some weight or go in the weight room. I mean, it's just ridiculous, and I'm gonna let you guys talk about it before I hang up. I hope to God next season I do not see Daniel Manning as a wide receiver. That's all I have to say.
I don't think so, Frankie, but you know what? You never know. I mean, obviously, but there's no question they got to address it, and Obie and I talk about this all the time, and what do? If I drafted a kid number 3 and a wide receiver in Bennett, would I not take a look? I mean, is this kid that bad? Are they saying that, well, look, Doug, you don't know it. You're not there. Well, yeah, I understand that. I mean, you told me that about Beekman, too, last year, the guard, and you wouldn't play him the last 3 or 4 games. I think he's starting this year. So I don't understand it. I really don't. I know the idea is to put the best player out there. I've seen Rideau come in and play extremely well in the exhibition season. Can't find higher hair. Now, how about this one? The fact that, the other kid, Haas, and everybody was talking about Haas. I saw him make catches, spinning, turning around and say, well, this guy, kid, he doesn't have any speed. Oh, excuse me. All he does is catch the football. I'm sorry. Should he apologize? He's catching the damn football. You won't see him. You won't see him on the field. It's mind-boggling to me.
Hey, Frankie, I hope you're still listening because I got a couple of 2, 3 people I want to tell you. You mentioned Pierre Thomas, University of Illinois, free agent, University of Illinois. Is he with the Bears? No. It's a kid by the name of Romo. He's a quarterback. Eastern Illinois, Romo, free agent. There's a kid by the name of Turner, a running back, Northern Illinois. Again, Northern Illinois, 5th-round draft pick.
What are you trying to say, Ed?
Does anything have to be said after that?
I don't think so.
Thank you.
Bradovich, I'm on the score, and I agree with you, by the way.
Thank you.
How about this other kid they missed, I think out of Michigan, Western Michigan, Jennings, the wide receiver.
Oh, he's in another state. Wait a minute. Yeah. You don't expect us to go to Michigan. My God, Doug.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
That's about a 3-hour ride.
Yeah, I lost my head.
Straighten up, kid.
I remember when Drew Brees came out in Purdue, and I was screaming about Drew Brees.
Christ, that's across the country, Doug. Come on.
Can't go that far. There's no way in hell you go that far.
That's right.
I'll even go back further when Montana came out of Notre Dame.
You're way too far. Way too far.
Can't leave the state.
No.
Oh. We don't have a car that can go that far, right, Ed?
Oh, God.
We'll be in the phone. We'll be right back. The Jiffy Lube postgame show live at Durbin's in Burbank.
3 tight ends, 1 back, and a receiver right. Brees takes, fakes, now bootleg right. Throwing over the middle. Intercepted on Rollier. Throwing right to him at the 17. They were going on the bootleg pass to the tight end. It never gets there. Bears football.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live at Durbin's, 5406 West 79th Street in Burbank, starring Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, presented in part by Miller Lite. Tastes great, less filling, and brought to you by Court Furniture, your Chicagoland Chevy dealers, and powered by Comcast, America's leading fiber optic network for TV, internet, and phone on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Durbin's, 5406 79th Street in Burbank. Also, our broadcast is being sponsored by Miller Lite. Miller Lite. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone, 312-644-6767 is our phone number.
Transportation today provided by Celebration Limo. Visit them online at celebrationlimoltd.com or give them a call at 708-599-2112.
You want to tell me something that you wanted me to say if this would happen?
All right, Doug,
I'll give you an honest answer.
I'll try to run through as fast. This is the if.
Okay.
If. Okay.
Go ahead.
The Bears played New Orleans. New Orleans had 22 first downs. Bears had 16.
Okay.
All right. New Orleans had 345 yards total to the Bears 226.
Mm-hmm.
Bears running game, which is our mainstay,
a total of 55 yards running. New Orleans, 119 yards rushing. We had a 2-point yard average on rushing. Passing, they had 226. We had 171. We threw the ball 41 times, which we don't do. Okay? And time of possession, New Orleans, 36 minutes, 32 seconds. Bears, 26 minutes, 14 seconds. Who won the football game?
According to that, the Bears lost. Yeah.
Could you imagine that?
Yeah.
That brings up the old adage, statistics are for the losers.
Right. I got to tell you, though.
Wow.
Those are strong. And if you did look at the box scores and you didn't know the score, you'd have to say that the Bears lost that football game.
Oh, you kidding me?
But again, I say it comes down to crunch time. What have you done? What special things have you done to make the game? And I got to tell you, Manning opening up that game, the 83-yard
that drive in the fourth quarter with Orton going 8 for 11.
And the defense holding off at third down and fourth down was just inches to go, and they held that off.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what you need to win. Let's go out to Dane on his truck phone. Dane, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hello, boys. How you doing today?
Hello, Dane.
Hey, I just wanted to, I hear a lot of crying about Brian Urlacher, and I'm not even a Bears fan, but I am seeing two things that he's doing that's crippling the defense. Number one, when the opponent is rushing the ball and he's getting blocked, he is not shedding the blocker. It looks like he's just running along with him playing thumb war. Number two, when the opponent is passing the ball, you cannot go up and just hit the center and then turn around and go into la-la land. He's not covering anybody or an area. So I'll hang up and listen to what you guys have to say. Thanks a lot.
Dan, you're a little tough on the kid, aren't you? I mean, I saw him last night, and last night he played pretty damn good.
He got up into the gaps.
Yeah, he was up there, and a lot of times he was back there. I've got to say, though,
Dave is right there. On one point, Doug, he's talking. Remember we saw Urlacher all year?
That's not last night, yeah.
No, I know, not last night. But what I think he's talking about is what he's straddling, going across the lines, either the weak or the strong side, not coming up into the 2 gap, the 4 gap, the 6, the 8 gap like he has done before. And I think that's what he's referring to, because that's where Brian's, that the explosion of his to get up in there.
Right. And I think there's a problem.
Is it him or is that the coaching? The coach is making him go along the line?
I think the kid is being bothered. I think he's being bothered by a back and a neck. I really do. Because how do you change?
I buy that.
You don't change that. We've seen him explode before. He, doesn't explode as much like he used to in the past when he was young. There's a problem. No one's going to admit it. He's not going to say anything about it. But you know what? It's not the same guy. I mean, I saw Ray Lewis. Anybody see Ray Lewis play lately? The guy has taken no prisoners whatsoever. And I saw him 2 years ago, and my suggestion to Ray Lewis was to hang it up and quit and go home and call it a day.
Doug, it's tough enough to play this game when you're healthy, let alone when you're injured.
He wasn't healthy, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely so. Yeah.
This hour is being brought to you by Menards, Eddie.
Yes,
Let's go out to Marty and Wheaton. Marty on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Marty.
Hey, listen, you're beating up the wide receivers, and understandably so. But tell me, how come so many of our wide receivers can move on to other towns and have productive, lengthy careers? And you know the names I'm talking about.
How about the bad coaching? Would that be the deal? Bad coaching? Are we talking about that, Marty? Is that what you want to say, Marty? Marty, you played your hand, Marty.
Marty, don't be a poker player, pal.
No, right.
Marty, do you need an answer?
Sam, Marty, what do you think? We're morons?
Could talent assessments be part of the problem, too?
No, there's no question, yeah. I mean, first of all, I understand this, and I agree with you. You look at what's going on, and I thought fundamentally the Bears are really not that strong fundamentally. And there's certain times they make mistakes, and I see it happen with linebackers. I see it happen with defensive backs. I think the offensive line coach, though, for the Chicago Bears is outstanding. But you're right. You got to coach these guys. You got to coach them up. Coming out of college anymore, you know what's happened to guys coming out of college? They're just, all they worry about in college is two things, speed and being an athlete. It's not football like it used to be.
And coming out as a sophomore or a junior, they don't have the full 4-year program. They don't have the total learning. They're going for the money, my friend.
And you got to teach them. I mean, they're not coming out as football players that in the past have done something. So consequently what happens, you've got to be an assistant coach that goes out there and teaches those guys. And guys leave here and they can become better football players. Maybe it's the change. Maybe that happens. But you're right. We've lost some wide receivers that, are playing decent. We've not lost. Now, Berrien, to me, was one of our best receivers in my mind. And we still haven't really proven the fact that he's going to be that great for Minnesota. But I got to tell you, this year, Minnesota, I got to say he's responsible for 2 or 3 wins for Minnesota. So it's worthwhile to have that guy.
Listen, Marty, if you're still listening, you're out there. If you're a poker player, give it up.
No, yeah.
Give it up. Go to Hawthorne.
Nice try, Mark. Bradford Chamber phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670.
Are we having some fun here today?
Absolutely, we won. Don't push us.
Yeah.
Jiffy Lube postgame show. That's right. We are live at Durbin's, 5406 79th Street in Burbank.
A lot of nice people out here.
Absolutely. Phone number 312-644-6767. Ed and I will be right back.
He's at the 20. He's at the 10. Danielle Manning. Opening kickoff. Touchdown. Snap to Kyle from center. Stepping up. Now going to leave the pocket. Ejecting. Fakes the throw left. Diving for the end zone. Touchdown. Morton to give. Matt Forte off the right side. Standing up. Touchdown Bears. Snap to Breeze. Pitching right. Pierre Thomas. He's all fired up. And down he goes. Placement made. Arabi's cut. Is up. And it is good for the tie. Quiet at Soldier Field as Manley sends it back. Placement made. Brad Maynard. Kick to the upright. Robbie Gold is good. Bears win it in OT. Playoff hopes are still alive at Soldier Field.
And now live from Durbin's, 5406 West 79th Street in Burbank, it's the Jiffy Lube post-game show with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich. Presented by Miller Lite, great taste, less filling. And brought to you by Court Furniture, your Chicagoland Chevy dealers. And powered by Comcast, America's leading fiber optic network for TV, internet, and phone. And here they are, our own 2 legendary Bears, Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
Those highlights courtesy of WFDBN Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Our broadcast is being sponsored by Miller Lite. We are live at Durbin's at 5406 79th Street in Burbank. O'Bradovich and Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. Eddie, they're lit up. Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Jeff. I don't know where you're from, Jeff. What does that mean, 294?
As your producer called me, Jeffrey Giraffe.
Are you going north or south on 290?
I'm going north. But hey, I got 2 guys to touch on. One thing is I've been watching a lot of Greg Olsen, and the thing that really puzzles me is that he's getting tackled by the corners. I haven't seen him run over anybody. I don't know if it's strength and conditioning or what it is. But, he's got good hands. He's a good player, and, I just like a little bit more toughness out of him. I think somebody touched on that earlier, one of your callers. And the other thing I wanted to touch on is Devin Hester. Now, in my book, you run the kid in flies and post patterns, which gives you the guy in the slot underneath opens up because you draw the safety each and every time because of Devin Hester. Why he's running slants, I don't know. But, if you run him out, get that safety to look at him, now you open up the underneath receiver. And, yes, we do have to have a receiver that catches the ball. But, that's the thing that Ron Turner's got to understand is that this guy draws a double team no matter where he goes on the field. And if he's running down the field, that's going to, open up the middle of the field. So, I'll hang up, listen to what you guys got to say, and, hey, you guys rock. You guys are the best.
Jeff, regarding Olsen, you see him catch most of his passes are curls or hook ends, short flare outs, or in the flat, or up 10 and back 2 out patterns. Very seldom do you see him split the seams, and by that I mean in the zones, on the strong or the weak side, where you can catch him in maybe a post pattern or splitting the seam, where he catches the ball and he's going forward. He's going towards the goal line. Most of the time, passes to Olsen and Clark are out in the flat, hooks, or curls. It's awfully difficult to turn around
and drop it into fifth gear immediately and get going when you have those types of pass patterns. We really don't go down the field with them, and we don't split a lot of seams with them. Doug, what do you see?
Well, the fact is, I don't think he's the biggest nor the most powerful guy around. I'm talking about tight ends.
But, Doug, it's difficult when you run those pass patterns to turn around him and run over people.
He's not the guy, though, Ed. He's a receiver. This kid is a receiver, and he's a big receiver. There's no question about it. We're not talking about like a kind of Mike Ditka attitude or some of these tight ends that are slower than him. This kid basically is a kid that can run. And he can run, and he's tall, and he can make plays. That's what you're looking for. I don't think you're going to see him run over too many guys. I don't think that's his forte. His forte is running. His forte is his height. And then when he gets down near that goal line, I'd be going down to that kid every chance I had. They should have made that call last night. That kid was mugged in the end zone last night. He was mugged. And once again, because he was mugged because the guys that are trying to cover him were not as tall as he was, not as big as he was. And he's quite an athlete. So that's what we're looking at. You give up certain things, and you're never going to find, I don't think, that say Olsen's going to be a guy that's going to run over anybody. Basically what he is a receiver, a big receiver, playing tight end. Now, the other thing you talked about Hester was the fact, and you're absolutely correct, about, well, if you're going to double up on Hester on the outside, then you can really come underneath. You can make a lot of things happen. But you see Hester, he even beats the double team. He's beating the double team with a double move, coming in, coming out, and bang, he's down the field, and they throw him the football.
Doug, how many times have we talked about that?
Yeah. I mean, he can do it because he has the speed. And he has the speed to do that. Now, if you want to, and I agree, the fact is if they get real cocky and they keep doing that all the time, then you come back and you make them pay for that, and you come back underneath, and you're right. The slot guy can make a catch. You can do a ton of things. And that is why they looked at Hester. They thought Hester would be that wide receiver, not just the fact that, maybe catching the football, but the fact that there's a decoy out there. But the one thing about Hester, he is a fly-type guy. Berrien was that way. Berrien would never come across the middle. And I think in Hester, even when he runs the slants, there are times you run a slant. If you're going to catch a guy man for man on him, he's giving the inside, run that slant all day long. But if I'm playing him, I'm never giving the inside. And so consequently, you fly him down the field, and then you try to do something else with the rest of the players you have, with your tight end, your slot, or your back even coming out of the backfield. Let's go to Jamie in Freeport. Jamie on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, we've heard everybody talk about the receivers, and it's been pretty much that way all the year. They're not, much different than what anybody expected. But my biggest concern is that, last night they were playing as close to a prevent defense as you can get without, going into a full-blown prevent. And we were still outrushed by the leading passing team against our, base starting defense. And I understand their secondary is beat up and we should be able to throw on them, but why weren't we running the ball down their throat last night?
Well, you know what?
We don't have a two-back system. We don't have a two-back system. We don't have another running back that we could put in. You see most of the teams today out there, they basically have they're a dual-back system. You can go from Atlanta where, Doug, almost every team? We don't. We have one kid, Forte. And then it falls way, way off after that. We just don't have another running back that fits fits right into the fray of it. Reasons why, I don't know. Doug, maybe you know better than I do.
Well, no, and I think that's part of it, and there's no question. But here, just let's back up a little bit. You're putting a game plan together, and I understand about running the football. Nobody loves it more than me, in this game about running the football. But once again, though, the fact is that if you're playing a team that has three of their cornerbacks out, they're not going to be in the game. You're talking about a defensive end. The left defensive end is out. And why not throw the ball when you get a shot to throw the ball? Well, did not those two plays with Hester turn that game around? If they didn't throw it, my only concern was the fact that at the end of the game, when there was 5 minutes left to play, and we were leading by 4, I thought then we should have really started grinding it out. And we threw the first 2 times, and you know what happened in the second time. Fajita intercepted the football, and it cost us 7 points, and obviously, we went down. So I look at it this way. I say this, and I really believe this. Take what the defense gives you. And a lot of times if they're going to play, like you said, loose cover 2, then you know what? You pound the football at them. If they're going to put a guy in the box, then throw the damn thing. I mean, this game is not that damn hard. I mean, if you really look at it, it's not that tough of a deal. And they talk about adjustments and that. The defense will tell you what to do and when to do it and how to do it. And I think that's what you have to do. And if somebody says that they're going to, like, for example, remember, Ed, we played Tennessee? We were in the box the whole game. Remember the first half? We got Brown in there, and we're beating the hell out of them. They're not running anywhere. They're not doing a damn thing. What did they do in the second half? Come out and scorched us. How'd they scorch us? They start throwing the ball. Because the fact that you had Collins back there, and now your safety's up in the box, you're supposed to do that. That's what it's all about. That's called smart football. So, don't get overwhelmed about, we're going to run the ball, we're going to throw it. Whatever the defense tells you to do, that's exactly what
that was a smart move. They took advantage of the situation.
Right.
Finally.
Finally, yeah. I mean, that. But again, I'll question the last 5 minutes. Because that last 5 minutes, we could have killed the clock. And then what happened, they only had one timeout left. So, to me, that's when I would look more.
Well, you know why they did that, Doug?
Mm-hmm.
They were trying to win the game.
Ed, that's a perfect answer.
Thank you.
That's right. I like that.
Okay.
Sounds like Coach Lovey's talking. Obranovich on the phone on the score. Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. That's correct. We are at Durbin's in Burbank. Our phone number, that's right here. Got a great crowd out here. Great bunch of people.
Very nice neighborhood.
Our phone number, 312-644-6767. OB and Buffon will be right back right after this.
Devin has been improving all along. It's just when you expect him to score every time as a returner, you kind of forget what he's doing. He has made a lot of progress as a receiver. And I still think he's just a matter of time before we're going to see more and more from the punt return, too.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live at Durbin's, 5406 West 79th Street in Burbank, starring Doug Buffon and Ed Obranovich, presented in part by Miller Lite. Tastes great, less filling, and brought to you by Court Furniture, your Chicagoland Chevy dealers, and powered by Comcast, America's leading fiber optic network for TV, internet, and phone on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
That was Lovie Smith talking about Devin Hester, about being a wide receiver, also about being a returner. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670 live at Durbin's. Let's hear it for Durbin's, boys. 5406 79th Street in Burbank. Someone told me say beautiful downtown Burbank. It's exactly where we are. And also, we are sponsored by Miller Lite. 312-644-6767. That is our phone number. Ed Obranovich and Doug Buffon. And Eddie, let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Jim in Clinton, Wisconsin. Jim, you're on the Score.
Hi, Ed. Hi, Doug.
What's up, Jimmy?
Jim?
I got to meet you over in Platteville, Doug, and talk to you when you and Dan Jiggets were together.
Mm-hmm.
Clinton, isn't that snowmobile country?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We got a lot of snow up here right now. Now, I was watching the game with my buddy last night. In the last 6-7 minutes, it's like I turned to him, what the heck are we doing passing the ball on every down? The game should have been over 15 minutes before it was.
Mm-hmm. That was a question brought up. Yeah, Jim, go ahead.
We're just not a passing team, We're not, eat the clock out,
Well, see, you know what, Jim, and I looked at it, no one could be more old-fashioned than myself. Remember, run the football, stop the run, and do all that stuff. I've thrown all that crap out the window, boys. The game has changed. The game has changed considerably. Now, those last 5 minutes, I will say that you're absolutely correct. I was still kind of dumbfounded the fact that we were up in the air throwing the football. I thought then with 5 minutes left to go, and OB and I talked about this many times, how you kill the clock. And you do that by run the ball, and then they only have one timeout left, so you can pick up a first down, so you're talking about knocking off 30 seconds or so each time you run the ball. But when you get into that position where you're going to throw it, and if you have an incomplete pass and that clock now, you get more time for your opponents to score on you. And unfortunately, what happens is you have to worry about the interception, and that did happen to the Chicago Bears in that situation where less than 5 minutes left to go. Fajita intercepts the football. So, yeah, there's certain times you have to run, you have to be a power play. And that last 5 minutes, I will not change my mind on that. Power it down and go after the guy. But other than that, like I said before, I'm at a point now where, real simple. Take what the defense gives you. If they want you to run it, run it. And if they come in back playing pass defense, then do something else. But that's got to be the choice. But I thought, Ed, I don't know how you feel about that last 5 minutes about running the ball. And I think right now, if you take a look at it, you still got to run the ball and you still got to be very strong in doing that. But once again, guys, I'm telling you, you have to be able to throw the football to be very successful and to be able to go into the Super Bowl. You really have to do that to win the Super Bowl. Let's go to Larry and Stevenson. Larry on the score.
Hi, gentlemen. It's a privilege to talk to you. I have a question directly related to the halfbacks. I'm old enough to have been able to watch, Gale Sayers and Peyton and Sanders and a couple of the other great halfbacks in the football. And it seems as though when they would run a specific play and a hole in the line would close up, they would improvise. They would shift, their direction and look for an opening. And it seems as though that the Bears halfbacks, as soon as a hole closes up, they don't look defensive. They just run into the line and try to push the line and don't gain anything. If you can respond to that, I appreciate it. I'm going to hang up and listen to your response.
Larry, I have to differ with you a little bit. In Benson, did he run that way? Absolutely. Just the way you had mentioned. He did not have the ability, did not have the great peripheral vision or the ability to cut back. Okay? Forte has it all. He's got the height, he's got the weight, he's got the speed, he's got the wherewithal, he's got great peripheral vision, and he's got a greater sense of his awareness of where he is on the field. And the most important thing he's got the ability to cut back, period.
I played with Gale Sayers, and I also played with Walter Payton. And the difference is they are Hall of Famers. And I'm going to tell you something right now. As good as Forte is, he's not Gale Sayers, nor is he Walter Payton. He's a good football player. And there are a lot of good football players out there, running backs, and they will do that. They take the one step. They teach them this, and you hit right up into that hole, and you go 100 miles an hour. The ones that are a little better, the ones that are natural, the ones that can get out there and they can run the daylight, that's a whole different ball game.
Well, Doug, you know what?
It's very difficult to find.
This kid is good now. He's real good. He's real good.
He's good, Ed, but he's not Walter Payton.
I understand that. Give him time. Hopefully, he'll have the durability as a Walter Payton, to play 12 years or whatever. But he's all that we have now, and he's a damn formidable threat coming out of that backfield, either running or passing the football. And I'm glad we got him.
I'm not. That's nothing to do with that. I'm not talking about I'm glad we got him. The kid is solid all the way around, running the ball, catching the ball.
Well, you got to give him some time, brother.
But I got to tell you, sometimes when you see it. I first saw Walter Payton walk in when I was in 1976, I think it was. I said, this kid here is outstanding. This kid's going to be something more than just a good football player. I saw Dan Hampton. I saw my last year was his first year. I said there's going to be something together.
First of all, I saw you.
Yeah, right.
Let's get that correct.
Let me tell the damn story.
Hold. Did you see how Doug went out on the plank on this one? He really stretched for Walter Payton. In the Hall of Fame, played 12 straight years. You reached for that one. Hampton, the other guy you reached for, guess where he resides? Hall of Fame. Right. By the way, he'll follow us, too. Yeah. So you really took a stretch.
You can tell.
Doug, that's what I like about you. You went out on the plank, and you really stretched.
Eddie.
Yes, Doug.
I get to play my first game, right? Ed's playing left defensive end. We're playing the Packers. Joe Fortunato was ahead of me when I was a rookie, right? And Joe Fortunato got hurt. So I had to run into the football game. So I'm running in, and I wanted
to build your confidence, kid.
Well, you did. He looks at me, and he's playing left defensive end. He looks at me, and he goes, do you know what the hell you're doing?
That's exactly.
I said, well, thanks for the confidence. I just walked into the football game,
I went back to the huddle, and I looked around, and I looked at him. I said, oh, Jesus. And I told him, I said, you know what the hell you're doing?
Right. Those were the days. Obradovic on the phone on the Score Sports Radio 670.
Hang in there, callers.
The
We'll
Jiffy
get there.
Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio. And also thanks to Miller Lite, our sponsors. 312-644-6767 OB. And Buffon will be right back.
Yes, definitely so. Devin has gotten better and better each week as a returner. Not as a returner, he's making progress. As a receiver, he's gotten better and better. He's still hard to cover when he's in a one-on-one situation. We've had him open a few times and haven't been able to get him the ball. But in the end, of course, he came through as an offensive weapon to put us in position to win the game.
We're back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live at Durbin's, 5406 West 79th Street in Burbank, starring Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, presented in part by Miller Lite. Tastes great, less filling, and brought to you by Court Furniture, your Chicagoland Chevy dealers, and powered by Comcast, America's leading fiber optic network for TV, internet, and phone on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
That was Lovie Smith talking about Devin Hester, whether he got better as a returner or no, he got better as a receiver. Oh, no. No. The question is, the returning part is really starting to go sideways for Hester or backwards. We saw him even in that punt losing 7 yards. And then, although I said the receiver part, he is stepping forward a little bit. And last night, the fact that those two interference calls, man, that was the football game. You're listening to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Durbin's, 5406 79th Street.
Go.
That's correcto, Mundo. Obradovich on the phone, and also our broadcast is sponsored by Miller Lite. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. There was something happening in the game yet last night, and Bears on their own 47-yard line. It's fourth down. They go to punt. All of a sudden, Maynard takes the football instead of punting it, throws it to Peterson, and I thought Peterson made the catch. That stupid rule they have about both feet being on the ground. Guy hits the ground. They said he didn't have possession long enough to make a long story short. The New Orleans Saints take over on the 47. What'd you think about that call?
First of all, it's a trick play. As you and I, we've been around this game long enough to know, more times than not, they blow up in your face. That's number one. Number two, you probably got the best punter, and in my days, that puts the ball inside the 20 with great efficiency. Defense was playing great. Why not punt that ball? Have it go out on the 10, the 12, the 15, whatever. Even if it goes out on 20.
Mm-hmm.
And have them drive 80 yards, and our defense was playing very good. I would rather have done that than to try that trick play at that particular time.
The only thing I can think of, Ed, is they must have been looking at this, and something said
I don't want to hear that.
No, can I tell you? I want to tell you what they were thinking.
I understand
I want you to know
but
this.
that's, right.
Because I've done this before. I was the up guy while you were sitting on the bench having a cigarette. I was out there doing this.
Oh, so you were the guy that was screwing it up?
I'm the guy.
Now,
I'm the guy that made the calls.
You're the moron that screwed all that stuff up.
You finally figured it out.
Is that the pattern that trick plays don't work?
No, that's exactly right. I've been involved in more trick plays that went under. It's unbelievable. But you see something during the course of the week. The guy says, "Okay, fine. If they get in this position, we can do this."
Don't they see that every week, Doug?
I guess they do.
Don't they see that every week with everybody?
But I'm sure you had some options.
Certain situations, this is the kind of punt coverage they go into.
To be sound, in what you said is what is sound. When I say sound, the fact is that you're right. If you had a punter that had a bad leg that could not kick, you have a punter that can put the football down, and besides that, you're winning now. By the way, you're on your own 47 and you're winning, and so now you punt them down and you pin them down, like you said. The defense.
I think that was a smart move, Doug, to punt the ball. Seriously, I really do.
I agree.
You got good punting. You got good coverage. Your defense is playing good. Let them go 80 yards, 90, 95 yards, and if they beat you, then they beat you.
We're just trying to win the game, Ed. Just don't push us.
I know.
Let's go out to Patrick and Wakanda. Patrick, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
OB, Doug, it's an honor to talk to you guys. How you doing today?
What's up, my friend?
One thing I got to say, and I don't know how you guys felt about this, but I thought Lovey's clock management at the end of regulation I thought was a little bit bad because we let a good minute go down before we ended up kicking the field goal, and we had the Saints defense totally on their heels. And if they have so much faith in Orton, as you pointed out, OB, like they claim they do, then you go for the win. If you got a Peyton Manning or a Tom Brady or somebody like that, then you go for the win. You don't sit there and play for overtime.
Well, let me ask you something, though. Didn't they go for the win with Olsen in the corner?
Yeah.
Didn't they do that? To me, that was the win. And I'm going to another news for you. That should have been on the 1 yard line. So they did go for the win.
Yeah, I was screaming at the TV thinking, where's the flag?
Yeah. And the other thing, too, was think about this. When Olsen make that catch on that part of that drive, and he gets that catch and he hits the out of bounds.
Right.
He gets out of bounds.
Yes.
So in other words, we don't have to use a timeout.
Yes.
That saved our ass.
Yes, it did.
Because
yes,
it came up when Orton got stuck in there and he wanted to get out of it and he couldn't get out of it and he runs up and he gets sacked and he calls timeout. If Orton doesn't get out of, if Olsen doesn't get out of bounds, we have no timeouts left. That game is over.
Yes, sir, it is.
You know, so, I mean, there's a lot of things that happen. I myself, you know, like I said, I think you take your shots. And they took their shots with Olsen in that corner, but they didn't get the call. And
there was a day, Patrick, when they wouldn't even do that.
Yeah.
Not too long ago.
Yep.
Yes, sir, OB.
No question. Get a little more aggressive. But they know they needed to do something. Oh, you got to, hey, hold it. Let me tell you something. And you know they must, in the back of the mind, they knew how important this game was. When you call a fake punt, you know, on the 47-yard line, and you're winning, and they call a fake punt on fourth down on the 47-yard line, you know there's something up there. They really, really thought they had to do something to make to win this football game. Let's go to Pat in Schaumburg. Pat, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Good morning, guys. And I think I got perfect guys to ask. My question is, I was at the game last night, and I know Lovie Smith gets a lot of heat, but during every timeout, everyone goes to their position coaches and goes through the play. So what do you guys think of the Bears' position coaches? Because I see a lot of these little huddles everywhere, and I'm just kind of curious. I don't think Lovie Smith runs the whole show, but I'm just kind of curious between Harry Hested and the rest of them. I mean, are you confident in who he's hired? Thanks.
Well, that's what you're, excuse me, Doug.
Go ahead, yeah.
That's what you're supposed to do. When you come off, if it's the D-line or the O-line or the tight ends coach or if it's the wideout coach, whoever it may be, and sometimes you'll see the offensive coordinator or defensive, if they're down on the sidelines, they'll talk to them, or if not, your position coaches will be talking to them. And if there's a headset available and one of the offensive or defensive coordinator wants to talk to a certain person, what they do. But that's standard operating procedure, believe me.
You know, Pat, think about this. Let's talk about Danielle Manning a little bit. And apparently I've heard this, and in fact, I think it was all last week and even maybe the week before. After every practice, he would go into Lovie Smith and sit down and talk to him about how to play that nickel defense. Does that sound unusual to you? I mean, when you talk to your defensive back coach or maybe your defensive coordinator, and I know Lovie's the architect of this, but once again, you know, Manning bypasses the defensive coordinator, bypasses the, defensive back coach and goes right to Lovie Smith. And to be, after every practice to go in there and sit down and talk about the nickel back position.
That is strange, Doug.
Isn't it weird, Ed?
Very strange. Yes,
I know, it just seems that way. Let's go to Artie in Augusta. Artie on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
All right, Art.
Hey, quick question before I have a few comments. When we drafted Cedric Benson, do you guys know if Pierre Thomas, was that the same year he came out?
I don't know. I know where you're leading, and OB talked about Pierre Thomas. What a great story from Illinois, and I think Fractional North here, and how this kid worked hard. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what? It's a good point.
No, I just I find it I'm kind of curious about how many U of I guys we've actually brought in since Ron Turner's became offensive coordinator, and how come he wasn't, how come we didn't give him a look? And also, too, there's a guy that they forgot about by the name of John Butcher who played quarterback who was never given a look either. They gave Kidner a look, but they never gave him a look. But my beef with the Bears and last night was I want to give kudos to Alex Brown because I know, Doug, you played with Dick Butkus, and I don't want to compare Alex Brown to Dick Butkus, but when he blew up Pierre Thomas in the backfield
that was great,
and shucked him to the ground, I've seen highlights. Now, I'm younger. I'm only 30 years old. I've seen highlights of Butkus, and that reminded me of old-school Bears football, and I love that. And I think the biggest play of the game was not our coaching. I think Sean Payton blew that game. On that fourth down after the fake punt, when he ran that halfback toss, that was the worst play of the game. The worst play of the game. I could not believe he ran that halfback toss on 4th and 1.
Yeah, that play, plus the play before that. Don't forget it was 3rd and inches. When they tried to run the fullback up the middle, and I think Anthony Adams went up there and stuffed him. And I said, whoa. I mean, 3rd and inches. And then, of course, on 4th down, they try to go wide.
Yeah, well, it was a classic. We talked about that about an hour or so ago. Art, and the fact of the matter is that's your basic contain, force, and fill. And that's what it should be on every play. They
blew it up.
Yes, they did, Doug. And it worked to perfection.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show, sponsored by our great guys at Miller Lite Beer. Ed and I will be right back.
As the saying goes, you ain't seen nothing yet. We're waiting for this San Francisco punt, none other than Gale Sayers. Watch him now. Sayers, NFL Rookie of the Year. A one-man Gale. Dashing 85 dazzling yards on the longest punt return of the season. Here he is, galloping Gale, carrying the mail. This is his 6th touchdown of the game, and adds his name to the NFL record book beside Ernie Nevers and Doug Jones. The Bears thrash San Francisco 61-20, and revenge is so sweet.
Back with more of the Jiffy Lube postgame show, live at Durbin's, 5406 West 79th Street in Burbank, starring Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, presented in part by Miller Lite. Tastes great, less filling, and brought to you by Court Furniture, your Chicagoland Chevy dealers, and powered by Comcast, America's leading fiber optic network for TV, internet, and phone on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com.
You listen to Jack Brickhouse making the call with Gale Sayers. I think this is the anniversary for Gale Sayers' 6th touchdown.
1965.
1965.
Today.
And this hour is brought to you by Bari Beef. This is the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Also, our sponsors, Miller Lite Beer, on the Score 670, Obradovich and Buffon. We are live at Durbin's at 5406 79th Street in Burbank. And our phone number is 312-644-6767. Eddie, you were there for that. I mean, the 6th touchdown. That was the year before me. That was in 65, right?
Doug, yeah, that was in 65.
What do you remember about that day, if you can remember it?
Well, it was, excuse me? When's the last time you got a pop on top of the head?
I'm sorry.
I remember just like it was...
Don't hurt me.
I just remember just like it was yesterday. No, I mean, you kidding me? Gale was one of a kind, Doug. I mean, he had 6 touchdowns. He probably could have got a couple more to tell you the truth.
Yeah, that's the question I was going to ask you.
Yeah,
could he have scored another one?
There was time. Yeah, we just romped all over the 49ers. I mean, crushed them. And that kid's ability on a football field. I'm sure most of you people here, our listeners out there, have seen footage of Gale. And I'll tell you what, I've seen a lot of running backs. The kid in Detroit and Gale, even Walter Payton. Gale, Gale could always do, he had great peripheral vision, Doug, and the ability to cut back. But I'm going to tell you something. His speed was phenomenal. He was just like a Devin Hester. He could drop it in the 5th gear, and he was gone. And he was just a super football player. I tell you what, great to play with him.
He's
unbelievable.
Yeah.
You know what's amazing, too? Still, we speak every year at the Hall of Fame. Mm-hmm. They introduce the Hall of Famers every year. There's like a dinner for the public and everybody. It's like on a Friday night. And guess who gets the biggest ovation every year in and year out? Of all the Hall of Famers that have played in this game that come back, Gale Sayers. That's a fact.
He is, like I said, I played with him, too, for about 4 or 5 years, and I came in after. He scored the 6 touchdowns, but the guy was amazing. I mean, this is as if he knew exactly where everybody was.
And you know what?
He never knew exactly, too, where he was going.
At Kansas, when you saw those films of him, he's unbelievable.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Let's go out to Stephen in Bartlett. Stephen, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up, Stephen?
All right, Steve.
I got a question about the end of the game. 2 plays in particular. One was the no pass interference call in the corner on Olsen when he was getting mugged.
Right.
And then Orton's kneel down at the end. Like the announcers were saying, I think Collinsworth, if they would have let him go for 1 or 2 yards, the clock would have ran out. The game's over.
Yeah, well, you can't think that quickly.
That. I mean, that's taking a big chance.
Let me tell you something right now. There's nobody out there that can think that quickly defensively. When the guy goes down, the fact is you're going after him. You're right. You think about it and say, well, geez, let him run, then we'll let him go so far, then we'll tackle him, then the game is over.
The question was the play. If you're going to do that, you either got to send somebody into the corner or a slant, and your quarterback's got to be able to read that in like a second and a half, and then neither one of them, you throw the ball out of the end zone and you kick the field goal. I don't mind them going for the touchdown, Doug. But you don't run up. You step up into the huddle. You don't see it. You launch that ball out of the end zone. That was a calculated risk that almost backfired on us.
Well, the thing about it didn't, but you're absolutely correct. He's Obradovich, I'm Buffon. And this is...
That's right.
It's over with, buddy. Thanks to everyone at Durbin's, and thanks to Miller Lite, and the Celebration Limo. Now, is that the thing that brings you in? Because, see, do you come in a limo?
Yes, I came in on a limo, Doug.
Did Celebration Limo?
And I'm Celebration Limo, wonderful people, and I'm leaving on Celebration Limo. And by the way...
1955 Chevy truck that just dropped me off.
Is that yours?
That's my truck.
What? There's no tires on it.
There's no tires.
It's on blocks now, Doug. I want to tell you that.
Opie, thanks a lot, buddy.
Oh, okay. It's great, Doug. You know that.
Thanks to our producers, Jay Zawoski, Matt Peoples, and Steve Goffman, and Nick Hefner, and promotions coordinator Brittany Hinger. Thanks to our intern, John Fernandez. And join me again tonight. Is it John Fernandez? That's what it is?
What about staff girl? Staff girl.
Who's that? Oh, I got her. What do you think? Her name is Brittany Hinger. Oh, we changed staff girl to Brittany Hinger.
You screwed me up on that one. I thought it was as
I will be on again tonight, Chicago NFL Live from 6 to 8, and be sure to join me. And up next, two great guys, Dan Hampton and Lawrence Holmes. We'll talk more about this football game, and both the guys got it right. Danny got it right. Lawrence got it right. About time for Lawrence, that double crosser. But anyway, we got. Thanks, everybody at Durbin's. See you guys later.
Merry Christmas.
Come in now and get free next-day local delivery, free haul-away, and free hookup on most major appliances, $397 or more. See store for details. Lowe's. Let's
Tight ends each side of the line. Kyle changing the play, takes the snap, back on two, throwing a fade, left side of the end zone, up in the air, leaping grab, touchdown, Brandon Lloyd. Multiple tight ends as Schaub takes, play fake to the pocket, second down throw to the left side, backing up as he makes the grab. Slayton couldn't turn around in time. Bears rip it out, but he's down by contact, but they're going to pick it up and run, maybe no whistle. Up on the right sideline, the Bears have recovered the football. Steve Slayton put it on the ground, and Alex Brown recovered it. This on the right hash, angle left from 37. Snap, placement, kick is up, and to the uprights. It is good for Robbie Gould, and the Bears have piled on three more. It's 10-0. High formation backfield. A Schaub takes, fakes, sets the throw, winds up, open man downfield. Andre Johnson wide open to the 11-yard line. He drags Tillman and Manning into the end zone. Touchdown, Houston. How he got wide open, I don't know. Chris Brown on the tee to our right. Danielle Manning off to our left. The number one kickoff return man in the NFL. Kick sails high and deep. Manning on a rip from his 2, returning to the 5, to the 10, to the 15, left to the 20. Little stutter step move to the 25. Snaking through bodies, and the ball's loose. Maybe trying to do much, and the Texans recover at the Bears' 39-yard line. A receiver right, that's Anderson. Johnson to the left side, slotted left. Walter in motion. Danielle Manning goes and gets him. One back. Schaub 2 steps, throwing a fade left side of the end zone. Jump ball from the air. Andre Johnson, touchdown, Houston.
Defense is in short yardage, goal line defense. They're expecting a run by the Bears.
D'Amico Ryan's on the gap as Orton takes the quarterback sneak. He's in for the score. Touchdown, touchdown Bears.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. The year is over, boys. The Houston Texans beat the Chicago Bears 31-24. And as we take a look at the game, there were so many things that aggravated me during the course of this game. I mean, I just looked at it, and I don't know how we can make so many mistakes defensively. The 17th game of the season, and how that covered 2, once again, Manning, same thing he did in the Super Bowl, wasn't back there to cover up. That was a touchdown. Another time on coverage on a wide receiver by Tillman, not covering. Mistakes. But the one thing that pissed me off the most, I don't know if this is true or not, but they're talking to me about the guys who are on the sidelines with blackberries in their hand. What kind of deal is that? Who gives a damn about what's going on somewhere else when you should be taking care of this football game? I I don't get that, Ed. I really don't. I think it's just aggravating to me that you have to worry about what's going on. Take care of this damn football game. You made so many mistakes. Your problems were with this game, not what the Giants in Minnesota was doing, not what Oakland and Tampa Bay is doing. So take care of this football game, which the Bears did not do. They did not take care of this game. I was really disappointed in their offense. It was so conservative. They're up 10-0, and they stopped right then and there. You know, and the one thing you brought up, and I think you're 100% right. You know, get some movement. Do some no-huddle. Get out there, move the football, throw it, move, get some rhythm going. None of that happened, and consequently it ends up we lose the football game.
Doug, what I think you saw here in the final game today, which again was, it meant everything to us to win. What you saw today, Doug, what you saw the prior 15 games, okay? Mistakes. Mistake after mistake on both sides of the ball. What you saw today, again, how can you offensively not have a sense of urgency? Not have a sense of urgency. How do you finally wait till late in the third quarter to fourth quarter, basically, even to go to a shotgun formation? And then with a couple minutes to go, whatever it was in the game, then you finally go with a hurry-up offense? Where was your sense of urgency, coaching staff? Where was your sense of urgency? This isn't the first time. This isn't the second time. They just make mistake after mistake. Their clock management, Doug, all year stinks. Their game plans stink. When you go in at halftime and try to make adjustments, we seem to fall asleep. We come out in the second quarter. We put goose eggs up for maybe 3 points, Doug. We can't even score in the third quarter, let alone the fourth quarter. Then just to say that, Doug, at halftime, the real question should be asked, can you make adjustments on the run? Can you make adjustments on the run in the middle of the first or late in the first quarter or second quarter? If you can't wait till the second half and you don't make adjustments, and when everything's on the line, you're still coming from under center, and I don't know what anybody else I was watching, Doug. There was absolutely no sense of urgency again. And I don't know how many games you can go back, Doug, and see this. It was a 16-game season with Lovey. Then it's a 10-game season. Then it's a 6-game season. Then it's a 4-game season. And make constantly the same mistakes, the same damn mistakes, Doug. You know, this coaching staff, and let alone the players, too, they got to take a long, hard look. And you know what's really aggravating about every damn thing here, Doug? You go down and see what these kids get paid to perform out there. Perform. Tommy Harris, Doug, this year alone, over $10 million in bonuses. A signing bonus and a roster bonus, not even his salary, Doug, is over $10 million. We got defensive ends making $2, $3, $4, $5 million. And they're missing in action?
You know, when you really take a look at it, I mean, everything you said is absolutely true.
Just so frustrating, Doug.
But again, let's go back to the offense. We knew where the defense was. We know it plays good, it plays bad, it plays good, it's inconsistent. The fact was, I was watching this football game from the beginning.
But why is it inconsistent in the 16th game, Doug?
Because you know why, Ed? Because part has to be coaching. Part has to be the fact that if I'm playing, even Manning playing in free safety, the fact is you know what a cover two is. You know what you got to play deep. You know you got back there, you're covering up with Tillman. Tillman's expecting you to be there. He checks the guy lets Andre Johnson go. No Manning.
Total blown coverage.
Yeah, blown coverage totally. I mean, there's one thing about getting beat. Now, I saw Tillman get beat by Andre Johnson in the end zone, but he beat him on a physical play. They went up for the football. Both of them went up. It happened that Andre Johnson came down. Andre Johnson is a good football player. The fact was at least Tillman was in position to make the play. But when you take a look at all of this, when you're talking about, I knew at the beginning of this game, Forte did not look good to me. Didn't look like he was running right.
Yes.
And I kept saying, well, I don't know, we saw that. At the end of the game, he wasn't even in it. They had Peterson in the backfield on the 1-yard line. So, I mean, there's ways you have to adjust to that. I agree about trying to move and trying to make something happen. This game, to me, was a game that you really let everything hang out. You can't play conservative. You can't play like, close to the vest offensively. Defensively, they came up. They made their mistakes. Their coverage was poor a lot of times. And then, I knew sooner or later it was going to happen. Slayton rips off a 47-yarder. The fact is, I know what I'm going to hear. Well, we weren't in our gaps. We're supposed to be in our gaps. Well, get in your damn gaps. It's the 17th game of the season. It's not the first game. It's not exhibition. We're not in training camp. What do you mean you have not in your gaps? What does that mean? I don't get it. I don't understand it. You know why? I mean, even coverage 2, those kind of mistakes. If somebody beats your ass physically, that's the way it is. You just can't do anything about that. But just to go back and keep making the same damn mistakes over and over and over again, it's just ridiculous is what it is.
That was in my opening session, Doug, and I just got a little carried away there a little bit. But in my opening, the point was what I wanted to make, and I hope I clarified it. But it's you play 16 games, and we saw again the same mistakes
over and over
by the players, and where they line up, what gap they're supposed to go in, whether it's shading the inside, taking it out. There's Lovie Smith's 2-deep zone defense. Okay, got burned again on it. And you've got coaching mistakes. You got people in wrong positions. And this is the 16th game. 16th game. And it meant so damn much. And I tell you what, Doug, if Minnesota, if they don't kick that field goal at the end of the game, they lose the ball game.
Yeah, and still the Bears are still alive. Now, I don't know what's going on in the Oakland game, but Oakland was beating Tampa, and then you needed the Dallas Cowboys to lose to Philadelphia Eagles.
It doesn't matter.
It could happen. It doesn't matter anymore.
It doesn't matter anymore.
It doesn't. But the part that pissed me off, though, is when I hear this guy tell me about guys are sitting on the sidelines with their blueberries.
Doug, they were trying to go to reporters.
Crap.
They were trying to go to reporters to find out what the score and everything was.
That is totally
It doesn't matter what the score is.
The only score matters what you're doing there.
Exactly.
You know, it's so aggravating. I mean, to hear that crap. The fact is that's how important this game was, and especially when you jump out on top of them from 10-0. They take the first drive. They go 80 yards. They got their foot right in their throat. And there's this time to put them away. They can't do that. I don't understand this team. They had them 10-0. In fact, they should have probably took advantage of more things. You know, even after the Tillman caused that fumble, we only get 3 points, but still it's 10-0. And still, we had certain situations, 3rd and 1. We tried Forte, and I could tell you he wasn't running. There was something going on with this kid. And the fact is we saw that at the end of the game. But all in all, you're right. You know what? This game reminded me of the whole season.
Doug.
This game tied up exactly what happened this whole season.
Exactly. That's correct.
Yeah.
That's absolutely correct. You know, and they say, well, there's injuries. Okay, injury to Mike Brown, injury to this guy.
Don't give me that Mike Brown crap anymore. He's good, but you don't call the world over with.
I know. You play 15 games with him, and then all of a sudden he gets hurt. Well, throw up the white flag, we surrender. But anyways, Doug, don't injuries happen to other teams?
Absolutely.
Don't injuries happen to other teams? Don't people find people to plug in that are hopefully just as good as the guy that wasn't there? Which brings me back to another point. When we go to our wideouts, Doug, our receivers, I just wonder, do you think Devin Hester would be an offensive receiver if he played for the Dallas Cowboys with all the receivers they got?
Wouldn't be a number 1. Wouldn't be a number 2. Maybe a number 3.
Maybe a number 3, or maybe not even all. He would just be on special teams. Okay? We don't have people that can start anywhere, Doug. All right? And again, the problem is, Doug, who brought these people in? Who said we could win with these people? Think about what I'm saying, partner. Who on that coaching staff or in that scouting, or if that Jerry Angelo said, the guys we have are Bernard Berrien and all the rest of them, we can't win with them. They're not fast enough. They can't get reception and get separation, and they can't catch the ball. These are the guys that we got to bring in this year to change our offense. Doug, that was the decision that was made.
Ed, we take a look.
You can't run and hide from that one.
It's out there. It was shown today what it is. But the thing is that we had an opportunity. I'm not saying the Bears were good or go into the playoffs or go anywhere. They probably would not have went anywhere. But the fact is, when you get an opportunity and when you blow it by the fact of not knowing what you're supposed to do out on the field, like I said, I can accept the guy getting physically tramped because the other guy is better. I can't accept stupidity, and I cannot accept blown coverages, mistakes, not being where you're supposed to be, not being well coached.
Not at this time.
The techniques. No, not
Not at this time.
No way. No way at the end of this season. I don't give a damn what anybody tells me. I don't care what they're doing out there. You've seen enough, practiced enough. You should be able to do the damn thing. It's that simple. He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Houston 31, Chicago Bears 24. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears lost 31-24 to the Houston Texans. And Ed, I looked at this offense, and I'm saying to myself, wait a minute here. Third down conversions, we were 1 for 9. 1 for 9 on third down conversions. We held the football 23 minutes. Compared to Houston's 36 minutes. That's absurd. That is totally absurd. That is, you know what?
Doug, it was the same
totally
thing.
Absurd.
The week before, the week before, the week before, the week before.
But this is even worse.
It's the same mistakes, the same sense of urgency. It's the same thing that we're talking about. And I tell you something, I imagine, the Bear fans, the Chicago fans are still the greatest in the world. They got to be irate out there. I'm going to tell you something. I don't understand how this coaching staff and players that with this kind of money that's flying around there, and to settle for these kind of attempts out there, Doug. Mm-hmm. How in this game, in the second half, don't you come out with adjustments? Let alone even on the fly adjustments. You come out after the second half, you got 10 points, then you fell asleep, you gave up 14. Don't you come out the second half offensively and defensively with adjustments, Doug?
You know what, Ed?
I mean, my Lord.
A coach once told
How do these people...
A coach once told me, Ed. A coach once told me, he said, adjustments work at halftime if my players are better than the opponents. Maybe that's where our biggest problem is, too. Maybe we just don't have the guys to do what we need to do.
Okay, then who brought him here?
Well, that's Jerry Angelo.
Who brought him here?
Jerry Angelo.
Okay, somebody's got to answer for
this. Well, sure they do, obviously. Somebody said, well, geez, Doug, they're 9-7. The NFL was so far down this year, the fact it was 9-7 don't mean anything. I mean, the fact is that this is such a mediocre league. Hell, Minnesota barely beat a Giant team that they had nobody to play. They didn't even want to play. They almost won the damn football game. So, yeah, there's some major problems, and you know what? It's going to take all year to figure it out. Let's go out to Mike and Mokina. Mike on the Score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, guys. Doug, you answered your own question. How did they make all these mistakes? Well, their heads weren't in the game because they were, their faces were in blackberries, and that was confirmed. That was confirmed by the sideline reporter. How in the hell don't our coaches know this?
I got to tell you, Mike, I'm with you. When I heard that report, they talking about them asking the reporters what the score is, or the fact by holding blackberries. Now I can see maybe you can sneak a question and say, "Hey, what's going on with the Viking game?" But the fact is, sitting on the sideline looking at a blackberry, how in the hell do you not get your mind into the football game? Maybe I'm
your
way
mind
out of it.
Cannot be in the football game.
Maybe I'm out of it. Maybe it's gone way beyond me.
No, you're not.
Maybe
you're not.
You know what? Maybe this is call it a day and say, look, quit being a damn dinosaur. Quit being an idiot. That's just the way life is going. That's the way they play the game. But I just can't see it. I can't see the fact that why worry about anybody else when you got a major problem on your own hands to worry about. I just don't get it, Ed.
Well, they were going to the sideline reporters, anybody on the sideline that looked like they had any kind of a communication, and it's the players. Now, they had all the coaches down there, and the coaches looking from up there. Wouldn't you think that one of the players is walking and talking to a sideline reporter and say, hey, I wonder what he's going to her for or going to him for and talking about? The game is out on the field, not on the sideline asking somebody. And, you may think, folks, that it's not such a big deal. Yeah, it is.
It's a big deal.
Yeah, it is.
And the fact is, if I'm down there and a coach and I see a kid with a blackberry, I'm going to take the blackberry and I'm going to throw it up into the band section. I mean, how in the hell can you be sitting in a bench looking at a blackberry, looking at scores? I mean, it doesn't mean anything. What it really meant was to win that football game. That was the only thing that should have been on your mind, was to win that football game. And then on top of that, you got a 10-0 lead. Now you're sitting there. Now you really go for it. You got me. I don't have the answers for this whole damn deal. Let's go out to Tommy in Arlington Heights. Tommy on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug. Hi, AOB.
All right, Tommy.
I'm just sick of the arrogance of this coaching staff. 2006.
There you go.
Our
there you go.
Coordinator brings us to the Super Bowl. Oh, we got to let him go. And now we bring in Babbage and his nonsense. And 2 years in a row, we're not in the playoffs.
Yeah. Well, I mean, think about it. And think about where our defense is, and think of where our offense is, and think about what the hell's going on out there. Let's start thinking about Jerry Angelo also while we're thinking. The fact is about players being in there. And here's another little tidbit. The fact that I saw that Forte not be able to really, didn't look like he really had to run or couldn't run. Maybe his toe was bad or maybe something else. Where's the backup guy? They finally bring Peterson in, but Peterson's not going to be that backup guy. They brought in Kevin Jones for that, but he got hurt. So there's a lot of questions that have to be answered. And that's got to start to answer the thing about Kyle Orton also. Now, look at Kyle Orton today. He had a quarterback rating of 97.1. I didn't think it would be that high, but he had a 97.1. And where, you look at Schaub, he was at 121. But when I look at that offense, I look at the fact that you can't be 1 for 9 on third down efficiency. You can't do that. And you can't hold the football just for 23 minutes and expect your defense to go out there. We don't have that kind of a defense anymore. That defense is long gone.
Well, just to verify that, Doug, with what right around the 4 minutes, just under the 5 minute mark, when they put that together, that drive, and of all times, of all games, when our defense had to step up to the plate, I believe they ran the ball, Doug, 9 times for roughly around 70 yards. It was, we know what they were going to do. They were going to run the ball. They weren't going to start passing it. They had the lead, okay, so they know they're going to ram it down our throats, and we're going to try to stop them at the line, right at the point of attack at the line. And we got blown off the line. They ran the ball down the field, I believe, for almost 69, 70 yards, 9 runs, and we were supposed to stop them. We knew what they were going to do, get into our gaps and get it done, and it did not happen. So the players were challenged at that particular time, and they failed.
There's no question. And the fact, too, also, Houston's not got a good defense. I mean, there's no question about that. They're 23rd ranked. They'll let you run it against them. We ended up with a paltry, I think, 60-some yards, 69 yards running the football. We gave up 127 to them, but eventually, and we knew it was sooner or later, because we was going to hear the old gap story. You know what? We weren't in our gap. That's why the kid ripped off a 47-yard.
How many times have you heard that this year from the coaching staff?
5 years in a row now, and I'm tired of hearing it. I don't want to hear it no more. Well, we weren't in our gaps. Well, don't get in your damn gaps. What's so hard of getting in your gaps and playing a team defense? And that cover 2 stuff is starting to aggravate the hell of me. Jesus, Eddie did the same thing, and Manning did the same thing in the Super Bowl.
Doug,
and they gave up that free touchdown, just like they did with Andre Johnson today.
As I am to understand it, Stelz took all the pretty much the majority of the steps at safety this week, getting ready for the game to go down into Houston and play. In place of Mike Brown, and all of a sudden the Bears make this announcement that they're not going to start him. They're going to start Manning in his place. And I do believe Stelz had and not unless somebody knows more than I know, or there is a difference, or I'm misunderstanding something. But I believe he took all the snaps all week, and then they come up with the old trick play, Doug. The old trick play. We'll start the other guy that didn't practice.
And that happened where Manning made that mistake. It carried over because the next play on the kickoff return, he fumbles it. He fumbles the football. I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to make up for it, so he's trying to give an extra effort.
Trying to make something happen.
Exactly, and he ends up fumbling it. So now you got 2 bad plays back-to-back, which cost you a lot of points, like 14 of them. Let's go out to Mr. Sharp in Oak Lawn. Mr. Sharp, you're on the scoreboard. OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
All right, hey, I got a couple points to make. I was really dismayed the whole season. There's a lot of inconsistencies, no question. But we've got to fix the offensive line, defensive line, and we got to come into this next season saying Orton's our quarterback, and then we need some offensive receivers to complement Forte. That's the only way we're going to get through this.
Well, you know what, Mr. Sharp, you're absolutely correct. That's a hell of a lot of guys. That's a hell of a lot to turn one season around. There's no question about it, and I agree with you 100%. Ed, in fact, Ed and I were watching the game. He said, well, Orton makes a throw, and where was the separation? Well, we didn't see it. We didn't see it. The time, though, that there was, maybe Hester could have made a catch. The first catch was a nice catch. Nice throw right down in the middle between both guys. Hester makes that great catch on the 1-yard line. But there was another time the ball went right through his fingers. Maybe if he stretches out like most receivers do, then the fact is that it ends up with a catch. There's so much that has to be done with this team. But the fact is, when you take a look at it, even if your defense is weaker than it was before, it's still got its mediocre. The fact is, our offense, I mean, you're 1 for 9 on third down situations, and you hold the ball 23 minutes. You can't win football games that way. It's impossible to win football games with those kind of numbers.
Doug, those minutes have been week after week here.
Exactly.
Week after week, and that's something that you talk about in this offseason that has to be addressed. And I mean, it's got to come down from the top, Doug. And I especially when you had a chance to the way this league played out this year, a lot of mediocrity, and when you had a shot to get into the playoffs, no matter what, and it doesn't come true, Doug. They got to look back. All these time of possession. What was it? 23 minutes.
23 minutes and 9 seconds.
We've gotten pummeled all year long that way. But that's something again that has to be addressed and it's got to be fixed.
And it shows because when it looks like it, you look at the defense. The defense gave up 455 yards. 455 yards. Our offense come up with 294 yards.
60. How many yards we get, Doug? Rushing, Doug? 60 what?
69.
69. Coming off the bus running.
We're off the bus running at 69 yards. Yeah. It's impossible. He's Obradovich. I'm Buffone on the Score. Sports Radio 670. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. 312-644-6767. Talking about Chicago Bears losing to Houston 31-24. Ed and I'll be right back. Welcome back to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about Houston beating the Chicago Bears 31-24. And this segment is brought to you by Plass Appliance. Great place. Celebrating 70 years of serving Chicagoland. Eddie, let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Dan and Lincoln. Dan, you're on the Score with Obradovich and Buffone.
Hi, you guys. Well, you guys hit it on the mark. What a microcosm. And thanks, Tommy Harris, for that penalty.
At the end of the game, right.
At the end of the game. It was, he just set it off for the whole year. I've been a Bears fan for 45 years. I'm 55 years old. Started watching the first year that when you guys won a championship in '63, and we've had one championship since then.
Isn't something?
It's amazing. And I have never in all that time of watching football seen so much on the coaching staff and on the management. And I look at safety, Strong and in the safety position for the last 3 years. He has said Smith, and by the way, he says the Bears weren't paying attention to in his press conference. They weren't paying attention to the other scores. I have never seen anybody. A safety position for the last 3 years, Mike Brown has got hurt. And he always goes into the year saying we're deep at that position. So we end up letting Harris go the 1 year, Ricky Manning Jr. go, and we always end up having a guy where Stouts ends up playing, is your lead guy, and the most important game of the year. They spent a lot of money, granted, on Harris and the two other guys, the linebackers. But once you get past that, you end up having guys. Thank goodness Corey Graham played as well as he did. It's just they're so thin. It's just sad. By the way, Oakland won. They beat Tampa Bay.
I knew it.
Yeah. So Philadelphia is going to win tonight.
Exactly right. You're exactly right. That's exactly what's going to happen. I got to tell you, there it was. I mean, Oakland had no chance in this football game. They were down. I think Tampa was favored by 14. But here, let me tell you about Tampa and their cover too. All right, they're covered too. The last 4 games, Tampa has been giving up an average of 31 points, 430 yards per game. They've been giving up. And that's Monty Kiffin. And Monty's leaving. Monty's heading to Tennessee to join his son out there as the defensive coordinator. Now, there it is. You saw Tampa supposed to have this great defense, this wonderful defense, this big defense. And today they got whomped, too, by the same damn score as far as giving up points and also by
Oakland on top of it.
And Oakland, right, exactly right. So, yeah, there's got to be some kind of investigation going on here, what the hell is going on with some of these, defenses that are called and how they're playing. But you got a good point about, how hard it is to learn a position. A safety position. Manning's been around a long time. Not that the kid don't try. He tries extremely hard. The kid on kickoff returns. He's averaging 47, 50 yards, Eddie, returning a damn kickoff.
Doug, they felt he didn't have the ability, or they wouldn't have put Stelz in there all week to be the starter.
Exactly.
And then all of a sudden, at the last minute, apparently, as we are to understand it, all of a sudden they announced that Manning's going to start. My Lord.
But don't you think so, Ed, that even if that's the case, it's not like Manning just stepped on the field. He's been out there. He's been playing at the nickel. The guy, these are, somebody says, well, anybody can make a mistake. Not like that. When you blow a coverage, that guy's so wide open on the cover, too, when you know you're backing up Tillman, and here it is. It's Andre Johnson, too. It's not like some boat out there. It's Andre Johnson. The guy that's caught 9 or 10 passes against you right away. And so you say to yourself, wait a minute, cover 2, Tillman's up close, I got him deep, I'm going to worry about anybody else that's going to influence me. I don't want this guy to beat us. Then all of a sudden you make a mistake, you come flying up, and there goes Andre Johnson for a touchdown. I don't get it. I really don't get it. I didn't get it when it was Atlanta, when they screwed up on the same cover 2, when they went for the short guy, and Hamilton did, instead of staying back deeper and taking the outside guy. This is football 101. This is simple football. This is nothing that's real genius about it. I don't get it. This is part of going out there. It's like a shortstop catching a ground ball and throwing it to first base. This is routine stuff. Not it's something new, something different. I'll tell you, I'm beside myself. Like I said, when Andre Johnson went up and took the ball away from Tillman, that was a physical thing. Okay, he beat him on it. It was right there. So that happens. Not like what we're watching here.
Doug, let's go out to the callers. But, Doug, just one thing again, which I started on last week and the week before, Doug. Take a look at the position coaches.
You're right.
Who are they? Where did they come from?
Start teaching.
And these are the guys that are teaching these from week to week to week. If they change a defense or an alignment, because of whatever the other team, the opponent's doing on certain downs and situations, all right, it's drilled in them. These are the guys that communicate to the players that are on the field, the position coaches, not the head coach, not the offensive defensive coordinators. They spend 90-some-odd% of the time with their coaches, whether it's a D-line, an offensive line, or wherever the hell it might be. And how do they continually make these mistakes? That's what we're talking about here. How could it be that you play the 16th game of the year, Doug, and you're still making the same damn mistakes you made, 10 games ago, 12 games ago, on alignment, on this? It's right in front of you. It's in front of you. Somebody doesn't know what the hell they're doing.
That's the key. The key is this is the 16th game of the season. That's the key. The key is you're supposed to improve, get better, don't make those same mistakes. How could you do the same thing at the end of the year and keep screwing up like that in big-time football games that you need to make plays on?
Doug, they talk about, it's usually all the time you hear from defense, they didn't get into the gaps.
I don't want to hear that no more.
Well, yeah. Well, guess what? If you have to line up to the inside of somebody's shoulder or his neck or whatever, guess what? If you do it, and if you're not getting it done, then move over a half a man. Move over a half a man. Get in the damn gap. Because if that's where you have to go anyway, and if you can't get there, what are you camouflaging? You're camouflaging nothing.
And that's just the defense we're talking about. The offense, they got a hell of a long way to go. I don't know what the hell they're doing. They're going back to what I thought they were in the fact that, there was an offense designed not to score. And that, taking a look at this, I'm saying to myself, how in the hell can you only hold the football 23 minutes? And this is like Ed said before. This is not the only game. This happened every game. You're 1 for 9 on third down conversions? 1 for 9? What kind of offense is that? And you hold the football 23 minutes? That's ridiculous. Let's go out to Billy and Danville. Billy on the score with OB and Doug.
What's up, guys?
All right, Billy.
Today's game was frustrating, but, this last several years as a Bears fan has been frustrating, so it wasn't surprising. There's 4 quick points I want to make, and before I say them, I know that not one of them is going to happen, but this is the 4 things I think would make this team better. Number 1, Lovie Smith. The man, his X's and O's, his clock management is obviously shaky. However, the worst thing about this man is that the team has taken on his personality. Number 2, Brian Urlacher. I'm done with him. I am so sick of seeing him on the sideline with his hands in his shoulder pads. Where is the fire and passion from this guy? When they get scored upon, Ray Lewis would be on the sidelines rallying the troops, getting them pumped up. All we see Urlacher do is just stand there with that dumb look on his face. Number 3, Tommy Harris. The man is done. He can't help it. His wheels, I feel sorry for the guy, but we have got to cut him. I know it wouldn't be that big of a cap hit because of how his contract is structured, but we cannot afford to have this man come back getting paid the money that he is going to get paid for being just a decent player because he is never going to be Tommy Harris again. And the 4th point, draft for the first 3 or 4 picks should be all offense. As many holes as our defense has, like safety, we need to take offensive linemen and receivers with our first 3 or 4 picks. Thank you, gentlemen.
Well, if that's the case, and I agree with you about the offense, and what the hell happened to us last year when we took a wide receiver in Bennett? I think we took him in the 3rd round. Not only is it to draft the offensive guys, to draft the right guys, the guys that are going to go and play. Or, if you do draft them, didn't play them.
The question is, Billy, who is going to draft them? Who is evaluating the talent? What you want to do offensively, how you want to attack your opponents, running and passing the game, in a running and passing game, when you go to draft, or get free agency, who is calling it? Who is picking out the talent? Who is going to get the wide receivers? Who are you going to rely on here to say, this guy's going to be our number 1, he's our number 2? Who is going to pick out the talent, Doug?
Well, no, that's a great question. Because the fact...
Think about what I said.
Right.
Who?
It's a great question because the fact is somebody's got to be
Who's going to analyze the talent that's out there?
Who's doing
Free
it now?
agency or draft?
Who's doing it now?
Well, I tell you what, whoever
Who's bringing in these guys? Okwell and Bazine, and who's bringing all these guys in, and Bradley, and guys that don't stay here, don't last, or wasting draft choices, or guys that could be helping this football club. Bob Bennett, Garrett Wolf. They go out and get Garrett Wolf. Why? They get Garrett Wolf, they bring him in, they don't even use him. They don't even try to put a package together with the kid. I don't get it.
Need him not on 3rd down?
Nothing.
Nothing. Doug, we could go on a whole thing about Rome and a lot of these guys have played in this state. Hey.
This segment is being brought to you by the newly remodeled St. Charles Toyota. To find out more about 0% financing, visit them today at toyota.net. You're listening to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone. 312-644-6767 is our phone number. Chicago Bears lose to Houston 31-24. Ed and I will be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears loss to the Houston Texans 31-24. And this segment is brought to you by Allstate Insurance Agent Jack Halbert in Chicago. Call 773-233-8866. And let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Brian in Beloit, Wisconsin. Brian, you're on the Score.
Hey, Doug Obie. I agree with you guys. We need to get rid of this coaching staff because it just shows today the lack of discipline. You got guys on the phone. Doug, you're not out of the loop. This should not be happening, period. It is pointless. They're practicing stealth all week, and then you throw in Manning. He got burnt the last time he played back there. Why are you putting him back there again? I'll hang up and listen to your guys' response.
Brian, I don't know. Someone just said that Coach Lovie Smith said that the guys did not have blackberries there, but I heard the announcers talking about the fact that she basically saw him there with them on the sidelines.
Well, the fact they saw him, and then they were coming up to their sideline reporters, the TV station sideline reporter, and asked them the score of the game.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand that, and I don't know if Lovey's covering for them or not, but I do know this. I mean, I would not, if it was me and I was out there and the guys had those things, I'd throw them so far into the stands they'd never find it. You know, the key was that football game. That's the only thing that really mattered. And once again, too, the discipline, and you mentioned the word discipline. This team is not disciplined. It lacks fundamentals. It lacks discipline. And the fact is, for anything to work, to coordinate together, an offense nor a defense, it has to be everybody do their own job.
You know what you just said, Doug? You said one word. This team lacks fundamentals.
Yeah, they do.
In other words, to me, that equates to the footing and foundation.
Everything.
You know, you don't build a house starting with the third floor.
No.
You got to put a footing in. You got to put a foundation in. And that's the basic, the fundamentals of the game. Blocking and tackle, as simple or as stupid it might sound to some people, that's what this damn game is all about. And if you don't accomplish that and putting your people in the right positions, the right offensive sets, the right defensive sets, that's what you're paid to do as a coach, to get your people to do what you want them to do, mentally and physically. You want smart football players, not dumb football players.
See, the other thing, too, is what you alluded to at the beginning of the show. Now, you can get a good head coach. I mean, a good head coach is there. Now, so what you do as a good head coach, you surround yourself with good people. You got a good defensive coordinator. You got a good offensive coordinator. But let's go down one step below that. Now you've got the assistant coaches, your position coaches.
That's the key.
That, I'm telling you.
That's the key.
You're absolutely correct, because that's who these guys live with. That's who they listen to. That's who they're around all the whole practice. It's not the head coach. He's not there. He's out there telling what to do and X's and O's and all that stuff. But who's teaching what foot, what shoulder to take a block on, well, how to drop, when to play inside, when to take a wide receiver, what kind of looks you have to do. These things are important. And I'm telling you, these things are needed, because what's coming out of college nowadays are guys that are not trained in the skills of this game. They have speed and size, and that's it. And so you're going to have to train them. So you're going to have to get guys in there that can show these guys how to play the game, what to do in certain situations, how to handle themselves.
Doug, let me tell you something. You know what, Mike Ditka, when George Halas named him head coach, that was a smart move by the old man. He brought fire. He brought everything. He brought a lot of knowledge playing. He brought a lot of knowledge coaching. He worked under a hell of a coach, a hell of a system down in Dallas. Okay, his assistants are still revered today. We got a guy like Buddy Ryan, you know, who was on the coaching staff. You could go to the line coach, the D-line coach, Hupp. You can go up, all over you want to with that, and they were well respected by their players and loved by their players. You could talk to any one of the guys from the 85 team, and they talk about a lot of respect they had for coaches on both sides of the ball. All right? And why? That's who you spend your time with. That's who you got to believe in.
And I think maybe you can turn players around, or maybe a player becomes a better football player. I don't know the answer to that, but here's the question. The question is very simple.
They're still making the same mistakes.
Exactly. That's the question.
That's the problem.
The question. The question then is why? Why are you still doing the same thing?
Right.
Why are you still making the same mistakes? Why is it nobody's in their gap? Why is it the fact that you blow a cover two? Why is the fact that you can't put 1 for 9 on third down situations? Why can you only handle the football only 23 minutes offensively, possession time? The question is why? And that's going to find the answer to
why
that.
Is there not a sense of urgency?
Exactly.
Why is there not a sense of urgency?
And somebody says, wait a minute here. Hey, hold it. Stop it. Doug, what do you think this Bear team was going to be at the beginning of the year? I said they'd be 7-9. And you're going to say, well, geez, aren't they better than you thought they would be? No. Because the fact is the whole damn league was down. It was diluted. And so since it was diluted, the fact was the Bears did better than the 9-7. The opportunities were there. All you had to do was watch the game.
Doug,
they're not overachieving.
That's right. The opportunities were there to win the games. We had a lot of games locked up. Twice we're double-digit leads going into the fourth quarter, and we let it get away. Okay?
Let's go out to Calvin on the south side. Calvin, you're on the scoreboard. It'll be in Doug.
Hey, guys, you're right on the OB with a sense of urgency. That should have been the whole philosophy of today's game.
Absolutely.
I mean, they got up 10 points, and then they just fell asleep, and then the guy scored 14, and then when the Bears got to the 17th point, now, tell me if I'm right or wrong, but I believe I've been right, because this is supposed to be a playoff type of a game, and they got to win to get to the playoff. They should have done an onside kick just to keep the momentum. Why? You're going up against a third-ranked offense. These guys score 36 points like it's a heartbeat. And you got to find a way to keep the lethargic Bear offense on the field as much as possible. So you got to be creative. I wish Dave Tom had done an onside kick at that time. There should have been more quick huddle plays. There should have been more plays that would kind of speed the game up. And then tell me this, Obi, how come the Bears offense cannot wear down the opponent's defense late into the game? We watch them get gashed and gassed, but no, that's the philosophy that happens to the Bears offense. They get gassed, they get tired because what? The offense can't stay on the field long enough. And it's just sad that this season got to end like this. I mean, I knew it was going to happen this way because, the matchup was not going to happen.
Calvin,
I knew it wasn't.
Yeah, our running game was going nowhere today. We amassed a total of 69 yards in 4 quarters running the football, and we do come off the bus running, okay? What's the one thing that we really have problems doing offensively? And that's the passing game. Why? We have one segment that is totally inept. It's called our wideouts. So for us to try to convert on 3rd down and move the ball down the field, we have to go from, to me, there's only one way that we could do it. And again, use the term sense of urgency, Doug, is to go with that no huddle. Orton has proven that he can run from a no huddle. Again, you screw up your opponent's defense. And why we did not go to it, and why did we wait to the absolute last minute to make a change, to try to throw them off what they're doing to us. But again, the reason why we don't punch anybody out, because we can't run the football, and if that's not bad enough, we certainly can't pass the football.
Well, part of the problem is the fact that the Bears, and the announcers are even talking about this, and I saw some stats on it also. The Bears start out extremely quickly every game. Every game they start out, like today, 80-yard drive, bang, bang. Then they go into a stupor. Then they go into what I call, they just pass out. Houston scored 21 straight points before we scored. 21 unanswered points. What happens is, Ed, we think the game was done. We're up 10-0, boy. That's good. Hey, surprise, let's throw Gatorade on each other. Let's do this. Let's do that. Instead of going out there and trying to finish a team off, we didn't do that. And then consequently what happened, we made 2 mistakes, obviously. Manning made them both back-to-back, the fumble, and also the fact that he let that touchdown on that cover 2. But you have to keep getting aggressive. That's why I was talking about you, and I know how much you love that no huddle. That's something you change it up then. You say, fine. Tell me something that's going to change the pace of this football game. Let me do something that's going to change it. Right now we're in a quagmire. We're caught in mud. We're just slopping along. Let's do something different to change it up. That'd be a good change up when you do no huddle.
In today's game, you come 4 quarters. Your quarterback is under that center for 4 quarters. And I'm going to tell you, and we really don't have any proven threats really anywhere. We have no difference makers on offense. None. Okay? And when you don't have difference makers,
makes a difference. Makes a difference. Right. We saw the one play by Hester. That was a difference maker. Got down on the 1-yard line. But you need more than that. And you cannot, and I'll keep repeating this, you cannot win a football game when you have a 3rd down efficiency of 1 for 9. That puts even more pressure on the defense. Is not as great as everybody thinks it is. In the fact that they go out there and they have to stay out there for 36 minutes. That's why they gave up 455 yards, because you have to take care of the football a little more. You have to move the football. You have to do something about it. There were situations in this football game, a 3rd and 1, we couldn't pick it up. That meant more time for the Bears to move the football. After we get the fumble recovery by the fact that Peanut Tillman hit the guy fumbles, we only can settle for a third. We get the ball on the 38-yard line. So what do? We settle for a field goal. You can't do that. You got to go out there and you got to put your foot on the guy's throat that you're beating and beat him up more as you go along in this football game. Not go into a stupor, not to think that you are Superman, not the fact that you're going to come in on a white horse at the end of the game and win it like you've done the last 3. That was a miracle.
Sorry, you mean? Hey, Doug, it's amazing. We were in the Super Bowl, a couple years ago?
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the next caller.
Let's go out to Gary in Decatur. Gary on the score. Gary. Gary's not there. Let's go to Frank in Lombard. Frank on the score.
Hey, Doug. Hey, OB.
All right, Frank.
You know, Doug, you keep asking why do we keep doing the same things? And let's be honest here, okay? That is totally reflection of the coaching staff. You know, the beginning of the game, they came out with a statistic that the Bears led the league in missed tackles. That's a reflection of the coaching staff. When a team is breaking down fundamentally, and think about it, what did Lovey say when he brought in Babbage? He said, trust me. Well, ever since we brought in Babbage, or he's brought in Babbage, the defense has done nothing but go down, and his talent evaluation has been bad. If you think about it, it's almost like a good old boys club with him. Didn't he have an inexperienced linebacker coach? Wait a minute. We're talking about the NFL here now, aren't we? So why would you not want the cream of the crop as your coaching staff, not a bunch of friends of yours that you're going to bring in jobs for and give them the carte blanche to do what they want? I just think that the whole head stinks from Angelo on down, and the sad part about it is we're stuck with Lovie Smith for the next 4 years, and you heard it here first. We will never be more than what we are today for the next 4 years. We'll never see a Super Bowl from him again because he is too arrogant to adjust, and he's too arrogant to accept the fact that he makes mistakes. We will never, ever see it. He, in my opinion, is the Dusty Baker of baseball. He got to the Super Bowl in spite of himself, not because of himself. That's all I want to say.
Well, the one thing you did say, and the one thing is very important, is the stuff that Obie and I have been talking about is fundamentals. And you brought up the missed tackles. I mean, these things all add up. I mean, just even the way you cover, the way you drop back on the pass coverage. I'm talking about just defense right now. The fact of how you backpedal, what you look for, what's going on out there. This is so important. Offensively, too. What do you see? What do you read? How do you run your pattern? What's going on out there? How do you block? I think our offensive line coach is pretty good. Other than that, we don't have any experienced coaches in there with this football club, talking about the assistants. And, and the fact is, too, let's just call it let's just call it. When Rivera was there, we were better defensively. Am I saying something out of line here? Am I saying something that's wrong? I'm not saying anything that's wrong because that's exactly the way it was. Now, I know the players, obviously, wait a minute, Doug.
His philosophy was not Lovie Smith's philosophy, and that's why he's gone. He was not the boss. The guy is the boss, Lovie Smith, and said adios. However it was done, whatever was done, but that's the fact. He's the boss. Ron Rivera, you're gone.
Let's go out to Gary in Decatur. Gary on the score.
Hey, guys. Happy holidays. Happy New Year as well.
Same to you, Gary.
I think it's time that we take a look at a real serious house cleaning. It starts on the top and works all the way down. Jerry Angelo has not brought the players in either through the draft or through free agency. If you look at the wide receivers that, according to him, aren't good enough, they just won the division. Our guys can't even catch the ball when it hits them in the hands. If you look at our defense, I love the guy. I love his attitude in the locker room. I'm sorry, Mike Brown has got to go. He is a liability and not an asset at this point either. I'd love to see him. You just mentioned his name, Ron Rivera. I'd love to see us, go ahead and say, give Ron Rivera a chance to lead this team because I think he could do an excellent job. This is a lackadaisical team that just doesn't care. The reason they're looking at their phones and BlackBerries on the sideline is because they're not focused. And where does the focus come from?
Coaches.
From the head coach.
Yeah, the fact is, too, nothing's going to change, though. OB and I talked about this many times. There's not anything going to change because everybody there is under contract at least, 2012? Your head coach is under contract. Jerry Angelo's under contract. Everybody's under contract. It ain't going to change. We are what we have. And so that's when they have to take a look at it, and I'm not so sure that, they're making the right decisions up there. And I think the other thing, too, is maybe the whole organization. Ed brought this up about the scouting and that. Who is recommending the guys that we're getting? We're not getting the right guys either, by the way. And if we are getting the right guys, and they are suggesting the guys do come to the Chicago Bears, then why aren't we playing them? Why aren't we playing Bennett if we drafted him number 3? Why did we play Garrett Wolf if we drafted him number 4? Why didn't we put him in the football game?
How about Bazine from Eastern Michigan?
Eastern Michigan.
Was it Eastern Michigan?
Yeah,
he was from second-round draft choice?
Right.
When we had defensive ends? 3 of them, as a matter of fact.
I don't get it. And it's something you can't put your finger on it, and you say, fine. They go out and get these guys, they bring them in, they don't play them. Last year, I was screaming and yelling. I said, play this Beekman kid at the end of the year, the guard. We're not playing him. They're thinking about Sinclair playing right guard because we're going to go draft a tackle. All right, fine. But that hasn't happened yet. And so Beekman doesn't play. But now all of a sudden this year he plays the whole year. I mean, there's a lot of things out there that I just don't understand about the Chicago Bears.
You know, Doug, you the McCaskies and known the family for a long time, and you know, they're the obviously the owners of the Bears, and I'm sure that Michael and Brian and some of them are, you know, sitting back, and some of the things I think that we see or that we point out, and some of the things that they see and they know. There's got to be some questions that they want answers to, too. I mean, you can't go through game after game like this and continue to make these same mistakes, Doug, and there's no correction. When are you going to correct them? In February, in March? That's not the time. I'm talking about now, Doug. When those games are played, those corrections should have been made, but then you got everybody in place. So the point I'm making about it, when you're playing, that's when everything that you had put into place, you're the one that brought them in here. You're the one that's teaching them the systems. You're the one that's coaching them. You're the one that's coaching them to get out there and play. The players are out there to play 60 minutes, 16 games, and look at what you're getting here. I mean, they pay a lot of money to a lot of people here who just are not producing. That's the bottom line. They're not, Doug.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Bears' loss to the Houston Texans. Houston 31, Chicago Bears 24. Bears come up short. End of season. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears' loss to the Houston Texans. This segment is brought to you by Plas Appliance, celebrating 70 years of serving Chicagoland and doing a hell of a job.
Harold Plas.
Harold Plas.
Harold Plas, good
Great
man.
Guy.
Good man, good family.
Yep. Let's go out to Michael in Highland Park. Michael, you on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, listen, you know, first off, the one thing I'm going to miss now that the season over is you guys. Yeah, best ever, anytime, post-football game analysis. It's you two.
Well, Mike, we appreciate it. We were trying to stretch it, buddy.
Yeah, I know. Well, let me tell you, I've been writing down, I've been holding for an hour, so I've been writing things feverishly here. You know, first off, as much as I hate the Dallas Cowboys, if Jerry Jones owned the Bears, he wouldn't care about eating these contracts. He would fire Lovey, he would fire Turner, he would fire the defensive coach, he'd fire D'Angelo. They'd be gone, and he'd bring Bill Cowher in. And you guys were talking about Ron Rivera. Ron Rivera, he was just as responsible for Lovie Smith for blowing that Super Bowl game. Some of the calls he made as defensive coach. So I'm not so. I think maybe a few years from now, Ron Rivera may be good. But right now, Bill Cowher's sitting out there, and I'm really upset that Smith's got 4 years left in that contract. This team, how are you not ready? How are you not ready?
Mike, go ahead.
Last week, it turns out that they interviewed Lovey. He goes, well, at halftime, I got the guys. I told them this is an important game. Halftime, they almost blew that game last week. They had to win last week. They had to win this week. No ifs, ands, or buts. And how do you not get prepared? You guys are fantastic. We're all in the same. We're all in the same choir here. And I wish you a real. I hope 2009 that you and your families know nothing but happiness. And I'll listen off the air. Take care.
Thanks,
Michael.
Well,
Mike, right back to you and your family, and to all our listeners. Have certainly a prosperous, but more important, a healthy 09 to all of our listeners and your loved ones, and that's big time from Doug and I.
You know, Ed, Mike brings up something really unbelievable. In fact, talking about what motivation do you really need. And, you know, the Vikings almost blew a game today. I mean, you say, what motivation do they need? I mean, last week they blew a football game. They lost. The division's not that strong. I don't know what happened between Detroit and Green Bay. We'll have to find out. It was tied the last time I saw. But there's a team that's going to go for 16. When we're changing their names to the Detroit Edsels, I mean, that's how bad they are. And so then we take a look at what's going on with the Packers. And with the Packers, they went south. They totally fell apart. So I guess the opportunity was there. But I agree. I don't know what kind of motivation you would really need, because you need a football game and you want to win it, and how could you be down the first half like of last week? But I always gave him credit for coming from behind and coming back. But I always thought in the back of my mind, you get into a habit of doing that. One day it won't happen. One day you won't come back. One day when you take advantage of what happens at the beginning of the game and expect that you're going to come in, like I said, on your white horse and finish it off at the end of the game, that's not the way this game really works all the time.
The key here, and Mike, that was a good call. You know, but the key here to our listeners, where the hell were our difference makers this year? Where were they?
You don't have them anymore.
Where?
Esther's no longer. Urlacher's no longer. Tommy Harris is no longer. These are difference makers. The kid that came in and started to make a difference was Forte. And I tell you that today he just didn't look sharp to me. There was something going on. And at the end of the game, he wasn't even in there. But that was our guy, Forte. And Kyle Orton started out being that guy, you know, beginning of the season. But then after he got hurt, he went into a situation where he had like 8 interceptions and 6 touchdowns after the injury. Today, I'm pretty damn good quarterback rating of 97. But still, we were only 1 for 9 on third down situations. So, yeah, we don't have difference makers anymore. I mean, right now, probably you'd say, well, Manning's a difference situations on kickoff returns, which he is. But he's also, too, as a free safety, he's costing us. As a nickelback, he was doing extremely well. So, I mean, we know there's got to be some changes made, and I still can't figure out why we can't come up with a strong safety, a free safety, and defense to know what the hell's going on back there. I just don't think it's that difficult to understand it nor to learn it. Let's go out to Louie in North Dakota. Louie, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hi, last caller is correct. Give me about 20 seconds to sum it up on my feelings. We need ownership that wants to win. We need owners that think that the fans just want good defense only. I think we need more than that. And I think the owners, if I was the owner, I'd buy out the contracts and get rid of the staff. And then I think we need people that you'd want to go to war with. We need a Singletary. We need a Buffon. We need a Obradovich. And we need a George Blanda quarterback, which equals a guy like Tebow. And I think you could build a team around a guy like Tebow if he goes to pro. That's about all I can say.
Louis, I think I knew your idea is the fact that they need some help. There's no question. I'm not so sure that Tebow is the guy or the quarterback or will be a quarterback. I like his attitude and everything like that. But the fact is I'm not so sure that's the type of quarterback you're looking for to come in here. But what we do need is some changes. You need some fresh blood in here. You need some guys that are going to be difference makers. Ned talked about difference makers. And our difference makers no longer make a difference. I mean, it's as simple as that. We're not getting it. We're not getting Urlacher, and I was telling Ed, I was watching a play Urlacher made a play on. He's working outside in instead of working inside out as a middle linebacker. I don't know what the hell's going on there. You know, and a lot of times you don't get that pass rush.
You know what, Doug, I'd just like to, the caller before, Mike brought up a thing about Ron Rivera made some, in the Super Bowl, made some calls, made some mistakes. If you remember in the Super Bowl, we were very passive for 4 quarters. Our defense, we were not aggressive. Do you remember that? And to our listeners, if you can go back a couple of 2-3 years and remember that game, do you remember Brian Urlacher in his heyday screaming at the sidelines in the second and the third and in the fourth quarters to be more aggressive? You could just see him. He was screaming at the sidelines and to blitz, to go after the people, not let us just sit back and drop back and pass and let Peyton Manning eat us alive. And that's exactly what they did because we never went after him. But I will never forget that and I think I'm not so sure that was Ron Rivera's call. I think it was more of Lovie Smith's call in the championship game, Doug, that he wanted to go with that passive defense.
Yeah, and the thing about it is we all talk about
and the reason why I say that is because of watching Urlacher. Remember the cameras were right on him, and he's looking right at, and you can see him screaming at the sidelines.
You know, Ed, with Urlacher, I think there's something going on. I don't think he's
as healthy.
No.
I think there's something the matter with his back.
No. And I think maybe this offseason will help or whatever. But also, too, in that Super Bowl, I mean, there's no question about it. You get Thomas Jones ripped off a 60-yarder, and he's running the football, and we go back and we start throwing the ball. You know, we should have been eating them up on the ground. There's a lot of mistakes that was made in that game.
Unbelievable.
No question about it. Let's go out to Jimmy in Fox Lake. Jimmy on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB, great post-game show.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Got a couple quick points. First one, I think it starts at the top. I think the McCaskies are one of the few families in the NFL that derive all their income from football.
That's right.
And we have a team that I believe has never hired a head coach with head coaching experience. We always go for the cheap guy. We always get a guy who's the first-time head coach, and it just trickles down from there. How would Bill Cowher look on the sidelines today?
I'm going to tell you something. Bill Cowher looked good anywhere. I mean, I would imagine teams like Detroit would love to have somebody like Cowher. Cowher is extremely good. There's no question about it, but he'd have to do a lot to say what guys were brought in here, too. He'd have to have that power. I know everybody bitched about Parcells, but why don't you say take a look what Parcells did when he went to Miami?
Clean
house.
Everybody. The parking attendant was gone.
That's right. Gone.
Clean house. If you brought a Bill Cowher in here, they'd all be gone. They'd all be gone.
I remember when Jim Finks came here to Chicago. There wasn't a person left when he was done. I'm talking from top to bottom. I mean, gone. Everybody, gone. New coach come in. Everything was shot, from down to the equipment manager. Rearranged everything, the whole organization, whatever. He said, this is the way we're going to do it. And he basically set up the Bears to be the champions for the 85 season.
He got rid of everybody.
Exactly. And then he started doing part of the draft. He said, I want Peyton. He went out and got Peyton. Got on Mike Hartenstein. Went on got Hampton. Got on all these guys. And that was him. He could cover. I mean, these are talking about football people. There are not a lot of football people in the McCaskey family. I mean, they own a business, but they're not football people. You know, and so that in itself is something to do, because other guys could tell them, well, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and they rely on everybody else to make these moves. And consequently, right now, these moves are not that good. I mean, that's just a fact. They're not that good at this point in time. Let's go out to Don in Stockton. Don, you're on the score.
How you doing, Doug Obey? Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year, Don.
Hey, you know, I've never called in before, but this game just really upset me. You know, when Ron Rivera left this team, the defense I think the defense just fell apart. The whole team just doesn't have any heart, and I'm totally convinced that Lovey sits on the sideline listening to rap music. I mean, he just has no emotion at all.
You know, Don, I for all these years, you know, and I've always thought this way. You know, I've seen different coaches do different things, and the only thing that really matters is the success of how you do coach. I mean, I honestly believe that. So I'm not going to hold that against Lovey as far as what he is and what he looks like on the sidelines and whatever. My biggest problem is the fact that when they talk about motivation for players, I don't understand how you could be in the thick of things and not be motivated as a player. I never did understand when Obie and I did after the game, the Green Bay game, how we could go up there and get slapped around like we did. I couldn't understand that. Where was the motivation? Then it is the type of person you're bringing in here that should have some self-motivation. There is no question about that. Now, granted, I also believe this, that a lot of times it's just like in the Army. It's not the general. You know, it's that staff sergeant. It's that guy that's down there with those guys. Those are the guys that motivate. If you don't do it, they're going to kick your ass. That's simple. And right now, I don't see it. You know, I don't see where these guys are getting help. I'm talking about the assistant coaches helping these players get out there. But on the other hand, you certainly have to have motivation if you're a player. You're listening to Score Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Obradovich and Buffon will be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears losing to Houston 31-24. That would be the end of the season. Text the word HAMMER to 67011 now to win an S-Wing Hammer prize pack. That's right, Eddie. F-Wing. That's the word HAMMER.
Don't go there.
Don't go there.
F-Wing Hammer.
That's the word, HAMMER, to 67011 to win an S-Wing Hammer prize pack. They're lit up, Eddie. Let's go out to Mike in Granville. Mike on the Score with O.B. and Doug.
Hey, Double Nickel, O.B., how y'all doing?
What's up, Mike?
Hey, Doug, I'm about 4 years younger than you. I played under Darrell Royal at UT down there and won national championship.
There you go.
You opened up the program thinking that this game might have passed you by or something.
Yeah.
Let me tell you all something. You old boys that blazed the trail, that played for next to nothing, you know what the damn game's about. I know what the game's about. They make too much money. You sign these boys for $500,000 a year, every one of them that wants to play and make the team. Put the big bucket of bucks at the end of the year for the playoffs, and them boys will be out there with their noses touching their earlobes. You hear me? Don't ever give up, Doug. You hear me, OB?
Gotcha.
All right, Mike, we got you, and I understand. Mike, here's the problem, though. I mean, it's not going to change.
Now, let me tell you something. You know what he just – that guy just didn't say that to say that. That's the guy who believes that.
Well, sure he does.
And I'm not so sure
He's talking about incentive, the fact that if you win, I'll give you the money.
There you go. Here's all the rest of this money. Y'all do this.
Let's see what they do.
There you go.
But the fact is, that's the way it is now, Mike. There's no question about it. And I don't. You know what? I want the player to get what he can get. I mean, because the owners are making money. There's not a team in the National Football League right now that's worth under $1 billion. They're all worth over $1 billion. So there's a lot of money out there. All I want the guys to do is to earn it. And that means the coaches, too. I mean, that means everybody that's involved. I want to see that you really care about when you go out there and play, and for the team that you're playing for, be it Chicago, Green Bay, Detroit, whoever it is. That's all I want to see.
Hey, a couple of callers ago talking about, money. It's a family business with the McCaskies. Do you remember that Super Bowl year with Lovie Smith? Do you remember the pressure that the newspapers, Doug,
put on them, yeah.
The newspapers, the TV stations, the radio, I mean, everybody pounding on the Bears ownership to pay Lovie Smith these multi-millions of dollars and sign him to this long contract. And I mean, they were pounding on Bears ownership for quite some time, Doug, and to give him, and guess what? And they did, and they stepped up big time.
Oh, they did.
Big time to pay Lovie Smith and his staff. These guys make a ton of money.
But Ed, here's my point, and I understand that.
But I'm saying the pressure that was put on by everybody.
A ton of pressure.
Everybody.
By the head coach. But maybe the pressure's putting in the wrong direction. Let me ask you something, Ed. Why is it Steelers, the Colts, New England? Why are these organizations always right there? And once again, when we talked about scouting, we talked about getting players. I mean, I'm from Pittsburgh. I mean, I know the area. I know that team. I mean, they're always on the money about the players they're bringing in. They're always there knocking on the door.
Look what Bill Parcells did with the Dolphins.
With the Dolphins.
Dolphins won one game last year. And lucky they won it.
Yeah.
One game the Dolphins won last year. They bring Bill Parcells in, fired everybody, got rid of everybody.
And so maybe that's when you take a look at it, your scouting department, who's recommending, like what you talked about before. All these things add up, then it funnels into who the head coach is, and then he takes it from there. Maybe it's just wrong in all directions.
He's got to bring the right people in to be his assistants. You got 53 players on a team. You need the coaches. You don't.
But that's his call, though, Ed. Right?
There's no question about it.
That's his call.
Lovie Smith's call. These people who are here are because that's his call. You hit it right on the head.
Let's go out to Dave and Morris. Dave, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug, OB, how you guys doing?
All right, Dave.
Don't change a thing. All right, first thing, one of you guys commented on it earlier, and I completely agree. There's no way that the people on this team should be making the same mistakes in Week 17 as they were making in Week 1.
Absolutely. That is correct, Dave.
I'm not buying that crap.
That goes all the way to the top in the coaching staff. I don't know why, but Lovie has this lazy attitude, and I think that trickles down to the players' attitude. If I have to hear Lovie say one more time that he's pleased with the effort, I'm going to be sick. I mean, it's just ridiculous. He's always got excuses for him, and you know what? He's never fired up. He just doesn't have that intensity that I think they need to get a fire lit under him. And last thing I have to say right here is, let me run this by you as far as, I know it'll never happen. It's just a pipe dream. But if you bring back all the old Bears players who are now coaches in the NFL, how good would that team be? if you're led by a Jeff Fisher and you have a Ron Rivera as your defensive coordinator, you have Singletary coaching the linebackers and Leslie Frazier with the defensive backs.
Well, the fact is,
good call, Dave. I like that.
But the fact is, talking about experience. I mean, the experience has a lot to do. When I first came to the Chicago Bears, my linebacking coach was Bill George and Joe Fortunato. I mean, how better could you get at that?
You don't get any better than that.
You don't get any better than that. And that's why I think basically I went on to play 14 years and understood the game, understood what was supposed to be done out there, well, how to do it, the fundamentals, the whole 9 yards. And so I think it is like now that it's very important to have teachers out there. Guys are going to teach these guys how to play, what to do in situations. And I look at it, and the Bears are not a disciplined football team. They're not. They're not a disciplined football team. They make mistakes. They make a lot of mistakes. Mistakes they should be making over and over and over again.
If there's one, what's the bottom line about the Bears? You know what the thing is, Doug? We said earlier, that's the bottom line about the Bears this year. Okay? Continually make the same mistakes on both sides of the ball. Continually. Okay? Now, somebody's got to answer for that.
There's no question. I mean, that's part of it. There's no question.
And when you continually make those mistakes, Doug, you know what you have? You don't have a smart football team.
No.
You do not. Let me say it again. You do not have a smart football team. When you make those mistakes that you made in Game 3, that you make in Game 16 and Game 10, and still do the same damn things, not very smart, my friend.
Yeah, it's called consistency. That's exactly what you need, consistency. To be good at anything, you have to be consistent. There's no question. You can't go up and down, up and down, up and down. You can't do that. In the course of a game, 4 quarters and the changes. And the fact is that you let, today, for example, Houston, 21 unanswered points. Wouldn't you think you'd have a sense of urgency when they start closing on you, when they're beating you 14-10? I mean, I would have got a little excited
when there is no tomorrow.
Right.
And you wait till the last couple minutes in the game to go to a hurry-up offense, and then you're going to try to pull the game out with some dumbass miracle play that's happened before. This doesn't happen every week.
Exactly. That's exactly right. They got into a habit thinking they can pull it out again like they did the last couple times, instead of really going after this team, to beat this team, to whip this team, and not worry about blackberries on the sideline, not worry about what the Giants and Minnesota's doing, or Oakland or anybody else. The worry should have been just exactly what you were doing. You were Houston, beat Houston's ass, and once you got them up 10-0, you should have finished them off.
I know the line, Doug, that really set you off was when we played the Packers, when Lovie Smith said, well, the Packers came out with a purpose. And then when you heard that one, that's when you went, that's when you flipped.
That to me is, I mean, how could you not have a purpose? How could you not have a purpose?
He's talking about their purpose.
That's what I'm saying. The Packers had a purpose. Where's our purpose?
Yeah.
Let's go out to Thomas on the south side. Thomas, you're on the score.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, Thomas.
Hey, I love listening to you all. Listen, man, it's time for Lovey to give it up. You know, he needs to be fired, and his whole staff needs to be fired. You know, it's like watching the same movie all over again.
There you go. You're right. You know what,
Thomas? You hit it on it. That's it.
You know what's that movie, Thomas, with the Groundhog Day? What was it? Is it Groundhog Day?
Oh, yeah.
That's exactly what this thing is all about. It's the same story.
Yeah, and it starts to get frustrating after a while, you know. I mean, the guys, they keep making the same. When you all played, the Bears might have lost, but these guys, you all played, they knew they were in a damn football game. They got beat up. The Bears lose, and it's just like, we played with a purpose, we lost. Now, how you lose a game when a team that had nothing to play for, you have everything to play for, and you still come up with this same old crap week after week after week.
Yeah, and on top of that, Houston was willing to give you the game. You saw how they started out the football game. The Bears just drove and took it 80 yards and drove it down their throat. And they get a return over by Peanut Tillman, and we get 3 points. It's 10-0. And then what happens? They went into a cave and fell asleep. And 21 points later, they're down and say, wait a minute, maybe we ought to get excited here because now we're down. Oh, don't worry about it. We got them in the fourth quarter. We're really good in the fourth quarter. Maybe overtime will come back. That's what I'm talking about, the urgency. That's what OB is talking about, the urgency. And that's talking about go back to the offense where you try to do something, where you come out, maybe a no-huddle, maybe a shotgun, but show me that you're really going after this team, not trying to play dead and trying to hope that you win the football game.
Good call, Thomas.
Let's go out to George in Nashville, Tennessee. George on the score.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening, George.
Over the last 5 years, Andy Reid has the best record in the National Football Conference. The only coach who comes close to him is Lovie Smith.
Right.
I would like to see Lovie Smith with a team that has some talent. I think this year this team overachieved. At the beginning of the season, I had no idea. I would have never conceived after watching them a couple of days in practice that they would finish at 9-7. They had nothing on offense. They took a rookie to come out of nowhere to give them some sort of hope on offense. They had no receivers this year. They had a quarterback who was unproven. They had a defense that was a veteran defense that played pretty well this year, that kept them in most of the ball games. But for people to call and bash Lovie Smith is very much unfair. Here's a guy who took a team that had nothing offensively and challenged to win that division. Now, if I'm looking at the Cowboys playing the Eagles. The Eagles are bashing the Cowboys. The Cowboys had easily the best offense and some of the best talent in the National Football League, and yet they have no leadership as far as I don't think they have any leadership as far as a coach. They have an outstanding quarterback. They have outstanding receivers. They have good running backs. They have talent at almost every position on offense, and yet people call it and bash Lovie Smith, who, if he had half the talent that Dallas had, he would probably be going deep into the playoffs and possibly the Super Bowl this year. You know, I think Lovie Smith deserves a lot of accolades for taking a team that had nothing, again, on offense this year and doing a lot with it. Guys, I appreciate your work you do. You do a great job.
Thanks, Georgie. You know, the fact is what you're saying is true. I think Lovie's record is like 44-34 or something, but it's a winning record. There's no question about it. And the fact is that you still got to look at talent. There's no question about that. And you got to look at Jerry Angelo, and there's no question about that. But the fact is, when it's all said and done with, and I understand because I had the Bears at 7-9, but what I'm trying to tell you is that this whole NFL is diluted. In other words, 7-9 would have been against a year that maybe the division was stronger, maybe the NFL was stronger. It is not. So that's why I expect them to be better. I expect them when they play teams that they should have won and beat. Just because the fact that you think you don't have some of these players, when you see a football game and you're in the game and you're winning the game and you got an opportunity to win the game, then there's something wrong there. Now, whether you don't have the players, whether the fact you don't have the coaches, whether the GM is not that damn good, but the fact is, though, the Bears had a very good opportunity to win. And I agree with you. Lovie Smith has come on and probably been the best coach here in Chicago since Mike Ditka, if you take a look at his record. But something's got to change because we see the same stuff every year.
It's
we see the same mistakes. And you can't do that. You can't get better. Now, either you change your system, change your coaches, or change your players. But you're going to have to make a damn change somewhere along the line.
Yes.
Let's go out to Scott in Winthrop Harbor. Scott, you're on the score.
Boys, how you doing?
All right, Scott.
Can I say real quick, that last caller, he's full of crap. The head coach still makes the decisions on the field. And when you sit up there and you're watching the same defensive scheme for every team that you play, that's the head coach. You know what? Everybody's looking for a word to sit there and describe how come they weren't prepared or what. It's called stupidity. It's called dumbness and arrogance. I mean, how can you go up against the number one wide receiver in the whole NFL and not have a defensive scheme to stop that man?
Their scheme was Tillman.
Yeah.
You saw that?
Right. And then, I'll wait to Jerry Angelo as far as the offense. When your philosophy is your offense is really not important, you will continue to see the kind of offense the Bears have. No talent as far as personnel and a weak, mediocre defense. They fired the one guy that could have helped them and they went to the Super Bowl because of Ron Rivera's defense, not Lovie Smith's or Ron Turner's offense. They went because of that defense. Now they fire him 2 years later, and look where we're at. We're struggling, and we can't even get up for games that we absolutely have to win.
Well, that's the part that bothers me, but not getting up for a game or motivated for a football game.
He hit the nail on the head with that one.
Yeah. No, well, how would you not get up for a football game? How would you not get up for a game? I mean, does it make sense to you at all whatsoever? It doesn't make sense to me.
There's nothing to talk about there.
And the fact is, too, when you take a look at this, you take a look at the offense, this team, this town, has always been leaning toward a couple things, a running back, a middle linebacker, and defense. That's what they looked at. And right now, you better find a way that you can get a team out there that can put up some points on the board if you want to change it and get yourself back in the mix. Because if you don't score, because like I said today, the fact that you were 1 for 9 on third down efficiency and held the ball 23 minutes, you are not going to win. It's as simple as that, especially when
that
you
is
face
not the first time
teams.
it's happened this year.
All year.
Happened last week, the week before, the same damn thing. Even though we were winning games, I don't know how the hell we won them. We won them, but guess what? We were way on the short side in time of possession and very poor on third down conversions.
No question. Let's go out to Tommy and Roselle. Tommy on the score. It'll be in Doug.
How are you doing?
All right, Tommy.
Okay, listen to this carefully. This management and this coaching staff, they do not understand and have destroyed the basic identity of the Bears. Historically, the Bears are one of the greatest defensive franchises in the league. We don't care how many all-pro quarterbacks we have. We care about how many all-pro linebackers we have. And these players, because this management and this has destroyed the Bears' identity, they play without passion, they play without intensity, and they play without commitment. They're comfortable with being like an AFC team with an average defense and an average offense. This is infuriating. They don't prepare because they don't care, and they're paid to care.
I wonder if that's the case, though. You know, you say they don't care. You know, I don't know. I've seen them hustle. I've seen them work. I'm talking about the players. But the fact is, though, I don't know if they had that extra gear to go up and beyond what is expected of them. I think that's the key. The key is to have somebody that's really, really wants it. Somebody that really can't handle it if they don't get it. I saw that. I saw that once, and I'll never forget when I saw that. I saw that a couple years ago against Arizona. When Urlacher took that game over, when that defense did everything, offense did not score a point. I think we scored all our points with the defense and also with the return team. I saw that. I saw that what they really wanted that stuff. I have not yet seen that, Ed.
Well, here, Tommy, you know the thing is, just go back to the Super Bowl year. Where have we gone from the Super Bowl year? We did not win the game, okay? You had the following year. What happened to us the following year? And where are we at today? Especially after today, a meaningful game that we had to have. There was no more tomorrow. We still had a shot, but go back. Which way have we gone, folks, from the Super Bowl? Have we gone up? Have we gone lateral? Or have we gone backwards?
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767. Houston 31. Chicago Bears 24. End of season. You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show, and I'll be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, 312-644-6767 is our phone number. Talking about the Chicago Bears, the end of the season. Houston 31. Chicago Bears 24. Let's go out to Timmy and Marion. Timmy on the score with Opie and Doug.
Hey, guys.
All right, Tim.
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you.
I've been watching football for probably 50 years, so instead of watching every play, I try to focus on certain players.
Mm-hmm.
Now, at the beginning of this game, I started to watch Urlacher, and what I saw was just terrible. So I continued to focus on him through the whole game. Now, do you guys get to watch a replay of the game during the week?
Yeah.
If you do, please focus on Brian Urlacher, and you will see the most uninspired, awful linebacker play you have ever seen.
Jimmy, give me some examples, buddy. I mean,
most of the time, he was in the wrong place. He took himself completely out of the play. When he was in position to make the play, he was easily blocked by one guy out of the play.
Mm-hmm.
He gave up on his pursuits, and he gave up on his blitzes. Honest to God, it was the worst, horrible linebacker play I have ever seen. And I love this guy. I love him. But other games I've tried to focus on him, and it seems like it was just terrible. So do yourself a favor. When you watch that game, focus on him, and you will be awestruck how horrible he was.
You know, Timmy, we watched him close today. Obie and I watched him. And there's something going on with him because he does not explode at the moment you should explode, whether it be a blocker,
He's got to come up into the gap, and he's not doing it.
Not doing it. And the fact is, too, we saw one time we keep talking about middle linebackers should work inside out. Open and the outside linebacker works outside in. So then you close, you have a good meeting. He started riding the guy. They went and they take him, they ride him out of the play, and they cut right back off him, and up they go, up the field. And when the fact is, even on his blitzes, you can see there is something not right about him as far as a back, a neck, or whatever it is, because that kid turned himself loose all the time.
Yeah. No.
All the time.
Now, Tim, in Urlacher's defense, okay, and if you get a chance to watch it again, watch the play of the two inside men. Our two inside men. I'm talking about our defensive tackles. Watch and see how many times they were ridden down the line, they were position blocked, or they were pushed off the line a yard or maybe two. Watch that. Again, you're saying, and I understand what you're saying, and we saw what Urlacher did. But also, take a look at the defensive line and see how they played. There wasn't the penetration a yard or two deep the other way. We were either stymied at the line or pushed back. And in fact, a lot of times, can that influence the way a linebacker is going to attack the ball player? Yeah, it certainly can. I'm sure Urlacher would rather have those defensive tackles, that whole defensive line, up across a yard or two into our opponents instead of on the line or back a yard or two in his face.
Scott to Jim and Joliet. Jimmy on the
score.
score.
How you doing, guys?
What's up, Jim?
Hey, these guys that are talking about defending Lovey, let's think back a minute. During the Super Bowl year, the first 8 games that Ron Rivera ran the defense, opponents were only averaging 9 points a game. And then Ron and Lovey get into a pissing contest, and then Lovey says, I'm taking over. And all of a sudden, they're scoring 18 points a game. What's wrong with that picture? That Tampa 2 coverage doesn't work.
Yeah, it works if you have a defensive line that's going to make some pressure. And there's a place for the Tampa 2, by the way. I mean, as far as playing it, the coverage would especially. But when you really take a look at it, the fact is that even this defense right now, you don't think that Lovie Smith has his hand in his defense?
Absolutely.
We all keep thinking it's Babbage, saying Babbage this, Babbage that. There's no way in hell if you're a defensive coordinator that you don't have a lot to say what's going on with his defense.
That's right.
The problem I have with it is the fact that you can call a lot of defenses. But the fact is, though, that Ed and I talked about this, and we're going to keep talking about this. You should not make the same mistakes you keep making all the way through. I mean, the same damn mistakes. The same mistakes about not being in gap, the same mistakes about cover 2, the same mistakes about not doubling up, just like we saw Manning do for an easy touchdown into a guy that's been killing you in the first place. So, yeah, you can play cover 2. There's nothing wrong with that defense, but it's how you play it and the mistakes you make. Now, a lot of times, remember the example when the one cover 2 when he made a complete pass over the middle and Urlacher had to get deep? That's a hell of a call for a middle linebacker to get that deep. He didn't get back there. When he did get back there, they come inside and make a nice throw, and they completed the pass. So the fact is, though, you cannot keep making the same mistakes over and over and over. And that in itself will kill any system that you do have. Let's go out to Tom on the south side. Tom, you're on the score.
Hi, guys.
All right, Tommy.
I've been following the Bears for 63. This is my 63rd year, and I saw both of you guys play.
Wow, Tommy. 63 years on, buddy.
Yes. Saw my first game in 45. But
God bless.
This is a sorry bunch. I'm not going to try to cure what's there because they couldn't stop a pass if it was Mae West out there. But what I want to say is everything starts at the top. And I recall in the early 90s, about the second year that Score came on the air, that Mike McCaskey, the last time he broadcast, Mike North asked him, he said, how long is it going to take us to get back to another Super Bowl? Mm-hmm. And Mike McCaskey said the idea is not to win a Super Bowl because then people want more money. We just want to be competitive. Well, that's what the Bears are now. They're competitive. We got inexperienced coaches. We got inexperienced coordinators. We have an inexperienced everybody there, right up to Angelo. All people who never did their job prior to coming to the Bears, and that's what you end up with, mediocrity, which is what we have, and not being able to. Every team that beat us with the pass. We cannot stop the pass, and I don't know if it's cover 2, cover 3, or undercover, but it's just it's what you said, OB. It's just not working.
Well, the fact is, too, and if it's not worked, then what do you do, Tommy? I mean, the fact is, smart enough man will change either system or change players or change something to make it work. You know, we have seen like we have the same problems. Mike Brown comes in. Mike Brown is healthy. Mike Brown plays for a while. Mike Brown gets hurt. Team says we can't play without Mike Brown. He's our leader. Next thing you know, they all fall apart. You can't keep doing that. Somewhere along the line, someone's going to have to play that position.
Doug, when Mike Brown was here during the season, we were still giving up 60, 70, 80-yard drives. You know, I don't want to put everything on Mike Brown's on his shoulders or on Urlach's shoulders or everybody. Again, the bottom line here is the season's over with, and basically there are a lot of problems, yeah, but the main problem, Doug, is it's the same mistakes. Now, is it the coaches, is it the players, or is it all the above? But I think you and I agree on this, that's the damn problem with this team. Never corrected the mistakes week after week, game after
same
game.
Stuff.
Still doing the same damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
So who's to blame? Who's going to be the guy to step up and make the changes?
Well, the fact is, too, if you're a head coach, you're going to make a change. There's no question about it. But then you got to go to Jerry Angelo, and the head coach say, well, look, I need players. I need certain guys. Or Ron Turner's going to say, wait a minute, I need some wide receivers, or I need maybe some more linemen to help out.
Doug, the thing about that is, Douglas, is that they did that. We got rid of the receivers that we had here because they could not win with them. That's their theory. And they brought these people. Damn it, it's right in front of us. They brought him in here. I don't know. Did you bring him in here? Mitch Rosen bring him in here? I don't know who the hell they brought him in here, Doug.
Well, the fact is, though, Ed, they're going to ask again. And then the fact is, if you ask and say, I want these people, then I got to ask you the question then. Why aren't you playing them? You said you wanted a wide receiver and you drafted Bennett. Why aren't you playing them? You said you wanted another change of back, kid out of Northern that was a pretty damn good ball player, but he's a little small. But yet again, you wanted him to be a change of back, a kid named Garrett Wolf. Why didn't you play him?
Well, how about the other kid a couple years before him?
So, I mean, it's...
That led the league in rushing, I believe.
Thomas Jones. Why did you get rid of Thomas Jones? The fact is, you looked at Thomas Jones, you wanted another back, you went and got Benson, you paid him $16 million, you let Thomas Jones go because you didn't want to pay him that money. So there's some bad decisions. And so when you make a bad decision, then all of a sudden it trickles on down. In other words, instead of not getting Benson, you could have had Thomas Jones here and got another fourth-round pick. A fourth pick in the first round would have added on to your team. Those mistakes they made, Eddie, with Oakwold and Bazine, is costing us right now.
Oh, yes, it is big time, and somebody's got to answer for it.
Exactly. Let's go out to Jim in Tri-State. Jim, you're on the scoreboard. I'll be in Doug.
Hey, guys, how are you?
All right, Jim.
Hey, you know what? Number one, you guys are so fun and entertaining to listen to. I hope you guys are back next year. Okay?
Thank you, Jim.
Anyway, you're very welcome. Anyway, my comment is what you see basically on a football field is, it's a manifestation of what you see up in the general manager's chair and in the head coach's chair. And I guess my only comment is just throw it out there and see what you guys think. That, because we talked about attitude on the field and personnel levels and coaching decisions, and I guess all I can say is both of these guys have been around long enough in the team, Angelo and Lovey, that if they're here for the next year, for 2009, I got the strange feeling we're going to be talking about the same stuff 12 months from now that we're talking about today. And that's my comment, and Happy New Year to you guys, and again, hope to see you back next year.
Yeah, Jimmy, let me just jump in, Doug, before you do. Jim, I hope that you're wrong on this, because I'm going to tell you something. In this world of sports, whether you're talking, it might be hockey, baseball, I don't care what it is. We were waiting, 101, 102 years for the Cubs. Your goal is not to shoot for a 50-50 season. Your goal is to win the top prize every year. That's what it's all about. That's why the people that come out and pay $100, $200, $300, $500, $800, $1,000 for a seat, that take their kids out there, that make the sacrifices to get out there, to see a winning team, to see a championship team, not a mediocre team. That's not what you're geared to doing. You're geared to winning the championship. And if you have a head coach or general manager and that is not their goal, then damn it, get rid of them.
All you have to do is take a look at the Blackhawks. You remember how bad the Blackhawks were? You remember how terrible it was? People could say, I'm not even going to go to a game. We saw the Blackhawks. I remember when Ed and I played, the Blackhawks were unbelievable. I mean, you go down there, Bobby Hall, Stan Mikita, and then they fell apart.
That was unbelievable.
It was unbelievable.
Great.
Unbelievable. Great. They fell apart. Why are the Blackhawks different now?
Philosophy. Total.
Why are they different?
180 the other way.
You talk about players, you're talking about a GM, and you're talking about a head coach. And you're talking about ownership. It's all different. Because they're putting their arrow up in there and said, this is what we want to be, and this is who we are. And that's what they're trying to be.
Enough's enough. We want to be.
Exactly.
We want to win the Stanley Cup.
Exactly. Not just have good. We want to win the Cup. This is what we're doing. And take a look what they're doing.
And here's how you go about it.
Exactly.
Get the fans back.
Get them back, everybody rolling. I'm telling you, you can't go on. You said this may happen in 2009. It might happen. But I got to tell you, be prepared because nothing's going to change. Nobody's going anywhere. Lovey's not going anywhere. Jerry Angelo's not going anywhere. Everybody's under contract. It's not going to change. Now, the other thing you may want to look at, they all may want to look at, is who is advising these guys on the players they're bringing in? Or what are they asking for? What is Jerry Angelo asking for? What is Lovey asking for? Do they want these type of ball players? What's the story? And if you do get them, then why not give them a shot and try and see if they can play? Not bring them here and let them fall to the wayside.
Yeah.
Not even know if you.
What are you drafting Bennett for in the third round?
Exactly.
What, like the guys playing in front of him are on the steps of the Hall of Fame?
And not play him.
And why? How can you not play the kid? You got to go out of your way not to play the kid.
And that's what they're doing.
It's not like we're going to take the three top great wideouts that just happen to be on this team and sit them down. We don't want to take our players out. We have wideouts that have a trouble catching the damn football, and that's what they're paid to do. My Lord, come on. You got the kid here. Put him out there. We went through 16 games. Bennett, our number 3 round pick. Do you know what after 16 games, guys? We know nothing about him. Nothing. Shouldn't you think you should have played him today, last week, the week before that? Should you have put him in maybe the 5th or 6th game after he gets a feeling to see what the kid has to do? Like our 3 wideouts are all pros, and we don't play the kid? Did anybody ever think about that? Is that a little strange, folks?
It's weird, not strange. The fact is...
Think about what I just said.
When you take a look at the kid, you say to yourself, well, can he play? But obviously you thought he could play. You drafted him number 3.
Absolutely.
So you thought he had the material to play.
We didn't go 16-0.
No.
Why wasn't this kid in the game? You go a whole year with this kid now, and again, we don't know what he can do.
This segment is being brought to you by the newly remodeled St. Charles Toyota. To find out more about 0% financing, visit them today at Toyota.com. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone on the Score Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Chicago Bears done for the season. Houston 31, the Bears 24. Ed and I will be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about Houston, whipping the Chicago Bears 31-24 and ending the season for the Chicago Bears. Let's go out to Pete and displaying Oasis. Pete, you're on the Score. It'll be in Doug.
Boy, you're hitting the nail really on the head tonight, gentlemen.
What's going on, Pete?
But you're missing the Tweedledum, Jerry Angelo's Tweedledee, but above him we got Mr. Phillips.
Yep.
Providing cover for the McCaskies.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what he gets paid for, but he obviously gets paid a lot to do almost nothing, which makes the team a better team. So we got Tweedledum and Tweedledee up there, and they're the people who should be held responsible for the performance of the coach and the team.
I got to tell you, Pete Phillips has really nothing to do with what's going on with the football operations. Basically, his job, I think, was to come in, get the Bears at the stadium, which he did do, and handle all the financial stuff and all the contract stuff.
But he did hire Angelo. Remember, he turned it over to a headhunting outfit.
Mm-hmm.
People that find people for different
and they both
executive
got the same
corporations.
Contract, right? To what, 2012?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, well, they gave each other however that worked out. I'm not quite sure what left hand worked out to the right hand.
Let's go out to George in Park Ridge. George on the Score.
Opie and Dougie, good to talk to you.
What's up, Georgie?
I've got 3 points I want to make, and then I'll listen to your responses. First off, back in the late 80s or 90s, the Bears organization hired a marketing department to tell us what was wrong with the face of the franchise. And that report come back that Mike McCaskey's face cannot be associated with any advertising or anything with the Bears, and they took him away from the front lines. That's where your problem starts. Number 2, a few years back, Brian Greasy led us to a late touchdown scoring drive with no headphones or no communications from upstairs. Everybody thought it was Greasy. He took the credit the next day. The coaching staff undermined him and took responsibilities while we did send some plays in for Brian Greasy. If you're going to have a coaching staff that undermines its players, you're not going to have the respect of the players to listen to the coaches. And point number 3, you talk about heart and character. I'm talking to heart and character right now. You have to have heart and character on your team. A few years back, we drafted a quarterback from UCLA who the Bears knew dummied up records, and him and his offense got handicapped cards to park up close to their athletic department dorms. This is what the problem is from top to bottom. It's heart and character. When I coach Little League football and baseball, I look for young kids with heart and character. They didn't have to have the talent, but if you've got heart and character, that's where you build championships with. That's the type of personnel you need. Thank you, fellas. Have a happy New Year, and I'll listen for your response.
Thanks, George. But
right
you know
back
what?
At you, George. Happy New Year to you, too.
You talk about the heart and character. There's always you want your players to really want it. You know, to go what we call the extra yard or the extra practice or the extra time put in, the extra film, the extra everything. That not just for a game that counts, but from the beginning. And see, I think this training camp should be different coming up than most training camps that they've had in the past. I think this training camp should be really disciplined, really tough, and really go after it. I really believe that. Now, after they won the Super Bowl, I could understand how they came in and said, okay, fine. You know what? We won the Super Bowl. We're veterans now. They went out, and it didn't work out. Now things have changed. Now the fact is, you're taking a look at this football club that you see is not disciplined, that you see needs to be fundamentally strong. And I don't know if this is true or not, but the guy called in. I thought I heard something like this, but the Bears are leading the league in missed tackles.
Yes.
They
announced it on television.
They announced it, right,
yeah.
Ed?
Yes.
I would have guys tackling till they turn blue in face. At 11 o'clock at nighttime, they'd be tackling something. I mean, that's exactly what I would do. You'd work on those things that cost you or give you problems. I mean, that's what training camp's all about. So that's what I would do. I would start in training camp.
We don't have a Tom Brady. We don't have a Peyton Manning, okay? We just don't. We have, and you heard me scream about this for years here, you have 4 games. They're called exhibition games to get ready. You have a couple of mini camps. You got training camp, and you got 4 exhibition games to get your team ready. Doug, we do not take advantage of that. They're worried about keeping players healthy. Like everybody that goes out and plays an exhibition game is going to get hurt? Everybody's going to get hurt?
Mm-hmm.
The most important thing is timing on offense. Timing, your handoffs, timing with your routes, with your receivers. You don't get it in practice. The reason why, they're running in shorts, and they all look like supermen at that particular time. When you really get a feel for it are those exhibition games. And it's enough for the offense to go in for 2 series and sit down. We're sitting down starters that should be out there, playing, learning, getting their timing down. Not play two downs or 2 sets of downs. Play the first half. Play to the middle of the third quarter. That's when you get your feel. That's why you have 4 exhibition games. Take advantage of it.
Well, that's a fact. You know, you look at that training camp, general soreness. That's what they would call it. Where's Ed O'Bradovich? He's got general soreness.
Yeah, he's soreness, yeah. You know? Or he's got a Veterans Day off.
Right. So, I mean, I think you got to look at a camp, and I think you got to look at a tough camp and try to bring this thing all back together. Let's go out to Dave on the west side. Dave, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
First of all, best post-game show on the radio, fellas.
Thanks, Dave.
Losing is actually fun listening to you two.
You know what, Dave? I hate it. I'm telling you.
I know. That's why we love you. Here's the scoop. This is a 2-parter. First of all, the guy who needs a step up is Ted Phillips.
Short of that, Jerry Angelo needs to let go of Lovie Smith for the reasons you stated, that he's not playing the guys. He's not playing Garrett Wolf. He's not playing Earl Bennett. And so you don't know what you have. And here's part three. Yeah, the caller earlier was correct. It was the worst middle linebacking I ever saw, which means your defensive line is also terrible.
Yes.
Are these guys really that bad, or is this scheme that they play and how they're taught? It's hard to believe you can let so many runs go up the gut. I see these guys around the goal line still having their defensive line spread out instead of bunched in the middle to take that away. What's up with that?
Well, I can tell you, if I know if I'm getting whooped at the line of scrimmage, and you know damn well if you're getting whooped or not, trust me, you are. If it's one-on-one, the guy's doing it. If they're double teaming you or whatever the situation may be, you will adjust. And if you do make an adjustment, if I was to make an adjustment, I would tell Doug that I'm going to take an inside charge on a certain defensive call. Doug, be careful, because I normally have the outside. I have containment. Doug, I'm going to do this. I think I can beat the guy. I can make the play. Will you let the player who is directly outside of you and inside of you, let them know what you're going to do so you don't boggle up the line of scrimmage. But I'll be damned if I'm going to sit there and I'm going to let a guy pound on me for 4 quarters and I don't get up into my gap. I will move over. I'll hedge a half a man. I'll do whatever the hell I have to do to get up and get in there, because I know penetration, the most important thing that you can do to stop a running game is penetration by those down linemen, okay? And when you don't, when you see them stymied at the line of scrimmage, position blocked or pushed off, they'll run on you, and that's what you saw today.
And sometimes, too, the Bears are successful. I saw a blitz today where they sent, Payne, but they also had a line trick involved with the blitz. And a lot of times, you know what, you get more back to doing that. I don't know how many sacks we had today. I don't think we had
none.
None, right?
None.
How many did we have last week? None.
I just want to tell you, Doug, we close out the season. Doug was sacks.
Mm-hmm.
Our sack, this is after 16 games. Alex Brown had 6 sacks for a total of 43 yards and loss. Second was Agunlier with 5 sacks. And third was Tommy Harris with 5 sacks. There are some defensive linemen that these 3 guys, you add them up, they have more sacks than these 3 guys put together. And you know how much money these guys are making?
Sure. Making a ton of money. So what that tells you, first of all, we're not getting the pass rush. Let's start with that.
But you make it. My point was you make an adjustment. You hedge in,
sure.
You hedge out. You don't get to sit to get your damn brain beat out for 4 quarters.
I've always believed that. But you know what you do, and this is very simple. If we're going to change positions out there, and it's called talking to the guy you're playing with.
Absolutely.
I've got this edge. Let me get this. Or for this, you tell a linebacker, hey, look, they're killing me on the slant. Get their ass out of there. Get back to that slant position, and maybe you can get that interception. You know what? You can do all these things out there. You don't have to be told a lot of things. It's called playing football. I mean, we did it many times. You get out there. You know what they're killing you with? I mean, that slant play is a big play. It ruins everybody. I mean, if a linebacker shoots out of there maybe quick enough, he gets the interception for that. There's ways of working around that with the cornerback, saying, look, I'm going to play to the outside, you take the inside. Or next time I'm going to take the outside, you take the inside. Whatever it is, try to combine it all together and make a defense out of it. But the fact is, when it all comes down to it, a middle linebacker, an outside linebacker, most of the time, especially the middle linebacker, he's got to have his linemen playing really good football, to really help him out. And the defensive ends, obviously, to play their positions. Let's go out to Mike in Gillsburg. Mike on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, OB and Doug, Merry Christmas to you guys. It's
Merry Christmas.
To talk to you.
All right, kiddo, Happy New Year to you.
Yeah, happy, safe New Year to you. Hey, you guys played the game at a level I never could understand. But did you guys, were you actually at the game or were you watching it on TV?
TV.
Okay, I was watching on TV also. The only person that I seen on that whole Bears team that had any fire at all was Kyle Orton. Now, I seen this team in the last 2 weeks come out flat with their damn record on the line, getting into the playoffs. Now, I don't understand, and I hope you guys can explain it to me. How do you have your record, your playoff, on the line and come out flat?
Can't explain it to
Kyle
you.
Orton's the only guy that had any fire. I don't understand it.
Can't explain it to you. Don't know. And the fact is, a lot of times I've seen guys come out and be as cool as cucumbers and just go out in the field and whip somebody's ass. I've seen that many times. And a lot of times, too, you want to see somebody. It's really, like I saw Alex Brown on the field to make a big play. I think Briggs is that way, making those plays. Everybody's different.
Briggs had his lunch handed to him today.
Yeah. It did happen to all the guys.
Yeah.
And the fact is, though, when I look at it, I say to myself, you know what? I'm different. I play differently. There are certain guys that do a different way of going out there. The key is, I don't care how you get to that point, you've got to do the job. And that was not done. It was not done today.
Mike, I would like to put it, term it in another area. I like to term it as a sense of urgency. This game was a sense of urgency. And this is all hands on deck, okay? Bite the bullet, all hands on deck, sense of urgency. Let's go forward. Let's win this football game, all right? And what you're saying is you didn't see it. Neither did I.
This segment is brought to you by Allstate Insurance Agent Walter Sheldon in Glenview. Call 847-904-7300. Let's go out to Paulie in Northbrook. Paulie on the score with O.B. and Doug.
Hey, Doug, Ed, how are you doing?
All right, Paulie.
Hey, I wish you guys were out there today. Hey, listen, the bottom line is Lovey is not doing his job. All right? It comes down to the head coach, okay? He has control of everything that happens on the field. For instance, Johnson. How many catches did he have in the first half? He had almost every single catch. And then what happened? Comes halftime. The second half comes around, and they made adjustments. Houston made adjustments and went to the run, and they just ran it right up the middle. Lovey is the main cause. Now, I understand that Lovey's got to be here for 4 more years. We got $20 million that he's going to get, and he's guaranteed. But he is not doing his job. They are not making adjustments, and that's the bottom line. He's got to be in control of everything. You can blame Phillips, you can blame all the other coaches, and they're not doing their jobs, but who does it come down to? It comes down to the head coach. He is the guy that's getting the money. He got his extension. He needs to start doing his job.
Well, see, that's, you're absolutely correct. There are guys up there. Players getting his money. Are they doing their job? Lovey's getting his money. Is he doing his job? Jerry Angelo's getting his money. Is he doing his job? Ted Phillips is getting money. Is he doing his job? When you take a look at all this, it's just not just one person. The assistant coaches and the defensive coordinator and offensive coordinator, they're all screwing up. And that's what it comes down to. That's why you have organizations. That's why some organizations are better, because it trickles on all the way down. So they all got to take a good look at themselves and find out what the hell is the problem. Now, you know what? It's not good anymore to be 8-8 or 9-7. That's not good anymore.
That's not your goal.
No.
It's not your goal.
Not at all. You want nothing to do with that. And even here, let's get that Kyle Orton, too. He's got to get his butt in gear, too. Kyle wants his money. He wants to be paid. Well, what I saw so far, there's certain things he has to do better. He's got to be able to throw the football down the field better. But maybe he'll say, well, I need wide receivers, Doug, to do that. But there are times he's missed guys. So he's got to get his stuff into gear. He's got to become better. You've got to get a quarterback that can go out there and play. And so then your running game. I saw Forte at the beginning of this game. He wasn't running. I don't know what was wrong with him. They finally took him out, at the end of the game. He wasn't even in the game when Peterson was in the game, so you knew there was a problem. The wide receivers, we know the problem there. We know the problem with Urlacher not playing up to what he thinks he could play. In the safeties, we've had so many problems there. All of this stuff. That's a part of coaching. That's a part of, assistant coaches, scouts, who we bring in, Jerry Angelo, all of them. They all got to take responsibility for what the hell is going on out there. Let's go out to John in Algonquin. John, you're on the score with O.B. and Doug.
Hey, guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, John.
I just want to say thank God this team didn't make it to the playoffs, because the way they played this season was disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
Up and down the field, it was disgusting. And I want to say it's not only the players, but it's the coaching staff. Just the defense looked much better under Ron Rivera than they have under the current defensive coach, and it starts from the ownership down. And if you remember back when Walter Payton was still alive, God rest his soul, he tried to get a committee together to buy out the Bears, to get a new ownership in there to make this a real team because he knew the ownership was the problem. This is disgusting. I'm glad they didn't make it in there, and God help them if they make it in next season, because I hate when they sit back and say, oh, we made it into the playoffs and use it as a backing. This is a disgusting team. This team has no heart. When they're sitting on the sidelines worried about the opposing team's scores when they're losing, when they know they have to win, is a lack of discipline, and that is all the way from the top to the bottom.
That part surprised me. That part, the fact that, if somebody was sitting there, and if this is all true, and,
well, obviously, Doug, they reported it right on television.
I know that, but
the sideline reporter
denied it.
Is the one that said they're coming up to her.
Lovey denied it. That it wasn't a fact. Well, I understand this. The fact is, if you got somebody on the sidelines doing that, I mean, that's all wrong. If I was a coach, and like I said, if that stuff would have been flying up into the stands, I'd have been really pissed about that. Because all you needed to do was win this football game for you to have a chance to go on to the playoffs. And like I said, they had the greatest opportunity in the world. They're up 10-0. And then all of a sudden, they went to sleep. They went into a coma and they hibernated.
Doug, this has been the story all year. Games that we needed, or games that we had in hand in the fourth quarter, double-digit leads.
That's right. You're right.
And it's gone. And then again, and I've said I get so sick of Lovie Smith with the 2 and the 3 and the 4 different seasons. One game 3 just counts as much as game 16, guys.
Maybe even more when you take a look at it. This segment is brought to you by Chicago Saturn. He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. The Jiffy Lube postgame show, 312-644-6767 is our phone number. Talking about the Chicago Bears. Houston beats the Bears 31-24 to end the Bears season. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone, 312-644-6767 is our phone number. We're talking about Houston beating the Chicago Bears and ending the season. Let's go out to Pat in Western New York. Pat, on the Score, but it'll be in Doug.
Happy holidays, gentlemen.
Same to you, Pat.
Well, I'm kind of glad it's over with at this point. I'm looking at a real team right now. I'm looking at the Philadelphia Eagles. Here's a team that really wanted it. 44-3 over the Cowboys at this point.
Is that what it is?
44-3.
44-3.
Whoa.
Tony Romo is probably having the worst game of his career at this point. It's a slaughter, and of course they keep flashing up to Mr. Jones in his box, and I don't think he's very happy. But we're not talking about the Cowboys. We're talking about the Bears. I guess somebody had mentioned earlier the coach. It's a blowout. But this team wanted it. The Eagles wanted it. And it was right there for the taking for us. All we had to do was come away with the victory. It was made for us, and unfortunately we didn't get it done, and we did worse than that. We just flopped.
Lack of sense of urgency.
Hey, Pat, now Oakland beats Tampa
Bay.
Tampa
Yes.
Bay?
Yes.
Oakland beat Tampa Bay. We needed Philadelphia to beat Dallas, and Chicago Bears win, and they go to the playoffs as a wild card.
Right.
I got to tell you.
Sense of urgency.
Come on.
How many times have we said it this year?
Oh, my Lord. Everybody said, well, that can't possibly happen. Well, it did happen. The fact was there it was. It was right in front of them. And the fact that they couldn't win their own game to get into that wild card position to get into the playoffs. Isn't that something? That's so disgusting. I can't even think about it.
Well, just look back at the damn game, Doug. What did they do? What did they do any different to try to attack this Houston team?
Nothing.
Which, by the way, doesn't have the greatest defense in the world against the run or the pass. Okay, and what did we do different? What did we do different? Did we try to run reverses, Doug? Did we go with a no huddle? What did we try to do?
We did exactly what we usually do on the first drive, and then instead of coming back on something different on the next two to get the thing going, to get kick-started again because they scored 21 straight points and we didn't score any, there was nothing but they hibernated. They do that all the time. They just lay down and they go to sleep. And then they decide they're going to get up maybe in the third or fourth quarter. Yeah. It's ridiculous. Dallas, I knew it. I knew it was going to happen. Philadelphia just beat the hell out of them. Oakland comes up and beats Tampa Bay.
Now, it's Jimmy Johnson is the defensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles.
I guarantee he went after him so big time.
Right in his face.
Yep.
Right in Romo's face. I'll guarantee you exactly.
Let's go out to Ralph in Chandler, Arizona. Ralph, you're on the score.
Hey, Ed and Doug. I want to tell you, I enjoyed watching you two guys play in Wrigley Field.
Thank you.
And I very much enjoy your show, listening to it on the web.
Thank you.
And you have said so much that I agree with, but I wanted to go back. I went back and looked at 7 games this year that we played in our defense, 7 losses. Actually, 1 was a win, but where we got against Tampa Bay, Atlanta, 2 against Green Bay, the 1 against Detroit, Tennessee, and Houston, and looked at the quarterbacks. And I won't give you the individual stats, but on total for those 7 games, those quarterbacks completed 192 passes out of 290 attempts for 2,103 yards. And in those 7 games, we got a total of 2 sacks. 1 was against Orlovsky, and that was late in the game on a blitz. Mm-hmm. The other one was against Terry Collins when he slipped. And so, in effect, you couldn't give the front 4 any credit for that. If you take the average, those 7 games, there's 27 completions out of 41 attempts for 300 yards and no sacks.
Right.
And let me tell you what that tells me. Our coaches come in, and we do the same thing every week, and we expect a different result. That's what they say the definition of insanity is. And I'm going to tell you, watching the Bears this year, it was very difficult. It's totally unlike any Bears team I've seen in the past. And I've been watching the Bears for 50 years. And I'm going to tell you this. It was like watching a bad Rocky movie. Do you remember in Rocky 2 or 3, whatever it was, and Mickey has him fighting right-handed, and at the very end, in the 15th round, his coach says, or his trainer says, okay, now it's time to switch. Go back to... Well, I've been waiting all year for us to switch. I've been waiting for us to put pressure on the quarterback. I've been waiting for us to put our coverage guys in press coverage, and we don't. I've been waiting for us to use stunts on the line. We don't. We do the same thing. We play 8 yards off the line of scrimmage. We make mediocre quarterbacks. We had Brian Greasy, 38 for 67, 407 yards, no sacks. And I'm going to tell you, I hold this coaching staff accountable. We're unprepared. We're undisciplined. We're unmotivated. We are, in essence, what I would describe the 2008 version of the Chicago Bears. We are mediocre talent, poorly coached, poorly prepared. And I just so much enjoy listening to you guys. I'm going to miss you for the next few months, and I hope you have the best in 2009. I hope we come back next year with a different attitude and a different scheme and play with some fire like the Bears should play.
Ralphie, thank you.
That was very insightful, Ralph. Thank you for doing all those stats and everything. But we pointed out a little bit. Our leading sack guy after 16 games was Alex Brown with 6 sacks, and I've seen people get cut for less.
Yeah, and the fact is that, again, today, the Bears gave up 328 yards in passing. It's no secret that the Bears, against the pass, where they ranked 28th or 29th or something like that, so it's not very good. And obviously, too, we're not getting to the quarterback. It's a major, major, major problem. And, a team put up 455 yards. Houston did against Chicago today. But a lot of that had to do, obviously, too, with the offense only holding the ball 23 minutes. But anyway you look at it, this game today really sizes up the whole season. If you look at the stats in today's game, we are who we are. And it tells you right here who we are. We can't score, really. We can't hold the football. We can't stop with the football. We play certain times sporadically. We're not consistent. We play hopefully that we can come in the fourth quarter. We start out strong. We get weak in the middle, and then we think we're going to end it up at the end of the game.
With the miracle play.
With the miracle play. And it's not there.
And the other thing you Mr. Doug, the fact that is a matter, watch how many times we have field position from our special teams. I believe Manning has 9 returns of plus 40 yards or better this year. 9 of 40 yards or better. And for some of the success that we have had offensively, moving the ball and maybe putting a couple points on, is due to our kickoff return, the position that Manning put us into.
You know, that's a great point, Ed, because today he put us in pretty good position a couple times.
Time after time. Yes, he did.
You know, and all of a sudden you
3 and out. We went 3 passes and out.
Right. We had the football, too, at the end of the first half. We had the ball on, like, the 40, 45-yard line. Do you think we could do anything with it? 1, 2, 3, and gone. Let's go out to Jeremy in Highway. Jeremy on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, happy holidays, guys. Hey, thanks for taking the phone call, especially after hearing that Eagles score right there. This comment hurts, making me sick to my stomach right here. But I'll hang up and let my Packer fan wife and I listen to your call. But anyway, hey, I did want to say something about taking a look back at the beginning of the season, especially when we heard their first-round draft pick. It's Chris Williams, right, the offensive tackle, was going to be out for the season, and they'd already been struggling on the offensive line. I thought immediately, and a lot of my buddies did too, hey, 6 wins tops for this team, and I thought there was no way that they'd ever be competing for the for the division. And so, with all that said, hey, I would have, of course, loved to have made the playoffs, but you know what? I think we have to say that I think they played above their expectations for this season, and in some ways we should be grateful that we even care about this their 16th game of the season. So I'll hang up, guys. Hey, we definitely enjoy the show and have a good one.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Thanks, Jeremy.
You know, I did the same thing, Jeremy. I had them at 7 and 9, and why am I aggravated? Well, I'm aggravated because, and I said this, and I want to keep on saying this. This whole NFL, the division, it was all diluted. The NFC was diluted. And the fact is that you should have done better because of what was out there. The competition wasn't that strong. Take a look at the swings up and down. You can see what happened with Dallas even today when they get whomped. The fact is it was out there to even take more than they took. They ended up at 9 and 7. You trying to tell me the fact that they couldn't beat Houston, that their team wasn't good enough? You trying to tell me that they couldn't beat Atlanta at the end of that game? What happened there, even with Tampa? What happened with, you know, the Minnesota game and the Green Bay game? So it was there. You know, it might have been like stealing, but the fact is, though, the competition wasn't as strong as I thought it would be. And so, consequently, at the beginning of the year after training camp, I had the Chicago Bears going 7 and 9. But as the game progressed during the course of the season, I saw Oregon getting better. The offense was better. I thought the offensive line was a lot better. And like I said, the competition wasn't as strong. Yeah, they should have been in the playoffs, but they did not make it. Let's go out to Joe on the north side. Joe, you on the score.
Hey, guys, how you doing? Just want to make 2 points here. Basically, you said the 3 sack leaders on the Bears were Brown, Harris, and Agunlie, and I checked their salaries, and they combined to make a total of $19 million this year, and they had combined maybe 16, 17 sacks. Mm-hmm. And DeMarcus Ware over on the Cowboys made $2.1 million. He had 20 sacks. Just wanted to point that out. And basically, just the other thing I want to comment on is, you know, there's a lot of fans kind of like me, and you guys are really upset by the way the season went. But in reality, there's actually a lot of fans out there that are saying that this was a good season. And, you know, they're pretty thankful that the Bears were able to go 9 and 7, kind of like that last caller we just had. Mm-hmm. But basically, you know, I think with that attitude, you know, that mediocrity is acceptable. I think that's the wrong attitude, and it's just going to keep guys like Smith and Angelo, you know, in the Bears office and continuing to pumping out bad, mediocre seasons, and I really think that's a bad attitude, and, you know, the fans should be pissed. I am. You know, I think if, you know, we didn't get to the Super Bowl and win, it's kind of a failure. That's the way we got to look at it, and we need to get some staff in here that, you know, every game is fired up, ready to win, and wanting to go all the way every game. So, all right.
You got it, Joe.
You're right,
you
Joe.
You got it. Was nobody. I can't argue with you, pal.
No way you argue with that, because that's your goal, and that's what you need to do. You need to try to put something together to make something happen. You know, even though you're not expected to do it, there's nothing said that you could not get yourself rolling for next year and get yourself on the ball and all of a sudden show that you had something offensively, especially. You know, we knew with the defense is mediocre at this point in time that needs to be helped. We know our offense, though, can't do a lot. And it's going to have to. It's going to have to change before the Chicago Bears can win. Let's go out to John in Mokina. John, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug and OB, how you guys doing?
All right,
What's up, John?
I got a few things. You know,
the cover 2, they say, is predicated on pressure up front.
Right.
And OB, you talked about the lack of sacks and that.
Yes.
So why do you got, Urlacher running 20 yards downfield at this point in his career trying to cover guys? If you're not getting the pressure up front, that's not going to be very effective. The other thing is they talked in the same breath. They talked about how we lead the league in takeaways, and then we're worse in tackling. We're the worst. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's what they preach. He preaches takeaways. Let the guys catch the ball, try to strip it. That's why we give up 400 or 500 yards a game. And the last thing is the punt with a minute and a half left in the first half. You talked about sense of urgency. What was on the line, the biggest game of the year, and he punts 4th and 6. Any decent team, any good coach would have went for that on 4th and 6 with what was on the line today.
Well, the fact is, in that situation, I understand, I don't remember what yard line we were on.
About their 40, 45-yard line.
45-yard line, yeah.
You go for it.
Well, the thing about it is that, the one thing that really bothered me, again, too, is the fact that I can understand if he had went for it, I wouldn't bother me whatsoever because I'm kind of aggressive what I want to do.
This staff is not going to go for it.
No.
That's the problem.
John, you can. I mean, right now, I'm going to tell you something. You ask me tomorrow, a month from now. No. This is too conservative. No, that will not happen.
And we saw when they were winning 10-0 how they pulled their horns in, how they did nothing and waited for Houston to score up 21 points on them. 21 unanswered points before they decide to do something. And that's part of the problem. There's no question about it because you can't do that. You have to be more aggressive. And then, we end up the season right now and, basically, I thought they had a shot at it. In the wild card, I didn't think maybe it'd be the wild card, but yet the Giants, I thought they would have a shot because they weren't going to. I think didn't have a shot because they didn't play their guys. There's no question about that. Minnesota comes out with a win. But what happened, though, in the wild card, and you saw what happened with Oakland beating Tampa.
Yes.
And we saw what Philadelphia is doing to Dallas. It was the Bears' opportunity. It was all right there in front of them.
It was in front of them. 60 minutes in Texas. They had control of their own destiny. And then we hear halfway through the game that they're on their cell phones or friends of theirs who was on the sideline. They're running asking reporters when they're doing that, Doug. They're not concentrating on the hand, which obviously is the game. I saw a lack of no sense of urgency out there. It's very disappointing. And each year it's a year obviously in itself, and you have a chance like what happened this year. Nobody really gave the Bears that much of a chance, but they were in the hunt because of how things turned out, Doug.
Sure.
The mediocrity of the league, how they turned out.
Got to take advantage of it.
And they had advantage, and they had each and every time, Doug, we had our own control in our own destiny, and we failed miserably.
Absolutely. There's no question.
So are we about done here, partner?
Yeah, this is it, our last game, and hopefully next year we can do something different. I mean, I know you don't either. I don't enjoy yelling and screaming about these things, but we have no choice. It's just the way you and I are after a game.
It's what we see that's on there.
Exactly.
And if they do great, you tell them. If they don't, they don't. But anyways, Doug, to you and to all our listeners out there, I know times are tough, et cetera, but certainly a very prosperous and more important, a healthy 09 to all of our listeners, Doug, and to you and your loved ones, my friend. God bless, and it's always a pleasure to be with you, partner.
Same back to you, Eddie. Have a happy New Year, and
thank you, Doug.
We will definitely be getting together again. And want to thank all of the listeners and all the callers. I mean, all year, Ed and I are really appreciative of people calling in and that are interested in what's going on, and we'd love to hear from you. Again, have a great New Year. You've been listening to Jiffy Lube Postgame Show. Our thanks to our producers, Matt Peoples and Adam Harris and Herb Lawrence. And stay tuned. That's coming up next. We have Hub Arkish. That's right, the Hubbaroo. We'll be here to answer the rest of your questions and talk about the game at 6:45 until 6:45. And after that, it's the Independence Bowl between the Northern Illinois Huskies, go Huskies, and the Louisiana Tech Bulldogs. Also, I'll be on tomorrow night with Brian Peruk from 6 to 8 p.m. thank all you for calling and have a very, very happy New Year.